This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth Cockroach. Like a blue and green silk interwoven, the crystal clear life planet is the brightest pearl in the universe. Rolling mountains, dense jungles, and oceans of life. Dusk. A black cockroach larvae stood on a leaf at the top of the tallest tree on the top of the mountain, shaking its antennae, slowly turning its body, and looking around. There are barren mountains and vegetation everywhere. This is an undeveloped primitive planet. A primitive planet that breeds carbon-based life. I'm rich. How many merits can I get by discovering such a primitive planet suitable for human migration? Maybe I can be promoted to the governor of the planet. But the enthusiasm just surged into my mind and disappeared without a trace. My soul should have been mutated by the radiation of the metal core being transported. And I was lucky enough to survive the plane crash. I instinctively plundered the body of a gestating cockroach to survive. Now, I am no longer a human being, but a young cockroach. Which galaxy is this? The Milky Way? It shouldn't be. The Milky Way has long been developed by humans, and there is no way that primitive planets exist. Hephaestus Galaxy? Or a more distant galaxy? First of all, I am no longer a human being. Secondly, it is not certain whether there are any warship wreckage that crashed on this planet. Even if the wreckage of a warship is found, there may not be a long-distance communicator that sends out a distress signal. Even if there is, the distance is unknown, and it may not be transmitted to the headquarters. The most fatal thing is that my soul has been mutated by radiation, and from the soul level, it has left the human category. As a Galactic Federation Space Marine, I know the attitude of humans towards alien intelligent races best. Sending a signal to call the Federation Army is tantamount to seeking death. Thinking about it, I became more worried. The young cockroach standing on the top of the tree is called Bamboo Haas, a soldier of the 3rd class of the 419th Transport Team, the 7th Army, the Logistics and Transport Force, the Thunder Expedition Corps of the Galactic Federation. The duty is to guard the precious cargo on the transport spacecraft. The transport spacecraft where Bamboo works is numbered Luan K704, and is transporting a large amount of spoils looted from a metal race called Kappas in the Hephaestus Galaxy. The Kappas is a semi-technological and semi-martial arts civilization that achieves self-evolution through practice, and has been completely destroyed by the human army. The spoils include 8 metal cores at the dominant level, and it is said that the human race also sacrificed for this. 11 martial arts masters of the master level were sacrificed. On the way back to the Milky Way, Luan K704 encountered time and space turbulence during the space jump. Within a thousandth of a second, the solid hull was torn into pieces by the unmatched space force. Before he died, Bamboo was guarding outside the warehouse. He clearly remembered that the warehouse was broken, and the energy radiation of the metal core penetrated the armor on his body without any obstruction. He lost consciousness and woke up. He found himself in a new world with a brand new body, a cockroach nymph that had just hatched from the egg sheath. Where should I go? Standing on the leaves at the top of the tree, Bamboo fell into deep thought. The breeze blew, the leaves swayed, and the tree made a subtle rustling sound. The cockroach's climbing ability was not strong, and the shaking leaves shook the spotted roach off and fell to the ground. Instinctively, it flapped its underdeveloped wings desperately, and was driven by the breeze and flew away. Finally, unfortunately, it fell heavily on a hard rock. Its body was only 4 years old and fragile, and one of its walking legs was broken at the root. Alas, most of the sisters who hatched with me are 7 years old. The spotted roach lamented, holding up the broken hind leg with its 2 forelimbs and chewing it slowly. The 7th age is not far from the 10th age of the subadult, but it has only completed 3 moltings and is still a weak 4th age. The spotted roach guessed that it had human intelligence and overused its brain. The cockroach has a small head and few brain cells, but it seems to have the ability to proliferate infinitely. The human soul drives the little brain to think about complex problems, exhausting a group of brain cells, immediately consuming the nutrients and organic energy stored in the body, and generating new brain cells. The nutrients needed for growth and molting are all consumed by the brain. According to the inherited memory of cockroaches, I must complete at least 9 moltings before winter comes and reach subadulthood. Otherwise, I will not survive the cold winter. Inherited memory guides that rotten leaves are the inferior food, and meat can help grow quickly. And this is true. Bamboo chewed on his leg meat and thought silently. A new walking foot is slowly growing out of the broken leg, and it can be felt that the little nutrients stored in the body have been consumed. Short limb regeneration is an ability possessed by many types of insects. Bamboo observed carefully and realized that his ability was somewhat different. Other cockroaches can only grow their legs and antennae again when they molt, but Bamboo can regenerate his short limbs immediately. This was the 5th time he had broken his legs, so he was very calm. Meat was hard to come by, so he couldn't miss any of it. He calmly held his broken leg and ate it leisurely. It's boring to live like this. The sooner I die, the sooner I will be reborn. That's what I said. But what if I can't be reborn again? Wouldn't I be dead? Bamboo finished eating his insect leg and turned his head to see that the new insect leg was only half the size of the original one. Eating, digesting, absorbing. This process consumes energy and also causes a lot of nutrient loss. There is no excess nutrition in the body for it to grow into its original appearance. Then I'd better survive first and take it one step at a time. The cockroach has 6 legs, and now it is half a leg less, which does not affect its walking. Bamboo climbed to the mountainside neatly and returned to the nest along the same route. Low and long mountains, undulating peaks, the middle layer of the mountain range. There is a bush under a broadleaf tree. Bamboo's nest is opened in the thick layer of fallen leaves in the bush. This is the primitive survival skill passed down by the cockroach's memory. The nest is very shallow. The soft dead branches and leaves will not accumulate water, and there are bushes to cover them, so they are not afraid of wind and rain. The best thing is that the rotten dead leaves that have been decomposed by fungi are soft, fragrant and crispy, and are easier to digest and absorb when eaten. The nest is full of food, although it is of poor quality and lacks nutrition. It is inexhaustible and can be eaten inexhaustibly. Bamboo analyzed with human high-end knowledge that eating more, exercising more, and thinking less, dead branches and leaves can also maintain the needs of growth. The fundamental reason for his slow growth is that he instinctively uses his brain to think about problems. Night has fallen. Night is the best time for cockroaches to be active. Bamboo held a piece of fat dead leaves and gnawed them. After eating, he clearly felt that the organic energy consumed by the long journey and the regeneration of broken legs was quickly restored. The consumed organic energy is easy to recover. The difficult part is nutrients such as protein. The newborn's walking is enough to grow at an extremely slow speed. Soon, the energy intake was too much, so he had to stop eating, crawl out of the nest, and consume energy through exercise. There are thousands of similar cockroaches living nearby, and they will also encounter problems of excessive energy and insufficient protein during their eating. They are extremely low in intelligence and only know how to follow the guidance of inherited memory. At night, they crawl around, consuming energy by crawling while searching for insect corpses that are almost impossible to find. Bamboo didn't do those useless things, and consumed energy in a very purposeful way. He climbed up a rock with difficulty, and then flapped his wings and glided to the ground. Climbing up and overcoming gravity can increase energy consumption. Flapping wings and gliding to fight against gravity and falling. It consumes more physical energy, and can also exercise his flying ability. Cockroaches have veined wings, but they are not good at flying or simply cannot fly. Bamboo plans to try to see if he can master the flying ability after training. The first 4 times he broke his legs. He accidentally broke them when he was training his flying ability. Broken legs can be regenerated, but the price is very high. The reason why Bamboo persisted unyieldingly was to verify a question. Can cockroaches change little by little through scientific training like humans? If it is possible, then perhaps the weak cockroaches can also become strong and even undergo genetic evolution. If not, it means that cockroaches are an inferior race through and through, with no future to speak of. There is no point in lingering on, and it is wise to die early and be reborn early. The inherited memory obtained when completing the 3rd molting shows that Bamboo's exact race is the Red Blattog tribe, a branch tribe of the Flying Fire Blattog tribe, which rules the entire jungle. Bamboo is skeptical about this. Cockroaches are the most numerous in the mountains and plains, while other insects are rare and animals are rare. They are probably the rulers. But there are still many birds living in the mountains. They are active during the day and occasionally catch a few lost cockroaches to eat. Cockroaches have no ability to resist in front of flying birds. Once they are discovered and locked, they will inevitably become food. What kind of ruler is this? Chapter 2 Tribal Warriors. Force plants. Bamboo's training method can consume physical energy more efficiently, and the effect is remarkable. Now he can glide down from the rocks and land smoothly without breaking his legs. After repeating 2 or 3 times, he went into the nest and picked a piece of thick and crispy leaves to eat to restore his physical energy and take a short rest. 2 tentacles suddenly penetrated the narrow hole, shaking constantly and releasing pheromones. Come out. Meat. Eat. Simple. Intermittent. Excited information. Meat. Bamboo was overjoyed, threw away the leaves, and quickly got out of the nest. Standing at the entrance of the hole was an adult female cockroach, with 2 forelimb claws holding a piece of meat torn from somewhere, and placed it in front of Bamboo like a treasure. Bamboo's mother, an adult female cockroach whose body color had become somewhat dim. Her body began to age, and her life was about to end. There are 2 reproduction modes for cockroaches: parthenogenetic and bisexual. Only bisexual reproduction is necessary to have a small probability of giving birth to male cockroaches. Hundreds of cockroaches nearby are all its daughters, and Bamboo is the only son. In the Blatta tribe, female cockroaches are bright red in color, while male cockroaches are pink. In their aesthetic cognition, red is the most beautiful color. Bamboo is a freak. The first time he shed his shell, his carapace turned dark brown. After that, he shed his shell more and more darkly. In the eyes of other members of the Blatta tribe, he is undoubtedly an ugly alien. The sisters all disliked Bamboo, and were unwilling to live in the same nest with him. Only this cockroach mother never left him, and took good care of him. About last month, the cockroach mother brought 2 pieces of meat at night to help him complete his 3rd molting and growth ahead of schedule. Bamboo was not polite, and ate the meat happily. But at the same time, he couldn't help but think about it. Such thick muscle fibers must be from a large creature. Where did they come from? Last time it could be explained as good luck and a chance encounter. But how to explain this time? He wasted a lot of brain cells, and couldn't figure it out. Watching Bamboo wolf down the shredded meat, the cockroach mother shook her antennae lovingly, and touched Bamboo's antennae, conveying her happy mood. Meat. And the cockroach mother turned and ran. Bamboo suddenly had an idea, waved his antennae, and anxiously conveyed the message, wait! The cockroach mother stopped, turned around, shook her antennae, and sent a message of doubt. Bamboo quickly caught up, climbed onto the back of the cockroach mother, and continued to signal, together. The cockroach mother shook her antennae and signaled, danger. Bamboo continued to signal, don't be afraid. Let's go together. The cockroach mother stood there thinking for a long time, and finally carried Bamboo and ran quickly, climbed up the ridge of the mountain range, and ran along the ridge to a nearby peak. For the tiny cockroaches, it was a long journey. On the way, the cockroach mother stopped several times to look for rotten leaves, eat to replenish her energy, and then continued on her way. Until late at night, they finally arrived at the sunny side of the mountain. Bamboo was shocked by the scene in front of him. A special forest. Special plants. In particular, a bush was the most eye-catching, which should be raspberries, which were more robust than the common raspberries on the mountain. The veins of the leaves were reddish-brown, and the trees were full of raspberry fruits, many of which emitted a faint orange glow. Forest plant. Bamboo recognized it at a glance. Forest creature? Next to the raspberry, a large cockroach with a bright red body was leisurely cutting off a half of the snake-like creature's body, peeling off the snake's skin and throwing it away. Immediately, the cockroaches surrounding it cheered and covered the snake's skin, scrambling for food. Is this the red cockroach tribe warrior described in the inherited memory? The warriors of the red cockroach tribe know how to use the force to achieve genetic evolution independently. Or is it the innate potential of the race's genes? Bamboo looked a little dazed. In an instant, there were too many questions to think about, and all kinds of questions came one after another. Brain cells were not enough, and the brain was a little drowsy. The cockroach mother stopped and waved her antennae, indicating that Bamboo could come down. It was very anxious. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. It shook its wings anxiously, shook off Bamboo, and made a chirp sound, rushing towards a larger skeleton not far away regardless of everything. Bamboo came back to his senses and looked carefully. The incomplete skeleton of a large creature was like a small mountain to the tiny cockroaches. The inside and outside of the mountain were densely crawling with cockroaches, crowding for food, and the angry warning chirps of Chi-Chi intertwined into a piece. Bamboo turned his head and looked at the red cockroach tribe warrior lying next to the mutant raspberry bush. Maybe he was very picky. Or maybe he had eaten a lot. A piece of skinned snake meat was hastily gnawed and thrown away casually, immediately attracting the cockroaches waiting nearby to grab it. It was surrounded by immature growths. The original big trees had been peeled and cut off branches, and had long since died and decayed. Instead, there were newly planted saplings. The surroundings were very clean, and all the weeds had been removed. Bamboo carefully identified and was sure that not only the ripe raspberries, but all the other seedlings planted were force plants. In places with abundant force, ordinary plants have a very small chance of genetic mutation and becoming force plants. Force plants do not have the ability to reproduce. It can be said that each plant is unique in the universe and is the highest level of carbon-based plant life. The technological means mastered by humans cannot change the probability of genetic mutation, nor can they reproduce. Bamboo does not think that cockroaches on a primitive planet can do things that humans cannot do. So, where do so many force plants in front of him come from? Is there a high probability that force plants will be born on this planet? Bamboo was extremely excited and trembled violently during the process of molting and growing at each age. The racial inheritance memory engraved in the genes will awaken. When he grows to a certain level, he will definitely be able to obtain information related to force plants. Bamboo secretly examined and measured the size of the Red Blatog tribe warriors. Without instruments to measure gravity, even a rough estimate of the size of the planet is impossible. Without a timer, the days can only be calculated by day and night. But there is no way to know how many hours each day is. Without the above two data, it is impossible to determine the general size of the creatures on this planet. A new perspective. Without tools to measure length, Bamboo can't even judge what his current size is. So he uses a relative measurement calculation method. His body length when he was born is defined as 1. And he is currently 4 years old and 2.5 years old. The sister and sister hatched from the same egg case are 7 years old and 4 years old. The 10-year-old subadult should be about 5.5 years old. The 19-year-old adult cockroach has a body length of 9 to 10 years depending on the physical differences. Based on this self-created unit of length, the body length of the red Blatodia warrior should be about 200. The physical properties of matter in the universe and planets will not be much different. By comparing the soil and gravel particles, Bamboo roughly estimated that the length unit 1 defined by himself is about 0.2 to 0.5 centimeters. In other words, the body length of the red Blatodia warrior is within the range of 0.4 to 1 meter. Small, tiny. Small size also means weak strength to a certain extent. Bamboo continued to observe the white skeletons piled up nearby. Mostly snakes, which were cut into sections and eaten clean. There are also skeletal remains of large creatures, which are very incomplete. Bamboo guessed that it should be the food shared by the red Blatodia warrior in front of him and other warriors who regularly hunted in the jungle together. I wonder what the other warriors of the tribe are like in terms of size and combat power. They know how to plant and cultivate force plants, and know how to absorb the force to achieve genetic evolution. There are infinite possibilities, and they should be very powerful. After thinking about the problem continuously, Bamboo's head became a little dizzy again. The little nutrients that he had accumulated in his body had long been consumed, and his physical strength was completely exhausted. He struggled to climb under a tree and searched for rotten leaves to eat. Chapter 3 Failed Experiment. Thousands of cockroaches desperately scrambled for the giant creature's skeleton. The cockroach mother successfully grabbed a piece of shredded meat and ran to Bamboo excitedly, gently tapping Bamboo's head with her antennae, conveying joy. Eat. Eat quickly. At this time, Bamboo was more eager to grow than ever before, and to get through the nymph stage as soon as possible. Only subadults could hope to survive the coming winter. The subadult nymph grows into a complete adult, and the next step is to be a red cockroach tribe warrior, absorbing the force and achieving genetic evolution. Bamboo was not polite and ate the meat. At this time, Bamboo needed meat food to supplement his nutrition. Seeing this, the cockroach mother happily touched Bamboo's antennae again with her antennae, turned around, ran, and chirped, joining the army of cockroaches scrambling for food. After eating the second piece of shredded meat, Bamboo felt much more comfortable in his head. His consciousness became clear, and he turned his head to look around. Unknowingly, the reborn new limbs had grown soundly. The red Bladdish tribe warrior quickly ate half of the snake-like creature's corpse, and the next action attracted Bamboo's attention again. The hazy orange-yellow glow of a raspberry fruit was slowly extinguished, which was the change of the force fruit being fully mature. The red bladdish tribe warrior carefully cut off the fruit with the sharp toes of his forelimbs and placed it solemnly in front of him. Each raspberry fruit is composed of many small particles. He peeled off one more carefully and tried to swallow it. Then, his whole body shook, and his wings flapped with a joyful swish sound, and his tentacles swaggered, excited and happy. Judging from its appearance, it was obviously the first time to taste the force fruit. Combined with those short force plants, it can be inferred that it was not long before it was promoted to a warrior of the red bladal tribe. It learned to find and plant force plants after it was promoted. Raspberries are shrubs, and their growth cycle is shorter than that of trees, so they bear fruit first. When Bamboo was a human, he had the experience of swallowing the force fruit once. He knew the benefits and was more aware of the dangers during the period. The efficiency of the force fruit in transforming genes is extremely strong. A large number of somatic cells will die during the process of gene evolution. During this period, physical energy will be consumed, dead cells will be discharged, and nutrients will be consumed for cell division and proliferation to compensate for body damage. The red bladal tribe warrior seemed to be aware of the dangers. After eating a raspberry, he became more cautious. Next, each one would be bitten in half and swallowed twice. The cockroach mother grabbed another piece of shredded meat, ran back, and placed it in front of Bamboo. She gently tapped Bamboo, who was absorbed in watching, with her antennae, urging him to eat it quickly. Weak force creature, but mastering the force. It is indeed stronger than ordinary beasts. Enough to rule this jungle. Bamboo commented silently and buried his head in eating meat. Seeing this, the cockroach mother touched Bamboo's antennae with satisfaction, turned around, and once again joined the army of cockroaches fighting for food. There were too many cockroaches surrounding the wreckage, and it was extremely difficult to squeeze in, grab food, and squeeze out every time, until the sky was bright. The cockroach mother only went back and forth 5 times in total. After eating 5 pieces of meat of varying sizes in a row, Bamboo finally felt drowsy, which was a sign of molting and growing. At this time, the red blad tribe warriors also ate the ripe raspberry until only one was left. For the last one, it hesitated for a moment, raised its leg and threw it out. Seeing this, several adult cockroaches squatting not far away immediately took action, rushed forward, and desperately grabbed the food. The raspberry grain was very small, just 1 grain, and several cockroaches quarreled over it and started biting each other. A clever cockroach sneaked up and suddenly pounced forward, holding the raspberry grain with its forelimbs and eating it frantically. Seeing this, Bamboo suddenly became energetic. The red blad tribe warriors were doing experiments, and it felt that the force fruit had the ability to promote genetic evolution. It wanted to verify whether the force fruit could help ordinary cockroaches break through their limits and evolve into the same existence as itself. The result was immediately revealed when the cockroach swallowed the raspberry halfway. Its 6 legs softened and it collapsed, dead. However, the fighting cockroaches were too low in intelligence to understand the situation in front of them. They just instinctively felt that the raspberry fruit would help them evolve. The winning cockroach unceremoniously snatched the remaining half of the raspberry from the corpse and swallowed it whole. Immediately, its 6 legs softened and it fell to the ground. After a short twitch, it died. In the jungle, it was too difficult for weak insects to obtain protein. Over the long years, cockroaches evolved the habit of eating the corpses of their dead companions. After a while, the nearby cockroaches confirmed that the 2 cockroaches that had eaten the raspberry fruit were dead. Without hesitation, they came forward and began to eat the corpses. Soon, a large group of cockroaches collapsed to the ground, twitching and dying. The force fruit is a rare treasure that promotes evolution for force creatures, but it is a deadly poison for ordinary creatures. The cockroach mother standing next to Bamboo saw a large number of dead bodies of the same kind and instinctively ran over to grab food. Bamboo was frightened and hurried to stop her, waving his antennae vigorously, constantly conveying the danger message. It took a lot of effort to dissuade the cockroach mother. After this struggle, Bamboo was shocked to find that half of the cockroach mother's hind legs were broken at some point. The mother cockroach had a terrible injury and did not have the ability to regenerate her short limbs immediately. She was already a 19-year-old adult and could no longer regenerate her short limbs by molting and growing. The cockroach mother had laid several egg cases and her body began to age. It was already difficult for her to survive this winter, and now the injury was even worse. Bamboo felt a little guilty and sad, waving his antennae to send a caring inquiry. The cockroach mother waved her antennae and comforted. I'm fine. Eat. The cockroach mother was still reluctant to part with the dead cockroaches, with low-level and simple wisdom. She only knew that meat could promote the rapid growth of her son. The purest and most primitive maternal love. Bambu felt an inexplicable stinging pain in his soul, and could only wave his antennae constantly, repeatedly sending danger signals to the cockroach mother. At the same time, the cockroach mother, who was obsessed with food, suddenly became frightened and sent danger signals. With a wide perspective of compound eyes, Bambu noticed a big movement behind him, turned around alertly, and looked closely. He saw the red cockroach tribe warrior lying beside the raspberry bush, flapping its wings and flying, landing next to the body of the cockroach that died from swallowing the force fruit, waving its wings and driving away the eager cockroach group. The cockroach mother nervously dragged Bambu, who looked a little dazed, and retreated. The red cockroach tribe warrior quickly dug a big pit and threw the body in to bury it. Its wisdom grew with evolution, knowing that simply burying the body in the soil might be dug out by the greedy and mentally retarded tribesmen. So it flew far away, brought a stone, and suppressed the pit where the body was buried. Around, the cockroaches that were watching eagerly dispersed. The red cockroach tribe warrior was very satisfied, shook his wings, took off, and landed next to the raspberry bush again, guarding and waiting for the raspberry fruits to mature. The experiment failed, and there was no plan to continue in-depth research. Nor was there any grief for the death of a large number of tribesmen. The sky was about to dawn. The feast was coming to an end, and a skeleton that had been gnawed clean was revealed. Leave. The cockroach mother reminded Bambu that he should hide in the nest during the day to avoid being preyed on by birds in the forest. Go over. Bambu was still worried about the injury of the cockroach mother. Low-level reptiles have sincere feelings, not to mention the human soul. Bambu was unwilling to give up, and decided to make a final attempt to try to save his mother. Over there. Over there. Bambu kept urging, dragging the cockroach mother to the stone that suppressed the bodies of the cockroaches that died in the experiment, and dug hard. The mother cockroach thought that Bambu was going to dig out the body, so she chirped with joy and started digging as well. Chapter 4: Recycling of Corpses. Bambu was not going to dig up the corpses of his own kind, but just to open a small space under the stone as a new nest, where he planned to live permanently. Rest. Rest. Bambu found that it was really hard to communicate with the cockroach mother. A message had to be repeated 10 times before the other party would act according to the request. Seeing that the cockroach mother was finally willing to stop and rest, Bambu asked again, "Are you hungry?" "No." The cockroach mother immediately answered. And she was very happy. It seemed that she was very happy to be with her son. Bambu was not happy at all. He hurried out of the nest, looked for a piece of rotten leaves nearby, and hurried back with it in his mouth. Eat. Bambu delivered the message, regardless of whether the cockroach mother responded or not, and immediately went out to continue cutting leaves and carrying them to the nest until the entire nest was covered with a layer. Last night, I ate enough meat and was on the verge of molting. I resisted the sleepiness and ate many leaves. I repeatedly warned the cockroach mother not to dig and eat the corpses below. After getting a positive answer, I fell asleep peacefully. In the sleep, all kinds of messy inheritance knowledge were instilled into the soul memory. I should hide carefully during the day and not go out alone at night. I can't eat fresh leaves. I must eat soft rotten leaves. I should exercise after eating, and then continue to eat, so that I can grow faster. Search for the corpses of other insects. Meat can help me grow quickly. I can't eat rotten meat. It's poisonous. The sooner I complete 18 molts, the greater the chance of becoming a warrior of the cockroach tribe. These are jungle survival skills engraved in the genes of the race, and they appear repeatedly with each molt. Simple, primitive, and practical. 5th age. Bambu felt happy when he felt himself growing stronger. He continued to look around. The molting lasted for a whole day. It was dark. The nest was covered with a thick layer of rotten leaves, which should have been carried in by the cockroach mother when it was sleeping. The cockroach mother was missing. She not only had an immature son, Bambu, but also nearly 100 nymph daughters, who also needed to be taken care of. Alas, Bambu sighed helplessly. The weak cockroaches were of low intelligence and lacked the pheromone language for information exchange. They could not explain the function of the force fruit clearly. Perhaps, even if they explained it clearly, the cockroach mother would not understand it. Bambu ate a small piece of leaves and then began to chew the shell he had shed. The nutrients in the shell were stored in the body and recycled to supply the next molting growth. At the same time, he felt silently that, as he had guessed, his own cell activity had been significantly enhanced. The brain is not like before. Thinking about complex problems will immediately cause brain cell death and drowsiness. The reason is simple. The force fruit is rich in force that can promote genetic evolution. And these forces also have special directional transformation capabilities. Previously, after observing the red cockroach tribe warriors eating raspberry fruits, Bamboo roughly deduced that this force fruit has the ability to enhance cell activity, which can be regarded as longevity at the genetic level. Ordinary cockroaches must not eat force fruit directly. Even a little bit will cause them to die because they cannot withstand the transformation of cells by force. However, after the force fruit matures, if there is no special way to preserve it, the force contained will slowly dissipate. The force contained in a raspberry fruit was dispersed into the bodies of more than 20 adult cockroaches, which was considered an effective dilution. Where the bodies were buried, the force overflowed, forming a very weak radiation field with the ability to slightly and gently transform genes, which was acceptable to ordinary cockroaches. Bamboo decisively built a nest under the stone that suppressed the bodies. On the one hand, he took this opportunity to improve his own genes, and on the other hand, he also hoped to help the cockroach mother to slightly reverse the aging of its body and survive this year's cold winter. Unfortunately, the cockroach mother could not understand Bamboo's intentions, and returned to the mountain where her daughters lived under the instinct. The effect should last for about a day. Should I get it back? Bamboo ate the shed shell and walked out of the nest to observe the situation outside. The red Bladia tribe warrior was still lying beside the raspberry bush, leisurely cutting a snake-like creature corpse. It seemed to like eating snakes very much. There were also 2 decapitated snake-like creature corpses next to it. Nearby, thousands of adult cockroaches formed a circle, waiting eagerly. Whenever snake skin or bones with mincemeat were thrown out, they immediately chirped and swarmed over to grab the food frantically. The snake bones covered with a lot of mincemeat were gnawed into smooth white bones in just a few seconds after landing. Bamboo could feel the desire of those young and strong adult cockroaches to continue to transform, break through the shackles of genes, and evolve into warriors of the red cockroach tribe. It can also be seen that the eating red cockroach tribe warriors were very rough when peeling the skin. The snake skin thrown out was stained with a lot of snake meat, and they were even more picky when gnawing. Every time they cut a piece of snake meat, they only ate 2 bites and threw it away. It was obviously intentional, throwing out more meat to feed the weak tribes, hoping that there would be warriors like itself in the tribe. Bamboo looked carefully for a while, and completely gave up the idea of joining the army to grab food. In the fierce competition, adult cockroaches may be missing limbs, and he is only a 5th star nymph, so he has no chance at all. Return to the nest. Gnaw on the dead leaves silently. Leave the nest after eating. Climb along the rocks. Then flap wings and glide to the ground. Repeat the exercise. Consume physical energy, and then return to the nest to eat. Over and over again. The moon was in the sky. It was already early morning, and Bamboo was about to set out to look for it. But the cockroach mother ran back by herself. Go in. Go in. Eat. 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 Bamboo urged the cockroach mother to eat and rest in the nest. There was too little snake meat, and the cockroach mother knew that she could not compete with the young adult cockroaches. Without hesitation, she went into the nest and ate some leaves as Bamboo asked. But then she began to dig the soil restlessly. She did not forget that there were more than 20 cockroach corpses buried underground, and she still wanted to dig them out and eat them. The lack of language made communication too difficult, and the low intelligence made it difficult to explain clearly. Danger! Danger! Bamboo stopped the cockroach mother's actions and repeatedly released dangerous pheromones. The cockroach mother shook her antennae and sent out puzzled messages. Danger! Danger! Bamboo was anxious. The cockroach mother finally gave up digging and turned to walk out of the nest. Rest. Rest. Bamboo stopped and continued to pass on the message. The cockroach mother was puzzled again. Rest. Rest. Bamboo continued to urge, blocking the exit of the nest, not giving way. After a while of anxiety, the cockroach mother finally followed Bamboo's request and stopped in the nest to rest. Bamboo was afraid that it would run out to grab the snake meat. If it got injured again, it would be completely hopeless. So he simply blocked the entrance of the nest. The body is aging, and the long journey is really tiring. After the cockroach mother calmed down, she no longer tried to dig up the corpse or go out of the nest to grab food. She rested quietly until dawn. Bamboo breathed a sigh of relief, left the cave entrance, walked forward, and checked the cockroach mother's broken leg. The wound had healed long ago, and fortunately, there was no sign of infection. Observing the color of the cockroach mother's shell carefully, it was still dull, and there was no sign of improvement. Bamboo became depressed. The effect of raspberry fruit in strengthening cell activity was limited, and it could not reverse aging. And he was powerless to save the situation. Chapter 5: Birth, Aging, Illness and Death. The Natural Order. Bamboo continued to pay attention, and found that the Red Blatodia tribe warriors took off at dusk, and went into the vast jungle under the mountains to hunt. They were very efficient, and soon caught 2 big snakes with their heads cut off. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and the common cockroaches living on this mountain peak emerged one after another, surrounding the Red Blatodia tribe warriors, watching and waiting. There were too many of them, and they were all strong adult cockroaches, so there was no chance to take advantage of them. Bamboo completely gave up the idea of snatching snake meat, returned to the nest under the stone, and started digging the soil. Seeing this, the cockroach mother waved her antennae happily, and helped to move the soil outside the nest. It took a lot of effort to finally dig out the cockroach corpse buried in the soil. Bamboo vaguely felt that there was still a weak remnant of the original force on the corpse, and he was not sure whether his current physique could withstand it. Instead of being anxious, he dragged a corpse out of the nest, threw it far away, and then huddled at the entrance to observe. Soon, an adult cockroach found the corpse of the same kind, and without hesitation, rushed forward and buried his head in eating. Soon, 4 or 5 more cockroaches saw it, and followed suit to share the food. These cockroaches were all safe and sound. It's okay. No problem. Bamboo confirmed that the remaining force on the corpse would not pose a threat to life, and then returned to the nest to continue digging out the other cockroach corpses one by one. Tasted it first. The effect of the force fruit on enhancing cell activity was still there, and it was within an acceptable range. Eat, eat, eat. Bamboo urged the cockroach mother to eat. Not hungry. Eat, eat. The cockroach mother also waved her antennae to urge Bamboo, but she was reluctant to eat, and instead dragged a corpse out. She planned to send the extra food to her daughters, who lived on another mountain. In the inherited memory, when the wild fruits ripened and the leaves fell, the dangerous winter would come, and the weak cockroach nymphs and old adult cockroaches would be frozen to death. The last egg pod bred by the cockroach mother this year. The little cockroaches born are now only 3 and 4 years old, and they urgently need meat to grow. Bamboo didn't have the energy to care about the lives of countless sisters. Survival in the jungle, cold in winter and hot in summer, is a natural process of eliminating the weak, and there is no need to care. Bamboo simply hopes that this diligent mother, who raises and takes care of herself, can live longer. Eat, eat, eat. Bamboo blocked the entrance of the cave and urged repeatedly. Not hungry. The cockroach mother was puzzled and a little anxious. It was not easy to drag the body of an adult cockroach to another mountain. Eat, eat, eat. Bamboo blocked the entrance of the cave and continued to urge. The lack of monotonous pheromones could not explain what he was thinking. Not hungry. The cockroach mother responded. Eat, rest, eat, rest. Bamboo gently touched the cockroach mother's antennae with his antennae, conveying a feeling of comfort and worry. Not hungry. Not tired. Eat, rest, eat, rest. Not hungry. Not tired. After a long stalemate, the cockroach mother finally gave in and began to eat according to Bamboo's request. Bamboo immediately conveyed a feeling of joy and stood aside to observe. The cockroach mother ate her fill and shook her tentacles feebly, becoming weak and tired instead. This was because the force was taking effect, improving cell activity and consuming a lot of energy. Bamboo immediately pointed at the rotten leaves on the ground and urged her urgently. Eat, eat, eat. The leaves can quickly replenish the lost energy. The cockroach mother was puzzled, but she couldn't resist Bamboo's repeated urging and continued to eat. Sure enough, after the small piece of leaves entered her stomach, she became energetic again and was about to go out with a cockroach corpse. She was still persevering in delivering food to her daughters. Bamboo felt powerless and helpless, extremely frustrated, and stopping, watching the cockroach mother dragging the corpse away. Just now, it was observed that the effect of the force fruit to enhance cell activity did not significantly improve the aging body of the cockroach mother. Life, time, aging, death, natural order. After pondering, Bamboo suddenly realized that even human civilization with high-end scientific and technological knowledge could not be reversed. I am just a humble cockroach nymph now. Why should I force it? Let nature take its course. The wild fruits are ripe. The leaves are falling. And the nights are obviously getting colder. Winter is coming soon. If I cannot complete 9 molts and become a 10-year-old subadult before winter comes, I may not survive. The universe is cruel and harsh. The jungle is full of dangers. Weak cockroaches are not only eliminated by the cold and heat of the 4 seasons, but also hunted by natural enemies. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives. They must grow up and evolve into force creatures as soon as possible to have the ability to protect themselves and the qualification to survive. Eat, eat, eat. Bamboo eats regularly. After eating a little cockroach meat, he immediately turns around and chews on 2 rotten leaves. The weak energy remaining in cockroach meat promotes gene evolution, enhances cell activity, and consumes a lot of physical energy. Eating leaves can replenish the consumed physical energy in time. Cockroaches are omnivorous insects that are mainly vegetarian. The combination of meat and vegetables can also ensure the balanced intake of various nutrients needed for growth, which is more conducive to growth. The temperature is not high during the daytime in late autumn. After a full meal, Bamboo lazily lies on the stone and enjoys the sunshine. The black carapace absorbs light and converts it into heat energy to ensure body temperature. A moderate body temperature can ensure that the body's metabolism is at its peak and ensure the growth rate. Cockroaches are afraid of strong light, so Bamboo covers his head with a leaf. Not far away, the warriors of the Red Bladis tribe, who have entered the forced biological sequence and stand at the top of the jungle food chain, have not evolved to the extent of getting rid of the defects of their racial nature. They are listlessly lying under the raspberry bushes and dozing off. It is the best shelter. The breath of the forest creatures is enough to scare away birds, snakes, rats and other animals that prey on cockroaches. Bamboo has carefully observed that there are no other creatures except cockroaches on the entire mountain, so he is very confident about his safety. In fact, there are many bold and smart cockroaches in this area. They dig a small hole in the ground during the day, bury their heads, and expose their bodies to the sun unscrupulously to enjoy the warm light. The red shell color, upside down on the ground, seems to grow crookedly close to the ground, and the budding red flowers are a sea of flowers, which is quite spectacular. Looking closely, it feels funny. Thinking about it carefully, I can't help but sigh at the wonders of nature. Even low-level intelligent life is trying to use its limited wisdom to survive. With sufficient meat and suitable temperature, I will be able to complete my 5th molting in about 5 days. At noon, the spotted crocodile returned to the nest, ate some food, and continued to lie on the stone to bask in the sun, feeling the changes in itself, making a rough judgment, and immediately letting the mind enter an empty state to avoid brain cell death due to thinking about complex problems, thereby consuming precious nutritional reserves. Chapter 6: Poisoning. Late at night, the cockroach mother turned back and made 3 trips to and fro overnight, dragging away 3 cockroach corpses. Bamboo also ate desperately in a day and a night, eating a whole adult cockroach. But unfortunately, the remaining strands of force in the corpse dissipated, and the effect of strengthening cell activity was gone. The good news is that the corpse has no wounds, and the cool and dry weather in autumn can preserve it for a relatively long time, so there is no need to worry about meat for the time being. Very smoothly, after 5 days, the 5th molting was completed. The 6th instar nymph, male, is slender in shape, and the vein wings are more developed than those of female cockroaches of the same age, probably because of the good food recently, plus the weak genetic modification. The body length is reached 4, which is equivalent to the 7th instar female cockroach. The problem is that there is only 1 cockroach corpse left in the reserve, and the others have been dragged away by the cockroach mother. Lack of meat. Simply eating humus to fill the stomach. The time required for each instar to grow will double. About 10 days. That means it will take about 40 days to reach the 10th-year-old subadult. It is already late autumn now. Is it enough to just eat vegetarian food to absorb nutrients for growth? Bamboo is not sure, and does not want to take risks. Ordinary cockroaches have 0 combat power, and do not have the ability to hunt. They cannot snatch food from adult cockroaches. What should they do? Bamboo thought of 2 ways. The first way is to take advantage of the gap between the red cockroach tribe warriors going out hunting. Climb up the raspberry bush. Steal a raspberry fruit. Attract the adult cockroaches gathered nearby to grab food. And poison them to death. The power of a whole raspberry fruit, in a chain reaction, should be enough to kill tens of thousands of adult cockroaches. The second way is to change nests. Wander in the mountains. And pick up the bodies of insects that can't stand the cold autumn nights and are frozen to death. The first method is safe and efficient, and can further enhance cell activity through the force. But it is too vicious to poison the same species on a large scale, and it is against human ethics. The second method has certain risks. Wandering around at night, you may be preyed on by snakes or rats. Taking risks may not necessarily bring rewards. After struggling for most of the day, Bamboo finally chose the first method. They are all creatures with low intelligence and super strong reproductive capacity. There are millions of them living in the entire mountain range. Poisoning tens of thousands is just a drop in the ocean. The cockroaches living nearby will make up for it overnight. Before the action, you need to prepare. Dig the soil. Dig deep underground. And open a storage cellar in the nest. Late at night, the cockroach mother ran over and walked around the nest. She found that the cockroach corpses from last time were eaten up. She saw Bamboo digging the soil again, as long as there was still some underground. She enthusiastically helped to move the soil outside the nest, with an adult cockroach as a helper. Bamboo certainly would not stop him and dug even harder, trying to make the cellar bigger. Until dawn, the cockroach mother saw that no cockroach corpse had been dug out, and expressed doubts to Bamboo. Bamboo conveyed comfort and continued to prepare. He went out at noon, collected dry leaf fragments, and laid them in the cellar, and was busy until the evening, waiting silently. When the sun set, the red cockroach tribe warriors flapped their wings as usual, flew into the jungle to hunt for food. Bamboo set off immediately and ran towards the raspberry bush. In a few days, the raspberry fruits matured one after another. The red cockroach tribe warriors did not know how to effectively use the force fruit to improve their strength, and could only digest 2 at most every day. Now the raspberry bushes are full of bunches of red ripe raspberries, and it can't eat them all. Without any storage equipment, the uneaten fruit could only be left on the tree and left to nature. Bamboo had already locked onto a fully ripe raspberry fruit, quickly climbed up the tree, climbed onto a branch, turned his body upside down, hugged the branch with his forelimbs and middle legs, and used his hind legs to push the raspberry fruit. The ripe fruit was on the verge of falling off naturally, so it was easily kicked off and fell to the ground. Bamboo flapped his wings, circled and landed, and used the toes of his forelimbs to forcefully poke a gap. The action was premeditated and completed in one go, and he left quickly after it was done. The unique fragrance of the force fruit immediately spread, and this smell was a fatal temptation to almost all living things. Several adult cockroaches that were waiting to grab food around the raspberry bush were attracted, rushed up, and ate frantically. The peel was bitten to pieces, and the special fruit fragrance in the air became stronger, attracting a large number of adult cockroaches and pounced on it. The first few cockroaches that ate died immediately, and their bodies were eaten by other cockroaches. The scene was in chaos. Soon, the fruits were eaten, leaving behind a large number of corpses. More cockroaches, not knowing the situation, swarmed forward and began to eat the corpses. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, the poison was spread so easily. Danger! Danger! Bamboo tried his best to stop the cockroach mother, who wanted to join the army of food grabbers, and kept sending danger signals. It took a lot of effort to calm her down. At this time, the corpses were piled up with the raspberry bush as the center. Move! 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 Bamboo continued to convey information to the cockroach mother and began to move the corpses, dragging them into the nest and storing them in the cellar. The cockroach mother finally got the idea and understood Bamboo's intention. She excitedly shook her tentacles and followed in the movement. When the red Bladdish tribe warriors returned from hunting, they looked at the corpses all over the ground and were stunned. At this time, Bamboo and the cockroach mother had just filled the cellar. Eat! 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 The cockroach mother waved her antennae to urge Bamboo to eat. Bamboo carefully tasted a small bite, and his wings subconsciously flapped, waving his antennae vigorously to send a danger signal. The force contained in the corpse was slightly strong and extremely dangerous. It must be left overnight, and waited for it to slowly dissipate before it can be eaten. Bamboo moved the dry leaves to cover the entrance of the cellar, and lay on it happily, shaking his antennae and sending a message to the cockroach mother. Rest, rest, rest. The cockroach mother was puzzled for a while, then calmed down, and carefully lay at the entrance of the cave and looked out. Just as Bamboo expected, the Red Bladdish tribe warriors saw the corpses of their own tribe all over the ground. Without doubt or anger, but only deep regret. It thought that the ripe raspberry fruits had fallen off naturally, attracting ignorant fellows to eat them, and then caused the tragedy in front of it. It hurriedly dug a big pit under the raspberry bush, buried the corpse, and then moved stones to suppress it, worried that the fruits would fall off naturally again, causing a larger-scale tragedy. All the ripe raspberry fruits were picked at once and buried under the tree. Once the force fruit is picked, if it is not properly preserved, the force contained will slowly overflow and lose its effect. Waste of nature, Bamboo muttered, feeling distressed. At the same time, he was full of longing for the future. It seemed that this planet could easily give birth to force plants. And after becoming a force creature, he should not lack resources. Lying on the dead branches, he silently enjoyed the transformation of his body by the weak force emanating from the corpse below. The corpse was dug out the next night and began to eat. With the continuous strengthening of cell activity, the brain can now support continuous thinking of several complex problems. The only regret is that the cockroach mother's condition has not improved at all. Chapter 7 Winter. Large tracts of golden color appeared in the mountain jungle, which was the natural change of deciduous trees with the change of seasons. Gray sky. Drizzle. Birds migrated south. Snakes and rats hibernated. Winter in the subtropics was unusually cold. The temperature remained above 0 degrees. Without ice and snow. Below 10 degrees. Ordinary insects either froze to death or hibernated. The pervasive moisture was the best medium for transmitting cold. The jungle fell into a dead silence. The once bustling mountain peaks also became silent, with only 2 cockroaches of different sizes still active. The frequency of the Red Bladdish tribe warriors going out for hunting decreased, and the time they left each time was extended. Sometimes, it took 2 or 3 days to return after going out. The animals they hunted were large warm-blooded animals such as elk and wild boar. They should have worked together with nearby companions to kill them. The corpses they brought back each time were very incomplete, and could only be divided into small pieces. The Red Bladdish tribe warriors became frugal, and ate every bit of meat carefully. The other little cockroach that was still able to move was Bamboo. Bamboo guessed that the main reason was that the radiation from the dominant metal core caused the soul to mutate, and the soul rebirth caused the red blood gene to mutate. Another small part of the reason was that the raspberry fruit strengthened the cell activity and enhanced its own cold resistance. It was conscious and could move freely, but its growth rate was very slow. The Red Bladdish tribe warriors noticed that this black male subadult of the same tribe could actually move in winter, and they were amazed. Every time they came back from hunting, they would take the initiative to cut off a large piece of fresh meat and throw it at the entrance of Bamboo's nest. Bamboo enjoyed the hospitality from the warriors of the same tribe. In return, whenever the rain stopped, he would be busy collecting dead leaves everywhere, cutting them into pieces, and carrying them to pile them under the forest plants he planted. Plants need nutrients to grow, and forest plants are no exception. The Red Bladdish tribe's inherited memory does not seem to have much knowledge about farming. Bamboo has never seen the Red Bladdish warrior who protected him loosen the soil and fertilize the forest plants he planted. The soil on the hillside is relatively poor, and rotting branches and leaves can improve fertility. Bamboo focuses on taking care of the raspberry bushes that have begun to bear fruit. There is another consideration for doing so. Forest plants cannot be seen everywhere. This Red Bladdish warrior is weak and cannot eat too many forest fruits. Perhaps, next autumn, after becoming a forest creature, he can share some from it. The Red Bladdish warrior could not guess the complex thoughts in Bamboo's head, and even did not understand the purpose of its strange behavior, but did not stop it. When he was bored, he lay silently beside the raspberry bushes and watched Bamboo running around. The winter in the jungle is quiet but not peaceful, and death happens all the time. The cockroach mother is missing. Bamboo traveled far to look for her, but unfortunately, he could not find her. In order to survive the cold, cockroaches will follow the guidance of inherited memory, and dozens or even dozens of them will crowd into a nest, truly huddling together for warmth. However, the effect is not obvious. According to rough statistics, only 1 in 100 nests where nymphs gather survive. and only 7 or 8 in 10 nests where subadults and adults gather survive. Only the strongest young cockroaches can survive. During the long winter, less than 1 in 10 can finally survive. The harsh natural elimination selects the best genes to survive and reproduce. In the spring of the following year, the surviving cockroaches will feed on the bodies of their dead companions to obtain nutritional supplements, and either grow rapidly or reproduce wildly. Then, the cockroach tribe quickly prospered throughout the mountain range and became the largest ruling insect tribe. Absorb the force. Complete the 19th molting growth, and you will become a cockroach tribe warrior. Only cockroaches that have experienced the test of cold winter and hot summer can feel the cosmic force. Be still during the day to cultivate energy, and be active at night to exercise the body. You must eat more meat and keep your physical strength full at all times. To become a cockroach warrior, the first live seed should be a low shrub seed. Boom! The spring thunder exploded, and the sleeping bamboo was awakened. The 18th molting growth was nearing the end and was interrupted by interference. He woke up confusedly and checked in panic. Fortunately, there were no side effects. Looking up, the stone on the top of the nest was full of characters, each representing 6 days and nights. This is the record that Bamboo started when he moved here. So far, there are 25 words, which means 150 days. It is the night of the 151st day. Adding the 64 days he lived on the mountain next to him before moving here. He has been on this planet for 215 days, calculated as 30 days a month. It has been more than 7 months. He has experienced half a hot summer, a whole bleak autumn, and a desolate and dead winter. Bamboo turned his head to look at the new light gray shell, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Finally, he has become an adult at the age of 19. He ate a few leaves, then ate the shed shell hastily, and then ate some stored animal meat. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. It was raining continuously in spring. Not a good weather to go out. He lay in the nest and waited silently. The new shell came into contact with the air and slowly hardened. The color became deeper. In the early morning, it completely turned into a metallic black. The soul guides the gene mutation. Every time it sheds its shell and grows, its body structure will change slightly. After more than 10 times, the appearance of the spotted cockroach is quite different from that of the male cockroach. The 2 front legs are well developed and powerful, with sharp toes that are curved like sickles and fine teeth that can cut leaves. The 3 toes together are like scissors, and the tough veins of leaves can be easily cut. The tibia of the 2 front legs is covered with slender spikes, shining with a dangerous metallic luster, more like a predator in the insect world. Praying mantis, to be exact. Metal mantis. The difference is that without the bloated abdomen of the mantis, it can run more agilely and quickly than the mantis. After long-term unremitting training, the vein wings are also well developed, and gradually have the ability to fly. The flying ability of the 19-year-old adult remains to be determined. Bamboo is more concerned about a new memory obtained during this molting sleep, to become a red cockroach warrior. The first live seed should be a shrub seed. The question of how to continue to grow after becoming a red cockroach tribe warrior is very vague. Among them, live seed is mentioned. After thinking about it, Bamboo is 90% sure that it is linked to the force plant. More specific, it is hard to figure out. What is exciting, insect, is that on this planet, the force plant, there are so many to choose from. When Bamboo was a human, the Haas family was considered powerful. His ancestors once served as the governor of a Class B industrial planet, leaving behind a lot of political connections. In the business world, the family controls a high-tech company and holds shares in several large interstellar technology companies. In terms of training, the family has mastered several exclusive secret techniques. In the military, the family has elders serving in the 7th Army of the Thunder Expeditionary Force, serving as the head of the most elite 702 Pioneer Regiment, with outstanding military exploits and the rank of Major General. Such a large family with all-round development only supports one force plant. Various signs indicate that in the future, when I become a warrior of the Red Bladdish tribe, I can also plant a large number of force plants and open up my own orchard. And there will be endless force fruits every year. Whenever he thought of it, Bamboo couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 8: Losing Shelter. A spring rain lasted for 2 days before it stopped. The warm wind blew slowly. The bright morning sun shone, and the water drops on the grass reflected the brilliant light. The jungle seemed to wake up suddenly. The insects and birds chirped. and the branches bloomed with tender green buds, full of vitality. Spring is here. The red cockroach tribe warriors were nowhere to be found. The rain took away its smell, and some bold birds came to the mountain peaks and circled for food. Bamboo saw the situation outside and canceled the test of flying ability. He lay lazily at the entrance of the cave and enjoyed the bright spring. It was not until late at night that the sparse cockroaches crawled out of the hibernating insect nests. Relying on their memories, they came to the mountainside to watch, and then left disappointed. Bamboo did not dare to go out for a long journey. Some rodents with fluffy long tails were so bold that they ran to the mountain peaks to find food. It left before I fell asleep. It has been more than 5 days. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Bamboo thought silently. A little worried. He guessed that the red blattle tribe warriors should have gone out hunting, and he was worried that it would die accidentally. Without the protection of the strong, there is no guarantee of safety. Without the free food supply, it can only find food by itself. Once it leaves the nest, its life will be in danger at any time. After waiting for another 5 days, it still did not return, and no other red blattle tribe warriors nearby came. The red blattle tribe warriors have been missing for more than 10 days. Bamboo completely gave up, and under the pressure of survival, he began to consider self-reliance. After observation, it was determined that the dark night before dawn was the most suitable time to go out for food. At that time, nocturnal animals returned to their nests, and diurnal animals were still sleeping. The foraging target was the moth larvae that gnawed the tender leaves on the big trees in the mountains. They are very good at camouflage. Their bodies are brown and have the same pattern as the tree trunks. When they are still, they are almost integrated with the tree trunks and difficult to distinguish. Their clever camouflage allows them to avoid the sharp eyes of flying birds. But unfortunately, they cannot escape the pursuit of the bamboo. When searching a big tree, the bamboo first checks the condition of the new buds on the tree. Once they find the sawtooth marks of being bitten, they immediately go forward and search carefully inch by inch. They will definitely find something nearby and then feast on it. When hunting, the bamboo accidentally discovered that there is another weak insect that can be preyed on in the jungle, the larvae of the longhorn beetle. These white and fat guys make holes in the tree trunks, drill into the inside to eat the wood, and the thin body of the male cockroach can just pass through the hole. They are all fat guys with zero combat power. Killing one is enough for a whole day's food. The tree holes where they hide are the safest shelters. The bamboo simply stopped going back to the mountains and lived a life of traveling from then on. During the day and the first half of the night, they hid in tree holes to rest. Before dawn, they went out to search for moth larvae on the trees. When all the insects on a tree were killed, they moved to the next tree. Life was not pleasant. Without the protection of the red cockroach tribe warriors, the activities of large predators such as birds, snakes, and mice in the mountains became increasingly rampant. Bamboo witnessed his peers being hunted several times when they went out at night, and even saw a super large cat that was suspected to be a mountain cat or a cheetah. Ordinary cockroaches are only the lowest existence in the food chain of this jungle. Without protection, their true colors were exposed and they became complete food. The large number of cockroaches living in the mountains means a lot of food, so various predators are attracted. Dong, dong, dong. Bamboo was awakened from his nap. He shook his antennae and identified by smell that it should be some kind of flying bird knocking on the door. The visitor is not friendly. He looked out cautiously, and immediately, a hard and sharp bird beak pecked at him like lightning, followed by a slender tongue. Bamboo also quickly attacked, waving his front claws, and the sharp toes hit the tongue hard. The bird quickly retracted its tongue in pain. Bamboo was scared and retreated hurriedly, all the way to the depths of the tree hole. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking sound became more frequent. TMD? Is it a woodpecker? Bamboo was still in shock, and after calming down, he lost his temper and became anxious. At present, he is 19 years old and about 12 meters long. He is much stronger than ordinary adult cockroaches. However, compared with the woodpeckers outside, he is not in the same weight class at all. The length of the bird's beak that just pierced into the tree hole is more than 12 meters, and there is no possibility of direct confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. Crack. The tree trunk was actually pierced by the bird's beak. The bird's tongue rolled inside the tree hole. The tongue was sensitive and accurately locked onto the target position. It was retracted and then stretched out and rolled towards Bamboo. Just a tongue. Bamboo retreated, waving his forelimbs at the same time, attacking at a faster speed, stabbing hard and piercing 2 bloody holes. Gulp! Boom boom boom! Outside the tree hole, the woodpecker cried angrily, and then continued to peck at the wood angrily. You're still fighting with me. Bamboo was depressed, but no longer panicked. He carefully examined the current situation. The depth of the tree hole was about 20. Just right. And the bird's beak could not get in. The length of the tree hole was about 100. And the range of activities was relatively wide. Woodpeckers should use their tongues to roll food. If the insects are hidden deep, they need to make a hole in the corresponding place. Under normal circumstances, 2 or 3 holes can definitely eat the insects hidden in the tree hole. However, this is an abnormal situation. The spotted worm is not a fleshy worm that has no ability to resist. Crack! The woodpecker took a lot of effort and finally made another hole. This time it learned its lesson and carefully stretched out its tongue to find the position of the spotted worm. Then, it struck with lightning and rolled towards the spotted worm. The spotted worm saw the woodpecker's hunting routine and moved its position at the first time. Its forelimbs were ready to go, and it exerted force from the side and stabbed hard, making 2 bloody holes again. Gurgle. Bang bang bang. The woodpecker screamed and was extremely angry. It pecked the tree trunk more frantically. It wanted to overturn the spotted worm's nest. The spotted worm looked out at the sky and was completely relieved. It took quite a while to peck 2 holes. It was impossible to peck the entire area of the tree trunk that was eaten by longhorn beetle larvae. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! After a while of busy work, the woodpecker suddenly jumped onto the branch and chirped loudly. Bamboo felt something was wrong, and soon his bad guess was confirmed. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Another woodpecker flew over. The 2 birds briefly communicated on the branch and started to work with their beaks. Bang bang bang. Caw 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 caw. There are helpers. They are fighting me. Bamboo was miserable. The 2 woodpeckers together would definitely peck the entire trunk open. And then, there would be nowhere to hide. He forced himself to stay calm, thinking quickly, and looking for a solution. After thinking about it, there was only one conclusion: death is inevitable. My soul has been mutated by the radiation of the metal core. I don't know if I can be reborn after this death. If possible, I hope it will be a stronger life form next time. Bamboo couldn't think of a way to survive, so he began to think about what would happen after death. I hate these 2 woodpeckers. They have worked hard to grow from cockroach nymphs to adults. Recently, they seem to be able to vaguely feel the existence of the force. They often feel tired and sleepy, and have signs of dormant evolution. They are about to become the force creatures standing at the top of the food chain. But they have to fail at this critical juncture. Chapter 9 Settlement. Evolution. As a former human warrior of the Galactic Federation, Bamboo received rigorous military training and possessed a steel-like fighting will. Even if he was bound to die, he would do his best before he died to teach these 2 hateful woodpeckers a lesson. Bamboo huddled in the corner of the top of the tree nest, raised his forelimbs, and gathered strength in his hind legs, intending to rush out and take the initiative to attack as soon as the tree nest was pecked open. Although the toes were sharp, they were too small to pierce the feathers of the woodpecker. Even if they did, they would only cause skin injuries, so he had to attack the eyes. Bamboo planned to take advantage of the situation and blind a woodpecker's eyes before he died. If he succeeded, his death would be much more decent. Goo! Goo! The screams of the woodpecker suddenly sounded outside the tree nest. Goo 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 goo. The miserable and sad cry. The sound of pecking the tree trunk stopped abruptly. Bamboo was surprised. After waiting for a moment, he mustered up his courage and looked out through the hole that had been pecked open. He saw a brown and black striped scaly body slowly passing through the hole. Snake scales? Or a jungle python? Judging from the shrill cry, it should be a woodpecker that was ambushed and preyed on. Gulu! Gulu! The angry cry quickly faded away with the sound of flapping wings. A moment later, the python slid down the tree trunk. The jungle returned to peace. Bamboo carefully got out of the tree nest, looked out quickly, and then quickly retracted. There was no trace of the woodpecker, and no idea where the python had gone. A fatal crisis was resolved just like that. The tree nest where he was hiding was pecked with holes. Bamboo didn't dare to go out easily. He waited until dark in fear, and ventured out. He quickly climbed to the lower level of the mountain range, found a new insect nest, killed the longhorn beetle larvae inside, ate a full meal, and fell asleep, thinking that there was no danger for the time being. In the second half of the night, I woke up, recovered from my fatigue, and began to think, without the protection of the Red Bladia tribe warriors, the cockroaches living in the mountains will attract a large number of predators, and I must move away from the place of trouble. Thinking of it, I took action immediately while the time was right, climbed down the mountain, hid into the vast jungle, and run quickly in one direction. A turbulent river blocked the way. It may also be a stream coming down from the mountain, but I am too small at the moment, so it looks particularly wide and becomes an insurmountable natural chasm. The sky is about to brighten. Bamboo climbed up a big tree and stood on the top of the tree to watch. This place is far enough away from the mountain, and there is only a line of green shadow in his sight. Has it almost escaped from the danger zone? The sky is getting white, and it's almost dawn. We must hide. Bamboo pondered and began to search in the forest, looking for tree trunks that were eaten by longhorn beetle larvae. He planned to repeat the same trick. Kill and eat the insects inside. Occupy the tree nest. Slowly eat all the insects on the tree, and then move to another tree to continue the relatively safe life of traveling. But he thought about it again. What if I get targeted by a woodpecker again? I almost died in the bird's belly yesterday. Like ordinary cockroaches, underground nests are even more unsafe. Predators such as snakes and rats can easily dig it up by smelling the smell. For Bamboo, who has human wisdom, it is not a difficult problem. After a little consideration, he decided to find a large tree with a large enough scale and hard enough branches and leaves to rely on. Dig the soil under the tree and build a nest, using the convenience of small size. The tough tree roots can well block invaders. During the search, Bamboo found another more ideal shelter, a black boulder standing in the jungle. He tried it with his front paws, and it was hard enough. Bamboo looked around and saw a small patch of grass next to the boulder. There were dense, primitive, ancient trees nearby. There must be many insects weaker than himself, so there was no need to worry about food. A good place to settle down. Without hesitation, he moved his claws to dig under the boulder. After a lot of effort, he dug out a passage and opened up a space for him to live. He rested until noon and continued to dig deep into the stone. In Bamboo's consciousness, the feeling of molting became increasingly clear. His food demand increased, and he became more sleepy. He felt drowsy after eating, and was extremely hungry after waking up. So he needed to eat a lot. The 19th molting growth is a transformation from ordinary life to force life, genetic evolution, and a leap in life level. The sleeping time may be very long. Bamboo must ensure that he is absolutely safe during his sleep, since the nest is tilted downward along the stone, considering that rainwater may flow back in rainy weather. After digging a distance inward, it is simply turned suddenly and dug vertically downward to form a three-dimensional N shape. The first lowest point opens up a slightly larger space to facilitate the backflow of rainwater to penetrate deep into the ground. Named Drainage Reservoir, the first highest point can be used as a dry storage room for storing food. The second lowest point is used as a hiding nest in case of danger, where leaf fragments are stored for emergency use. The huge excavation project took almost half a month, and the safe shelter was finally built. Bamboo could no longer hold on, and shrank in the deepest nest and fell asleep. Boom boom. The earth-shaking thunder seemed to tremble. I am Bamboo. A human? Cockroach? A branch of the flying fire cockroach tribe. A warrior of the red cockroach tribe. Bamboo woke up, weak, dry, dehydrated, dizzy, and confused. Almost instinctively, he began to chew the leaves in the nest, eating up all the leaves in the storage nest. Finally, he felt better. His physical strength was replenished, and his consciousness was slightly restored. Success? Almost failed. The thunder woke me up. Otherwise, I would have continued to sleep until I died. It took a lot of brainpower to sort out the situation, and I suddenly had a splitting headache. Bamboo only felt unprecedented weakness, like recovering from a serious illness. His physical strength was restored, but his nutritional reserves were extremely scarce, and the whole insect seemed to be just an empty shell, with all the internal organs and muscles. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, as if the whole thing was hollowed out, with only an exoskeleton left, and he couldn't muster any strength. Food. We need a lot of food. Bamboo climbed up to the storage warehouse with difficulty. I don't know how much time has passed, and I don't know what I have experienced during this time. Before falling asleep, Bamboo specially killed 3 longhorn beetle nymphs, dried them, and stored them. Now they have rotted and moldy, and are completely inedible. Going to the drainage reservoir to check again. It was terrible. The backflow of rainwater was slowly rising, and was about to flood into the storage warehouse. The spring rain will not be so heavy. Could it be summer? Combined with the temperature, Bamboo roughly confirmed that it was his 19th molting, and the sleeping time was probably more than 1 month. Directly from the deep spring to the summer. Early summer? Midsummer? Or directly to the rainy season in late summer? Bamboo thought about it, and felt scared again. When he was a human, he had experienced several similar genetic evolutions through cultivation and promotion. And he also needed to fall into a deep sleep. The difference is that humans have mastered high-end technology, and have special nutrition cabins. Every evolution is carried out in the nutrition cabin. There are professional scientific and technological personnel on duty in shifts, monitoring all body data around the clock, and intelligent system calculations to fine-tune the nutrition supply, so that evolution can be completed easily and quickly. Now that he has become a cockroach, without any technological assistance, without external nutrition supply, and alone, genetic evolution has become extremely dangerous, and every molting and growth is a test of life and death. This time, Bamboo can be said to be successful or failed. He was just a little bit away from never waking up, and lost his life in his sleep. It was the thunder that woke him up, and pulled him back from the brink of death. Chapter 10 Life Seeds. Sungrass Seeds. The design of Bamboo's nest is quite scientific. Rainwater kept pouring back, and the drainage reservoir was also constantly seeping. But the accumulated water finally failed to flood into the storage warehouse. Summer thunderstorms come violently, and go quickly. By the afternoon, after the rain, the sun was shining brightly through the growth and changes of plants and trees. Bamboo roughly deduced that it should be the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and he had been sleeping for more than a month. At present, he was too weak, and there were dangers everywhere in the jungle, so he dared not go out rashly. He dragged 2 pieces of rotten leaves washed by the heavy rain to fill his stomach, and quietly lay at the slightly narrow entrance of the cave, waiting for dark. This time, the molting growth related to the life level. The length of the body soared to about 15, and the body became wider, and the previously open nest passage became less suitable. In the soul memory, many new memories of the inheritance of the red cockroach tribe were imprinted, which were very vague and disorganized when they first awakened. Bamboo thought carefully and roughly divided them into 2 categories, training and survival. With Bamboo's experience and knowledge as a human, he could not determine whether the growth of the cockroach tribe could be considered training. It was a very unique and incredible way of growth and evolution that he had never heard of. After ordinary cockroaches transformed into force creatures, a new organ called life capsule would grow in their bodies. Put an ordinary plant seed into the named capsule for breeding. After a complete growth cycle, the ordinary plant seed will become a force plant seed, called life seed. The force plant cultivated by the cockroach tribe warriors that Bamboo saw was a life seed, not naturally generated, but bred by the life capsule. The memory of inheritance awakened this time solved all the previous doubts. Sowing life seeds. Carefully nurturing growth. Life seeds will absorb the force, part of which is used for its own growth, and the other part will be fed back to the breeder. Therefore, the red cockroach tribe warriors that Bamboo saw never need to exercise. After eating, they lazily lie under the force plants. They seem to be motionless, but in fact they are absorbing the force all the time to grow. The symbiotic relationship between force creatures and force plants is not enough to describe the word wonderful. It can be said to be the magic of the evolution of life in the vast universe. Of course, the most magical thing is the ability of the life capsule to cultivate ordinary plant seeds into force plants. The fruit condensed by the force plant is the force food with special gene enhancement effects. This cultivated force plant has certain shortcomings. Life seeds can only replicate the genetic ability of the breeder. For example, the red cockroach tribe warrior that Bamboo saw and the raspberries it planted. The ability of raspberry fruit is to strengthen cell activity, which is actually a basic ability that all cockroach genes originally possess. Naturally evolved force plants are different. They are uncontrollable and randomly derived from certain force effects. There are many kinds of strange things, and the effects are also good or bad. In the inherited memory, the knowledge about survival is even more complicated. Most of it is vague. Basically, the ancestors of cockroaches can only remember the identification, classification and simple description of plants. Insects and animals. For example, the green grass at the entrance of the zebra nest is called Shuanwei grass, which will produce grass seeds in late summer and early autumn, called sun grass seeds. Next to bamboo, there is a nest of ants called big-headed harvester ants. They are big-headed guys. They like to eat weed seeds. They are very interesting and belong to the farming nation among insects. In spring, they sow seeds near their nests and even know how to remove weeds. They also collect feces and rotten leaves from other animals to fertilize the farmland. When the weed seeds are ripe, they will collect, dry, and store them. Most of the seeds are eaten, and a small number of plump and strong seeds are selected and sown in spring. In the inherited memory, ants are an insect race that is neither delicious nor easy to mess with. The vegetarian big-headed harvester ants are no exception. They have big heads, well-developed jaws, and super strong bite and armor-breaking abilities. How can I let other insects sleep peacefully beside my bed? Bamboo's original plan was to eliminate this nest of big-headed ants after evolving and having some combat strength. Although they are numerous, they are actually very easy to kill. Find a queen ant and kill it. The rest will lose their ability to reproduce, and the colony will quickly wither and die. This type of ant is docile and non-aggressive. It feeds mainly on seeds, and occasionally picks up dead insects to supplement protein. It will not actively hunt live insects. Now it seems that it can be kept and has some uses. The ant nest of the big-headed harvester ants was also affected by the heavy rain. In the afternoon, they moved out the stored taro seeds and placed them in a dry and sunny place to dry. After observing for a long time, Bamboo decided to be a robber. He rushed forward quickly, swallowed a taro seed he liked, flapped his wings and flew away, circled around, and sneaked back to his nest. The big-headed ant shook its antennae angrily. Hundreds of its companions heard the news, opened their jaws, rushed out of the ant nest, and turned around to search for the enemy. But they did not dare to approach the location where Bamboo lived easily. They look fierce, but they are actually cute little guys. The length of each ant is only 1 to 3 meters, and only a few soldier ants can reach 3 meters. They don't have the courage to challenge the giant with a length of 15 meters. The size of the bamboo is not big, and the capacity of the life capsule is really limited. The small grains of tongue grass seeds are just right. What's more, in this season, the jungle plants are in the stage of flowering and fruiting, and only the harvester ants have seeds to store. There is no second choice except tongue grass seeds. The first live seed is tongue grass seeds, and the tongue grass is grown. The advantage is that it grows fast, but the disadvantage is that there is no future. In fact, the most ideal choice is raspberries, but that thing is only available in the mountains, and it is only suitable for planting in the mountains. Bamboo considered whether to return to the mountains, and soon gave up the idea. After a whole spring, the cockroaches in the mountains have probably been eaten by various predators. But due to their nature, those animals will settle in places with abundant food, which is still a deadly place of right and wrong. The key is that raspberry fruits will not mature until autumn, and if you venture there now, you won't get any seeds. Survive until dark. Survive the noisy night, until the transition between night and dawn. Bamboo hurried out, climbed up the tree, and began to search. After searching several tree holes, they were all empty. All the longhorn beetle larvae have turned into adult longhorn beetles. Then, the moth and butterfly larvae should all have turned into moths and butterflies. Bamboo suddenly realized and continued to search for a few more times unwillingly, but found nothing, and finally came to the conclusion, at this time of year, there are no nutritious and plump larvae on the trees. I did encounter a few resting locusts on the way, but the spotted locusts were a half-failed evolution, lacking nutrition, weak physique, and completely unable to prey on living things. I was not very lucky. I wandered around until dawn, but failed to pick up insect corpses. I had no choice but to return to the nest in disappointment and eat rotten leaves to fill my stomach. There is too little protein in plants, so I must eat meat to quickly get through the weak period. The weather in summer was also very bad. After a whole day of sultry heat, it rained heavily at night, and the rain almost overflowed the drainage reservoir and entered the storage warehouse. There was no problem with the design of the nest, but it was too small and could not withstand the test of heavy rain. It needed to be replanned and expanded. I didn't have the energy to do these things for the time being. Chapter 11: Picking Up Corpses. The rainstorm accompanied by lightning and thunder lasted for a whole night, and gradually stopped in the morning. The weather was unpredictable, After the rain, the sun was shining brightly. There was no wind, and the water vapor was rising. It was hot and humid, just like a sauna. The bad temperature continued until the sun set in the evening, and then it improved slightly. The big-headed harvester ants next door hurriedly moved the damp seeds out and dried them in the afterglow. Bamboo had been lying at the entrance of the cave, silently waiting for the dark. He made up his mind and went out in the middle of the night to expand the search range. It is very likely that some insects could not withstand the ravages of the rainstorm and were killed by the rainstorm. Perhaps 1 or 2 corpses could be picked up. This guess coincided with the big-headed ants. They had already started to act. A large number of worker ants set out and continued to disperse in a human shape. The team was divided into 2 into 4, 4 into 8, using the advantage of the number of tribes. A scientific and efficient carpet search was carried out. At dusk, the ant colony suddenly became agitated, and more worker ants crawled out of the ant nest and moved forward in a straight line. It looked like they had harvested a lot, and they needed to send out more worker ants to carry it. Sure enough, they soon lined up in a long and neat queue, carrying food and returning to the nest in a line. At the same time, more worker ants were dispatched to the food source, and they kept coming and going, forming a spectacular transportation ant road. Bamboo wanted to rob them on the road, but the ants were small in size, and the pieces of meat they carried were even smaller. There was no need to anger a large group of difficult guys for a little bit of meat that was just enough to fill the gap between their teeth. It looks like the minced meat cut from some animal. Did they find the big guy? Bamboo ventured out before dark, walked along the ant trail, and entered the jungle. His tentacles caught the stench of blood, and indeed a large animal was hunted. He sneaked carefully, and soon, a corpse as huge as a mountain appeared in front of him. Only a small part of the corpse was eaten. The sharp fangs and black needle-like bristles were judged to be an adult wild boar from a distance. There was probably a description of the specific name in the inherited memory, but the memory was too vague, and I couldn't remember what it was called for a while. There were also a large number of black flying birds perched on the corpse, chirping and pecking happily. It was called carrion crow, a dirty bird that could not hunt by itself, but followed powerful creatures to pick up corpse residues for a living. Encountering a carrion crow in the jungle often means that ferocious predators such as jackals, tigers, and leopards are lurking nearby. The big-headed harvest ants were not afraid at all. They climbed on the skeletons that had been pecked by the carrion crows, looking for the remaining meat scraps, cutting them, and moving them to the ant nest. The carrion crows had no interest in these big-headed ants with thick shells and little meat, and turned a blind eye to them. Bamboo was not sure whether his body size would arouse the appetite of the carrion crows, so he did not dare to rush forward. Faced with the temptation of meat, he hesitated a little, and decisively retreated, returning to the nest to hide. It was not until late at night that Bamboo left the nest. First, he checked the movements of the neighboring ants. These hard-working little guys were still busy. Their ant nest was like a bottomless pit, with people coming in and out one after another. He followed the ant path to the corpse. The carrion crows had already dispersed. The corpse that was still half left in the evening had now turned into a pile of bones, with only the part touching the ground left, because the bird's beak could not reach it. Or maybe the crows were full. There were some pieces of meat left. Bamboo walked around the corpse from a distance, chose a remote location that was not easy to be noticed, rushed forward, and ate heartily. The beast's meat entered his stomach and was quickly digested and absorbed, like a warm current from a hot spring, spreading throughout his body. The feeling of emptiness under the shell gradually disappeared, replaced by fullness and strength. All cockroaches on this planet have the basic characteristics of tenacious vitality. Bamboo's soul was radiated and mutated by the core of life. After rebirth, it indirectly induced its own cockroach gene mutation, and the characteristics of tenacious vitality were sublimated and qualitatively changed. With the rich nutritional supplements, the somatic cells grew and divided rapidly, and the atrophied muscles and organs under the shell gradually filled and improved. The 19th molting evolution, which should have failed, was finally completed under the action of the strong vitality after the qualitative change. Bamboo clearly felt that his brain was clearer than ever before, and his thinking speed was no less than that of humans, and he no longer had the sequelae of overload when thinking about complex problems. The ability to perceive the environment has risen to a higher level, becoming extremely sharp. The antennae can capture the mixed smells in the air and distinguish them clearly. The bristles on the body can even hear the faint sound of the wind. The compound eyes see the world. The colors are more brilliant. And the images are clearer. With abundant food in the stomach, the empty shell is replenished. And the whole world is brand new. Bambu knows that it is not the world that has changed, but himself who has changed. Only then can he be considered a true force creature. Red Cockroach Tribe Warrior. After a brief excitement, Bambu became distressed, feeling the cosmic force. He then discovered the disadvantages of the cockroach body, which is unexpectedly bad. There is no meridian like humans that specifically accommodates the force. The carapace absorbs the force into the body and immediately dissolves into the blood. As the blood circulates, it naturally blends into the cells of the whole body and disappears without a trace. Most of it is wasted, and only a small part is used to promote genetic evolution. This growth model belongs to the lowest level utilization of the force. This type of force creature is classified as low-level force creature among various races in the universe. Human practitioners belong to super force creatures. In essence, humans have meridians that can absorb and contain the force, manipulate the force with will, refine cells in an orderly manner, trigger their own genes to evolve in the most scientific direction, use them efficiently, and then grow rapidly and become stronger. Bambu had already made the worst estimate of the body structure of cockroaches. The meridians are completely different from those of humans. They are too weak to contain too much force, and they are too rare to carry out complex training. Bambu was once a genius of the human race, mastered the most advanced training knowledge, and was confident that he could overcome all difficulties. He created his own training method suitable for the body of cockroaches and gradually rose on this planet with abundant force and almost no competitive pressure. The result was worse than expected. The cockroach had no meridians at all. A good cook cannot cook without rice. After finding out the situation, Bambu could not help but feel frustrated. There are many extremely powerful life forms in the universe that do not need to practice. I have been misled by human thinking. Are the cockroaches on this planet really weak? It is too early to draw a conclusion now. What's more, in theory, being able to use the force of the universe to transform genes has unlimited evolutionary potential. The so-called weakness is that they have not found a suitable way of evolution for themselves. However, the starting point of the growth of cockroaches is really too low, and they are completely at the bottom of the jungle food chain. Without considering the future, my first priority now is to grow up. I can't be so nervous all day long and be so careful when I go out, for fear of being hunted by large creatures. Bambu forced himself to comfort himself and felt better. I was so hungry that I kept eating until dawn. It was rare to encounter such good things in the jungle. In the end, I cut a large piece and took it back to the nest to enjoy it slowly. After evolution, the forelimbs are more developed, and the tips of the 3 toes have an extra section, becoming slender and flexible, a bit like bird claws, suitable for grasping, and sharp as a knife. The shape and structure of the wing have changed slightly, similar to the bees of the Hymenoptera. The scientific changes are more in line with the principles of aerodynamics. The back muscles are well developed, and the flying ability has been qualitatively enhanced. Bambu carefully examined it, and found that the changes in the body of this evolution seemed to be largely affected by his own will. Before evolution, there was a conception that the cockroach's body would evolve into that shape, which was the most reasonable. After evolution, it was found that there was really a trend of change in the conception direction. Incredible. It cannot be confirmed for the time being, but by comparing it with the next evolution, there will be a definite answer. Chapter 12 Hunting. The next evolution is not far away. The inherited memory shows that all types of cockroach warriors on this planet grow in 6 levels: Primary Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Advanced Warrior, Mountain Master, Princess, and Cockroach King. Each level is divided into 9 growth ages, 9 molting growths, and 9 small genetic evolutions. Bambu is now a 1-year-old primary warrior. In order to facilitate the calculation of strength, Bambu uses L to represent the age. As an L1 primary warrior, there is enough food, and it only takes 1 month to usher in the next evolution. According to the inherited memory, the primary warrior should grow rapidly under the protection of the elders of the tribe. Only after becoming an intermediate warrior can he leave, choose a territory, and survive independently. The life seeds bred during this period can also be stored first, and then sowed after finding a suitable habitat. The elder of Bambu is the Red Cockroach Tribe Warrior with a body length of about 200. Unfortunately, It died inexplicably. Without protection, he can only rely on himself. And the initial growth becomes difficult. L1 primary warrior. Limited in size. Weak in combat power. Can only hunt various small insects for food. Still at the bottom of the food chain. At noon, the sun was scorching. Bamboo is currently at the peak of his development. And his demand for food is very high. He felt hungry soon after eating the meat he brought back. He hurried out of the door, carried a leaf, and chewed it slowly at the entrance of the cave. He stared at the ox grass field not far away, and his heart suddenly brightened. Bamboo saw a green insect about 15 centimeters long lying on the ox grass leaves, eating the fresh grass leaves leisurely and comfortably. The green shell is the best camouflage color, and the pointed head lies under the grass leaves, almost blending with the grass leaves. Motionless, and difficult to detect. In the inherited memory, this insect is called sword-horned green locust. It has 2 well-developed hind legs, which are shaped like chicken legs. It can jump a long distance in an instant when it encounters danger, and the adult is also good at flying. Once they are startled, they will jump immediately, and then flap their wings to fly a long distance. They have no fighting power, but they are first class at escaping. Now in late spring and early summer, most of the sword-horned green locusts are in the nymph stage. The one that Bamboo accidentally discovered is only about 15 centimeters long, and it is undoubtedly a nymph. Nymphs have immature wings, and are not good at flying. Maybe you can give it a try. Bamboo looked around and confirmed again that there were no other powerful predators. Then he crawled out of the passage, stuck to the ground, and approached slowly and quietly, all the way to the bottom of the grass, where the sword-horned green locust lives. The sword-horned green locust hung upside down on the grass leaves. The vision detected the traces of Bamboo, moved slightly, and did not care. In his instinctive consciousness, this small insect posed no threat to it. In the next moment, Bamboo calculated the angle, jumped off the ground, and flew up with his wings. In just a moment, he hit the target. The tip of his left forelimb pierced through the carapace of the sword-horned green locust, broke through the shell, and firmly grasped it, while the right forelimb stabbed the side of the compound eye. Bang! The sword-horned green locust instinctively bounced with its well-developed hind legs, carrying Bamboo and rolling to the ground. Bamboo quickly locked the sword-horned green locust with its 4 walking legs, and used its right forelimb as a dagger, stabbing its head continuously. Green blood with gray-black brain matter flowed out. The sword-horned green locust was unwilling to accept its fate, and its well-developed and powerful hind legs kept kicking, carrying Bamboo to roll in the grass, and struggled violently for a long time before choking. The fight was so noisy that more than a dozen sword-horned green locusts hiding nearby were startled and jumped away in panic. Although Bamboo harvested food, he was not satisfied with the hunt. The head is the weakest part of all creatures. Obviously, for insects like locusts, the head is not the best place to attack. It took some effort to drag the body back to the nest. First, remove the 2 thick and developed hind legs. Peel off the thin and crispy shell, and there are soft and tender muscles inside. 2 legs are enough for a full meal. Continue to cut the body and find that in addition to the 2 hind legs, there are only 2 undeveloped muscles under the back plate of the sword-horned green locust that can be eaten. The seemingly fat and soft abdomen is almost all fat and internal organs that don't taste good. Bamboo thought about it and only cut off the muscles, and threw the rest to the entrance of the big-headed harvester ant nest. After all, it was the first time to hunt, and it was successful, so I should let my neighbor share the fruits of my victory. After eating up all the hunting trophies, it was already dusk in the afternoon. Bamboo originally planned to go out and hunt another sword-horned green locust as a night snack, but he found that several small snakes with red patterns came from nowhere and wandered in the nearby grass, also hunting sword-horned green locusts. Bright patterns, triangular heads, typical venomous snakes. Their venom is fatal to insects. This period is also the peak period for various birds and animals to move. Bamboo immediately gave up the idea of going out and hid deep in the nest. Cockroaches have a very high digestion rate and utilization efficiency for the various nutrients contained in the food they consume. Bamboo ate a lot of meat in one day, and his original weakness was swept away. He also stored a lot of nutrients needed for growth in his body. When he was still, he could clearly feel that the cosmic force that was free in nature was attracted and gathered by the shell and penetrated into the body through the shell. The force merges into the blood, and as the blood flows, It merges into every cell in the body, strengthening and transforming the cells. During the transformation process, the nutrients stored in the body are quickly consumed. At midnight, the nutrients stored in the body are almost consumed. The rate at which the shell absorbs the cosmic force immediately decreases, almost stops, and hunger comes from the stomach. It is a very simple growth model. If you eat well and eat enough, you will grow fast. Otherwise you will stagnate. Bamboo went out before dawn and carefully searched every stalk of sun grass. It took a little time to find a sleeping swordhorn green locust nymph. Adjust the angle, accumulate strength, and fly to attack. Having had the experience of hunting once, Bamboo changed to 4 walking feet to hold the body firmly. The left claw of the forelimb was embedded in the carapace, and the right claw was used as a dagger to attack the hind legs of the swordhorn green locust, stabbing and destroying the tibia muscles. The effect was not significant. The awakened swordhorn green locust's left leg was paralyzed, but its right leg was still able to move. It kicked hard and rolled violently with Bamboo to the ground, and then struggled more fiercely. Bamboo bounced on one leg, and the force was unbalanced. He was dragged around in circles. In a hurry, he changed to attacking the head. After a long time, he finally killed the target completely. Small locusts are so difficult to deal with. Bamboo was depressed and dragged the body back to the nest. Seeing that it was not yet dawn, he stared at the body for a while, and went out to continue searching. The third hunt. The attack part was changed again. The right claw attacked the connection between the head and the carapace of the swordhorn green locust. Clawed down from the weak point. Stretched the toes straight. Pierced deeply into the connected muscles. Quickly bent, and pulled out suddenly, cutting off a large number of nerves and blood vessels. After a successful hunt, the swordhorn green locust instinctively kicked its legs and landed with Bamboo. After landing, its 2 hind legs curled up and became motionless. Green blood flowed along the nodules of its shell. It died quietly without any resistance. It should be that the central nerve connecting the brain and the trunk was cut off. Hunting in this way will be much more efficient. Compared with the previous 2 times, the third hunt was much easier. Bamboo was very satisfied and planned to hunt swordhorn green locusts in the taro field of the big-headed harvester ants in this way to get food. The time and quantity were stable. I went out twice at noon and in the early morning, hunting 2 each time. The uneaten ones were thrown to your ant neighbors next to me. After all, they were the ones who were managing and planting the taro. Chapter 13 God-Given Seeds. Summer rainstorms are a big problem, so Bamboo replanned the excavation of the nest. The location was still chosen under the boulder, and this time it was designed to be a 3-dimensional W shape. Considering the long term, the passage and the nest were designed to be wide. 2 low points, the first as a drainage reservoir, and the second as a habitat nest. 2 high points, the first to store rotten dead leaves, and the second deep inside the stone, which is relatively dry and can be used to store dried meat. There are great safety hazards after the passage is widened. Predators such as snakes and rats are likely to crawl in, especially during the weak period of evolutionary dormancy, which is particularly dangerous. Bamboo specially brought back a stone of moderate size from the stream to block the entrance of the cave, just in case. There are green grasslands on both sides of the stream, where a large number of swordhorn green locusts live. The oxgrass fields cultivated by big-headed harvester ants can attract them well, so there is no need to worry about overhunting. The hunting ground is at the door, which is convenient and safe to hunt. There are always swordhorn green locusts, so food will not be cut off. The inherited memory of the cockroach tribe is not wrong. As long as there is enough food, the primary warrior can grow quickly. After more than 20 days, Bamboo showed the state of fatigue and sleepiness again, which was a precursor to molting evolution. A month later, he fell into a deep sleep. L2 primary warrior. Body length 18. This evolutionary gene breakthrough is not big. It does not take long, and the body shape structure has only changed slightly, similar to a small realm breakthrough of human warriors. The improvement of strength, speed, shell hardness, flying ability, and other aspects is very common. Next, there will be 7 such evolutions, and there will be a second qualitative change when you are promoted to an intermediate warrior. Bamboo guessed that this jungle should be located in the southern part of the subtropical zone of the planet. The geographical location and geographical structure are very bad, especially in the midsummer weather, with heavy rain or scorching sun, which is simply a whip of nature on living things. It should have just experienced a heavy rain. The jungle is being baked by the scorching sun. The nest is hot and humid, and the air seems to be dripping with water. Checking the stored dried meat, it has turned into a pile of gray-black mold again. Fortunately, this evolution is not as weak as the last time. After eating a few pieces of rotten leaves, the strength has recovered a lot. When I came to the entrance of the cave to check, it was noon. The heat wave was rolling, and the smoke was billowing. The jungle plants enjoy the hot and humid weather and are thriving. The cycads are growing fiercely. Before Bamboo fell asleep, their flower spikes had just withered and condensed into strings of seeds. When he woke up from his sleep, their seeds were already golden and mature. Most animals can't stand this kind of weather and can't hide. Only the hard-working big-headed harvester ants are busy under the scorching sun. They use their large jaws to tear and cut off the rhizomes of the sedge grass, pick the seeds from the spikes, and carried them to a flat and dry place to dry. Because Bamboo and several small flower snakes hunted a large number of sword-horned green locusts that ate the tender leaves of the sedge grass. They had a bumper harvest this year. My first live seed has been conceived. Should I sow it? Forget it. The season is wrong. After all, it is a forced plant. It would be a pity if it was sunburned to death. But what kind of seed should I choose as live seeds next? Bamboo began to consider. In midsummer, many plant fruits begin to mature. There are many ways to obtain seeds. According to the inherited memory, there are several shrubs and trees in this forest that are suitable for the current body size. There is no need to choose grass seeds for the second life seed. I went out to hunt 2 sword-horned green locusts and lay at the entrance of the cave, eating and thinking. There are more than a dozen mulberry trees growing beside the stream. The specific variety is called white jade mulberry, a deciduous tree. Mulberries are a delicacy. Mulberry seeds are very small, and the life capsule can just hold them. However, it takes at least 3 years for mulberry seeds to mature and bear fruit after being sown. There is a rare ingri fruit tree in the woods not far away. It is an evergreen tree and also has the problem of slow growth. Red raspberries are the best choice, but unfortunately the fruit will not mature until late autumn. The cockroach warrior's life capsule breathes live seeds, sows and manages live seeds, and plants live seeds to quickly absorb the original force of the universe. The knowledge is quite complicated. It can be said that the choice of each live seed is related to the future evolution and growth. The seeds of life will have to wait until next spring to be planted. The current choice is nothing more than a sequence. Don't worry too much about it. Bamboo went to the stream during the safe period of high temperature at noon, went back and forth several times, picked more than 10 mulberries, and threw them at the entrance of the big-headed harvester ant's nest. These big-headed ants are not picky at all. They swarmed over and quickly ate the mulberry flesh clean, collected the seeds inside, and placed them in the sun to dry. Bamboo went to the location of the ingri fruit tree again, and with great effort, dragged back half of the ingri fruit and threw it at the entrance of the ant nest. Still, the big-headed harvester ants dispatched a large number of worker ants, quickly ate all the flesh, collected the seeds, and placed them in a dry place to dry. Seeing this, Bamboo stopped worrying and returned to the depths of his nest. He began to think about how to improve the structure and make a storage room that can stay dry for a long time to store dried meat and seeds of life. It is barely acceptable that the dried meat is damp and moldy. But if the life seed, which is so important, sprouts prematurely due to dampness, it will be a fatal loss. Bamboo turned his target of nest development to black rocks. In the flat jungle, the huge rock appeared a little abruptly, which did not conform to the law of geological evolution. It must be a meteorite rich in metal elements. Strangely, such a large meteorite fell, and the surrounding terrain was somewhat inconsistent. The rock is very hard, and it is not easy for moisture to erode it when a storage warehouse is opened inside. Bamboo tried it. After the second evolution, the toe tip was also slightly strengthened, and it can be dug a little bit. It is very slow and time-consuming, so for the time being, only dig a narrow passage that is only enough for the current body size to pass through, and drill as deep as possible. Busy until late at night, digging about 30 depths. It is enough for the time being. There is a long way to go, and it will be slowly expanded later. Bamboo spit out the soon grass seeds in the life capsule, wrapped them with dry grass leaves, and carefully preserved them. At this time of year, most of the nymphs of the sword-horned green locust have grown into adults with a body length of about 20 centimeters, which is larger than the bamboo. So the hunting rules do not need to change. Going out at dawn and noon. Hunting 2 adults each time is enough to eat. Guarding the field of sedge grass. Life is very relaxed and comfortable. It is another sunny day. In the morning, the dew is dried early, and the big-headed harvest ants are busy moving the seeds out to dry. The air humidity is slightly slower, and it will be completely dry in another half a morning. Bamboo went out on time, stood on the grass leaves in the distance and looked at it. He compared carefully and planned to select 3 seeds of the best quality white jade mulberry and ingri fruit respectively, and put them in the storage warehouse for use. His attention was attracted by a golden seed. Judging from the shape, it was a sedge seed. Ordinary sedge seeds are brown after drying, which is definitely a mutated sedge seed. Seeds of the force plant. Am I lucky? Or is this planet full of force, which makes it easier to induce plant mutation? When Bamboo was excited, a term emerged from the vague inheritance memory in his branded soul: God-given seeds. The cockroach tribe called the seeds of the force plant God-given seeds. They believed in the natural law and respected nature as God. God-given seeds meant the gift of nature. According to the inheritance memory, there are 2 ways to cultivate God-given seeds. The first is direct sowing, and the resulting force plant condenses seeds or fruits. After swallowing, you can obtain uncertain special abilities. The second is to breed with a life capsule, which has a chance to integrate the race's abilities into the God-given seeds and obtain super high-quality life seeds. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of cosmic force and delays its own evolution and growth. Bamboo hesitated for 2 seconds, flapped his wings and took off, swooped down to the ground, swallowed the God-given seeds into his stomach, and activated his life capsule to wrap them up. This action immediately aroused the anger of the big-headed harvester ants guarding the seeds, who bared their teeth and claws, looking like they were ready to fight to the death. Bamboo didn't want to cause trouble, so he hurriedly picked a few tree seeds and flapped his wings to leave. Chapter 14: Planting the Seeds of Life. The big-headed harvester ants have certain memory, thinking, and discrimination abilities. They remember Bamboo's appearance and Bamboo's residence. The act of robbing seeds immediately aroused the excitement of the crowd. A large number of soldier ants set out from the ant nest and rushed to Bamboo's nest. Stingy guy. I picked the fruit for you yesterday. Bamboo stood at the entrance of the cave, shaking his antennae to release threatening pheromones. Under the deterrence of the unique breath of the forest creatures, the big-headed harvester ant soldier ants who came to make trouble hesitated and dared not move forward. The 2 sides were deadlocked for a moment, and the ant colony called off the battle. Only remembering hatred and not counting kindness cannot be considered intelligent life. Not even low-level intelligence. Bamboo shook his antennae helplessly. Of course, he couldn't be petty with these little guys who were only 1/10 of his body length. After spending a long time together, I admire the survival wisdom of ants. They work hard day and night. The elderly are responsible for dangerous reconnaissance and sentry work and sacrifice. They can cooperate perfectly without a commander, complete tedious work through division of labor and cooperation, and unite. They have all kinds of excellent qualities that are respected by human society. It is not easy to survive in the jungle. The mature grass seeds in the sunko field attracted a group of flying birds. The flying birds are the real robbers. They unscrupulously plunder the fruits of the hard work of the big-headed harvest ants and make chirping and laughing. There is only one left among the small snakes wandering in the sunko field, and its body length exceeds 200. It has a good taste. It sneaks in the grass and successfully captures a flying bird. Similar predation and being hunted happen all the time in the jungle. Birds come suddenly and leave quickly. The ox grass fields that were not harvested in time were ruined by them, leaving only a small amount of seeds scattered on the ground. The big-headed harvester ants are still so hard-working and search carefully, collecting grass seeds one by one, drying and storing. At the same time, more big-headed ants join the weeding team. They use their jaws to bite off the grass leaves and cut them into small pieces. After a heavy rain, the grass leaf fragments slowly rotted and deposited, becoming organic fertilizer for the ox grass fields. Maintaining the fertility of the fields in this primitive way, Bamboo silently paid attention to everything in front of him and observed an incredible phenomenon. The ox grass that was almost cut off to the ground actually sprouted green new shoots after the heavy rain. Bamboo thought of a possibility. Ox grass can be harvested twice a year. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Under the management of the big-headed harvester ants, sowing in early spring, harvesting the first season in midsummer, and harvesting the second season in late autumn. The vitality of sun grass is also very tenacious. After being cut, it can still grow new shoots. Bamboo first thought of another question: if the life seeds I nurtured with sun grass seeds can survive the winter, can they live forever? Spring is born. Summer is prosperous. Autumn is withered. And winter is dead. The short lifespan is the fatal weakness of herbaceous plants. So in the inheritance memory, it is not recommended to use grass seeds to nurture life seeds. Bamboo then observed for a whole day, and found that sun grass sprouts are not afraid of the scorching sun at all. On the contrary, they grow rapidly under sufficient light. After careful consideration, he concluded that sun grass is not afraid of heat, and the mature roots buried in the soil can provide enough water for the sprouts, so they can grow well. In this case, you can consider sowing your first life seed, and it is necessary to sow it. When bamboo was L1, the rate at which the carapace absorbed the cosmic force was more than enough to maintain growth. Now that it is L2, the cosmic force required for growth has increased, but the absorption rate of the carapace has not increased. According to this trend, it can be predicted that after L4, the rate at which the carapace absorbs the cosmic force will not keep up with the demand, delaying growth. There are two ways. The best is to eat the force fruit, which can not only gain the force, but also strengthen genetic ability. Under normal circumstances, with the care of the elders of the tribe, the primary warriors all spend their weak period in this way. However, Bamboo's situation is not normal. The elders of the tribe died, and there was no way to find other elders for help in the vast jungle, so he could only rely on himself. Then there is only another way: to sow the life seed as soon as possible, and with the help of the life seed, absorb the force required for growth. A thunderstorm confirmed Bamboo's idea. The life seed was placed under a tree closest to the nest, on the sunny east side. The location is very particular. In the morning, the slanting sunlight can shine on it. The scorching sun at noon is blocked by the dense branches and leaves of the tree. In the afternoon, the afterglow of the setting sun can shine on it again. 2 days after sowing, fresh new shoots broke through the soil, and the two established a very faint interconnected, life-connected, wonderful feeling. Bamboo brought stones and set up a fence around the seedlings to guard them all day to prevent them from being eaten by herbivorous insects such as the sword-horned green locust. Fortunately, there was another heavy rain, and there was sufficient rain for irrigation, and the shoots successfully developed into 3 leaves. According to the rainfall pattern of the jungle in summer, there will be a dry period for several days, and the moisture in the shallow soil of the surface will soon be dried up by the scorching sun. Bamboo prepared in advance and found a hollow plant branch. Every morning, he collected dew from the leaves and watered it to keep the soil near the life seed moist. As expected, the life seed has maintained vigorous growth. Almost every day it can increase by 5 degrees, and it grows faster and faster, successfully passing the most vulnerable stage. As the grass grows, the wonderful feeling of being closely connected by life, becomes clearer little by little. After a thunderstorm, Bamboo carefully dug it out and transplanted it to the entrance of the nest. For the soil at the entrance of the cave, Bamboo specially found some bird and animal feces to mix it in to improve the fertility. The transplant was also successful, and the plant grew more rapidly, faster than the second crop of ordinary basil with mature roots. The leaves are slightly different from ordinary basil, with purple-black veins and veins, thicker and tougher. The plants absorb a portion of the force for their own growth, and the unused force is stored in the leaf veins. Life seeds share a common characteristic with force plants born naturally. When the force reserves in the leaf veins are saturated, they will emit a hazy deep purple halo at night, which is the release of excess force. Very dangerous. Various phototactic flying insects are attracted, followed by small nocturnal predators. And then, it is likely to attract large predators. In the fight, the fragile and tiny plants may be affected by the fish pond if they are not careful. After close observation, Bamboo speculated that the probability of force plants being born in nature is not as low as imagined. But it is only due to this characteristic that they die prematurely. The characteristic of force plants glowing at night has its rationale. The corpses of dead animals will become good growth nutrients after decaying. Bamboo currently does not use the force of life seeds, but this problem is easy to solve. Every evening, they start to shake their antennae, continuously releasing pheromones that represent anger. The breath of the force creatures lingers around, which can effectively deter and drive away all kinds of flying insects. Flying insects dare not approach. and subsequent troubles are naturally curbed from the root. Chapter 15 Drought. The bushes in midsummer are bustling with insects and birds chirping day and night. In the midst of the bustle, Bamboo is quietly busy. He needs to go out to hunt before dawn, flying between the grass leaves, collecting dew, and watering the seeds of sun grass. He goes out to hunt at noon, and then takes advantage of the scorching sun to collect and carry white jade mulberries and ingri fruits, and throws them at the door of the ant nest of the big-headed harvester ants. The size of the ant nest is growing rapidly, probably more than 10,000. They have super digestive ability, are not picky at all, and don't mind eating too much. They gnaw the pulp and collect seeds. Bamboo will carefully check the seeds they dry every morning until the mulberries and ingri fruits are completely ripe and fall to the ground. Bamboo spent several days searching in the rotten flesh, but the final result was not satisfactory. The probability of the birth of 4 seeds in nature is too low. It is completely luck to harvest a sun grass seed, and he did not find the hope for white jade mulberry or ingri fruit original seeds. The big-headed harvester ants also discovered the existence of mulberry trees and worked tirelessly to transport seeds. They stored up more food than they could eat this year. Interesting things happened afterwards. After a heavy rain, the ant colony began to migrate to the nearest tree. At first, I thought they were frightened by the smell they released and chose to move. Later, I observed that there were ants in and out of both ant nests. It turned out that it was not moving, but splitting up, or more precisely, splitting up nests, in order to increase their chances of survival. Some ants choose to join forces to open up an empire and quickly pass through the weak period after their nuptial flight. When the ant empire grows to a certain size, it must suppress the continued expansion of the group. Depending on the food situation, there are 2 different results. If there is insufficient food, the strong queen ant will instigate the worker ants to kill the weak queen ant and take over the power, which is called selecting the queen. With sufficient food, the weak queen ant will wisely choose to leave, taking a group of worker ants, a small number of young pupae, and some food, to find a new place to open up her own empire. That is, split nest. Bamboo was very curious about this, and at the same time, he was not optimistic about the branch that split out, because there was no rain for nearly 10 days, and he was afraid that he encountered a drought or a fixed dry season climate. Continuous exposure to the scorching sun. The land was dry and cracked. The water vapor in the air disappeared. The sky was cloudless. The air was dry, and the dew condensed between the grass leaves at night decreased day by day and finally disappeared. The stream stopped flowing, and Bamboo had to run to a distant pond to fetch water, to water the taro grass to maintain its vigorous growth. The ordinary taro grass managed by the big-headed harvester ants was not so good. Due to drought and lack of water, the grass leaves gradually turned yellow, and the tender shoots stopped growing. The vitality of this grass is also tenacious, entering a semi-dormant state, half dead, but not dead. At this critical moment, the second batch of swordhorn green locust larvae were hatched. They ate the tender leaves of the oxalis, which had stopped growing. In an almost crazy manner, the big-headed harvester ants were helpless. Bamboo hunted desperately, very luxuriously, eating only the 2 most plump hind legs of each swordhorn green locust, and the rest was either buried under the oxalis or thrown to the ant neighbors. The oxalis field was destroyed. These poor little ants probably won't be able to harvest a few oxalis seeds this autumn, and they don't know if they can survive the long winter. Bamboo peeled the uneaten swordhorn green locust leg meat and dried it in the air, and stored it in the drying room opened inside the black boulder. Time passed, and after a month, Bamboo showed signs of molting again, becoming easily tired and sleepy. In the bad dry season, if it is not watered, the seeds of sun grass that have not yet grown into mature plants may be sunburned to death. There are also the hateful swordhorn green locusts. If they are not killed in time, they will eat up all the seeds of sun grass. Bamboo dared not sleep deeply, even if he had to take a break to recover his energy after hard work. He dared not sleep too deeply. He lay at the entrance of the cave, woke up intermittently, checked the surrounding conditions, killed the swordhorn green locusts that dared to covet the seeds of sun grass, released angry pheromones, and formed a deterrent aura. Bamboo firmly believed that the situation would improve after surviving the dry season and surviving those hungry swordhorn green locust nymphs. The sleepiness was like a curse, constantly brewing and thickening. Bamboo used his soul will to stubbornly fight against the law of body growth. A difficult battle lasted for more than 10 days. There has been no rain for 20 consecutive days. It can be confirmed that it is not a dry season, but a drought. In the jungle, the tops of many lush and tall trees began to turn yellow. The green grass on both sides of the stream withered, and the pools dried up. The number of sword-horned locust nymphs decreased sharply. They either starved to death or fled to other places. There were many ant corpses carried out of the 2 ant nests every day, piled up together, and slowly piled up 2 small hills. The little flower snake that had settled nearby was nowhere to be found. It might have died of heat or went to another place to avoid the disaster. Bamboo regretted that he had rashly sown the Sung grass live seeds. Now there was no water source for irrigation. The mature leaves of the Sung grass live seeds began to turn yellow and were in a semi-withered state. The young leaves stopped growing. If the drought continued, it would definitely not survive. Bamboo had no other choice but to work hard to move a large amount of value and build a simple shed to block the scorching sun. Whether he could survive was up to fate. Bamboo could no longer hold on, and went deep into the nest, falling into a deep sleep. During his sleep, a large amount of inherited information about the God-given seeds awakened, imprinting his soul memory. The live seeds bred by the God-given seeds are very different from those bred by ordinary seeds. They need to absorb a lot of force to grow, so they must be sown in places with abundant force. The best way is to bury the original stone underground, which can help it thrive. Primary warriors cannot choose the God-given seeds as their life seeds, because the time of evolution and sleep is the key time for their own growth and the key time for breeding life seeds. The God-given seeds will consume a lot of force and delay time. Primary warriors are weak and will be dragged to death. Important knowledge about life. Why not awaken earlier? This is a damn way to make up for the loss. But I was not dragged to death. I woke up in a daze. My consciousness was a little fuzzy. I was weak all over. And I was more seriously weak than the first evolution and transformation. I circled the borderline of death again. And fortunately I survived again. Physical energy was exhausted. Weak and exhausted. And the vision in the dark nest was a little blurred. The long-lost humid air. Bamboo was the first to react. And the drought was over in his sleep. He ate a few leaves that paved the nest, rested for a while, recovered a little, climbed up, and got into the dry storage room. Very good. There were 2 failed experiences, and the 3rd time was considered a success. The storage room inside the black boulder was not affected by the moisture, and the dried meat was well preserved. He ate most of the stock in one breath, obtained nutritional supplements, and his body cells rapidly divided and grew. His physical energy gradually recovered, and his dull shell glowed with a metallic luster. Looking at himself, L3 Junior Warrior. Body length 22. Body shape has changed slightly again, and is gradually transforming into the most suitable form for combat in the conception. He opened his mouth and spit out a purple gold seed, which emitted a faint lavender halo in the darkness. This is the God-given seed that has just been bred. The second life seed. Bamboo specially opened a small hole deeper in the drying room to store this rare and special seed. Chapter 16: The Miracle of Life. The familiar drizzle. By the evening, the temperature was slightly chilly. Bamboo was no longer in the season he had experienced last year. Early autumn. This time, he shed his shell and grew in dormant for about a month, directly transitioning from the dry season alternating between midsummer and late summer to the early autumn season with abundant rain. At the entrance of the nest cave, a green grass plant with a height of at least 300 meters swayed gently in the wind and rain, especially the lavender flower spike at the top, which emitted a faint purple light in the dimness, and was particularly gorgeous and eye-catching. The life of Sunko. Not only did it survive the drought, it also grew to an unimaginable height, and it had already spiked and bloomed. Bamboo looked at it again, and was not surprised, but more amazed. Previously, due to drought and locust plague, the Sunko field seemed to be destroyed. After a month, they not only survived and grew vigorously, but many of them also had spikes. Sun grass is a kind of grass with super strong vitality. The miracle of life. Bamboo was amazed. Just when he was in a daze, a gentle force rushed into Bamboo's body like a catharsis, and he felt uncomfortable for a while. The Sun grass live seed has accumulated too much force and needs to be released. So it was roughly passed to Bamboo. Bamboo's current absorption and digestion ability is limited, and his shell blooms a light purple light. After these forces enter the body, only a small part is absorbed by the cells, and most of them dissipate and return to nature. Now, the rate at which I absorb the force on my own is just enough to maintain my own growth. As expected, I need the assistance of live seeds to be promoted to L4. In late autumn, I can also harvest a batch of sun grass seeds. And on the mountains, there are also the legacy of the red bladdish tribe warrior on the mountain. More than 10 young trees. And a raspberry that has begun to bear fruit. A year of harvest. Just thinking about it makes me excited. In the future, when I become stronger, I can return to the mountain and legitimately take those live seeds for myself. The live seeds bred by other warriors cannot assist in absorbing the force. But a batch of force fruits can be harvested every year, which is a considerable income. Rainy weather is very suitable for going out, because at this time, all kinds of insects hide, and threatening predators also lurk, which is relatively safe. Bamboo thought for a few seconds and gave up the idea of going over to see the situation. The journey is long, and running back and forth is a waste of time and energy for no reason. It is estimated that the raspberry fruits will not begin to mature until a month later, and it will not be too late to go up the mountain to harvest them then. The leaden clouds are thick and the rain is getting heavier. Judging from experience, it will take 1 or 2 days before it stops. Simply return to the nest. Continue to eat dried meat, and recuperate. Now it is time to breathe the third seed of life. White jade mulberry and ingri fruit. Bamboo carefully considered and decided to give priority to ingri fruit. After the rain, the big-headed harvest ants were busy carrying out the damp seeds and drying them in the sun. Bamboo habitually checked their inventory. He did not find the seeds given by God, but he was not disappointed. He could not expect good luck to accompany him all the time. The number of sword-horned green locusts in the sun grass field became scarce, and predation became an urgent problem. He went to search the grass on both sides of the stream, and came to the mulberry forest unknowingly. The off-white oval cocoons hanging on the mulberry trees caught Bamboo's attention. Cut open the cocoons, and inside were fresh and plump silkworm pupae. They were sleeping, waiting to break out of the cocoon and become moths. When picking mulberries in the summer, gray-white silkworms were found on the trees. Later, due to drought, the mulberry leaves turned yellow, and they were also sunburned and wrinkled. They were dying. I didn't expect that they could survive. It's good to survive. A delicious food picked up for free. Bamboo began to get busy, cutting open the cocoons, killing the silkworm pupae inside, carrying them back, drying them, air drying them, and storing them. Many insects lay eggs in late autumn, and then quickly age and die. The eggs survive the cold winter in dormancy, and hatch in the spring of the following year, reproducing from generation to generation in this way. This means that there is nowhere to hunt insects in winter. Bamboo doesn't want to starve in winter, so he must reserve food for the winter in advance. The growth of the original force creatures requires a lot of food, and the cocoons cannot meet the demand. The number of sword-horned green locusts is insufficient. Bamboo will expand the hunting range and add 2 new regular hunting targets. Crickets, similar to sword-horned green locusts, have a pair of well-developed hind legs with strong jumping ability. They are delicacies, and the most common small insects in the jungle. There are many of them, but they are small in size. They often go out to feed alone or in groups of 2 or 3. They are very alert and must be ambushed to be successful, which is difficult. Another species is called the marsh frog, which is brown with brown patterns like tree trunks. It is an amphibian that likes to hunt in the woods on both sides of the stream at night. Bamboo targeted the young marsh frogs that were just hatched in summer and are only about 30 centimeters long. They are less vigilant and easy to hunt, but the disadvantage is that they are less in number. Bamboo also found a large number of adults called light-shouldered star beetles laying eggs. They lay eggs under the epidermis of the tree trunk. Only 1 egg in each position. And a female longhorn beetle can lay more than 100 eggs in succession. Longhorn beetles are a scourge to the jungle. Their eggs will hatch in late autumn, and the larvae will drill into the tree trunks, eat wood, develop secretly in the cold winter, and grow to a certain size in the spring. The fat and juicy longhorn beetle nymphs are nutritious and delicious. Bamboo carefully observed the egg-laying pattern of adult longhorn beetles and planned to go there to harvest them next spring. There is not much time for hunting every day. Most of the time, they lie idly at the entrance of the nest, guarding the grass seeds, digesting food, absorbing the cosmic force, and feeling their own growth. Bamboo is still not used to the passive growth and evolution that is not controlled by his own will. He searched all over his body, but there are indeed no meridians in the cockroach body. After thinking hard for a long time, Bamboo finally got it one day. he has been entangled in the absence of meridians, but ignored the essential meaning of the existence of meridians. Human meridians are used to store and guide the cosmic force, obey their own will, transform the body, efficiently use the force, and promote the evolution of genes in the ideal direction. The blood of cockroaches can perfectly contain and release the force of the universe. In fact, it essentially has the same storage and guidance capabilities as the meridians. The difference is that the blood of cockroaches automatically flows throughout the body without control, and the force it carries is naturally released without control. As soon as Bamboo thought about it, a door opened in front of him. Controlling the flow of blood is equivalent to practicing meridians? Humans certainly cannot control the flow of their own blood, but cockroaches may not. Humans have only one heart. Cockroaches have 3 big hearts in their chests and abdomens, and many small hearts are distributed in the blood vessels of the body, especially in the key positions of the nodules. The big and small hearts work together to pump the blood. There is another wonderful use for the numerous hearts, which is to intercept blood flow. For example, if a leg is broken, the heart near the leg joint will immediately stop beating and close the gate, so only a small amount of blood will spill out after the cockroach is injured. Bamboo also discovered a wonderful thing. That is, every time it sheds its shell and evolves, the body grows, and the size of the heart hardly changes. In order to maintain blood flow, the blood vessels in the body will produce more hearts. This is what Bamboo discovered when he felt his own changes. Soul mutation induces body mutation. It is not yet certain whether the body changes of other cockroaches are the same. Bamboo's idea is very simple. There are countless large and small blood vessels in the body. It seems complicated, but in fact there is a great regularity. If you can control the beating and stopping of all hearts, you can guide the blood to flow in the body, which is equivalent to guiding the original force to circulate in the body for training. It is very difficult to implement. Whether the heart beats is based on the condition of the body and the regulation of hormone stimulation, not controlled by the will. Bamboo had a lifetime of practice experience and mastered a lot of high-end scientific and technological knowledge and advanced practice secrets. After he figured out the key points, he immediately came up with a solution, or found a way to practice. Every movement, big or small, will affect the muscles. Muscle movement consumes physical energy and nutrients, and stimulates certain hearts to accelerate movement to transport blood full of energy, nutrients and oxygen in time, and transport away the waste discharged by cells. If the movement is too intense, the heart of other parts that are not moving will slow down or simply stop beating, so as to ensure that the moving parts are replenished in time. After finding the right direction, the next step is a huge exploration project, racking your brains to make various movements, while feeling the changes in your own heart rhythm. Chapter 17: The Covetousness of the Sia Anaconda. As the original force creatures grow, mental power will slowly derive from their souls. Bamboo was once a third-class soldier of the Human Federation, reaching the planetary life level. When he fully releases his mental power on an ordinary living planet, he can cover a radius of 3 kilometers. Mental power has many uses, the biggest of which is detection, to understand the slightest movement within the coverage area. For some reason, after rebirth, the soul is weakened to the nascent state. The mental power disappears, and everything starts from scratch. At present, the L3 primary warrior has only derived very weak mental power, and it is quite difficult and unclear to sense his own condition. Bamboo stimulated the muscles and blood vessels through various violent movements, and used mental power to sense the changes. Gradually, he discovered that there were many hidden blood vessels and hearts in his tiny body. The hidden blood vessels have good contraction elasticity, and they shrink into small fibers under normal circumstances, which do not hinder the movement of muscle fibers. The same is true for the hidden small heart, which is usually contracted and motionless, and is undetectable. Humans produce blood through bone marrow, while cockroaches in this world produce blood through the heart. When exercising vigorously, especially when suffering from severe blood loss, the hidden heart is activated to rapidly produce blood, and the hidden blood vessels are activated immediately to rapidly transport nutrients and organic energy. The small cockroach not only has all the internal organs, but also has a more complex structure of muscles, blood vessels, and bones than you can imagine, even more than a human body. Bamboo originally thought that by exploring the distribution of his own blood vessels and heart and understanding the operating rules, he could easily create a corresponding practice method. But he found that things were much more complicated than he imagined. Creating a method is a complex process of exploration and deduction. To use a vivid metaphor, it was originally thought to be a ternary operation. But the discovery of hidden blood vessels and heart made the operation become hexadecimal. The difficulty is not doubling, but tenfold. Brainpower is not enough, and external tools must be used to assist. If it were human society, with the help of computers and intelligent programs, a lot of calculations and time could be saved. The problem is that now we are on a primitive planet with zero technological level. Alone, without even paper and pen, Bamboo began to develop a special research nest deep in the boulder. Polish the top black stone smooth, and burn the information on the stone in the most primitive way. 9 cockroach drawings. Ventral view, dorsal view and side profile. Detailed description of the carapace nodules, muscles, and the most critical blood vessels and heart distribution according to their own conditions. Arabic numerals and letters are combined and marked in detail. Therefore, the 3 drawings drawn by Bamboo according to his own status are more than 10 times longer than his own. Even so, it was filled with dense text, and the non-critical parts were marked with leads and named structure catalog. 9 pictures were a huge project, and it took Bamboo more than half a month to complete it. Of course, completing this project also means that Bamboo has reached a detailed understanding of his body. It is too complicated, so it needs to be portrayed. Looking up and observing, it is clear at a glance, which can effectively reduce the load of brain thinking. Intense exercise and overloaded use of the brain to think about problems. Consumption is increased, and more food is needed. As luck would have it, a giant red gold python wandered from nowhere and made a home beside the stream. It is called Sia anaconda, and its color is similar to the morning glow in late autumn. It is used to hunting at night. After eating and drinking, it likes to climb up the black boulder where the spotted crocodile lives in the morning, and coils lazily in a circle to enjoy the sunshine and digest food. It will not leave until it is close to noon, and dive into the stream to avoid the scorching sun at noon. According to the inherited memory, the adult Sia anaconda is a giant beast entrenched in the jungle, at the top of the food chain, and can only be hunted by senior warriors of the tribe. They are used to entrenching in large rivers, and feed on medium and large herbivores such as minks and elks. This is a juvenile Sia anaconda, about 500 meters long, which is already a huge monster that the spotted crocodile cannot challenge. What's annoying is that this guy is crazy about hunting marsh frogs by the stream every night. In just a few days, the adult marsh frogs were eaten up, and it began to bite the young marsh frogs again. Bamboo could only watch his reserved food being preyed on. He was not sure whether the anaconda would come to his cave entrance, and he did not even dare to go out to hunt at night. He thought that he could just bear it, and the frog would leave to find food elsewhere after eating the anaconda. However, he did not expect that the frog would grow rapidly after eating a lot of food. He simply settled down in the pool of the stream and began to expand his wandering range, eating small animals such as moles, squirrels, hares, birds and sparrows near the jungle. The anaconda also noticed the sun grass live seed and was attracted by the breath of the force emitted by the plant. At some point, the sunbathing place moved from the top of the black boulder to the entrance of Bamboo's nest cave. Every morning, he wandered over, regardless of wind or rain, coiled beside the sun grass live seed, and did not leave until noon, staring at the sun grass spikes that had withered and had produced lavender grass seeds. This is the instinct of living things. The seeds of the grass condensed by the live seeds are extremely tempting to it. Bamboo couldn't stand it. Not only was he blocked at the door every day, but the other party also coveted the seeds of the live seeds he had worked hard to cultivate. Kill it? Bamboo couldn't think of any way to kill a huge beast that was 100 times larger than himself. Poison? The awakened inheritance memory recorded many poisonous animals and plants. Bamboo looked for them, but unfortunately he didn't find any nearby. He did find a small flat insect called lichuanxiang. As the name suggests, the shell is gorgeous and bright. In the jungle, a gorgeous appearance often means highly poisonous, which is a warning to predators. However, the lichuanxiang was just bluffing. It is not only non-toxic, but also nutritious and delicious for predatory insects, such as mantises and katydids. Natural creations are always mysterious. For predators such as snakes, rats, birds and sparrows, the lichuanxiang is a hard bone that cannot be provoked. They have a special glandular sac in their bodies that can ferment and store a gas, which is released when they encounter danger. The sensory organs of insects do not reject this gas and have no feeling. However, when this smell falls on the olfactory organs of snakes, rats, and birds, it is a deadly poison gas with an extremely foul smell. They have to walk around it when they see the beautiful stink bug, fearing that they can't avoid it. The odor released by the beautiful stink bug has a strong adhesion. Once it is stained, it cannot be washed off or wiped off. It will make you sick for a long time until it evaporates and disappears naturally. Bamboo plans to try to use the odor of the beautiful stink bug to drive away the anaconda, quietly lurking close, quickly using claws, cutting off the head of the beautiful stink bug, losing brain control, and the poison gas stored in the glandular sac will not be released in time. And then the body will be moved back to the cave entrance and crushed with small stones. In this way, more than 10 small stones covered with foul-smelling gas were made in one breath, and they were placed in a circle around the sun grass live seeds. One morning, the anaconda arrived as promised. From a long distance, its tongue keenly caught the strange smell. It hesitated for a long time, but finally did not approach the sun grass, but lay on the black boulder to enjoy the autumn sunshine. Bamboo secretly observed and confirmed that this method was effective. He was secretly happy and decided to expand the scope. Chapter 18 Stinky Fart Defense Circle. The beautiful stink bug has the ability to fly and has a strong reproductive capacity. It likes to live in groups on camphor trees and suck the sweet juice of young leaves. It is not very alert, especially for slow-moving insects. It is almost not on guard and can easily approach and attack successfully. In one afternoon, Bamboo hunted nearly 100 beautiful stink bugs in one go. After tasting it, I found that the beautiful stink bug has a thin and crispy shell and tender meat. It is a good delicacy, but the size is too small and very light. Of course, quantity can make up for weight, which is an excellent food choice. Bamboo changed his strategy and spent time dissecting the corpse, digging out the stink gland sac, crushing it with small stones, and then arranging the stones near the nest. The corpse of the beautiful stink bug is used as food, and the uneaten ones are dried and stored. Bamboo covered the black boulders and the field of hunchbacks with stones stained with the stench of the beautiful stink bug, and the deadly smell spread wantonly with the air. At dawn the next day, the figure of the anaconda appeared in the distance, crawling around looking for a breakthrough, but was choked by the stench. Finally, it squatted under a tree far away, lowered its head, closed its mouth, and looked listless. The snake tongue of a python is the most important sensory organ, which is extremely sensitive to smells. The anaconda could not stand this smell, and instinctively, it could not give up the grass seeds that were about to mature. Bamboo was relentless, and on the same day, he made a large number of stones stained with the stench of the beautiful stink bug again, and continued to expand the defense range with the grass seeds as the center. Pythons are all short-sighted, and the anaconda was forced to a range where it could not see the grass seeds. In the first few days, it was unwilling to wander around, looking for a breakthrough, trying to get closer, and finally gave up after repeated attempts for several days without success. The stench of the beautiful stink bug lasts for 2 days at most. In order to maintain the defense circle, Bamboo must spend half of his time every day busy hunting, dissecting, making, and arranging. The exploration and research work on the cockroach training method was delayed because of this. The first nest cave ceiling was full with 9 pictures carved. Bamboo continued to open up the second research nest deeper. The black stone on the cave ceiling was polished and smoothed. First, the detailed catalog of the 6 limbs and wing bases was carved separately. The 6 legs and 4 vein wings are the most flexible and most active parts, the most useful and easiest to explore and deduce. A single move affects the whole body, from shallow to deep. The training starts with the legs and vein wings, while repeating the movements and trying to sense, while carving and recording. The second nest was soon filled with 53 pictures, each with a concise text description, named Basic Action Catalog. Then I opened up the third nest. There was something to do, and I was busy every day. I didn't feel lonely even though I was alone. Time passed by unnoticed in the busyness. The state of evolution appeared again, and this time it came very quickly. I couldn't stand it for 2 days and fell into a deep sleep. Strong birds and beasts have a high probability of evolving into warriors after swallowing the original force fruit. They often have stronger combat power than insect warriors. If you find beast warriors in the territory, you must kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise it will lead to a serious disaster. When the live seed fruit matures, it may attract birds and beasts to grab food. Don't be soft-hearted. And don't be afraid of fighting. Kill them as soon as you find them. Otherwise they will snatch your fruit and become a disaster that threatens the ruling status of the tribe. In the coma, various inherited memories awakened. The knowledge engraved in the genes was triggered during the evolution and metamorphosis. Intermittent, chaotic, and vague. This time when I woke up, my condition was better than any previous time, without obvious weakness. After eating and replenishing, I soon became energetic. I put away the third ingri fruit life seed, swallowed a mulberry seed as the fourth life seed, and began to breed. I went out to check. By the morning, the Sia anaconda was still entrenched at the entrance of the cave, blocking the way out. I looked carefully and found that the grass seeds of the Sunko life seed were still light purple and not yet mature. Based on the growth of the grass seeds and the growth of the Sia anaconda's body, it was judged that the sleep time of this evolution was very short, about 4 or 5 days. Appropriate intense exercise can eliminate aging and injured muscle cells, promote the division and proliferation of somatic cells, and appropriate exercise can exercise and strengthen new cells. When thinking about the practice method, various movements played a certain role in exercising the body. So the fourth evolution was much smoother than before. Bamboo retreated back to the nest and waited patiently. At noon, the anaconda left in a winding way. Bamboo went out and hunted a lot of beautiful stink bugs, dissected the corpses, and used their stink glands to recreate and arrange the defense circle. He worked hard for an entire afternoon and a whole night, and directly restored the defense circle to the size before the evolutionary slumber. Promoted to L4 Junior Warrior. Body length 26. With sufficient food, the rate at which the shell absorbs the force can no longer keep up with the needs of growth. The efficiency of Sunko live seed in absorbing the force is actually not high. After using it for its own growth, there is not much surplus force, which can only barely meet the needs of bamboo's growth. There is another flaw. That is, it must lie within the range of the live seed's roots to absorb its force, and the leaf veins have a very limited capacity for force. So it must be absorbed every once in a while. Otherwise it will overflow and be wasted. The eating pattern of the spotted cloak changed accordingly, eating 5 times a day, and lying under the sun grass live seed to rest for a while after each meal. The third research nest depicts the internal organs. Rest after eating. In fact, it is not idle. It controls breathing by opening and closing different valves, bulging abdomen and various special movements, observing and studying the reaction of internal organs, and recording them in the form of pictures and texts after thorough research. The structure of internal organs is much more complicated than muscles, and it is difficult to move. The research is difficult, and the progress is slow. The color of the grass seeds of sun grass live seeds becomes deeper day by day, and the halo emitted at night changes from light purple to purple black. This is a sign that the seeds are about to mature. The anaconda can obviously judge the upcoming state of the grass seeds, and becomes anxious day by day. It even abandons hunting and runs to wander around from time to time, ready to move. When the seeds of the tum grass are ripe, the barrier of the foul smell of the tum weevils will be ineffective, and it will definitely run up to grab the food regardless of everything. Bamboo was troubled by this. The awakening of the inherited memory was always late. If he had known that there would be such a disaster, he would not have sown the seeds of the tum grass in a hurry. The seeds are about to mature, and it is too late to regret. Then think about how to solve the problem. Bamboo came up with 3 solutions that were not appropriate. The first method is to harvest the grass seeds in advance before they are fully mature. This is the most reliable loss-stopping solution that can be thought of so far. The unripe force fruit has some effect, but it is just a little worse than the fully ripe one. The second method, wait for the seeds of the ox grass to mature and watch the anaconda swallow it. After swallowing the force fruit, the underage anaconda will most likely die suddenly, and a small probability will fall into a deep sleep and evolve into a force creature. In short, bamboo can kill this hateful snake and eliminate the trouble forever. The third method, bamboo bravely stands up and fights with the anaconda. Now the L4 primary warrior is small in size, but his comprehensive physical fitness such as strength, speed, and shell hardness far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. Especially the recent training has been effective, and it is not completely without a chance of winning. Bamboo was born in a large family and received some training in war command. He does not fight a battle with a known winning rate of less than 50%. So the third method is first rejected. After struggling back and forth between the first and second methods for several days, he finally decided to use the second method. There is more than one seed of life, so there is no need to rush. If this year's harvest is ruined, there will be more seeds of life to plant next year. If you manage it well, your income will increase year by year. The anaconda is growing and growing, so you must get rid of it as soon as possible so that you can live a stable life in the future. Chapter 19. The python catches the cat, and the cockroach is behind. The seeds of the sedge grass are similar to wheat ears, but the grains are much smaller, and each ear has much more. Bamboo carefully counted them, and found a total of 32 seeds. The second day after the strategy was set, the grass seeds at the lowest end of the ear no longer emitted a halo at night, which was a sign of maturity. According to the plan, Bamboo did not touch the mature grass seeds, and stopped using the stench of the beautiful sedge to set up a defense circle. The anaconda was very impolite, and settled down in front of Bamboo's cave, and was not in a hurry to eat the mature grass seeds. A day later, another 3 grass seeds matured one after another, but the anaconda still refused to eat. It was obvious that it was waiting for all the grass seeds to mature, and then swallowing them in one bite. As described in the inherited memory, the anaconda is a greedy and evil beast. The more you eat, the more miserable you die. Bamboo cursed it fiercely, quietly squatting at the entrance of the cave, waiting nervously. Unexpectedly, in the night, a black and gray figure suddenly jumped out and pounced on the anaconda without any warning. Cat? The sudden outbreak of the battle caught the spotted cat, who was secretly watching by surprise. Stone pattern cat? According to the inherited memory, Spotted Cat identified the sudden attacker. The situation of the battle was completely tilted to one side. The petite stone pattern cat arched its back and raised its tail, showing its fierce appearance, moving as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws kept leaving bloody scratches on the anaconda. The relatively large anaconda was completely a big fool in front of the stone pattern cat. It coiled in a circle, shrunk its head, and lay down like a sandbag to be beaten. It was not that it did not want to fight back, but that the opponent was too fast to lock the target. The one-sided beating stopped after a while. After the stone cat finished the whole set of boxing, it was probably a little tired, so it retreated to a safe position and stared at the anaconda that was scratched and bruised all over. The anaconda shrank its head and did not move, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. The stone cat did not dare to relax at all. After a short rest, it began to circle around the anaconda, as if looking for a fatal weakness. Bamboo witnessed the whole process and suddenly realized that the anaconda had thick skin and flesh, and the stone cat's seemingly fierce attack was actually just a superficial injury that did not hurt or itch. On the contrary, once the anaconda attacked and hit, the stone cat would definitely lose its life. The stone cat was an experienced hunter and knew the tricks, so it suddenly stopped and changed its tactics, walking around the anaconda. After more than 10 circles, seeing that the opponent never showed his head and could not find other weak points, it finally lost its patience and suddenly flew forward and bit the exposed snake tail. The snake's tail is like a bait and a locator. The hovering anaconda suddenly poked its head out, and its whole body shot out and stretched straight, like an arrow from a bow, opening its upper jaw and biting the stone cat. The stone cat was not careless, but had planned to tease it. Its taut body suddenly bounced up high, sideways to avoid the fatal attack, and at the same time, it waved its claws, trying to grab the anaconda's neck. Unfortunately, it was a little slow and missed. The stone cat attacked with all its strength this time, leaving 3 deep bloody scratches on the back of the python. Bamboo was amazed. It turned out that the primitive fight of natural creatures could be so exciting. The agile but weak stone cat and the strong but clumsy anaconda. One snake and one cat, each with their own strengths. Not only fighting courage, but more of a battle of wits. Both trying to play to their strengths and avoid weaknesses, and give the opponent a fatal blow. The anaconda quickly coiled up its body and took a defensive stance. The stone cat continued to circle around the anaconda, not rushing to attack, wearing out its patience. The anaconda shrank into a circle, refusing to show its head. Bamboo noticed that the anaconda's scratched scales dried up quickly after bleeding, without wasting a drop of blood. Strong healing ability seems to be a necessary skill for all cold-blooded animals. The outcome of this battle can be preliminarily judged. Comparing patience? Cold-blooded animals are often better at it. The anaconda lay in front of the sun grass for 2 whole days, motionless. The stone cat, however, could not do that. After circling more than a dozen times, it could not help but tease it again, using the same trick again, suddenly flying forward and biting the exposed tail of the anaconda. When masters fight, the most fearful thing is to use the same trick for the second time. This time, the anaconda was prepared. When the stone cat bit its tail, it pulled back suddenly, like fishing, and pulled the stone cat in front of it. At the same time, it raised its head, opened its jaws, and stood still, but did not attack immediately. The stone cat was pulled off balance and jumped in panic. At the moment of jumping into the air, the anaconda locked it with its head raised, and then attacked with lightning. Wow! The stone cat screamed like a crying baby. The anaconda bit the stone cat, and its body quickly shrank, circling and strangling it. The spotted clown hiding at the entrance of the nest could vaguely hear the crackling sound of bones being crushed by huge force. The battle was over. The anaconda swallowed the stone cat with some effort, and its abdomen swelled up. A rare full meal. A medium-sized mammal can not only recover the loss of battle injuries, but also provide sufficient nutrients for growth. However, the victory in the fierce fight made it lose its vigilance. It was careless and ate too much. With a swollen abdomen, it was difficult for its body to curl up and circle, so it could only lie flat, and its movements became slow. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bamboo was overjoyed. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind it. No, it's the python stalking the cat, but the cockroach is behind it. The anaconda never thought that the tiny cockroach hiding in the cave entrance and not daring to go out would dare to attack it. Why is the 7 inches of the python a weakness? Because it is slender, has few muscles, and has concentrated nerves. It is a dead point. In addition, from the perspective of attack, it happens to be a blind spot that neither the head nor the tail can take care of. Bamboo circled the black boulder for a long time, circled behind the anaconda, quietly approached, and then suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, landing at the 7-inch position. The 6 limbs exerted force at the same time. The 4 hind legs grasped firmly, and the 2 front limbs with sharp toes cut horizontally. With one toe, he scratched the snake's scales, slid back with force, cut the muscles, and then cut horizontally with force. The muscles were all melted, touching the snake bones and injuring the nerves. The anaconda felt pain, shook violently, and rolled over. However, its swollen abdomen seriously hindered its movements. The wound was too small to be fatal. Bamboo was not in a hurry at all. He embedded the toes of his front paws into the muscles to stabilize his body, and let it struggle and roll. After struggling for a while, the anaconda was exhausted and stopped. Bamboo then started cutting to expand the length of the wound. The anaconda felt something was wrong and struggled desperately. Bamboo stopped in time to ensure that he would not be freed by it. A large amount of bright red blood flowed out of the wound. The violent struggle accelerated the heartbeat and made the cold-blooded animal's ability to heal wounds ineffective, making the injury more serious. The anaconda quickly weakened. This time it was not fatigue and weakness caused by the violent struggle, but fatal weakness caused by excessive blood loss. Unwilling to die, it began to swim towards the pond where it lived. Bamboo immediately waved his front limbs to continue cutting and expanding the wound. Soon, half of the snake's neck was cut open. Muscles rolled up, and blood flowed. The anaconda's mind seemed to have lost control of its body. It suddenly stopped swimming and slowly curled up. Its tail instinctively swung left and right, and its jaws opened 180 degrees, as if it was unwilling to bite the despicable attacker to death. Chapter 20 Returning Home in Glory. Bamboo was very cautious and cut off the entire circle of muscles at the 7-inch position of the anaconda before he was willing to fly away boldly. He squatted in the distance and waited for a long time carefully. When he was sure that it was dead, he went forward to continue cutting the body. He cut the snake meat and moved it back to the nest for storage. After moving it back and forth twice, he realized that the crisis had not been resolved. He put it aside for the time being and began to busy himself looking for the beautiful stink bug and rearrange the odor defense circle. Food is not the primary problem. The life seed that is about to fully mature is the key. The halo emitted by the force fruit when it is about to mature is particularly intense, releasing a very tempting unique fragrance. Bamboo is not sure whether the stench of the beautiful stink bug can cover up the fragrance of the force fruit. It is better to try than to wait for death. If the stone cat can be attracted, then it is very likely that other large animals will smell the fragrance and move. Next time, I may not be so lucky to escape danger. After setting up the defense circle, Bamboo picked 4 mature grass seeds produced by Sunko and stored them in the warehouse for the time being. Finally, he went back and forth to cut and carry the body of the anaconda. The smell of blood attracted the 2 nests of big-headed harvest ants nearby. They gave up the work of harvesting Sunko seeds in the fields, lined up in a long array, and went back and forth, tirelessly cutting and carrying meat. Big-headed harvest ants also like to eat meat. The protein rich in meat can accelerate the laying of eggs by the queen ant and the growth of ant nest larvae. And the new worker ants will be stronger. Bamboo did not drive them away. Such a big anaconda, with a stone cat hidden in its stomach, could not eat all the food, and the dry storage room could not accommodate so much. In addition to cutting meat, carrying, and air drying, there is another job, which is to dig rocks and open a dry storage room. After being promoted to L4, the body size has increased slightly, and the appetite has increased accordingly. Bamboo plans to take this opportunity to store more food for the winter, once and for all, and there is no need to worry about food for a long time. After the force fruit is separated from the mother plant, if it is not stored properly, the internal force will slowly overflow. The sun grass seeds protected by the shell will be much slower than the thin-skinned and tender raspberry fruits. It is difficult to determine how long they can be stored. After being busy until noon, Bamboo took a break, ate and drank enough, and took out a grass seed to try to swallow. The force effect of grass seeds is indeed to strengthen cell activity, but it is very different from the raspberry fruit that has been tried before. Raspberry fruit strengthen cell vitality. Sun grass seeds also have this effect, and on this basis, there is an additional effect of strengthening the cell proliferation rate. It seems that there are other effects, but they are too weak, and Bamboo can't tell what they are. It takes about half a day for a spotted ant to digest a grass seed, and it must eat several times during this period to replenish nutrition and physical energy. It can swallow 2 grass seeds a day. If it eats more, the body will not be able to bear it. The effect will be weakened, and it will cause certain damage to the cells. On the second day after killing the anaconda, 11 grass seeds condensed by the sun grass seeds matured at once. Judging from the trend, it is estimated that all seeds will mature in 2 days. The spotted ant cannot eat so much in a short time, so it learns from the big-headed harvester ant. Every morning when the sun dries the dew, it moves the harvested mature grass seeds out and puts them in a sunny place to dry. In the afternoon and dusk, it moves them into the nest for storage. After repeated drying for 2 or 3 days, it will probably be completely dried. Dry seeds can be stored for a longer time. It should be the stench of the beautiful stink bug that played a role. It was very smooth to wait until all the cycad seeds were ripe, picked, and dried. Bamboo and the big-headed harvester ants also successfully cut the bodies of the anaconda and the stone cat into 2 pieces of bones, and emptied all the edible meat. During the period, they were not harassed by any large predators. With a full warehouse of dried meat and cycad seeds that can greatly enhance cell activity, this winter can probably be spent happily and comfortably. There is also a good thing that adds icing on the cake. That is, the ripe raspberry fruits on the mountain. The legacy of the red cockroach tribe warrior who once sheltered Bamboo. The journey is long and full of dangers. It is not easy to go back and forth. Bamboo plans to stay on the mountain temporarily, eat all the raspberry fruits on the spot, and then return. For safety reasons, before leaving, the passage was blocked with soil, and then the entrance of the nest was sealed with stones to prevent it from being discovered and occupied by other insects or burrowing animals such as snakes and rats. The leaves of the sun grass live seed began to turn yellow after the grass seeds matured and were harvested. It grew in spring and flourished in summer, and died in autumn and winter. This is the natural growth law of sun grass, and Bamboo has no way to deal with it. Sun grass live seed absorbs the original force to grow, and its genes evolve, making it stronger than ordinary sun grass. We can only hope that its rhizomes can survive the cold winter and sprout again in the spring of next year. Thinking of wasting an opportunity to breed live seeds and only harvesting 32 grass seeds, Bamboo couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, Bamboo went on a long journey this time. And there was another purpose, which was to collect and store as many plant seeds as possible in the mountains. Keep it for use when evolving later. When I left the mountain, I was just an ordinary cockroach. Now I am an L4 primary warrior. Bamboo inexplicably feels a sense of pride in returning home. As an L4 primary warrior, he has a strong fighting power and does not need to be afraid of small animals such as snakes, mice, and birds. Bamboo chooses to set off in the evening. He is also worried about attracting large animals, especially birds of prey in the air. So he dares not fly ostentatiously and trots along the ground. In the early morning, the rolling mountains appeared in the field of vision, and problems followed one after another. Bamboo forgot to carefully identify the terrain when he left. More than half a year has passed, and he can't remember which mountain it is. It's a very troublesome thing. The mountain range is not high, but it is very long. Ups and downs, and there is no end in sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The general direction is not wrong. It must be one of these 5 peaks. Just look for it one by one. Bamboo muttered and climbed up the mountain more vigilantly. On the mountain range, the coverage rate of arborvitae exceeds 30%. Each arborvitae seed contains several usable arborvitae seeds, which is the best choice for cultivating live seeds. In addition to arborvitae, Bamboo found 3 plants that bear fruits and are edible in this season, namely raspberry, sea buckthorn, and mountain persimmon. Raspberry and arborvitae are must-haves for live seeds. The seeds of mountain persimmon are a bit exaggerated, and the life capsule cannot accommodate them at all. Bamboo is helpless about this. The seeds of sea buckthorn are slightly larger. Bamboo estimates that in the future, when it is promoted to L7 and L8, the life capsule will grow with the growth of the body, and then it should be able to accommodate its seeds. However, the prickly pear is a shrub with little development prospects, and the fruit is sour and tastes terrible. It is not a good choice, and can only be used as a backup when there is no other choice. In the inherited memory, more than 10,000 edible fruit plants on the entire planet are described. There are more than 1,000 species in the territory ruled by the flying fire cockroach tribe. However, except for the most common 20 or 30 species, the others are rare species, which require their own adventure to find. Bamboo wandered around the mountains to investigate, feeling a little helpless. He secretly pondered and found that good tree species were rare and common tree species were mostly not very good. So he decided to collect more arborvitae seeds. If it really doesn't work, then breed more arborvitae seeds. Among the various plants in the mountains, arborvitae occupies the largest number, which directly proves that this tree species has a strong survival ability. It is easy to survive after planting, and it does not need to spend too much energy and labor to care for it. Bamboo also found a puzzling problem. After more than half a year, the number of cockroaches that lost shelter in the mountains did not seem to decrease. When it was close to dawn, cockroaches of all sizes could be seen crawling around. On the contrary, predators such as snakes and rats were not seen. Could it be that? Bamboo suddenly thought of 2 possibilities. Chapter 21 Elders of the same tribe. Flame cluster spotted grass. Returning to the mountains, Bamboo felt a sense of leaving home when young and returning home when old. But he didn't recognize the road. After the growth and changes of vegetation in spring, summer and autumn, everything was so unfamiliar. He couldn't tell which mountain he was born on. He was at a loss, not knowing which way to go. In the mountains, the number of cockroaches was still huge. There were no traces of snakes, rats, and birds as expected. Bamboo immediately thought of 2 possibilities. Another powerful red cockroach tribe warrior came near the mountains. The original red cockroach tribe warrior was still alive, and suddenly disappeared before, probably hiding in a safe place to sleep and evolve. As soon as the idea came up, he vaguely felt a spiritual power sweeping over his body. And then, on the distant mountain, a huge cockroach flapped its wings and flew into the air, like a ball of red flame, swooping over. It was very fast, no less than any flying bird seen in the jungle, and its huge body landed directly in front of Bamboo. Bamboo exclaimed in his mind, and then his whole body was grabbed by a pair of claws. The giant cockroach pinched Bamboo with the tips of its forelimbs, held it high in front of it, and looked over and over. I remember you. The little black guy hiding under the stone. Squeak! Squeak! Bamboo desperately vibrated his wings, making angry sounds, and his antennae also emitted angry pheromones. Judging from the smell, the huge cockroach in front of him was indeed the red cockroach tribe warrior who had protected him. It really didn't die, but evolved. It should be a key transformation. evolving from an L9 intermediate warrior to an L1 advanced warrior. I thought you had the best chance of becoming a tribal warrior. Haha. It's true. The red blattle tribe warrior was a little too excited, and didn't care about Bamboo's anger at all. He checked it over and over for a while before putting it on the ground, and said with some regret, "Why are you getting darker and darker? So ugly." Bamboo arranged his wings, and didn't know how to answer. He originally wanted to pick up the leek, but the other party didn't die. If he didn't die, the life seeds on the mountain were all owned by someone, and the idea of picking up the leek must have failed. However, it's not a bad thing. Judging from the other party's emotions, not only is there no hostility, but also very close. From the inherited memory, he now has a sane tribe elder and a powerful warrior to support him. My name is Yintu Ban Mao. Little guy. What's your name? Oh, I forgot. You are still young and can't use divine thoughts to communicate. This red blattle tribe warrior still has a name. Bamboo remembered that flame-clustered spotted grass was a rare plant. From the perspective of the flying fire cockroach tribe, it was a very, very beautiful plant. It seems that these primitive intelligent races tend to name things casually, and directly name them after plants. My name is Bamboo. Bamboo struggled to use his mental power to transmit information. Bamboo. Ah! Flame-clustered spotted grass was frightened, fluttered its wings, took 2 steps back, stared at Bamboo for a long time, and asked, "You, how many times have you experienced metamorphosis and growth? Why, you actually learned to communicate with your mind?" Flame-clustered spotted grass became alert again and asked, Who? Who taught you?" For the weak Bamboo, using mental power to transmit information is extremely energy-consuming. Just after transmitting 4 simple words, his brain was dizzy. Bamboo paused for a long time before recovering from the dizziness. He pointed to his head with his front paws and reluctantly answered, "Memory." Inherited memory? Inherited memory also has this? Yintu Banmao was puzzled, and scratched his head with his front paws, muttering to himself, "The more you are favored by the true God of nature, the more knowledge you will awaken." It was a common problem of wisdom, pushing incomprehensible matters to God and branding them with God. Everything that is incomprehensible becomes reasonable. Bamboo shook his antennae, released pheromones, used pheromones to communicate, and echoed, "Yes." Nowadays, it is too weak. Using mental power to transmit a few simple words of information will cause the soul to be exhausted and the spirit to be depressed. He dared not continue. Yintu Banmao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, but he could not suppress the excitement in his heart, and then asked, "Why did you leave the mountain?" The language of cockroach pheromone communication is too monotonous and scarce, and it can't even form a complete string of words. Bambi refused to answer such a complicated question. The flame-tufted sedge followed up by asking, "Have you been surviving alone?" Bambi shook his antennae and simply answered, "Yes." The flame-tufted sedge asked again, "Where? Why haven't I seen you before?" Bambi stretched out his forelimbs and pointed to the vast jungle below the mountain. The flame-tufted sedge exclaimed, "The jungle is so dangerous. It's a miracle that you can survive. Why don't you stay in the mountains?" Bambi was speechless. Damn. The situation at that time was even more dangerous in the mountains. Right? The flame-tufted sedge saw that Bambi didn't answer, and sighed. "Fortunately, you still know the way home and come back by yourself." Home? Bambi felt a little uncomfortable, and inexplicably thought of the missing cockroach mother. If there was no accident, the cockroach mother must not have survived the last winter. By the way, what's your name? Bamboo? The flame-clustered spotted grass was a chatterbox, and Bamboo continued to ask before he could answer, "What is bamboo? There is no such plant in my inherited memory. What a strange name." Unable to answer, Bamboo was too lazy to say anything. The flame-clustered spotted grass did not dwell on the name issue, and thought about it, saying, "Let's go home." After saying that, it flapped its wings and took off. Bamboo took off with it. The familiar mountains, familiar plants, and the stones that once hid and lived. After nearly a year of growth, the life seedlings of the flame-clustered spotted grass have grown a lot taller, and some of them have traces of being moved. When it was sown, it did not consider the problem of space for the seedlings to grow up, so it had to be moved away. This practice caused considerable damage to the live seedlings. The raspberry bush has nearly doubled in size, with dense and lush branches and leaves, and has begun to take shape. Now it is the harvest season, and it is full of ripe raspberry fruits. Flame-clustered spotted grass landed in front of the raspberry bush, carefully looked at it, picked up a ripe raspberry, and carefully peeled one with his toes. Bamboo, are you hungry? Eat. After saying that, he swallowed the big raspberry fruit first. Didn't Bamboo run so far with great effort just for this bunch of raspberries? He was not polite, and picked up the one with his toes and swallowed it. Sweet and fragrant, warm and soft force, flowing along the blood. The whole body was warm and comfortable. Gradually, the 6 limbs began to become weak and weak. Bamboo slowly searched for the rotten leaves nearby, chewing slowly to replenish his physical energy. At present, the body can almost withstand the transformation of a raspberry fruit. Flame-clustered spotted grass has been carefully paying attention to Bamboo's reaction, seeing that it had no obvious discomfort after swallowing a whole fruit. It asked, "How many times have you experienced molting and growing since you became a tribal warrior?" Bamboo thought about it, and drew 3 vertical lines on the ground with his forelimbs. Flame-clustered spotted grass asked, "3 times?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Flame-clustered spotted grass muttered, "That's a 4-year-old junior warrior. It's been more than half a year. Right? It's too slow. Under normal circumstances, a junior warrior can complete a molting growth every month or so." Bamboo's growth rate was seriously slowed down because he spent a lot of time nurturing the God-given seed and the drought guardian sungrass live seed. The flame-tufted spotted grass didn't know the reason, and just thought it was starving in the wild. It said in a comforting tone, "You are living alone in the dangerous jungle, and your growth rate is not slow. It doesn't matter. I will protect you in the future, and you will grow into an intermediate warrior soon. Once you become an intermediate warrior, there will be few creatures in the jungle that can pose a threat. Thank you." Bamboo was moved by the kindness and care from his fellow tribesmen, and expressed gratitude. The flame-tufted spotted grass was even happier, waving its tentacles and flapping its wings excitedly, saying, "Bamboo, you were born in my territory. You are my junior, and it is my duty to take care of you. Oh, you have shed your shell and grown 3 times. Where is the life seed? Have you bred the life seed?" The flame-tufted spotted grass thought, and showed worry in his emotions. "Yes." Bamboo gave a positive answer. The flame-tufted spotted grass was immediately relieved and asked, "What plants did you choose to breed the life seed?" Chapter 22 Red Hard Tree. Cockroaches rely on life seeds to grow and become stronger, so the choice of life seeds is crucial. Bamboo hesitated for a moment, and used mental power to transmit information, saying, "Sungrass." Sungrass? Yentubanma thought for a while, and suddenly became nervous again, exclaiming, "Sungrass? Why sungrass? Sungrass is not good. Sungrass is not good at all. Winter is coming, and it will wither. Silly boy. Why did you choose sungrass as your life seed? Don't tell me that you have bred 3 sungrass life seeds." Yentubanma completely regarded Bamboo as an ignorant child, but he didn't know that he was startled and impatient, just like a child. It's too tiring to communicate. Bamboo was speechless for a long time, and drew 2 vertical lines on the ground with his claws. Yentubanma asked, "2 sungrass live seeds?" "Yes." Bamboo tapped his tentacles. The first live seed chose sungrass out of helplessness, because no other suitable seeds could be found at that time. The second live seed was not an ordinary sungrass seed, but an extremely rare seed given by God. But these things are too complicated to describe clearly. Flame-clustered spotted grass asked, "What plant did you choose for the third live seed?" Bamboo rested for a long time and used his mental power to answer, "Ingri fruit." Flame-clustered spotted grass breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ingri fruit is not bad. It seems that you know how to choose life seeds. Right?" "Yes." Bamboo tapped his tentacles. Flame-clustered spotted grass suddenly woke up and asked, "Because of the season? You became a warrior in spring and couldn't find suitable seeds, so you chose sungrass as your life seed?" Bamboo tapped his antennae. "Yes." Yenkue Banchao asked in confusion, "Sungrass produces seeds in its summer, so where did you get them from?" Bamboo waved his antennae, transmitting 2 messages in succession, saying, "Ants. Rob." "Oh, those big-headed ants? Don't mess with ants." Yenkue Banchao understood the general situation and comforted him. "Bamboo, don't be depressed. It's okay. Every time you shed your shell and grow, you can breed a life seed. Wasting it twice, the loss is not particularly large. But You must pay attention in the future. And you must choose the best plant seeds to breed life seeds. Understand? Bamboo tapped his antennae. I understand. Yankue Banchao shook his antennae and said, come on. I'll show you something good. Bamboo was puzzled and followed Yankue Banchao to the shady side of the mountain. A cave was dug out on the steep cliff. Judging from the scale, it should be the living cave of Yankue Banchao. In front of the cave is a flat land. And the various plants that originally grew there have been cleaned up. Cut dead branches were piled up in a circle to form a simple protective fence, in which a tree seedling with a height of only about 30 centimeters grew. Bamboo. Can you identify what kind of plant this is? The flame-clustered spotted grass was very proud, and it was obvious that he wanted to show off how to identify the seedling. Bamboo shook his tentacles directly and said, I don't know. The flame-clustered spotted grass patiently said, look carefully. Think carefully. There must be a description in the inherited memory. I don't know. It's no wonder that Bamboo really couldn't recognize the type of plant in front of him. The flame-clustered spotted grass noticed that Bamboo was not interested in his most proud life plant, and was a little disappointed. He took the initiative to explain, this is a gift from the Iron Blade Mountain Lord last year. It is a red hard tree. The master of the Iron Knife Mountain? The Iron Knife Tree? The Red Jian Tree. Bamboo became interested and began to carefully examine the sapling in front of him. In the inherited memory, there are many records about plants, which are complicated and confusing. Bamboo spent some time summarizing them. According to the distribution quantity, various plants can be divided into 4 levels: common, uncommon, rare, and rare. Platycladus orientalis, raspberry, roxburghy, Coelurteria paniculata, eucalyptus, elm, etc. are common plants. White jade mulberry and ingri fruit should be considered rare plants. There are many other plants that can be classified as rare. The iron knife tree and the red jian tree are rare plants, which can probably be called endangered species, according to the development prospects after being nurtured into life species. Various plants can be divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and precious. There is no direct correspondence between the distribution quantity and the development prospects. Herbaceous plants such as sunkotse and yinchuang are of low development prospects. Raspberry, roxburghy, white jade mulberry, ingri fruit are considered to be medium development prospects. Platycladus orientalis is the most common and can be considered as a high-level development prospect. The development prospects of ironwood and red nut can be ranked in the precious level. Ironwood is a wood that is harder than steel. The force fruit condensed by the life seed of ironwood needs to be roasted and eaten. It has an effect of strengthening the hardness of the shell, which is its preciousness. Red nut is similar to ironwood, but its branches are harder than ironwood. The fruit condensed by the life seed of red nut has 2 effects, namely strengthening the hardness of the shell and improving endurance. Based on the human knowledge and experience of the previous life, Bamboo judged that the essence of improving endurance is to increase the upper limit of the body cells to store nutrients and energy substances. This enhancement effect is extremely useful. It can improve continuous combat capabilities, and is also conducive to the smooth completion of molting evolution, reducing the probability of failure and death during dormant evolution due to insufficient nutritional reserves. Plants such as the red hardwood tree, which are rarely distributed in nature and have precious development prospects, can be evaluated as rare plants. Bamboo shook his tentacles and used pheromones to convey information to the flame-clustered spotted grass. Are there any more? The flame-clustered spotted grass was very satisfied with Bamboo's reaction and said, the master of the Iron Knife Mountain gave me only 1 seed. Rare plant species are difficult to find. Once found, it means that seeds can be collected for a long time, and they are no longer rare. As long as the master of the Iron Knife Mountain is not a fool, he will reserve a large number of red hardwood tree seeds. Bamboo shook his antennae, conveying a shameless message. I want it too. Yinshu Banmao patiently explained. The seeds of the Qi Jian tree were obtained by the Iron Knife Mountain Lord in exchange for the Iron Knife tree seeds with the Qi Jian County Lord. 10 Iron Knife tree seeds can be exchanged for 1 Qi Jian tree seed, and a total of 10 were exchanged, which is very rare. The strength of the cockroach tribe is divided into primary warrior, intermediate warrior, senior warrior, mountain lord, county lord, cockroach king. The mountain lord, county lord, and cockroach king not only represent the height of genetic evolution, but also a title symbolizing power and status. Bamboo began to be interested in the two existences of Iron Knife Mountain Lord and Chijian County Lord. These cockroaches seemed to be easy to talk to. Yinshu Banmao obviously regarded Bamboo as a child who is still ignorant. The benefits of using the Chijian tree as a life seed are too great and too important. Bamboo decided to act cute and silly for once. Jumping up and down, waving his antennae vigorously, releasing pheromones, and shouting, "I want one too! I want one too!" The flame-clustered spotted grass was in a dilemma. Originally, it wanted to show off in front of the younger generation and establish its prestige as an elder. But who would have thought? How did it end up in a commotion? Then I'll ask the Iron Blade Mountain Lord? The flame-clustered spotted grass raised its antennae and remained silent. Bamboo vaguely felt that energy was emitted from its antennae. A familiar energy fluctuation. Electromagnetic waves. It was using electromagnetic waves to transmit messages. Cockroaches can also evolve the ability to communicate remotely. Bamboo was secretly shocked. After sending the message, the flame-clustered spotted grass suddenly collapsed and lay on the ground motionless. It rested for a long time before standing up again. It was inexplicably ecstatic and said proudly, "A new tribal warrior was born in my territory. Those old guys must be envious. Ha. Ma Yu and the Mountain Master must be very happy. I want one too. I want one too." Bamboo continued to make a fuss, actually just wanting to hear the result of its communication. Flame-clustered grass thought for a moment and asked, "Bamboo, are you hungry? Be quiet first. Wait, I'll get you some food. And when you're full, I'll take you to the Iron Blade Mountain Lord's territory." Chapter 23 Wind Chimes. After returning from hunting, the flame-clustered spotted grass suddenly woke up and realized that taking care of the younger generation of the same tribe was still an annoying and troublesome thing. Under the raspberry bush, Bamboo held a raspberry fruit and nibbled it carefully. After biting a little raspberry, he immediately chewed the leaves in big mouthfuls. "Bamboo, you shouldn't eat this." The flame-clustered spotted grass stepped forward, carefully took the raspberry fruit in front of Bamboo, swallowed it in one gulp, and placed a flower snake with its head cut off in front of him, patiently teaching him, "Bamboo, you are still young. You should eat more meat. Eating too much forced food will affect your growth. Do you know? How could such a statement to deceive children fool Bamboo?" "No." Bamboo shook his tentacles and answered seriously, "Thank you." Bamboo thanked him, waved his forelimbs unceremoniously to cut the body of the flower snake, and swallowed it whole. Seeing this, the flame-clustered spotted grass couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart, an inexplicable joy. But after being happy for only 2 minutes, he got a headache. Bamboo threw away the snake corpse, flapped his wings and flew to the raspberry bush, locked onto a ripe raspberry fruit, and prepared to pick it. "You can't eat it. You can't eat it." The flame-clustered spotted grass hurriedly stretched out its forelimbs, caught Bamboo, put it on the ground, and threatened, "Eating too much forced fruit is bad for your health. You won't grow up. Understand?" The flame-clustered spotted grass pointed at the flower snake corpse and said, "Eat meat." "No." Bamboo wanted to be cute, stretched out his claws, pointed at the raspberry, and said, "It's delicious." The flame-clustered spotted grass said, "You can't eat it." Bamboo shook his tentacles vigorously, constantly releasing intense pheromones. "Eat! Eat! Eat!" The flame-clustered spotted grass hesitated for a while, but still couldn't resist. He picked the ripe raspberry fruit, carefully peeled one, handed it to Bamboo, and said, "You can only eat one a day in the future. Understand?" Bamboo moved his tentacles, swallowed the raspberry fruit, lay on the ground, slowly digested it, and nibbled on snake meat from time to replenish his body's consumption. Proper and scientific consumption of raspberry fruits can not only enhance cell activity, but also promote growth and shorten the interval of evolutionary cycles. "Eat! Eat! Eat!" After digestion, Bamboo suddenly jumped up from the ground again, pointed at the raspberry bush, shook his tentacles, and continuously released pheromones, indicating that he wanted to eat more. The flame-clustered spotted grass was frightened and said nervously, "Bamboo, didn't you agree to eat one a day? You just promised. Eat! Eat! Eat!" Bamboo urged hard. "I have something to do today. I'll take you to see the master of Taito Mountain. We'll eat tomorrow. Okay?" "No! Eat! Eat! Eat!" Bamboo was ready to be a road to the end. He simply fell to the ground with his 6 legs facing the sky. releasing pheromones continuously. Flame-clustered spotted grass picked a raspberry fruit from the tree with pain, peeled one and placed it in front of Bamboo, saying, "The last one. Understand?" "Understood." Bamboo was happy, turned over, and swallowed the raspberry fruit in one gulp. Flame-clustered spotted grass flapped its wings and said, "The journey is long, and your flying speed is too slow. Come on up. I'll carry you." Bamboo jumped onto the back armor of flame-clustered spotted grass, holding a piece of snake meat. Flame-clustered spotted grass is currently an L1 advanced warrior, with a body length of about 300 and a wingspan of about 500. The pulse wings vibrate at a high frequency, and the air makes a whirring sound. The speed is very fast, but it is not proportional to the energy consumed. Bamboo observed carefully and first determined that the wing vein structure of the flame-clustered spotted grass was unreasonable, and most of the physical strength was wasted for no reason. After all, cockroaches are crawling insects that are not good at flying. Natural creations cannot be perfect, nor will they leave obvious flaws. The ventral and dorsal carapace of the flame-clustered spotted grass is weak and soft, and the main function of the wing is to protect and defend the fragile dorsal carapace from attack when running and fighting on the ground. The wing also has the function of accelerating and maintaining balance. Bamboo. The mountain in front is the territory of the wind bell. It is 2 years older than me. It has 2 arborvitae seeds, which have begun to bear fruit this year. The wind bell is very stupid. It actually chose a wind bell seed as its seed. The wind bell should like you. The wind bell is a vine plant with bright red flowers. The development prospects of this plant are not as high as those of the sun grass. In addition to the beautiful flowers, it is almost useless. These cockroaches are too obsessed with the pursuit of beauty. Just because a plant looks good, they will ignore its practical value and waste a precious opportunity to breathe life. The flame-clustered sedge landed on the shady side of the mountain. Almost the same arrangement. The steep stone wall opened up a nest. In front of the nest is a wide flat land, where a plant seedling grows alone, and it is also a red tree seedling. It can be guessed that the master of Tidal Mountain should have distributed the 10 red tree seeds he exchanged back to other tribal warriors on the mountain. The main reason why the red tree is rare is that it does not like light and grows extremely slowly, which is its only flaw. The height of the red nut tree seedling in front of him was about 50 centimeters, and it would take more than 2 years to reach that height. Bamboo couldn't help but worry. If there were really only 10 red nut tree seeds, his trip would probably be in vain. Just as he was thinking, a cockroach about 500 centimeters long walked out slowly, stared at the flame-clustered nut, and then focused his attention on Bamboo. "Flame-clustered nut, are you sure it was born in your territory? Why is it black? It's so ugly." Ling was very rude and not polite at all. Flame-clustered spotted grass replied, "It was indeed born in my territory. I noticed this little guy last winter. It is different and very smart. By the way, it has a name. It is called Spotted." "Spotted?" Windbell thought for a while and asked, "You gave it a name? It sounds bad." Flame-clustered spotted grass was unhappy and said, "It was named by itself." Windbell said, "Then it was indeed born in your territory. Just like you. It has no taste." Flame-clustered spotted grass held back for a long time and couldn't think of how to fight back. He changed the subject and said, "Ling, this little guy is very special. While I was promoted to a senior warrior and was in a dormant state, it wandered alone in the jungle and survived for a year." Windbell said disdainfully, "So what? I can do it too. Intelligent life often has personality." Ling, the cockroach, has a typical sarcastic personality. Flame-clustered spotted grass was choked and speechless. Flame-clustered spotted grass, "It's okay. You can leave." Windbell began to order them to leave. Flame-clustered grass said, "I will take Bamboo to see the master of Tidal Mountain, and bring him here to meet you." The elder, Ling, said, "Now we know each other. Right? You can go now." Flameherb said, "You should give it a gift." Ling said, "It's still young. Come back when it grows up." Flameherb said, "This little guy is very powerful. It can eat a raspberry fruit in one bite. I knew you brought it here to cheat me of the cypress seeds." Ling went into the nest, and soon came out again, waving his claws, and a brown cypress seed that was dried in the sun fell accurately in front of Bamboo. "Only one?" Flameherb was dissatisfied and emphasized again, Ling, "This little guy is very greedy. It can eat a raspberry fruit in one bite." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Feng Ling vibrated his wings, making angry and threatening sounds. Bamboo. Let's go! Remember? Feng Ling is a miser. Flame Herb flapped his wings hurriedly and carried Bamboo away. Chapter 20 For the Cunning of the Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass. The flame-clustered spotted grass carried Bamboo and landed on a wide flat land in the mountains. He hurried down the mountain to kill a wild rabbit and placed it in front of Bamboo. He peeled off the skin of the cypress seeds, and inside were 5 plump cypress seeds, which contained a strong breath of the force. Bamboo. You eat meat first. Be careful. The longer the growth cycle of the life seed fruit, the stronger the power contained. You are still young and may not be able to bear it. The flame-clustered spotted grass lay aside and reminded him. Bamboo knew that the cypress seeds were not easy to digest. So he ate meat first to supplement nutrition and physical strength, and then picked up a cypress seed and gnawed it carefully. Although both of them can enhance cell activity, the cypress seeds of the wind bell and the raspberry fruits of the flame-clustered spotted grass are completely at 2 levels. The efficiency of the cypress seeds is fast and violent. After swallowing, the force energy will run wild in the body, stimulating the heart to beat violently and the blood to flow faster. The whole body was tingling, swollen, and hot. The 6 legs of the spotted cloth were straight, and the wings were flapping uncontrollably. It took a long time for him to recover. His whole body was detached, and his 6 legs were weak, lying on the ground. Spotted cloth. You are far worse than me. I can walk by myself after swallowing the seeds of Platycladus orientalis for the first time. Flame cluster spotted grass had experienced it personally, and was not worried about the abnormality of spotted cloth. Instead, he teased and showed off. Cut a small piece of rabbit meat with his toes, placed it in front of spotted cloth, and continued. A large amount of Platycladus orientalis seeds is good. There is a certain chance of stimulating the early awakening of flame ability. Don't be anxious. Eat slowly. And after eating, let's go to the territory of the rambutan. Have you noticed the seedling of my rambutan? The seeds were given to me by the rambutan. The rambutan is very enthusiastic and likes me to visit its territory. Rambutan is very generous. But Feng Ling is a miser. Bamboo tapped his antennae vigorously. This mountain range should be home to many red cockroach tribe warriors, and flame-clustered cockroach must know them all. It is obvious that it intends to take Bamboo to visit them one by one and ask for a gift. No wonder the inherited memory says that new tribal warriors can quickly grow into intermediate warriors under the protection of their elders. It turns out that cockroaches also have the fine tradition of elders giving gifts to their juniors. Feng Ling was stingy and only gave a Platycladus orientalis seed. However, the force effect of just 1 Platycladus orientalis seed is comparable to that of 3 raspberries. Real. How many gifts will the rambutan give if it is generous? After eating meat and chewing some leaves, Bamboo slowly recovered from his weak state. After resting for a long time, he chewed the cypress seeds more carefully. The L4 junior warrior was too weak. He had to eat a cypress seed in 5 times. The flame-clustered cypress lying on the side released mental power from time to time to explore. After Bamboo finished eating a whole cypress seed, he reminded him, Bamboo, don't be impatient. Don't be greedy. You should rest for a while. Understand? Understood. Bamboo knew that the force fruit he had swallowed today had reached the limit of his endurance. Yinshu Banmao ate some rabbit meat, and lazily lay on a rock, drooping his tentacles, enjoying the late autumn sunshine. At noon, Bamboo couldn't sit still after basking in the sun for a while. He was still confused, and he tried his best to use his mental power to ask Yinshu Banmao, visit the Lord of Iron Knife Mountain? Yinshu Banmao answered casually, no hurry. The road is still long. Rest first, and we will set off tomorrow morning. Bamboo was speechless. They set out in the morning, and they started to rest at noon. And then, they had to rest until tomorrow morning before setting out again. This is really not in a hurry. Bamboo couldn't sit still and began to deduce the method of cultivation. The body structure of the cockroach is too complicated, and without the corresponding graphic assistance, it would be more brain-consuming to deduce. Bamboo simply made a second choice and designed a set of physical fitness exercises first. Human cultivation starts with physical training. The flame-clustered spotted grass was just resting, not sleeping, watching the bamboo shaking its legs and flapping its wings, doing all kinds of weird movements. It was strange at first. After watching for a while, I just thought it was full and didn't care. But Bamboo had no intention of stopping, and his various movements became more and more exaggerated, and he tossed for a whole afternoon. At dusk, watching the sunset, the flame-clustered spotted grass stood up. Bamboo. What are you doing? Exercise. Bamboo used his mental power to convey the word exercise. Flame-tufted spotted grass thought for a while, before roughly understanding the meaning. Half understood. He simply didn't ask, and said, I'm going to the jungle to hunt. You stay here. Don't run. Understand? I understand. Put the cypress seeds aside first. Don't be greedy. Eating too much will hurt you. You can only eat them tomorrow morning. Understand? I understand. Flame-tufted spotted grass shook its antennae with satisfaction, flapped its wings and flew into the air, disappearing into the dark jungle. There was still a little bit of the rabbit meat hunted at noon. Spotted grass was small in size, so it didn't have to worry about food, so it didn't think much about it, and all its thoughts were focused on deducing a plan of action to strengthen its body. The flame-tufted spotted grass disappeared for a whole night and appeared the next morning. After landing, it immediately released its mental power to skin Bamboo. Bamboo. You can eat the cypress seeds. Food. Bamboo shook its tentacles and pointed at the rabbit's skeleton that had been eaten up. The flame-tufted spotted grass was stunned for a moment, then silently flapped its wings and flew into the jungle, quickly bringing up a black snake corpse. When the corpse landed, Bamboo rushed forward to eat it impatiently. After eating, he held a cypress seed and carefully nibbled off a little bit. The flame-tufted spotted grass looked at it for a while and couldn't help but sighed. You can really eat. Bamboo was also very depressed. Didn't you say you were going out to hunt? How come you went out for a whole night and came back empty-handed? The question was too complicated, and his mental power was too weak to ask, so he could only give up. What's more, Bamboo's mind was now filled with all kinds of deductions. After an afternoon and a whole night, I have a general idea. The next step is to figure out how to connect the individual actions one by one to form a coordinated complete action. The flame-clustered spotted grass was lying on the rocks lazily in the sun like yesterday, until Bamboo ate a whole arborvitae seed, stood up and said, Bamboo, the road is long. We should set off. Carrying Bamboo, we continued to fly, and only flew over a dozen peaks before landing on the ridge. Bamboo, the sun is too comfortable today. Let's rest first and hurry on the road tomorrow morning. After saying that, the flame-clustered spotted grass found a comfortable place to climb down and comfortably enjoyed the sunshine at noon. Bamboo was so smart that he understood the reason for the abnormal behavior of the flame-clustered spotted grass with a little thinking, and he was speechless for a while. The flame-tufted spotted grass did not take Bamboo to visit the Iron Blade Mountain Lord. It was worried that Bamboo would make a fuss about eating its raspberry fruit, so it deliberately took him away from its territory. Last night, the so-called hunting of the flame-tufted spotted grass must have been secretly returning to the territory and leaving Bamboo alone on the mountain. The flame-tufted spotted grass is the real miser, and it is also very cunning, unscrupulous. Bamboo sorted out 3 cypress seeds containing abundant force, and his heart was relieved again, if nothing unexpected happens. After eating the cypress seeds, the flame-tufted spotted grass will take me to visit the next tribal elder, Pu Tao, to ask for a gift. Who cares? It doesn't matter. As long as there is food, it's fine. Chapter 25 Failed Combat Training. For the whole day, Bamboo jumped up and down, indulging in playing and eating when he was tired. At first, Yinta Bamao thought it was just a young warrior, not very smart, and active by nature, so he didn't take it seriously. Until the evening when he was about to leave, he suddenly found that the snake he killed in the morning had been eaten up in one day. Looking closely at Bamboo's movements, there was obviously a pattern. He followed a set of movements and repeated them continuously. He would faint after repeating them 5 times. Stop. Eat. Rest for a while. And then continue. Food is quickly consumed in this regular and intense exercise. Bamboo. What are you doing? Exercise. Who taught you? Inheritance. Bamboo said confidently. Inherited memory is a good thing. The inherited memory awakened by each cockroach will be different. If something cannot be explained, it will not arouse suspicion. Oh, are there still these weird things in your inherited memory? The flame-clustered spotted grass was puzzled, but did not think much about it. He taught, you should rest now. Understand? Stop and rest. Bamboo was just about to rest, so he stopped very simply. The flame-clustered spotted grass was very satisfied and told, "Don't run around. Stay here quietly. The food is almost finished. I will go to the jungle to kill some. What do you like to eat?" "Snake. I like to eat snakes too." After saying this, the flame-clustered spotted grass flapped its wings and flew away, disappearing into the forest. As expected, the flame-clustered spotted grass appeared at dawn the next day, holding a bright pink flower snake. "Bamboo. Look what I brought you. A living snake. Bright color. Gorgeous patterns. Triangular head. It's a venomous snake." Yin-Tu Ban Mao threw the venomous snake on the ground and said, "Bamboo, I think it is necessary to teach you some hunting skills. Come on. Try to kill it. Don't be afraid. Use your forelimbs to attack it." Yin-Tu Ban Mao hadn't finished speaking when Bamboo suddenly flapped his wings, accelerated suddenly, leaped up, landed 7 inches from the venomous snake's neck, cut with the toes of his forelimbs, and cut off the venomous snake's head neatly. Afraid? It's just a slender little venomous snake. Bamboo has the ability to hunt alone after he was promoted to L4 Junior Warrior. I have eaten too many force fruits in the past 2 days, and with exercise, my overall physical fitness has been greatly improved. So it's easy. The flame-clustered spotted grass was stunned for 2 seconds, and in an elder's manner and serious tone, he reprimanded Bamboo. "You are too reckless. The fangs and venom of the venomous snake will take your life. You should sneak up from behind carefully, and then attack. Skills. Understand? Jungle hunting requires skills." The flame-clustered spotted grass felt that his dignity as an elder was impacted, and said seriously, "This doesn't count. I will catch another one, and you hunt according to my instructions." The flame-clustered spotted grass left after saying that. Bamboo filled his stomach and picked up a cypress seed to chew. Every time he ate the cypress seed, he clearly felt that the cell activity was greatly improved. This kind of strengthening seemed to have no upper limit. There are many benefits after strengthening, such as resistance to cold and heat, hunger and drought, fatigue, more active brain cells, and less likely to die, faster nerve reaction rate. The strengthening effect just matches the exercise, and they promote each other. Bamboo named this set of physical exercise that he hastily figured out as the basic body training program. It has been implemented for less than a day and has shown initial results. Eating the third arborvitae seed was much easier than the previous 2 days. Flame-clustered spotted grass quickly returned with a black snake in its hind leg claws. The most common snake in the jungle is called golden belly black snake. It has an oval head, is non-toxic, and is several times thicker than the previous venomous snake. It can swallow Bamboo in 1 bite. "Bamboo. Look. I found a big guy. Haha. It's a good training target." Flame-clustered spotted grass threw the black snake on the ground and urged Bamboo to act. "Bamboo. Follow the way I taught you. Go and kill it." Bamboo was speechless and indifferent. The black snake landed and quickly swam into the grass and fled desperately. How to sneak attack the frightened prey from behind. The flame-tufted spotted grass also realized this problem, caught the fleeing black snake again, and said, "Bamboo. This snake is not poisonous, but it is very strong. Fighting with strong creatures head-on can train your courage. To become a qualified tribal warrior, courage is indispensable. Come on. Bamboo. Fight it head-on." TMD. Braindead. Bamboo secretly slandered. The adult brocade-bellied black snake has a body length of nearly 400 and a neck diameter of nearly 10. It hunts squirrels, moles, frogs, toads, birds, and other small animals in the jungle for food. Bamboo is currently only about 26 in length. How can his tiny body fight with such a giant head-on? If it were an ordinary L4 junior warrior, I'm afraid he would be killed by the flame-tufted spotted grass if he was not careful. Bamboo is not ordinary. He has human wisdom, and has received comprehensive military training and superb combat qualities. A qualified soldier will first judge the strength of the enemy and ourselves, and then understand the opponent's weaknesses and evaluate the chances of winning. The gap between his strength and that of the black snake is too great, and his chances of winning are 0. Bamboo refused to fight. Yin-Tu Ban Mao threw the black snake in front of Bamboo and urged, "Bamboo, kill it." Bamboo lay there, motionless. The black snake was also frightened and lost its mind. After landing, it twisted and swam directly, and instinctively drilled into the bushes. "Bamboo, you are scared." Yin-Tu Ban Mao took out the majesty of an elder, scolded dissatisfiedly, and then drilled into the bushes. and caught the black snake again. Bamboo. Don't be afraid. Kill it. Bamboo decisively flapped his wings and flew into the air, flying at a low altitude, watching the black snake escape again. Seeing this, the flame-clustered spotted grass finally gave up and said, "Okay, maybe it's too difficult for you to fight the black snake head-on. Let's practice fighting skills with weak targets first. Bamboo, you take a rest first. I'll go to the jungle to find a suitable opponent for practice." After saying this, the flame-clustered spotted grass flapped its wings and flew into the jungle. Bamboo landed on the ground depressed and began to exercise his body according to the basic body training program deduced. The flame-clustered spotted grass treated Bamboo as an ignorant young junior. Little did it know that in Bamboo's eyes, it was just like an immature child. The majesty of the elders? It didn't exist at all. This time, the flame-clustered spotted grass returned near noon, and did not bring back an animal suitable for sparring, but carefully held a folded leaf in its two front paws. He shouted from a distance, "Bamboo, look what I brought back for you." Spreading the leaves, there was a long string of wet, half-year-old transparent particles wrapped inside, which looked like the eggs of some animal. Bamboo couldn't recognize it, and sent out pheromones of doubt and questioning. You don't know it? There must be no relevant records of this thing in the inherited memory. This is a delicacy I discovered by myself. Guess what it is? The flame-clustered spotted grass was very proud. "I don't know." Bamboo shook his antennae. Too lazy to guess. The flame-clustered spotted grass was discouraged and explained, "The earth toad lays its eggs in the pool in autumn. Bamboo, try it. This is more delicious than snake meat. The earth toad is an ugly amphibian with small bags on its back. When it is broken, white poisonous slurry will splash out. It is a notorious disgusting poison in the jungle. Can the eggs of the earth toad be eaten?" The flame-clustered spotted grass saw Bamboo's hesitation and said, "Bamboo, don't be afraid. I came back after eating a lot, ahem. No, I only ate a little, and brought the rest back to you." Bamboo felt relieved. The other party had been away for so long, so he must have been busy fishing for food in the pond. He picked up a toad egg, bit it, and tasted it carefully. The mucus entered his mouth, and an indescribable wonderful fragrance filled his body with energy. Not only is it non-toxic, it is also a delicacy. Is it delicious? The flame-clustered spotted grass asked impatiently. Delicious. 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 Bamboo waved his forelimbs excitedly, and shook his antennae. Now is the peak season for toads to lay eggs. Let's not rush today. If you like to eat, I'll go find it again. The flame-clustered spotted grass was happier than Bamboo, vibrated its wings, and rushed into the jungle in high spirits. Sure enough, he's just like a kid, doing whatever he wants. Bamboo looked at the disappearing figure and shook his tentacles helplessly. Chapter 26 Generous Rambutan. Bamboo, you are too greedy. Our trip has been delayed because of your greed. Yinshu Banmao seriously underestimated Bamboo's wisdom and talked nonsense. He directly put the responsibility for the stagnation of the past few days on Bamboo's head, and then said, "Bamboo, we should set off to visit the master of Taidao Mountain. However, we have to visit Rambutan on the way. He is the elder in our Taidao Mountain range, who has the greatest hope of becoming the second elder to be promoted to the master of the mountain after the master of Taidao Mountain. Rambutan is very rich and generous. He will give you many gifts. Do you understand?" As Bamboo expected, after eating the cypress seeds, Yinshu Banmao led him on the road to visit the next elder of the tribe. After a few days of interaction and simple communication, Bamboo understood one thing. That is, in the cockroach tribe, occupying a mountain is theoretically the mountain master. When the strength grows to the mountain master level, you can get the official title. For example, if the Pu Tao that is about to visit is promoted to the mountain master, it will be honored as the Pu Tao mountain master. Bamboo also has a deeper understanding of the growth of cockroaches. There are very few who can be promoted to the mountain master. The growth of cockroaches is too dependent on the life plant. The primary warriors are cared for by the elders of the tribe, and can easily become intermediate warriors within 1 year, and have the ability to survive alone in the jungle. The growth of each age of the intermediate warriors takes about 2 to 4 months depending on different situations. That is, it takes 2 to 3 years to become a senior warrior. The demand for the force of the senior warriors suddenly increases, and the growth rate is completely determined by the life species. The growth of different individuals varies greatly with the life species and development status. The fastest only takes half a year, and the slowest takes more than a year, or even several years. The lifespan of a senior warrior of the Red Bladis tribe is only 40 to 50 years old. Most of the senior warriors missed their youthful period of vigor due to improper selection of life species, poor self-management, and slow growth. Their bodies aged and could not continue to evolve, and they would stop at senior warriors for life. The territory of the sycamore is located on an inconspicuous slightly raised hill in the mountains, and its nest is opened on the hillside of the mountains. Flying in the air, all live plants can be seen at a glance. A bunch of raspberry fruits, a sun-shading fruit tree. To Bamboo's surprise, there were as many as 7 cypress trees, each of which grew vigorously, and the height and scale far exceeded those of ordinary cypress trees on the mountain. The branches flashed with brown-red halos, which were dazzling and spectacular at a glance. The life species of the sycamore are relatively monotonous, and the layout is particular. 7 cypress trees are surrounded by ordinary cypress trees, and the sycamore tree is planted in the center of the circle. 5 rambutans that are also growing vigorously. On the east side of the circle are 5 light-loving ironwood trees, of varying heights, which should have been planted in recent years. On the top of the hill stands a solitary tung tree that loves light and drought. Tung is the iconic plant of the flying Blatodia tribe, a deciduous tree. Now in late autumn, the broad leaves have fallen, leaving only bare brown twisted branches. There is a flat area in front of the mountain nest, with a similar arrangement to the flame cluster and wind chimes, with a large number of dead branches forming a simple fence, carefully protecting a red-hard tree seedling. There are a total of 21 life species planted in the territory of the rambutan. It is not difficult to infer that it is at least a L5 advanced warrior. All the life species are reasonably distributed, and each one is growing vigorously, which means that its growth will be smooth and smooth. Flame-clustered spotted grass. I have to say, you are a lucky guy. Is this the little warrior born in your territory? Huh, black. Why is it black? As described by flame-clustered spotted grass, Pu Tao is warm and hospitable. However, the huge body with a length of more than 600, the rich fluctuation of the original force, and the vigorous vitality have indeed brought a lot of pressure to Bamboo. Flame-clustered spotted grass, who is also a senior warrior, also seems a little cramped in front of Pu Tao. I don't know why it's black. It showed its uniqueness when it was very young. Pu Tao immediately asked, "Oh, very young?" Yin Tu Ban Chao replied, "Yes. It is not afraid of the cold before it becomes a warrior. It can move in winter, likes to bask in the sun, is energetic, and likes to crawl around." Pu Tao was surprised. It is indeed different. Can you find other black tribes in your tribe? I think our red cockroach tribe will derive a new branch tribe in your tribe. Cockroach, or cockroach, are general terms, meaning a race. In the insect world, each race has many branches. Flying fire cockroach is one of the mainstream tribes, and the red cockroach tribe is one of the branches of the flying fire cockroach tribe. Bamboo understood that this is a genetic difference caused by long-term reproduction under regional differences, which is a common phenomenon in species evolution. But in the minds of cockroaches, they believe that the emergence of new branches in the tribe is a symbol of the prosperity and strength of the tribe. I checked carefully and found no other black tribes. Bamboo has survived alone in the jungle for nearly a year. It is a special case and is favored by the true god of nature. Yinkui Bamboo said, a little frustrated. Feng Ling said that black is too ugly and it doesn't like Bamboo. Pu Tao said, Feng Ling is too obsessed with the appearance of things. It actually chose Feng Ling as its life seed. It will definitely regret it in the future. Yinkui Bamboo reluctantly agreed, yes. Feng Ling is stupid. Pu Tao asked, you didn't stupidly choose to breed Yinkui Bamboo seeds as your life seeds? Yinkui Bamboo quickly denied. No, I'm not as stupid as Feng Ling. Pu Tao said, Yin Cluster Spotted Grass. You don't have a good relationship with Feng Ling. Yin Cluster Spotted Grass said, Feng Ling is a miser. It only gave Bamboo a cypress seed as a gift. It doesn't deserve to be called Bamboo's elder. Feng Ling is now like you. It has not been a high-level warrior for a long time. Most of its life plants have not grown up. It lives a very tight life. Yin Cluster Spotted Grass. You should learn to understand. Pu Tao is still a good person. After a word of comfort, he turned and walked into his nest. Soon he came out dragging a colorful gourd-shaped silk bag. Bamboo, who had been lying on the side of Yin Cluster Spotted Grass obediently, stared at it with his eyes wide open. The bag exudes the breath of the Force, which can probably be regarded as a simple Force equipment. The bulging bag mouth is also designed with an exquisite bonding process. With a hiss, the bag mouth opens. Pu Tao took the bag and dumped a small pile of cypress seeds in front of the flame cluster. Flame cluster. You are promoted to a senior warrior and need Force food. This is my gift to you. Pu Tao took the bag and poured it towards Bamboo again. And the cypress seeds piled up in front of Bamboo. And you, little guy, become an intermediate warrior soon. The Iron Blade Mountains need more warriors to protect them. Thank you. Bamboo thanked him politely. Compared with the calm and polite Bamboo, the flame-clustered cypress seemed a little out of control, dancing with joy, waving its tentacles, and staring greedily at Pu Tao's bag, not hiding his envy. Envy of a whole bag of cypress seeds. Even more envy of the colorful silk bag that can store seeds. Bamboo felt strange, and slowly walked to Pu Tao, touched the bag with his tentacles, releasing information and conveying doubts. Pu Tao understood Bamboo's doubts and explained, "This is a spider silk bag woven by the fantasy flame spider tribe, which can better preserve the Force food." The answer confirmed Bamboo's guess that the bag was woven by spider insects using their innate abilities, not by technological means. Chapter 27 Sunko will not die. Little guy. Your name is Bamboo? Pu Tao's spiritual power was kind and friendly. Yeah. Bamboo shook his tentacles in response, happily fiddling with the pile of cypress seeds in front of him. Flame-clustered cypress was right. Not only was Pu Tao rich, but it was also generous. It gave Bamboo 20 cypress seeds. Pu Tao looked at Bamboo with interest and said with a smile, "Polite and smart Bamboo. You are counting, right? Have you counted how many cypress seeds there are?" Bamboo thought about it and answered with spiritual power, 20. Pu Tao was surprised and said, "Little guy, you actually learned to communicate with spiritual power. What age of primary warrior are you now?" Bamboo drew 4 horizontal lines on the ground with the toes of his forelimbs. Pu Tao asked uncertainly, 4 years old? Bamboo shook his tentacles and answered, "Yes. You will be the best warrior." Pu Tao praised generously, turned his head to look at Yin Siyu Ban Mao, and continued to praise, "Yin Siyu Ban Mao, you are a qualified elder. You actually taught a 4-year-old junior warrior to communicate with the divine mind." Yin Siyu Ban Mao was proud and pretended to be modest, haha. In fact, I didn't teach it much. Mainly because Bamboo is smart. Bamboo was speechless. Didn't teach it much? You didn't teach it at all. Right? Yin Siyu Ban Mao then said with some regret, "I also plan to teach Bamboo some hunting skills. But it is too timid." In response, Bamboo silently set a CNM. Pu Tao said seriously, "Bamboo is only a 4-year-old junior warrior. It is too early to learn hunting now. Yin Siyu Ban Mao, you should help it grow up as soon as possible." Flame Clustered Sedge said, "Yes. I think so too." Pu Tao turned his head and asked Bamboo, "Little guy, you should have bred 3 life seeds now. Right?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Pu Tao asked, "What plants did you choose?" Bamboo was depressed and used his mental power to transmit information, saying, "Sun grass. Ingri fruit. Ingri fruit is a good choice." Pu Tao asked uncertainly, "Sun grass?" Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, "Yes." Flame Clustered Sedge helped explain, "When Bamboo became a warrior, I was sleeping and promoted to a senior warrior. I couldn't protect the territory, so I wandered in the jungle and survived alone. At that time, the season was not right. It was spring, and no other seeds could be found to breed life seeds. Oh, it's so unfortunate." Pu Tao sighed and comforted Bamboo. "Don't be discouraged. The loss of a life seed has little impact. Remember to choose well in the future." "Yeah." Bamboo tapped his tentacles. At that time, choosing sun grass as the life seed was indeed a helpless move. Pu Tao continued, "Ingri fruit is a good choice. But the life seed must be stored dry and sown in the appropriate season. The spring of next year is a good choice." Yin Cluster Spotted Grass suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Bamboo, where is your life seed? Where is your life seed?" Yin Cluster Spotted Grass is a nervous person. After getting along for such a long time, he suddenly realized that he had not seen the life seed bred by Bamboo. "What? Yin Cluster Spotted Grass, you actually ignored the important matter related to the future?" Pu Tao also asked nervously, "Bamboo, where is your life seed? You won't plant it?" Bamboo replied with his mental power, "Sunko. Sao. Yingrigyo. Store. Yinsu Banmao and Putao both breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Sunko originally had no future to speak of. Choosing Sunko as the life seed was equivalent to wasting a precious opportunity. Yingrigyo was not rashly sown. That's good. Yinsu Banmao asked, Where? Where are you hiding? Is it safe? Banbu. Take me there quickly and get the life seed back. Banbu thought that it was undoubtedly the best choice for him to follow Yinsu Banmao before he became an intermediate warrior with the ability to protect himself. The life seed was hidden in the black stone nest room. Without guards, it was not safe. If it was dug out, moved away, and eaten by the neighboring big-headed ants, the loss would be great. The flame-clustered spotted grass was not stupid. It ignored the newly acquired arborvitae seeds, spread its wings, and urged in a hurry, Banbu. Come up. Go back. Let's go back and get your life seed back. Quickly. There were too many gifts given by the rambutan. And Banbu looked around, thinking about how to take them away. Pumpkin saw Bambu's thoughts and laughed. Little guy. You can put the gifts for you here first. And not a single one will be lost. Go back with the flame-clustered spotted grass quickly. Get the life seed back. And store it in a safe place. The life seed is related to your future growth. So you must not be careless. Understand? Understood. Banbu replied, flapped his wings and took off, landing on the flame-clustered spotted grass's carapace. The flame-clustered spotted grass carried Banbu back to his own mountain. The kind-hearted syzygium followed suit. After landing, he looked around the life-giving plants on the mountain and gave earnest advice. Yinkui, your life-giving plants are growing well, but not enough. I have taught you that if you loosen the soil and apply fertilizer, they can grow better. I plan to loosen the soil and fertilize them in the spring. The flame-tufted spotted grass perfunctorily said. Banbu, do you remember the location of your jungle nest? Banbu was looking around at this time. As expected, there were fewer fruits on the raspberry bushes. It should be that the flame-tufted spotted grass returned alone at night to pick and eat them these days. This is understandable. The growth of high-level warriors requires a large amount of original force supply, and they need to stay away from fruits to strengthen their physique. At present, the flame-tufted spotted grass's only living plants are raspberries with fruits, and its life is very difficult. Banbu stretched out his forelimbs and pointed in a direction. The mental power transmitted the information and said, Stream. Black boulder. The flame-tufted spotted grass immediately took off and flew towards the jungle. Two very obvious signs, especially the black boulder, are very conspicuous when viewed from the air, and they are easy to find. Flame-clustered sedge landed on the boulder, looked around, and asked, Banbu, is this here? That is a dying sedge seed. It seems to be here. Banbu flapped his wings, glided and landed in front of the sedge seed. Carefully observed that it was only late autumn, and the leaves began to wither and turn yellow. Judging from the trend, it will definitely not survive the cold winter. The feeling of same breath, connected life, is still there. Banbu can feel that the sedge seed is very weak now. There is still vitality in the root system, and it has stored nutrients and is transitioning to a dormant state. Pearl followed and landed on the black boulder, also checking the sedge seed, and suddenly said, Banbu, if you don't take care of it carefully, your sedge seed will freeze to death in winter. Huh? Banbu sent a puzzled pheromone. All the ordinary grass plants in the Sunko field have died. From the tone of voice, does it mean that the Sunko seed can still survive? Pu Tao continued, you should take measures to keep warm in winter. Cover it with grass leaves to resist the erosion of cold air. Banbu didn't quite understand. Yinshu Banmao also didn't understand, and asked, Pu Tao, how should we do it? Pu Tao stretched out his front paws, pointed at the Sunko field, and said, Banbu, you cut the withered grass leaves at the root and cover the roots of the Sunko seed. Yinshu Banmao, you go and cut some branches of the one tree of appropriate size, staggered horizontally and vertically, and press them on the dead grass to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Is there really any hope for the Sunko seed? It's an easy job. Banbu and Yinshu Banmao acted doubtfully. Chapter 28 Retrieving the Life Seed. The life capsule breathes the seeds of ordinary plants into life seed. The life seed establishes a contractual relationship with the tribal warriors. The life seed can continuously absorb the force to grow, and will also advance with the breakthrough and transformation of the warriors. The vitality of the life seed is also stronger than that of ordinary plants, and can even break the rules of natural growth. Ordinary sedge is an annual herb that can only bloom and bear seeds once in its life. But the sedge life seed can break the shackles, survive for many years, and bloom and bear fruit several times. Bamboo and Yintuan are busy. Pu Tao stood on the black boulder to give orders and explain the knowledge about the life seed. Flame-clustered spotted grass asked curiously, Pu Tao, can covering with dry grass leaves withstand the severe cold in winter? Pu Tao said, this method was told to me by Ma Yu when I was still a junior soldier. The stored life seeds accidentally got damp and sprouted, so I had to sow them in the fall. I used this method taught by Ma Yu to help the weak life seedlings survive the cold winter. Pu Tao continued, flame-clustered spotted grass. Haven't you discovered that in winter, laying a layer of dry leaves in the nest will warm the nest? Flame-clustered spotted grass didn't understand and replied, really? Then I must try it this year. Bamboo heard this and thought about it for a while, and figured out the principle. Dry leaves are fermented and decomposed by fungi, and heat energy is released. Natural nuclear reactions in the high-pressure environment of the planet's core continuously radiate heat energy to the surface. Winter frost falls from the top. Covering the grass leaves can not only prevent the geothermal heat from escaping, but also prevent the cold air from eroding underground, forming a barrier to block the alternation of cold and heat. The three effects are superimposed to achieve the purpose of keeping warm. It took half a day to finally make the insulation layer. Whether the poor Sunko life seed can survive in the end depends on luck. After finishing his work, Bamboo began to move the stones at the entrance of the nest, dig the soil blocking the passage, and then get into the nest. The two life seeds and Sunko seeds are well preserved. Sunko seeds can be hidden first and eaten later. Bamboo moved the two life seeds out. The Ingrigual life seed is brown, round and smooth, with full grains and vitality. It is a very successful life seed. After this kind of seeds are sown, the plants grown will be stronger. What kind of seed is this? Bamboo. You said you bred two Sunko life seeds. Is this the other one? The attention of the rambutan and the flame cluster of the spotted grass was completely attracted by the other grass seed that reflected the purple gold metallic luster. The life seed bred by the God-given seed has a beautiful appearance and extraordinary color. The aura contained in it is also significantly different from that of ordinary life seeds. The breath of the force is thicker, and the vitality is more vigorous. The breath of the valve in the abdomen of the flame cluster spotted grass became rapid. And he said in disbelief, Putian, if the inherited memory is correct, this should be a God-given seed, right? Of course, the inherited memory is not wrong. Putian stared at the seed pinched by Bamboo's toes solemnly, bent his tentacles, touched it gently, and said, yes, I know it. A God-given seed. After Pu Tao finished speaking, he changed to a firm tone and said, I followed the Lord of Taidao Mountain to visit Princess Qi Jian. I remember the unique breath of the God-given seed, and I can't be wrong. Bamboo's heart moved, judging from the tone. Could it be that Princess Qi Jian also has a God-given seed? Pu Tao immediately asked, Bamboo, is this God-given seed a seed of sun grass? Yes. Bamboo flicked his antennae and gave an affirmative answer. Pu Tao shook his antennae again with a little disappointment and said, it's a pity that it is essentially just sun grass. The growth prospects of herbaceous plants are ultimately limited. I have seen the God-given seed of Princess Qi Jian. It is a Qi Jian tree that has grown for more than 200 years. It is tall and majestic, and the red veins emit dazzling light, like a burning flame. Magnificent and stunning. Pu Tao's tone became yearning, and he said excitedly, Princess Qi Jian has devoted all her energy and financial resources to support the God-given seed. Similarly, the God-given seed has also made Princess Qi Jian rich and powerful. Princess Qi Jian is one of the most respected princesses in our Qi Bladish tribe, and she is most likely to be promoted to the king of Bladish. Bamboo understood that Princess Qi Jian not only has the God-given seed, but also the Qi Jian tree, which is listed as a rare species. Flame-clustered spotted grass was also very excited, staring at the purple gold grass seeds that Bamboo twisted on his toes. His wings flapped involuntarily. His tentacles swayed, and he said, Ma Yu told me that many princesses have seeds given by God. I have always wondered if I can be promoted to princess if I have seeds given by God. Pu Tao said, the seeds given by God can indeed greatly increase the probability of being promoted to princess. Flame-clustered spotted grass became even more excited and said, then, it means that Bamboo has a great chance of being promoted to princess in the future? Pu Tao shook his tentacles and said, the development prospects of sun grass are too poor. I have not heard of anyone finding the seeds given by God condensed from herbal plants. There is no precedent to refer to, so it is difficult to determine whether it is good or bad. Pu Tao stared at the purple gold grass seeds and said with great certainty, after all, it is a seed given by God, and it must have magical features that ordinary life seeds do not have. Eating seeds condensed from seeds given by God can obtain benefits that ordinary life seeds cannot give. Flame-tufted spotted grass said, Bamboo, you have to grow up quickly. Learn to survive independently. Find a suitable territory, and sow the seeds of God in the spring of next year. Yes. Bamboo tapped his tentacles. Flame-tufted spotted grass shamelessly said, I am your elder. When the seeds of God are produced in the future, remember to give me some to taste. Understand? Yes. Bamboo continued to tap his tentacles. Flame-tufted spotted grass spread its wings and said, let's go back. The seeds of life are stored in the nest where flame-tufted spotted grass lives. The storage method is very simple. Make a hole in the nut kernel. Dig out the pulp inside. Put the seeds of life in, and then fill it with dry fluff similar to cotton. And then wrap it tightly with 3 layers of python skin inside and 3 layers outside. And finally suppress it with a huge stone. Bamboo and flame-tufted spotted grass are both obsessed with the gift of Pu Tao. After the seeds of life are properly placed, they return to Pu Tao's territory. After a lot of tossing and turning, it was already evening. Pu Tao was hospitable and arranged for the 2 guests, Bamboo and Yin, to Ban Mao, to rest. He went into the jungle alone and hunted various animals as food for them. Bamboo peeled off the seeds of Platycladus orientalis and ate them carefully. It is good to have elders to rely on. The growth in the past few days can be equivalent to half a month in the past. There is a sense in the dark, according to the current quality of life. The next molting evolution will come soon. Yin to Ban Mao and Pu Tao chatted about all kinds of strange things. And Pu Tao was more about describing various strange things and various knowledge of survival and farming. Pu Tao was born in the territory of the Lord of Taidao Mountain. He has been a warrior of the Red Blattus tribe for nearly 20 years. He is the 4th head tribe warrior born in the territory of the Lord of Taidao Mountain. At a very young age, he was smart, hardworking and friendly, and was loved by the Iron Blade Lord. He often followed the Iron Blade Mountain Lord to visit the nearby princesses and mountain masters. Pu Tao broadened his horizons, gained more knowledge, and then used this knowledge to manage his territory into today's prosperity. Bamboo lay beside him, silent, listening attentively, benefited a lot, and had a general understanding of this world. Summarized the most important piece of information: he belonged to the Fire Blatella kingdom ruled by the Flying Fire Blatella tribe. The Flying Fire Blatella tribe is ancient and powerful, occupying the most fertile land, with a strong foundation and many cockroach king-level existences. The Red Blatella tribe is a brand new tribe that has just been born for less than 1,000 years. It is located in the borderland, and the highest achievement is only the princess. Chapter 29: The Elders of the Elders. The Twilight Warriors. Pu Tao revealed in the conversation that the seeds given by God do not really need God's favor. Every autumn, many tribal warriors will spend a lot of time and energy to conduct a carpet search of their own territories, and there are many lucky examples among them. As a senior warrior, Flame-clustered spotted grass is no more than 5 years old and mentally immature. After hearing the news, he could not sit still and left Bamboo to Pu Tao to take care of. He hurried back to the territory and planned to try his luck. Pu Tao was once a hot-blooded young man. Every autumn, he would wander around the mountains and fields to look for the seeds given by God. Unfortunately, he gave up after many years of fruitlessness. Now seeing that the little guy Bamboo was lucky enough to pick up a seed given by God, his cooling enthusiasm burst out again. He went out every morning and returned to the nest only at dusk to bring food back to Bamboo and take a rest. Bamboo is also a person who goes with the flow. He is content with food and shelter. In addition to resting, he spends most of his time exercising. The comfortable time always passes so quickly. Before he knows it, the signs of evolution appear. Bamboo notified Pu Tao and went into its nest and fell asleep. L5 Junior Warrior. Body length 30. Bayou Mulberry live seed is complete. Bamboo carefully selected a cypress seed as his 5th live seed. Pu Tao and Yang Cluster Ban Chao tirelessly searched for the God-given seeds in the jungle. It is said that the news spread, and the warriors of the Red Blatten tribe in the entire mountain range were mobilized, setting off a treasure hunt craze. One morning, Yang Cluster Ban Chao suddenly arrived. Bamboo, Lord Taidao wants me to take you to see it. We should set off. Yes. Banbu tapped his tentacles. The so-called visit to Lord Taidao before was a trick by Yang Cluster Ban Chao. I am afraid that this visit is real. Set off immediately. After flying over a dozen peaks, the flame-clustered spotted grass landed again. Banbu. This is the territory of Mayu. I was born in Mayu's territory. Mayu is my elder. You were born in my territory. I am your elder. So Mayu is the elder of your elder. You should respect it. Do you understand? Understandable logic. Understand? Banbu was speechless. He looked around and was a little curious. The flat land in front of the nest cave was overgrown with various weeds. It gave people a sense of desolation and desolation. There were only 5 lonely life species on the mountain, and they were not growing very healthily. Sensing the movement, a tribal warrior with a body length of about 400 crawled out of the nest. The color of the shell was dull, and the movement was slightly slow. Every move was full of the breath of aging. Flame-clustered spotted grass. You finally came to visit me. Is this the little fellow with the God-given seed that was born in your territory? The sturdy little fellow, with a black shell that is more conducive to hiding, and a pair of forelimbs that are good at fighting, is really a favorite favored by the true God. You will become the best warrior of the tribe. Mayu's mental power also revealed the weakness of old age. The cockroach has a keen sense of perception, and Banbu also felt that there seemed to be a cold breath of death lingering from it, which was very uncomfortable. Flamegrass replied, I've been too busy lately. Mayu asked, Are you busy looking for the seeds given by God? When I was young, I was also so enthusiastic about you. But the facts have proved that the true God of nature only favors a very small number of lucky people. Flamegrass said confidently, Then I will definitely be one of those very few lucky people. Hee. Mayu ended the conversation with laughter, looked at Banbu, and continued to laugh. Haha. Little guy just visited the rambutan. Right? It looks like a good harvest. Banbu was carrying a snakeskin bag with many arborvitae seeds in it. Flame-clustered grass said, Pearl is the most generous warrior in our Iron Blade Mountains. Mayu said, That's because its life seeds grow well, and there is endless force food every year. Mayu stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to his life plant, and said, Little guy, that's my Platycladus orientalis life seed. The fruit has been ripe for a long time. You can pick it yourself. It's best to fill your little pocket. After the Platycladus orientalis seeds mature, they will not fall off immediately, but hang on the tree, experience wind and sun, and fall off naturally after natural drying. The warriors of the Red Blatten tribe only need to patrol under the tree regularly every day and pick up the dried and fallen seeds. Of course, you can pick them and dry them yourself. Thank you. Banbu was happy. The elders of the elders are different. They treat them as family members and let themselves pick them. They are more generous than the rambutan. The small bag dragged by Banbu is not small. It is a giant python with a body length of about 600 meters cut off from the tail, and the flesh and bones are hollowed out by drilling into it, and the snake skin is dried in the sun. It is a veritable snake skin bag. When leaving, the generous rambutan gave another 20 arborvitae seeds as a farewell gift, together with the 17 seeds that were not eaten before. There were a total of 37 arborvitae seeds, which were just the bottom of the bag. Banbu's plan is to follow the flame cluster rambutan to visit the elders of the Iron Knife Mountains. The requirements are not high. Just fill the snake skin bag with various gifts. We have just arrived at Mayu, and the goal is about to be achieved? Banbu is not polite, and immediately dragged the bag to the cypress tree. Banbu. Stop! Yin-Tu Banmao suddenly stopped him, saying, It's getting late. We can't keep the Iron Blade Mountain Lord waiting for a long time. It's time to set off. Banbu turned around and sent a suspicious message. Didn't you bring me here just to eat and drink for free? Yin-Tu Banmao spread his wings and urged, Be obedient. Come up. Let's set off. Mayu said, Don't worry. You can rest here for a day, and it won't be too late to leave tomorrow morning. I don't think the Iron Blade Mountain Lord will blame you for this. Yin-Tu Banmao said, Let's go visit the Iron Blade Mountain Lord first, and when we return, we will rest here for 2 days. Mayu said dissatisfiedly, Yin-Tu Banmao, you little guy is getting more and more cunning. You don't like staying with me, an old guy who is about to die. You hate me. Yin-Tu Banmao hurriedly said, No. How could it be? After visiting the master of Taidao Mountain, we must come to your place. I will come to chat with you. Yinshu Banmao flapped his wings and urged anxiously, Bamboo, come up quickly. Hurry up. Bamboo reluctantly carried the snakeskin bag and flew behind Yinshu Banmao. Before leaving, he did not forget to greet Ma Yu with his spiritual power. Goodbye. Ma Yu was immediately overjoyed and laughed. Haha. Smart little guy. You actually learned to communicate with spiritual power. Yinshu Banmao. I am proud of you. Yinshu Banmao was depressed and said, we are proud of you too. After that, he flapped his wings and flew away. The Qinhuang mountain flew by. Along the way, flame-clustered spotted grass was unusually silent. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke with deep sadness. Bamboo, do you feel it? Ma Yu is old. Yeah. Bamboo answered casually, wondering why Ma Yu only had 5 life seeds. Flame-clustered spotted grass said, when Ma Yu was young, something unfortunate happened. A forest wolf warrior broke into its territory and tried to plunder its force food. The two sides fought. Although the Iron Blade Lord arrived in time and killed the forest wolf warrior, but unfortunately, in the battle, Ma Yu's life seeds were almost all destroyed. Without the life seeds, its strength will always stagnate at the age of 3 advanced warriors. It can't continue to grow in age. Flame-clustered spotted grass said with a sob, when I was a kid, I loved visiting the territory of the Yam the most, because every time it would give me all the force food it harvested. Later, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord told me that the lifespan of the Yam was not long, and it relied on the force food produced by the only 5 remaining life seeds to sustain its life. If I ate its food, it would age faster and die. No wonder the flame-clustered spotted grass leapt anxiously. When Bamboo heard the reason, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Chapter 30, Iron Blade Peak. Meeting the Mountain Master. The mountain range is very long, and the journey is far. After all, it is a flight, and if we hurry, we will arrive in half a day. The towering mountain peak is shrouded in smoke and colorful. Like a fairyland, the master of Iron Blade Mountain first founded the tribe in the mountain range, and he is the most powerful existence in the mountain range. He naturally occupies the best peak and named it Iron Blade Peak. It is not exclusive. There are 5 other tribal warriors living on the mountain. According to Yinshu Banmao, the youngest one is named Haizang. Like Bamboo, he is a new warrior in the spring of this year. He is deeply loved by the Iron Blade Lord, and was left to develop an Iron Blade Peak. As soon as Yinshu Banmao landed, a small red cockroach slightly larger than Bamboo ran over, and then stared at Bamboo's snakeskin pocket curiously. The flame-clustered spotted grass introduced the sword. Haizang, this is Bamboo, a warrior born this year like you. I don't know if Haizang has a problem with his aesthetic sense or is just sweet and good at talking, but he actually praised Bamboo. Black shell. Beautiful. Haha. Haizang is smart. The flame-clustered spotted grass said to Bamboo again, Bamboo, this is Haizang. It is already a 7-year-old junior warrior. You have to work hard to grow. Hello. After all, he was visiting someone else's territory, and Bamboo politely used his mental power to transmit information. Haizang was immediately surprised and said, wow, Bamboo is so powerful. Even more powerful than me. He has learned to communicate with spiritual power at such a young age. Is this a cockroach that can flatter? Bamboo secretly slandered. Haha. Bamboo also has a God-given seed. The flame-clustered spotted grass did not forget to show off proudly, and then asked, Haizang, where is the master of Iron Knife Mountain? Haizang replied, the master has been waiting for you under the Iron Knife tree for a long time. The master of the Iron Knife Mountain is an old elder who has lived for a long time. He has more than 30 life seeds. Due to the abundant original force of the mountain, each life seed has grown to a huge scale far beyond ordinary plants, forming a lush jungle. The life seeds selected by the master of the Iron Knife Mountain are completely different from those of the rambutan. They are more diversified. The largest number is the Iron Knife tree, but there are only 3 trees. The others are arborvitae, juniper, raspberry, sunshaded fruit, coelreteria, tongue oil tongue, locust, walnut, chestnut, gold and silver wood, golden silk weeping willow. There are common plants, and there are also rare plants. There are many kinds and few repetitions. In summary, the most obvious feature of all the plants selected by the master of the Iron Knife Mountain is that they are tall trees. In particular, an iron knife tree full of brown red fruits is the most. When you look up, you can't see the top of the tree. It is as vast as a mountain, and as flourishing as a canopy. Ordinary iron knife trees bear fruit in summer, and they are slightly poisonous, and need to be processed before they can be eaten. Ordinary iron knife tree species are no exception. The iron knife tree of the master of the Iron Knife Mountain is a unique mutant tree species in the world. It can bloom and bear fruit all year round. And it is non-toxic, and can be eaten directly. With this mutant iron knife tree, the master of the Iron Knife Mountain has forced fruits to eat all year round, and successfully promoted to the master of the mountain. A huge beast was lying under the iron knife tree, slowly devouring a pile of ripe fruits. It was so big that Bamboo could not estimate its length for a while. The red shell was covered with countless complex vermilion lines, which were the force formations naturally derived from a certain degree of genetic evolution. These lines flickered with breathing, like whirlpools, swallowing up the natural force around the body. A force vacuum zone suddenly formed around the master of Tidal Mountain. Compared with high-level warriors, the master of the mountain is a completely different life level. Like a volcano that may erupt at any time, with powerful chi spreading uncontrollably, giving great oppression. Standing in front of the master of Tidal Mountain, Yinshu Bamao seemed very uncomfortable, and his breath became rapid. Bamboo and Haizang stood in the distance, not daring to approach. Meet the master of Tidal Mountain. Yinshu Bamao looked around, and his attention was involuntarily attracted by the fruits on the tree. The Lord of Tidal Mountain asked, "Flame-clustered spotted grass. Is this the warrior born in your territory? The little guy with a black shell?" Flame-clustered spotted grass replied, "Yes, Lord Tidal Mountain. It's called Bamboo, and it has a God-given seed." The Lord of Tidal Mountain said, "I heard about it when I just came back. A lucky little guy favored by the true God of nature. I spend time searching for God-given seeds in the jungle every year, and have persisted for hundreds of years, but have found nothing so far." Flame-clustered spotted grass's emotions became complicated. Some proud, some sad. Proud that Bamboo was born in his territory, and sad whether he could find a God-given seed. Lord Tidal Mountain. Bamboo's first life seed unfortunately chose Sunko seeds, which is equivalent to wasting an opportunity to breed life seeds, which will affect its future growth. I hope to have a red hard tree seed, and an iron knife tree seed to make up for its loss. The Lord of Tidal Mountain said, "The iron knife tree is controlled by us, and it can have as many as it wants. The seeds of the Qijian tree that I traded from Princess Qijian last time have already been distributed to you." Ying Cluster Spotted Grass stammered, "Master Tidal Mountain, can you trade with Princess Qijian again?" "Spotted is very good." Master Tidal Mountain did not answer directly, but stared at Spotted and said, "The black shell is completely different from the shell color of our Chi Blado tribe." Ying Cluster Spotted Grass, "Do you find what is different about it?" Ying Cluster Spotted Grass thought about it carefully and replied, "Spotted can use divine thoughts to communicate information when he was a 4-year-old primary warrior." Master Tidal Mountain said, "The divine thoughts are powerful, which is the ability of the black and white cockroach tribe. But it does not have the breath characteristics of the black and white cockroach tribe. It should be naturally evolved. Primitive civilizations have no concept of genes. The so-called natural evolution refers to gene mutations. When phenomena are observed, the fundamental causes cannot be understood. So the blame is passed on to the true God of nature. God is omnipotent, and it is acceptable and reasonable to pass the blame on to God for incomprehensible phenomena. God is equivalent to an omnipotent scapegoat." Flame-clustered spotted grass, "Have you found similar tribes in your territory?" Flame-clustered spotted grass shook its tentacles and said, "I checked carefully and found nothing. That is an individual exception." The Iron Knife Mountain Lord was slightly disappointed, and then asked, "Did you find anything else special about Bamboo?" "Special?" Flame-clustered spotted grass couldn't help but forget the iron knife tree fruits on the tree, and tentatively answered, "Especially edible?" The Iron Knife Mountain Lord was stunned, and said unhappily, "Flame-clustered spotted grass, you are also very edible." Flame-clustered spotted grass said seriously, "Master Tidal Mountain, what I said is true. Bamboo eats more than me. It is now 5 years old, and can eat 2 cypress seeds every day. I remember that when I was a primary warrior at the age of 9. I could only absorb the power of 1 cypress seed every day." "Really? Then it is really good at eating." Master Tidal Mountain tapped his tentacles seriously, and said, "Strong digestion means good physique, which can quickly pass the primary and intermediate warrior stages. Jinping Mountain Range cannot be left without warriors. The black and white flower cockroach tribe has urged Princess Qijian several times Princess Qijian cannot arrange other warriors. She requires us to send 3 warriors from Taidao Mountain Range to slowly manage, and start from scratch, to restore the rule of Jinping Mountain Range. Bamboo is an excellent choice. It has a similar shell color, and ability to the black and white flower cockroach tribe. It has a God-given seed, slender and developed forelimbs, and is naturally good at fighting. When it grows up, it has enough force to deal with those hateful beasts. Jinping Mountains. Yanchub was anxious and shouted, Master Taidao. No. Bamboo is still very weak. It will be eaten by wild beasts. No. The tragedy of Ma Yu will be repeated on it. Taidao said, Ma Yu's tragedy will not be repeated on Bamboo. I am fully prepared for this matter. I will arrange for the Cliff Cypress to take turns patrolling to protect Bamboo's safe growth until he becomes a high-level warrior and has the strength to fight wild beasts alone. Yanchub shook his tentacles vigorously and kept repeating, No. No. Bamboo can't go. Taidao said calmly, Yanchub, don't be anxious. Listen to me. There are benefits to going to Jinping Mountains. Princess Qijian promised 3 Qijian tree seeds, 3 tungwell seeds, and a very special pine seed. As the first warrior to go to Jinping Mountain Range, Bamboo takes on the greatest responsibility and can obtain 1 seed each from Pinus sibiricus, Qijian tree, and tungwell tree. In addition to the reward promised by Princess Qijian, I will provide a batch of force fruits every year to help Bamboo grow quickly until it becomes a high-level warrior. Bamboo will not be alone. In the future, I will arrange for 2 new warriors born in Taidao Mountain Range to go to Jinping Mountain Range. Yinshu Banmao hesitated, but Ma Yu is old, and he certainly doesn't want Bamboo to go to a dangerous place. The Lord of Taidao Mountain said, I have ordered Ma Yu to come to discuss. He has the most say in whether Bamboo should stay or go. Right? Yinshu Banmao said, yes. Ma Yu's opinion should be sought. Chapter 31. Bamboo was sent to a dangerous place. Bamboo seemed to understand the conversation between the master of Taidao Mountain and Yinshu Banmao. It seemed that he would be sent to the dangerous Jinping Mountain Range. I had heard Yinshu Banmao and Pudao chatting before, and vaguely heard about Jinping Mountain Range. It was just to the south of Taidao Mountain Range. Standing on the top of the mountain, it was far away. It is said that Jinping Mountain Range originally had a master and many high-level warriors in charge. In an accident in a battle, all of them died. Ordinary cockroaches have strong reproductive capacity. Each tribal warrior will shelter millions, or even millions of ordinary cockroaches to survive in their own territory. However, the probability of ordinary cockroaches transforming into primary warriors is extremely low. The entire Taidao Mountain Range, with its current development scale, can only produce 1 primary warrior in about 5 years on average. The appearance of Bamboo should be considered an exception. Haizang is a new warrior born after Yinshu Banmao, with a gap of more than 4 years in between. The Red Blattaria tribe occupies a vast territory, and has always faced the serious problem of scarcity of tribes and inability to fully control the territory. This planet contains too much force. Cockroaches can evolve into force creatures, as can other insects and animals of all sizes, especially those large animals. The strong ones can easily evolve into beast warriors, and once they become beast warriors, they will soon have combat power comparable to that of high-level Zerg warriors. Beast warriors do not have life capsules, and cannot breed life seeds. In order to grow, they often attack the territories of insects. Beasts and insects are natural enemies. If smart beasts realize that they cannot beat Zerg warriors, they know how to change tactics and attack to destroy life plants. Insect warriors grow up with a strong dependence on life seeds. Losing life seeds means losing the prospect of further evolution. In order to prevent such accidents, the master of Taidao Mountain organizes a hunting activity every month. All the warriors of the Red Blatten tribe in the mountain go out together to clear and kill large animals in the jungle. The large skeletons of creatures that Bamboo saw in the territory of Yinchuang Banmao a long time ago were the spoils of hunting activities. The Taidao Mountain Range extends south to the Jinping Mountain Range. The entire vast jungle belongs to the Taidao Mountain Range. The Red Blatten tribe warriors living in the mountain range can enter and exit the hunting freely, and they also have management responsibilities. What dangers are there in the predation territory under the jurisdiction of the Jinping Mountain Range? What caused the original mountain master and many warriors to be wiped out? Bamboo is still unclear. However, although the master of Taidao Mountain did not say it clearly, Bamboo could see that he did not like his black shell. The so-called shell color and ability similar to the black and white cockroach tribe. possessing a God-given seed, long and well-developed forelimbs, and naturally good at fighting. And so on are all excuses. The main reason is that he dislikes bamboo's ugly appearance. It just so happens that Jinping Mountain Range urgently needs to send soldiers to guard it. And the master of Taidao Mountain simply goes with the flow and pushes bamboo out. Intelligent creatures have likes and dislikes. If an unpleasant tribe is sent to a dangerous place, there is no need to be sad in case of an accident. Haizeng, who stood next to bamboo, shook his tentacles and gently touched bamboo's tentacles, secretly conveying a comforting emotion. Bamboo was angry. This guy got the advantage and still acted cute. If he hadn't appeared suddenly, it would definitely be Haizeng who was forced to be sent to Jinping Mountain Range. The flame-clustered grass was angry and helpless. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was the most senior elder in the entire mountain range, and his arrangements must be followed, and no one should disobey him. A huge cockroach flew slowly to the mountain peak, hovered for a while, and landed next to the flame-clustered grass. It was Ma Yu. Ma Yu was born in the territory of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord. The flame-clustered grass was born in Ma Yu's territory, and the bamboo was born in the flame-clustered grass's territory. It was a very clear relationship of seniority and subordination. Regarding the future of bamboo, Ma Yu and the flame-clustered grass are naturally the most concerned and have the most say. Ma Yu asked, Master Taidao, do you have something important to discuss with me? Yanchu Banmao answered first. Master Taidao plans to arrange bamboo to Jinping Mountain Range. Ma Yu thought for 2 seconds and said, it is a very reasonable arrangement. To the south of Jinping Mountain Range is Jinjiang River, and to the south of Jinjiang River is the territory of the Cockroach Kingdom. Bamboo's shell color is more convenient for communication with the black and white cockroach tribe. When Master Jinsi was in Jinping Mountain Range, he had many conflicts with the black and white cockroach tribe. If bamboo goes there, the situation should be better. The leader of Taidao Mountain said, yes. I think so too. Yantu Banmao said angrily, Jinping Mountain Range is very dangerous. Ma Yu, do you want to see the tragedy that happened to you repeat on bamboo? Ma Yu said, we can concentrate our efforts to carry out a major cleansing of the mountains and forests around Liju Peak in Jinping Mountain Range to minimize the danger. The leader of Taidao Mountain said, yes. A cleansing is needed. Last month, the black and white cockroach tribe encountered a surprise attack by clouded leopard warriors and suffered heavy losses. In the past 2 years, Jinping Mountain Range lacked warrior rule, and various beasts multiplied wantonly. If we continue to let it go, our Taidao Mountain Range may not be at peace soon. Ma Yu asked, Master, this time Princess Qi Jian summoned you because of the attack on the black and white cockroach tribe? The master of Taidao Mountain replied, yes. They believe that the attacking cloud leopard warriors were born in the territory governed by Jinping Mountain Range, and have grown strong. They require our red cockroach tribe to send warriors as soon as possible to restore the rule of Jinping Mountain Range. Ma Yu sighed, it is an irrefutable request. The master of Taidao Mountain said, Yin Cluster Spotted Grass is still an ignorant child. Ma Yu, you have traveled all over the continent and are knowledgeable. You are a rare wise man in Taidao Mountain Range. I hope you can teach bamboo about hunting and farming in person. I will. Ma Yu said to Yin Siu Banmao again, take bamboo to visit other elders in the mountain range. Don't play around. Come to my territory tomorrow. Okay. Yin Siu Banmao replied listlessly and said to bamboo, Bamboo, let's go. I'll take you to visit the other 4 elders in Tai Dao Feng first. The 4 senior warriors of the Qi Blato tribe living in Tai Dao Feng are named by Yun Tao, Hu Chu, and Li Zhu. Each of them has managed his territory prosperously. No worse than Pu Tao. In addition to Tai Dao Feng, there are 13 elders of the same tribe, all of whom are senior warriors. In total, the Tai Dao Mountains are ruled by 1 mountain master and 21 senior warriors. Hei Sang can grow into a senior warrior in 2 or 3 years. But by then, I'm afraid Ma Yu will be old and dead. In addition to Ma Yu, there are several other aging senior warriors in the mountains. It can be predicted that in the short term, the number of senior warriors in the Taidao Mountains will not change much. Bamboo is not very interested in the rise and fall of the Taidao Mountains. He is eager to know how dangerous the Jinping Mountains are and is very worried about his future. Of course, there are also happy things. The gifts given by many elders filled the snakeskin pockets. There are too many things. Bamboo can't carry them by himself. So Yanchu Banmao does it for him. Yanchu Banmao is not happy at all. After visiting all the elders, he hurried to Ma Yu's territory. Chapter 32 Investigating Liju Peak. Yanqing Banmao. You should be happy for Bamboo. Ma Yu said meaningfully. Bamboo. You should be happy too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can occupy the most fertile Liju Peak in Jinping Mountains. For a warrior to grow, it is not only about the fate, but also the choice of territory is a key factor in determining future achievements. The borderland is barren, and there are not many good mountains. Liju Peak is one of the few treasures. When I was young, I followed the merchants to travel the continent, and saw all kinds of ethnic tribes and prosperity. I can assure you that Liju Peak is definitely not worse than those rich places. Bamboo felt much better after hearing this. Flame-clustered spotted grass was still worried and said, but it's too dangerous there. Danger and opportunity coexist. The strong spiritual power came from a distance. And Putao flew to the ground, looked at the bulging snake-skin bag of bamboo, and said teasingly, little guy, you have a good harvest. Yeah. Bamboo was quite fond of Putao, and moved his tentacles happily. Ma Yu said seriously, flame-clustered spotted grass. Putao, you two still have too little knowledge and lack keen insight. You didn't notice the peculiarity of bamboo's body shape. Look at its forelimbs, which are thick and powerful. And look at the toes, which are slender and sharp. Divided into 3 sections instead of 2 sections, which will be more flexible. The seemingly small difference can form 2 completely different results. Bamboo will appear more flexible and agile in battle, and is a natural excellent warrior. Bamboo was not surprised by this. This body structure is the result of evolution intentionally guided by his own soul will, changing in the direction of being better at fighting and flying. Flame-clustered spotted grass said stubbornly, that's still too dangerous. And, Ma Yu interrupted, Bamboo survived alone in the jungle for a year? This has proved its ability. Under my guidance, it will not be a big problem for it to gain a foothold in Jinping Mountains in the future. There are risks, but they are not as serious as you think. Putao said, then let's prepare quickly, and then go out to investigate. Make a decision based on the specific situation. If the situation is serious, then ask the master of Taidao Mountain to organize a big cleanup, at least to wipe out the ferocious beasts around Liju Peak. Ma Yu said, yes, the master of Taidao Mountain and I both mean this. Let's go and see the situation before making a decision. Ma Yu is a perennial herb. It has flowers and seeds, but its main use is not for food. Ma Yu will also grow bulbous tubers underground, which contain neurotoxins. Few insect warriors choose Ma Yu as their life species. Ma Yu, a warrior of the Red Blatten tribe, had a large number of his live seeds destroyed by the forest wolf warriors, who broke into his territory when he was young. He knew that his future was hopeless, so he simply bred a Ma Yu seed as his life seed. Flame cluster spotted grass dug out 3 fist-sized gray-brown stems from the Ma Yu life seed, and each of the 3 senior warriors took one, crushed it with a stone, and then began to apply it. Mainly apply it to the 6 legs and vein wings, especially the parts with sharp thorns, and apply it repeatedly several times. Bamboo understood at a glance that this method was similar to weapon poisoning. Dishonorable means, in battle, just pierce the opponent's skin a little. The toxin enters the body, and immediately causes a large range of nerve paralysis and muscle paralysis, which will hinder the battle at the least, and lose combat effectiveness at the worst. Flame-clustered spotted grass called out, Bamboo, come! Apply it too. With the help of anesthetic toxin, you can easily kill a giant beast that is dozens of times larger than you. Bamboo had long been curious about the toxin effect of the life-planted taro. Upon hearing this, he walked forward, dipped a little juice with his toes, and licked it with his tongue. Flame-clustered spotted grass saw this and shouted, Bamboo, shut up. That's not edible. However, it was too late. Bamboo's half-open mouth could no longer be closed, and he struggled to move his head up and down, trying to stay awake, because he was tasting with his tongue. The toxin quickly invaded his brain, and his consciousness became a little blurred. The valve breathing became rapid, and all the closed spare blood vessels and heart in the body were activated. A large amount of blood was produced, and the blood flowed rapidly, transporting the nutrients and energy stored in the whole body to the brain in a short time. Bamboo? Flame-clustered spotted grass called softly. Ma Yu said calmly, the poison is not fatal. It may fall asleep. After a nap, the numbness will naturally disappear. Pu Tao said, Ma Yu. You are wrong this time. This little guy was not knocked down by the anesthetic. Banbu stood on the ground, shaking his head for a while, swaying, slowly stabilizing his body, and using mental power to send a message to the flame-clustered spotted grass. I'm hungry. Ma Yu asked in confusion. How is it possible? Pu Tao explained. I see that it moves frequently and exercises regularly. Its physique must be stronger than that of an ordinary 5-year-old primary warrior, and its ability to resist poison is certainly stronger. Really? Ma Yu was skeptical, flapped his wings, and called, Let's go without further delay. The flame-tufted spotted grass then spread its wings and called out, Banbu, come up first. There will be food when we get there. Banbu pushed the snakeskin bag into the nest of the yam, flapped its wings and flew, landing on the back of the flame-tufted spotted grass. With the yam leading the way, the group flapped their wings and flew quickly, crossing the vast jungle. After half a day, they arrived at the Jinping Mountains and turned to fly along the mountains. Standing on the back of the flame-tufted spotted grass and looking from a high altitude, Banbu finally saw the situation on the south side of the Jinping Mountains: rolling hills, dense jungles, open flat swamps, and calmly flowing rivers. Flame-clustered spotted grass took the initiative to explain. Spotted grass. Did you see that? South of the mountain range, all the way to Xinjiang, a large area of territory belongs to the Jinping Mountains. The terrain is complex and difficult to control, with hills, mountains, gorges, jungles, swamps, and rivers. More than 30 kinds of ferocious beasts live in it, and the number is unknown. Riots often occur, and it is a notoriously dangerous place. Xinjiang is also the border between the Fire Bletella Kingdom and the Flower Bletella Kingdom, and Jiangnan is the territory of the Black and White Bletella tribe. As both are borderlands, the Black and White Bletella tribes' rule over the border territory is no stronger than our Red Bletella tribe. So the beasts in the Xinjiang Mountains will never be killed. If you kill a group today, there may be another group crossing the river from the Black and White Bletella territory tomorrow. Spotted now understands what they call the dangers of the Xinjiang Mountains. Pu Tao slowed down and walked side by side with Yanchu Banchao, saying, Banbu, don't worry too much. There are senior warriors helping to patrol, and ordinary beasts are not a big threat. As for beast warriors, the probability of their appearance is very small, and they are not stupid, and they will not easily attack your territory. Banbu struggled to use his mental power and asked, What happened to the previous mountain master? Oh, you mean the Lord of Jinju Mountain? Yanchu Banmao rushed to answer. They were encircling a group of beast warriors, and an accident happened, and they all died. It happened in. Yanchu Banmao suddenly got stuck and asked, Pu Tao, was it last summer? Pu Tao replied, Yes, last summer, the midsummer dry season. Ma Yu, who was flying in the front, said, Then let's take Banbu to that place first. Banbu was confused again, and tried his best to use his mental power and asked, Where? What happened? Ma Yu said, An evil place. Something suddenly fell from the sky. The jungle was destroyed. The earth trembled, and the river water flowed back. Afterwards, I followed the Lord of Taidao Mountain to check, and that area was shrouded in evil breath. The rocks, plants, land, and even the backflowing river water were all dyed black. Banbu heard this and stomped, and his heart beat violently all over his body. It was the middle of last summer. Wasn't it the time of my rebirth? Based on the description, it must be a dominant life core. Chapter 33 Metal Core. Metal Life. The most magical and powerful life race in the universe. The domination realm is the top level of genetic evolution in the universe. Under their feet is just a primitive planet with close to zero technological civilization, inhabited by primitive carbon-based life races that can't even practice. They have definitely never heard of metal life, let alone understand the power of the domination realm. And of course, they can't understand the Higgs boson resonance field naturally released by the domination level life core due to the loss of soul will. Primitive wisdom. For things that cannot be understood, the good ones are attributed to the true God of nature, and the bad ones are defined as evil. The scene in front of them does look quite evil. The extremely dense domination level metal core fell from the sky and landed on the swamp beside the Xinjiang River, creating a giant crater, and the river water backflowed to form a lake. Under the continuous action of the resonance field, the lake water was dyed black, and the surface still exuded a metallic luster. with ripples and circles. A large area around the lake was covered by the force field. And the grass, trees, and rocks turned into a metallic black. This planet was filled with dense force. Under the action of the Higgs boson resonance force field, the force was transformed into basic particles, which then generated the simplest hydrogen atoms, and then formed a special state of metallic hydrogen. A large amount of them gathered, lingering, forming a strange black fog, blowing in the breeze, rolling endlessly, watching from afar. The devil's energy was lush, and the principle was unclear. It looked really eerie and terrifying. The previous mountain master of the Xinjiang Mountains and those warriors were unlucky enough. They were just hit by the shock wave of the metal core bombarding the ground, and fell to the ground collectively. Flame-clustered spotted grass warned, "Bamboo. This is an evil forbidden place. Don't get close." Pu Tao also said, "The evil power from the sky has a terrifying corrosive ability, and ordinary beasts will die if they touch it." In order to verify Pu Tao's statement and to warn Bamboo, flame-clustered spotted grass decided to prove it with actual actions. Waving its forelimbs, it cut a branch from the banyan tree next to it, dragged it into the range covered by the black fog, and then fled in a panic. Under the effect of the resonant force field, the green branches blackened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and showed a metallic color. When leaving the force field, the weak leaves immediately collapsed and turned into gray dust and scattered, and the surface of the wooden branches also collapsed and shattered. Flame-clustered spotted grass said, "Bamboo. See it? It's devouring vitality. Uneducated. So scary." Bamboo was a little speechless. The devouring vitality of wool. Are you trying to scare children? This is simply that the force field changes the material structure from the basic particle level to form a metal-like state. When leaving the force field, that unstable state cannot be maintained, so it collapses. The branch just now only had its leaves and skin damaged, which shows that the resonance force field is very weak. At least the strength at the edge is not high. When the force creatures are born with spiritual power, with the soul as the core, the body gradually forms an independent energy force field. Flame-clustered spotted grass is a high-level warrior after all, and it is impossible to be affected by such a resonance force field. Looking at its panic and fear, it is obviously pretending to deliberately scare Bamboo. Bamboo couldn't help but find it funny, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. The death of a large number of warriors of the same tribe, especially the fall of a powerful mountain master, inevitably cast a shadow on the hearts of other Red Blatty tribe warriors. Mayu said, "Bamboo, you don't need to worry. The Lord of Tidao Mountain has been paying attention to this place. According to its observation, the evil power has no signs of life and is slowly weakening. It will die out naturally in 50 years at most, and will not have any impact on your territory." Pu Tao said, "Yes. It is a dead thing after all. Bamboo. Remember? Don't get close to it. There will be no danger." "Yeah. I understand," Bamboo said casually, and his heart was already full of joy. "Danger? There is no such thing. This is a master-level metal core. The value in human civilization. The master-level life core is a priceless treasure, and its main use is to make information storage for supercomputers. The master-level metal core is spherical, and the diameter is linked to the strength. The master realm is about 28 centimeters, slightly larger than a basketball. After being made into a storage device, it can accommodate all the knowledge of human civilization, using other materials to make storage devices of the same capacity. It is often built in the form of an information building. The volume is converted into a spherical shape, and the diameter will exceed 50 kilometers. The key is a storage device made of a dominant metal core, which can also achieve superfast writing and reading. Supercomputers made of dominant metal cores are often used for administrative management. As the core brain, they manage the government affairs of a galaxy. They can also be used in the military field. As the main brain of the command center, they can control the large-scale wars at the galaxy level. Luxurious ones may also be used for scientific research to quickly process various complex research data. They are all the core uses in the highest-end fields. Bamboo then became depressed. There is no technological civilization on this planet under my feet. Moreover, none of the currently known races are suitable for developing technology. Moreover, Bamboo was a human in his previous life, and he took the path of cultivation and evolution. The scientific and technological knowledge he mastered barely reached the level 4 civilization, and he mastered it through the inherited memory of human genes. 99.9% of the knowledge was only known in principle, and never put into practice. Doesn't that mean that this dominant metal core has lost its maximum utilization value? What else is this thing used for? Bamboo began to think, and then found that it was useless except for making supercomputer storage hardware. The flame-clustered bamboo next to him reminded Bamboo, "It's getting late. We should set off. Let's go to Liju Peak." Bamboo said disappointedly, "Oh, let's go." The flame-clustered bamboo said in surprise, "Bamboo, your ability to communicate with divine thoughts has improved a lot. It's still very laborious." Bamboo did not lie. He is only a L5 junior warrior now. It is very difficult to use mental power to express information of more than 5 words. Will the priceless treasure really become priceless waste? Spiritual power. During the flight, Bamboo's heart suddenly lit up. What is the principle of the formation of the resonant force field? The soul in the dominant metal core was wiped out by the human race's strongman, and the remaining spiritual power combined with energy to form an unconscious overflow radiation phenomenon. My soul was irradiated at close range, causing mutations, and survived the air crash in an incomprehensible way. If I can absorb these ownerless spiritual power, absorbing a little ownerless spiritual power to strengthen oneself is theoretically very feasible. But after all, it is not derived from one's own soul, and it will definitely cause a series of uncontrollable mutations. The general principle is that the mental power and the soul are not matched, which leads to the mutation of the soul, and the mutation of the soul induces gene mutation. The specific consequences are unpredictable. The advantage is that after absorbing high-level mental power, the soul is strong and the combat effectiveness is strong, and the risk of breaking through the bottleneck of promotion in the future is reduced. Rebirth as a cockroach is a terrible thing. Mutation is mutation. Can it be worse? First deduce a set of targeted meditation exercises, and come and try it after becoming an intermediate warrior. Bamboo weighed the pros and cons, and finally made up his mind. Bamboo. Look! That's Liju Peak. The bamboo is almost dead. Yinchu Bamboo still has a stubborn side. At this time, he is still dissatisfied with Bamboo being arranged to live alone in Jinping Mountains. No need to remind. Bamboo has already noticed a towering mountain in the distant mountains. There is snow on the top of the mountain. There are large areas of withered yellow at the waist and foot of the mountain. And the mountains around the mountain are also withered yellow in patches. Pu Tao explained, Bamboo. Don't worry. It's mainly because the master of Jinju Mountain and many tribal warriors died, which caused their life seeds to wither and die. There is also the summer drought. The scorching sun for more than 20 consecutive days caused the bamboo forests on the peaks and mountains to lack water and die in large areas. Ma Yu also said, yes. Bamboo is a plant that cannot tolerate drought and is not suitable for planting on the mountain. Moreover, using bamboo as a life seed is not a rational choice. Bamboo didn't care whether bamboo was suitable for planting on the mountain. Nor did he think about whether bamboo was suitable as a life seed. He asked in confusion, when a warrior dies, its life seed will wither and die? Yen Tu Ban Mao replied, of course. Ma Yu said, in the process of nurturing life seeds, a warrior establishes a symbiotic relationship with his life. Conversely, the death of the life seed will also cause certain damage to the warrior. Damage to the soul level. This is the main reason why I can't continue to advance after my life seed is destroyed. Not only can I not continue to advance, but my lifespan is also shortened. Bamboo has a headache. There are many benefits to nurturing life seeds, but at the same time, it is also constrained by life seeds, which is a fatal weakness. Ma Yu explained in detail, losing 1 life seed is a minor injury. Losing 2 is a minor injury. Losing 3 is a serious injury. And losing more than 5. He shook his antennae, and didn't say anything else. The consequences are self-evident. Chapter 34 Investigating Liju Peak 2. Pu Tao. Yintu Ban Chao. You should search Liju Peak carefully first. After more than a year, most of the large beasts will be attracted here. Okay. Understood. After landing, Pu Tao and Yintu Ban Chao were responsible for eliminating the threats, while Ma Yu led Bamboo and began to explain. Bamboo. This is the residence of the Lord of Jinju Mountain. The best location in the entire Liju Peak. Look at the withered bamboo forest. The life plants of the Lord of Jinju Mountain were once extremely prosperous. The only shortcoming is that he chose various bamboos as life seeds. Bamboo. You should know that ordinary bamboo can only bloom and bear fruit once in its lifetime. As a life seed, it will bloom and bear fruit only once every 30 50, or even 100 years, thanks to the high-quality soil and rich forest environment. Its live seed grows extremely vigorously, but there is no corresponding forest food produced every year. Bamboo. Look carefully at the soil on the mountain. This is the most fertile and most suitable humus black soil for plant growth. Feel it carefully. The force of Leju Peak is more concentrated than that of Tidal Peak. Bamboo. You have the seeds given by God. You can do better than the Lord of Jinju Mountain. You can surpass the Lord of Tidal Mountain. Do you understand? Your future is limitless. Mayu became more and more excited as he spoke. With a high and excited tone, Bamboo flapped his wings and flew low, looking at the withered forest in front of him. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a bamboo forest. It is not large in scale, and is bred from a golden bamboo live seed. Near the living cave, there is a small bamboo forest bred from more than 20 bamboo live seeds of various sizes. The Jinju Mountain Master's love for bamboo is no longer in the category of liking it. It is an extreme hobby. Most of its live species are bamboo. All kinds of bamboo of different varieties. Not only did he choose bamboo as his life species, the entire Leju Peak was planted with ordinary bamboo. Due to drought, most of them withered and only a few survived. Bamboo is indeed not suitable for planting on the mountain. There should be another reason for the painstaking large-scale planting. The Jinju Mountain Master is selecting and cultivating new bamboo varieties. Zerg warriors with a certain background will no longer stick to the existing plant varieties in nature. They will spend their minds to select and cultivate new plant varieties. For example, the Iron Knife Mountain Master planted ordinary iron knife trees on a large scale on the Iron Knife Peak. Collected the seeds condensed every year. Selected the ones with the fullest grains and sowed them. And selected the best growing seedlings for cultivation. After selecting generation after generation, better tree species can be obtained. With more generations, the genetic gap will widen, and new tree species will appear. Seed selection is the most common method. In addition, there are gene mutations to obtain heterogeneous species and hybrid tree species to obtain inbreeding. Cockroach warriors breed live seeds with tree seeds. Naturally, they use their wisdom in plants, which derives a series of knowledge. The inherited memory records are still simple entry-level knowledge, which is complicated but very simple. More knowledge requires acquired learning and independent exploration. Bamboo. You will move in and live in the spring and sow the live seeds. Before that, the rambutan and the flame cluster caltrip will help you cut down these withered bamboos. Cut them off. Bury them underground. And increase soil fertility. Mayu came to the entrance of a cave that was almost covered with weeds and complained, "These annoying weeds are really tough. They survive the dry season. The owner of Jinju Mountain will not make a mistake in choosing a residence. This cave will be warm in winter and cool in summer. The humidity is suitable, and it will be very comfortable. Bamboo. This will become your home. You should be more diligent and clean the weeds at the entrance of the cave." "Yeah." Bamboo began to act reluctantly. A question still echoed in his mind. The death of the life species will cause harm to the soul. In serious cases, the soul will be severely damaged and the future will be blocked. Along the way, Bamboo basically saw the current situation of Jinping Mountains. Just as Yanshu Banmao described, vast area, complex terrain, rampant beasts, and dangers everywhere. Bamboo was very sad. Surviving alone in such a dangerous place. His life is worrying. As for the so-called opportunity of Mayu and Pu Tao, Bamboo also felt it. The abundance of the force in Leju Peak is better than that of Taida Mountain. About twice that of ordinary places. Bamboo is now more curious. Why does an ordinary life planet have such a thick force? It's unscientific. It's definitely not a natural phenomenon. Crack. In a withered yellow bamboo forest in the middle and lower layers of the mountainside, there was a sound of dense bamboo breaking. Mayu was alert and lowered his telekinesis to Bamboo. "It's a battle. Bamboo. Come. Follow. Let's go and take a look." After Mayu finished speaking, he quietly approached the direction where the sound came from. Bamboo also ran close to the ground, following Mayu. This is an ordinary bamboo forest that withered and died due to drought. In the bamboo forest, Pu Tao was confronting a giant python that was more than 3 times its length. The body of the giant python is brown-gray with dark green diamond patterns all over it. It is called Goju Mountain Python and is a dominant predator that roams the mountains and forests. An adult Goju Mountain Python can easily strangle a tiger or leopard and then swallow it whole. Bamboo saw the situation clearly and retreated decisively, climbing up a dead tree and watching from a high place. Mayu saw the situation clearly and slowed down, slowly approaching the Goju mountain python. Yinsu Banmao noticed the movement and followed closely. The three warriors of the Red Blattus tribe stood in a triangle. The most powerful Pu Tao took the lead and launched an attack. Yinsu Banmao followed suit. Ka! There was a crisp sound of collision. Pu Tao's vain wings were bitten by the Goju mountain python. The Goju mountain python was powerful and shook its head. And Pu Tao was thrown out, hitting the roots of the tree and the dead bamboo, and finally fell to the ground. The flame-clustered spotted grass seemed to be shrinking from the battle, and its charge suddenly changed, and it jumped over the belly of the Goju mountain python. Very cunning. When it landed, it kicked back with its two back legs, and its poisoned toes left 4 blood holes in the belly of the Goju mountain python. And its body also took advantage of the momentum to escape. At this time, the slowly sneaking Pu Tao had already approached the tail of the Goju mountain python, and suddenly accelerated, pounced forward, waved its front claws, leaving 4 blood marks, and then quickly pulled away. Moo! The Goju mountain python half opened its mouth, made an angry sound, and swam and jumped, chasing the flame-clustered spotted grass, which seemed to be the weakest. Bamboo noticed that its mouth was paralyzed by the muscles of biting the poisoned wings of Pu Tao, and lost its bite ability. The poison of Mayu took effect, and the muscles at the injured position were out of control, and the swimming movement was unnatural, and the speed seemed a little slow. Pu Tao launched another attack, charging forward at full speed, suddenly flapping its wings and flying into the air, passing through the body of the Goju mountain python, kicking its hind legs in the air, leaving 4 bloody holes on its sharp toes. Mayu used a similar method and launched an attack immediately. In the blink of an eye, 8 blood holes appeared on the huge body of the Goju mountain python. Mayu's toxin took effect immediately, almost making it lose its ability to move. Seeing this, the 3 warriors, Yantuan, Pu Tao, and Mayu, were no longer afraid and launched attacks at the same time. After this round, the Goju mountain python was completely paralyzed, and a small part of its body could swing and twist in place. Pu Tao stepped forward and cut the neck with the toes of his forelimbs, slowly removing the entire python head. The battle was over. Yinshu Banmao said, "There are dangerous reptiles, like Goju mountain python in Jinping mountain range. It's too dangerous." Mayu examined the corpse and said, "This is a strong male Goju mountain python. In time, it is likely to transform into a mountain python warrior. It has been less than 2 years, and all kinds of beasts have begun to spread to the mountains. It seems that a large-scale cleansing must be carried out." Pu Tao said, "Yinshu Banmao, let's go and look around. Goju mountain python lays 8 eggs at a time, and the survival rate of young pythons is high. There should be more nearby." Mayu said, "No, there is no rush. Let's stop here today. Let's go back first." Yinshu Banmao, "Tomorrow morning you will follow me to Taidao Peak. Ask the leader of Taidao Mountain to gather all the warriors of the tribe, and everyone will work together to find and kill all the large beasts in Liju Peak and the surrounding territories. Bamboo, you follow me. From today on, I will teach you all kinds of hunting and farming knowledge." Chapter 35 The Fate of Bamboo Species. Large beasts often have fixed hunting territories after adulthood, and will only move when there is a shortage of food or natural disasters such as drought or flash floods. Kill all the threatening beasts around Liju Peak. Under normal circumstances, the probability of Bamboo encountering danger after moving in will be greatly reduced. Bamboo has no part in hunting beasts, so he simply ignores it and stays in Mayu's territory every day, eating and drinking in peace, and strengthening his body through body exercises. Mayu returns to his nest every night to rest and transmits hunting skills and farming knowledge to Bamboo. Unknowingly, it is early winter, and the hunting operation that lasted for nearly a month has ended. Mayu led Bamboo to Liju Peak to familiarize himself with the environment. The master of Taidao Mountain decided to command his troops along the way. Everyone worked together to cut down, cut off, crush and bury all the dead bamboo forests on the mountain. Rainwater and fungi will slowly decompose these dead wood and turn them into nutrients to enrich the soil. Primitive civilization. Primitive social structure. Farming as the core industry, which leads to simple folk customs. Free help to the younger generation to build a territory has become an unwritten rule. All the warriors came to help and act as free labor. The stingy and mean Fengling was busy in the mountains. He Sang, who had just been promoted to the 8th-year-old junior warrior, also came to join in the fun. In agricultural production, diligence is a necessary quality. This is already the last job. As the future owner of Liju Mountain, Banbu naturally cannot be idle. He was arranged to work with He Sang to clear the weeds around the living cave. After completing the weeding, go to the top of the mountain and comb the ditches. There is a hidden reservoir inside the top of the mountain, and a canal for diverting water is designed. In the rainy season, the water flow is guided to the reservoir through the canal. In the dry season, the water in the reservoir will seep down the mountain to ensure the soil moisture on the mountainside. If the drought is severe, the reservoir sluice can be opened to guide the water flow through the canal for irrigation. This is another benefit of Banbu taking over Liju Peak. Various basic agricultural projects are ready-made and have been tested for a long time without any loopholes. After a busy day, he finally completed all the tasks assigned by the master of Taida Mountain. He Sang couldn't wait to urge Banbu. Liju. He Sang's ability to communicate with spiritual power is limited. During this day, he repeatedly expressed a certain meaning to Banbu intermittently. It is roughly, Liju is a very good plant. Let's go to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain to find Liju seeds. I plan to breed a Liju life seed. After all, Haizang was born less than a year ago. Although he is a force creature, his intelligence is still not high, probably equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. He is indeed very smart and a bit scheming. It is possible that he has the idea of roaming around the mountain under the pretext of looking for seeds. Banbu thought for a while and said, "Let's go." After that, he took the lead in flapping his wings and flew down the mountain. Wait! Haizang's flying ability is much worse than Banbu's. He has to stop and rest every time he flies a certain distance. Liju. It has been glorious for a long time in the Chicha tribe. It can be said to be a specialty of Liju Peak. The owner of Jinju Mountain has cultivated a new variety that can bloom and bear fruit once every 3 years, and will not wither and die after blooming and bearing fruit. It is named Liju. The news spread, including Chijian County Lord and Taidao Mountain Lord. Many mountain lords and county lords spent a lot of money to exchange Li bamboo seeds, and even many mountain lords of the Black and White Cockroach tribe came to request transactions. The enthusiasm lasted for more than 20 years before it subsided. Jinju Mountain Lord made a lot of money with the new variety of Li bamboo, and Liju Peak got its name from this. The most planted plant in Liju Peak is Li bamboo. This year's drought caused a large number of deaths. At this time, it was Liju, a senior warrior of Taidafeng, who was responsible for cutting down and clearing the deadly bamboo. Liju found Haizang and Banbu wandering in the bamboo forest, and shouted from a distance, "Haizang! Banbu! What are you two little guys doing?" Haizang jumped up and down, approached Liju, and shouted, "Seeds! Looking for seeds!" At this time, Taidao Mountain Lord and Ma Yu were also here with Liju, and they seemed to be discussing something. The master of Taidao Mountain asked, "Do you also plan to choose Li bamboo as your life seed?" He Sang flicked his antennae and said, "Yes." The master of Taidao Mountain looked at Banbu. Banbu followed and flicked his antennae and said, "Yes." Bamboo has many disadvantages. The bamboo poles are hollow and fragile. They cannot withstand strong winds and rainstorms and are easily broken. There is also a fatal disadvantage. That is, the flowering and fruiting cycle is too long. Li bamboo blooms and bears fruit once every 3 years, which is barely acceptable. Bamboo also has advantages. Once a seed is sown and developed well, it can grow into a large canopy of bamboo poles, or even form a small bamboo forest. In terms of coverage area, it has advantages that other plants cannot match. Li bamboo seeds also have the special effect of strengthening the shell and muscle toughness. Overall, it is a life seed choice that is only slightly inferior to the iron knife tree, with the difference in the number of seeds and the interval period. A wise choice. 2 clever little guys. After Li Ju praised, he said regretfully, "This bamboo forest has withered due to drought, and there are not many seeds left. You can go over there and look for it. Li Ju fruits mature in late summer and early autumn, so you should pay more attention to the ground. Rotten fruits must contain dormant seeds, waiting for the arrival of spring, and then take root and sprout." "I see." He Sang turned around and called, "Banbu! Over there." "Okay. Whatever." Bamboo took the lead in flapping his wings and taking off. Li Zhu suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Bamboo! Wait! There is something I think you should decide." Bamboo shook his tentacles in confusion. The Lord of Tidal Mountain raised his tentacles and said, "Yes. Liju Peak will soon become Bamboo's territory, and his opinion should be sought on this matter. All matters of Liju Peak have always been discussed and handled by the Lord of Tidal Mountain and Mayu, and they have finally remembered Bamboo." The future Lord. Bamboo asked with his mental power, "What's the matter?" Mayu said, "I have traveled all over the continent and have never seen any powerful tribe planting bamboo on a large scale and cultivating bamboo species. As a life species, bamboo has limited development prospects. I suggest that all the bamboos on Liju Peak be cut down. Iron swordwood is an excellent choice. Bamboo. You can plant iron swordwood on a large scale. Once you cultivate a good variety, you can reap huge wealth just through tree species." Mayu seemed very stubborn and determined in planning bamboo's future. The master of Tidal Mountain shook his antennae helplessly. Li Zhu explained, "Mayu advocates cutting down all the bamboos on Liju Peak and planting other tree species. The master of Tidal Mountain thinks that some useful species should be preserved. At least the Li bamboo, Ma bamboo, Jinju bamboo, and other species should be preserved. I think every kind of bamboo is a good choice of species, and it should not be cut down. Now everyone has their own opinions, and it has not been finalized. Bamboo. You should have your own ideas on this matter. The situation is very clear. Mayu hopes that bamboo will develop step by step and follow the example of the master of Tidal Mountain to plant iron knife trees. The master of Tidal Mountain and Li Zhu hope that bamboo can inherit the will of the master of Jinju Mountain and continue to develop and cultivate bamboo. The shortcomings of bamboo are too fatal. But the master of Tidal Mountain should not be offended." Bamboo thought for a while and used mental power with some effort. "Keep a little bit of each and cut off the rest." "Okay. A wise choice." Li Zhu sighed. The master of Jinju Mountain has been looking for and collecting various bamboo species all his life. The bamboo on the mountain is the crystallization of his life's hard work, and it should not be destroyed so easily. The master of Tidal Mountain said with satisfaction, "Then let's follow bamboo's wishes and keep some of each type of bamboo and cut down the excess." Li Zhu said, "I will transplant some rare bamboo species to Tidal Peak and cultivate them myself to prevent disasters and the loss of inheritance." Mayu said, "Master of Tidal Mountain, I hope you can provide bamboo with a batch of ironwood seeds in the spring of next year." "No problem." The master of Tidal Mountain responded readily, waving his tentacles, and said, "Haizeng, bamboo, you go play. Be careful. Don't run around. And don't leave the mountain." "Yeah. Understood." Haizeng and bamboo responded and flapped their wings to leave. Chapter 36 Transplanting Sunko Life Seeds. In the following days, Tidal Mountain Lord led the tribal warriors and began to cut down the living bamboo forest of Liju Peak. After the drought, only a small number of bamboos were left on the mountain, and most of them were cut down at once. The lush and green mountains quickly became deserted in just a few days. Moreover, this kind of desertification will last for a long time, at least until bamboo grows into a senior warrior to be able to start over and manage some promising tree species. Haizeng and bamboo really can't help, so they team up and wander around the mountains. Haizeng is just for fun. Bamboo silently inspected his future territory. Now Tidal Mountain Lord and Mayu are helping to organize it, but they can't help all the time. Sooner or later, they will take office. How to develop specifically still depends on Bamboo himself. However, Tidal Mountain Lord promised to give Bamboo all kinds of support before he becomes a senior warrior. So Bamboo is not in a hurry now. Leisurely time always passes quickly. Li Zhufeng completed all his work. Bamboo finally ushered in the 5th molting evolution and was taken back to the cave of Tidal Mountain Range by Mayu to sleep. After waking up, Bamboo stayed in Mayu's territory and continued to learn various knowledge from it. Mayu is indeed a more qualified elder than flame-clustered spotted grass, especially after traveling around the continent with a traveling merchant team. Through Mayu, Bamboo had a general understanding of this planet, a completely primitive planet. The most advanced civilization is nothing more than a large number of tribes gathered together to survive, forming a prototype of a city. They planted on a large scale, sowed, managed, selected seeds in a relatively scientific and reasonable way, and cultivated a variety of new plants suitable as life seeds. The tribe with this ability has become the powerful tribe that the small tribes in the borderlands such as the Iron Blade Mountains yearn for. Indian worship. Compared with the boring farming knowledge, Bamboo prefers to listen to stories about various insect races and interesting customs in various places. There are also stories about wars, cruel and greedy northern beasts, and brave and fearless fire cockroach warriors. Warriors of the Blatodia Kingdom. Warriors of the Wolf Scorpion Kingdom. Warriors of the Double Blade Mantis Kingdom. Warriors of the Ghost Locust Kingdom. The messy and varied insect races have established hundreds of kingdoms of various sizes. So the continent is called the continent of 10,000 races. Bamboo. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that you were much better than the flame-clustered spotted grass. And your future achievements will far exceed it. The flame-clustered spotted grass was born in my territory. And you were born in the flame-clustered spotted grass's territory. You are both my descendants. Child, promise me that when you grow up in the future, you must remember to support the flame-clustered spotted grass and help it become the master of the mountain. This is Ma Yu's last words before his death. It was already in its twilight years, and had recently been too busy with Li Zhufeng's affairs, overdrawing its energy, and ultimately failed to survive this cold winter. There was no grand funeral ceremony. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord brought all the warriors of the mountain to take a last look. Then, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord rounded his jaws, continued to spit out red flames, and cremated Ma Yu's body. Bamboo carried a snakeskin bag with half a bag of original force fruit left, and followed the flame-clustered spotted grass to its territory to live. The flame-clustered spotted grass's mind was actually equivalent to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. It could not accept the death of its loved ones, and was depressed all day long, lying under the raspberry bushes, silent. Bamboo was also sad for 2 days. But soon he cheered up, and worked harder every day to exercise and strengthen his body. L7 Junior Warrior. Body length 43. Body shape slightly changed. Compared with L1 Junior Warrior, the accumulation of small changes is a considerable qualitative change. In addition to the well-developed forelimbs, the originally flat and slender body has become much rounder. The muscles that control the vibration of the pulse wings are strong and powerful, and the flying ability has been greatly enhanced. Bamboo. The sleeping ordinary tribes have awakened one after another. Spring is coming, and your soon grass live seed can be transplanted. After more than a month of depression, the flame-clustered spotted grass finally came out of grief. After experiencing the grief of losing relatives, it became much calmer. Oh! Shall we set off today? Bamboo can now use mental power to communicate more fluently. Bamboo said yes. Let's set off now. Bamboo went into the cave and dragged out a roll of python skin that had been prepared long ago. Seeing that it was struggling, the flame-clustered spotted grass took the python skin, signaled Bamboo to jump on its back, and flapped its wings to fly into the jungle. After landing on the black boulder, Bamboo immediately sensed the existence of the soon grass live seed through the soul connection. The method of the rambutan worked, covering the grass leaves and dead branches to keep warm, and the roots of the soon grass live seed successfully survived the cold winter. Bamboo planned to move it to Liju Peak before the spring, so that it can sprout new buds and grow stronger after the spring. The flame-clustered spotted grass landed carefully, lifted the covering grass leaves, and said, Bamboo, I need you to mark a root distribution range. This poor live seed, I'm afraid it can't withstand any damage. Yes, its vitality is very weak. Bamboo flew to the ground, and with the connection between soul and faith, he drew crooked lines with his forelimbs to mark the distribution range of the roots. In close contact, Bamboo felt that a large number of weak roots of Sunko Ming seed had rotted and died, leaving only a few strong rhizomes alive. He was suddenly a little worried and reminded, flame-clustered spotted grass, be careful. Sunko Ming seed has deep roots. Dig deeper. I understand. Flame-clustered spotted grass responded, waved his forelimbs for a while, and began to dig. Bamboo got into the nest under the boulder to check the situation. The grass seeds harvested by Sunko Ming seed were well preserved. But it was a pity that the original force was lost for too long and the strengthening effect was lost. The hard-earned dried meat was still there. After returning to the tribe, these foods were not used, and they would not be used in the future. Go out to check the situation of the old neighbor, the big harvester ant. A small number of worker ants began to move, working in the fields, carrying seeds, digging soil and sowing. Spring has not yet arrived, and the hibernating insects are the first to wake up. Bamboo took out all the dried meat and placed it at the entrance of the ant nest. At this time, Yintu Banma had already dug out the roots of the Sunko life seed with the soil and wrapped it with python skin. He asked curiously, "Bamboo, these are just ordinary big-headed ants?" Bamboo said, "Yes. They are very interesting." Yintu Banma suddenly realized and laughed, "Haha. You stole your Sunko life seed from them, right?" Bamboo laughed, "That's right." Yintu Banma spread his wings and said, "The journey is long. We should set off." After landing, Yintu Banma asked, "Bamboo, where do you plan to transplant the Sunko life seed? You must think it through and try to get it in place at once. Moving the life seed will inevitably cause damage to them." Bamboo said, "Just plant it at the entrance of the cave. This place was previously full of weeds, and it should be suitable for herbaceous plants to survive." The flame-clustered spotted grass immediately rejected it and said, "The most important life seed should be planted at the entrance of the cave for easy care, such as your God-given seeds, as well as the red briar trees and fire-tongue trees that will be nurtured in the future." Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to the slope in the distance, and said, "In the future, I will move the living cave over there. The shady side is more suitable for the growth of red briar trees." Bamboo pointed in another direction and said, "The fire-tongue trees must be planted on the sunny side. I plan to plant them all there together with the ingri fruit, cypress seeds, and bamboo. The life seeds are planted together for easy care. In the future, when the plants grow tall and have a certain ability to resist shocks, they will be moved to the most suitable position for growth." "Oh, it seems that you have a plan in advance, so I feel relieved." The flame-clustered spotted grass continued, "I will dig the tree pit, and you go collect some rotten branches and leaves and pad them at the bottom. This way, your Sunko life seed will grow more vigorously." Bamboo moved his tentacles and began to get busy. The flame-clustered spotted grass dug the pit very deep, padding it with a layer of dead branches and leaves, and then a layer of fertile soil, repeatedly padding several layers, and then put the Sunko life seed in, and finally covered it with soil. After finishing the work, Bamboo followed the flame-clustered spotted grass and lived in its territory for the last half a month. When the branches of the locust tree sprouted, the flame-clustered spotted grass and Bamboo set out again. This time, Bamboo carried his snake-skin bag that was about to be empty. In the pocket, there were not only the original force food that was gradually becoming ineffective, but also 5 precious life seeds. After sowing the life seeds, Bamboo would settle down in Liju Peak and start to live alone. Chapter 37: The Domineering God-Given Seed. Among the 5 life seeds currently bred by Bamboo, in addition to the God-Given Seed, ingri fruit, Bayou mulberry, and platyclata seed, the 5th life seed did not follow Mayu's wishes and chose the iron knife tree. But the bamboo seed, compared with the iron knife tree, the bamboo has another advantage. That is, it grows quickly. Bamboo chose Sunko as the first life seed, which is equivalent to wasting a precious opportunity. So he does not plan to use raspberries as life seeds. Raspberries are used as life seeds mainly to survive the intermediate warrior stage. And the master of Tidao Mountain promised Bamboo that he would provide sufficient force food to help Bamboo become a high-level warrior as soon as possible and have the strength to gain a foothold in Jinping Mountain Range. The ready-made cave opened by the master of Jinju Mountain is located on the south side of the mountain. The lighting is not bad, nor is it good. It is moderate and safe. Bamboo is currently weak. In order to facilitate care, all 5 life seeds are sown at the entrance of the cave, and it is planned to move them to the most suitable position for their growth in the spring of next year. Yinshu Banmao carefully inspected Liju Peak again to confirm that there were no creatures that could threaten Bamboo. But he was still worried. After Bamboo planted the seeds, he dragged a lot of thorny vines and arranged them into a simple protective fence. With the protection of the elders, life was comfortable, but it was also restricted and many things could not be done. Now it's good, living independently, although dangerous, but less restrained. The deduction of the practice method has been stranded for too long, and Bamboo has long been unable to hold back. Bamboo, what are you doing? After returning from the inspection, Yinshu Banmao looked at Bamboo, who was digging rocks on the top of the cave, and asked in confusion. Bamboo replied, "Dig a hole. Dig a small nest. And if I encounter a large beast, I will hide in it, and they can't hurt me." The flame-clustered spotted grass was stunned for 2 seconds, and said in surprise, "Wow, Bamboo, you are so smart. Why didn't I think of it? Now I don't have to worry about your safety." The cave opened by the owner of Jinju Mountain is so wide that any large animal can easily enter and exit. The location and direction of Bamboo's excavation are very tricky. From the top of the cave, he dug a vertical passage with a depth of 200 meters, and then turned and opened a nest to the side. When encountering a large animal that he couldn't beat, he drilled into the nest and cleverly avoided the crisis. The most important reason for Bamboo to do this is to carve a body structure atlas in the secret little nest, saving brainpower and assisting in the deduction of practice. The flame-clustered spotted grass sighed at Bamboo's wit and left with peace of mind. It can't leave its territory for too long. It has its own species to take care of, and there are a large number of ordinary small cockroaches that have just revived in the territory that need shelter. Bamboo continued to be busy. The body structure is too complicated. After several molting evolutions, it has become more complicated. Bamboo must start from scratch, explore again, and draw a catalog. Of course, the second exploration is familiar, and now he is a L7 junior warrior with strong mental power, so it goes quite smoothly. Food is not a problem. Knowing that Bamboo has moved into Leju Peak, sowed the seeds of life, and started to survive independently, the master of Taidao Mountain sent 4 senior warriors, Taidafeng Yabai, Yunao, Huchi, and Leju, to take turns to look after him according to the agreement. Every day, he arrives near the mid-morning or near noon. First comes to the cave entrance to check Bamboo's safety, says hello, and then patrols Leju Peak or the surrounding mountains to check if there are any large beasts migrating here. During the inspection, they hunted 1 or 2 animals and brought them to Bamboo as a day's meal. In the relatively safe Taidao Mountains, the Red Blado tribe warriors only survived independently after they were promoted to intermediate warriors. Bamboo is currently only a L7 junior warrior, but it is still in the dangerous Jinping Mountains, so they are particularly careful to prevent Bamboo from traveling far for food. It rained all night. In the morning, the soft sunlight fell on the mountain peaks. The snow on the top of the mountain melted, and the mountain stream gurgled. The birds that migrated south returned quietly at some point and stood on the branches to sing. The branches of the plants were emitting tender green, and the dormant reptiles revived and enjoyed the delicious food. The vast jungle that had been sleeping for a winter seemed to suddenly wake up overnight. Spring is here. Bamboo walked out of the cave and checked his live seed. The Sun grass live seed suddenly glowed with a strong vitality, spitting out 3 green buds, breaking through the soil layer, and drilling out of the ground. Sun-brightening fruit, white jade mulberry, cypress seeds, and bamboo seeds all sprouted and broke through the soil. The God-given seed also spit out a slender light golden bud, which reflected the luster of metallic texture in the sun. It is unique. As soon as it was born, it greedily absorbed the surrounding force, and it also contained abundant force and vigorous vitality. The connection between bamboo and the God-given seed is much clearer than that of ordinary life seeds. It can be felt that it has independent emotions: pride, domineering, and anger. Why is it angry? Bamboo tried to use telekinesis to convey the emotion of soothing. The feedback was a stronger anger. Bamboo checked carefully and found that he had taken good care of himself, and he was thorough and had no omissions. There is very little information about the God-given seed in the inherited memory and the knowledge of Taro. I can't figure out what's going on, so I can only ignore its anger and go forward to check from time to time to see the situation. After a day of observation, Bamboo felt that the anger conveyed by the God-given seed gradually subsided. It greedily absorbed the force. The surface buds did not change, but the underground roots grew wildly. Incredible growth method and speed. In a short day, the root system developed more developed than the Sun grass live seeds sown last year. It is a good phenomenon that the root system of plants is developed, especially for grass plants. The more developed the root system, the less likely it is to die. Bamboo felt relieved and went into the cave to continue to think about the deduction and practice of the exercises. There are not many force fruits given by the elders left, and because of the long time, the force began to lose. There will probably be no force food in the whole spring. The speed at which the shell absorbs natural force is too slow. The life seed has just started to develop and cannot provide the force needed for growth in a short time. The growth and evolution of insect-like force creatures requires 2 factors. The first is the regular absorption of force to refine cells, which is a persistent process that any force creature must undergo in order to grow. The second is the force fruit to strengthen genes and improve overall physique. Insects are naturally weak, so this should be considered a process of making up for their innate defects. Bamboo eats a lot of force fruits. And with his own training, his overall physique has long exceeded the requirements for evolution. What he lacks now is the absorption of force to refine cells. Practicing exercises can greatly improve the efficiency of force utilization. Bamboo estimates that as long as he creates the exercises, he can continue to maintain the rate of molting and evolving once every little over a month in the spring. The most important thing is that the technique can also ensure that after being promoted to an intermediate warrior, one can still maintain rapid evolution and growth. I have been busy until late at night, and I am mentally exhausted. I am ready to rest. Before going to bed, I have a thought, and go out of the cave to check the status of the God-given seed. Fuck. Bamboo jumped in fear after seeing it. I neglected it for half a night. The previously motionless sprouts of the God-given seed suddenly grew wildly, and it was strange like a vine, spreading along the ground, spanning 200 intervals, and then entangled with the nearest arborvitae seed sprouts, trying to strangle the arborvitae life seed. The God-given seed wants to kill the arborvitae life seed next to it. Chapter 38 Angry Grass. Force plants are the most advanced existence in the carbon-based plant world. At the top of the genetic level, life seeds are ordinary plant seeds that have been genetically modified by life capsules to become force plants. God-given seeds are naturally born force plants. After being nurtured by life capsules and genetically modified, the changes in God-given seeds are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It seems that a qualitative change has occurred, and the genetic level is one level higher than that of ordinary life seeds. Derived tree spirits and advance and possess primary souls. This is an ability that neither ordinary life seeds nor natural force plants have. Bamboo hurriedly pushed away the leaves wrapped around the buds of Platycladus orientalis, dug out 4 ordinary life seeds sown not far from the God-given seeds, and moved them to the edge of the flat ground at the entrance of the cave 3,000 away. When I went to see it again, I felt that the God-given seeds conveyed a sense of pride and joy, as if declaring in a domineering manner, "The flat ground at the entrance of the cave is all my territory. Whoever dares to grab it, I will kill him." Bamboo pondered for a while, and roughly understood, this is the survival nature of plants. The competition between plants is more intense and cruel than that in the animal world. Tall plants will suppress short ones, and strong plants will suppress weak ones. On the ground, the branches and leaves of plants squeeze each other and cover each other, competing for sunlight. Underground, the roots and stems of plants squeeze each other and compete for water and nutrients. Force plants need to absorb force to grow, and they will also compete for force with each other. The battle between plants is you die and I live. The loser rots and becomes the nutrients for the growth of the winner. In the vast jungle, various plants bloom and bear fruit every year. How many plant seeds are born? The seeds fall to the ground, germinate, and take root. But how many of them can grow successfully? Due to the suppression of adult plants, almost all of them were eliminated, and only a few survived. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution and countless generations of natural elimination, almost every plant has evolved the survival instinct of killing other plants. This instinct is more intuitively displayed in the God-given seed. Water, Bamboo was thinking, and received a relatively clear message from the God-given seed. Fuck. Bamboo couldn't help but curse. The God-given seed had just been sown, and only the primary weak soul was born. But it actually learned to ask for it. It was simply a spirit. Bamboo looked down and carefully observed that it had grown recklessly for a day, absorbing most of the water near the roots, and the soil was dry, while the speed of moisture penetration in the nearby moist soil was obviously not able to keep up with its absorption speed. Water. The God-given seed transmitted its thoughts again, with a strong sense of anger, as if blaming Bamboo for not taking action. Bamboo ignored it, and carefully sensed the state of the God-given seed. It was in great condition, with an extremely developed root system and vigorous vitality. He thought that it would be fine if he worked all night. So he refused and sent a thought, "No water." Water? The God-given seed was angry. It had a soul but no brain. A weak soul must rely on a brain to complete various logical thinking. So the God-given seed was now a real brainless idiot, releasing emotions driven by natural instincts. Bamboo felt it was necessary to correct this idiotic attitude, at least to make it understand the master-slave relationship between the two parties. No water. Sleep. Bamboo sent a thought very impolitely, turned around, went into the cave, and went to sleep. Woke up in the morning, walked out of the cave, and checked the growth of the God-given seed. At a glance, Bamboo was shocked again. The leaf that grew close to the ground last night and tried to entangle and strangle the cedar buds had withered and died. He hurriedly walked in and felt carefully. The vitality of the God-given seed was still strong, and he was relieved immediately. Pushing aside the withered grass leaves, he found that it had pulled out a light golden slender bud again. After midnight, the moisture from the nearby moist soil penetrated, and the soil humidity around the roots of the God-given seed was moderate. There was no problem of water shortage, and the new buds grew well. The God-given seed sent an angry emotion to Bamboo. Bamboo sent back an angry emotion. The God-given seed sent an even more angry emotion. Bamboo sent a threatening thought of kill you. The God-given seed was scared and calmed down. Bamboo was sure it was fine, so he ignored it and started thinking about the problem of the withered leaves. He soon understood. The God-given seed accumulated nutrients during the day yesterday and gathered momentum at night. The leaves grew at an extraordinary speed, with the purpose of strangling its competitors. The growth violated the laws of nature, and the leaves had functional defects. They were destined to lose the root nutrition supply after completing the task of killing the enemy and wither and die. First kill the foreign enemy, then develop something. It's really an arrogant and domineering crazy grass. Bamboo muttered and continued to check the development of other life plants. The Sung grass life plant has 3 new buds, with straight bud tips and green buds and leaves. It looks like it will develop into 3 grass plants, which means that 3 spikes of Sung grass seeds can be harvested in summer, since they are still in the germination stage and the root system is not deep. The relocation last night did not have much impact on the seedlings of Platycladus orientalis, Yingrigyo, Bayou mulberry, and Liju. They have adapted to the new land and thrived. In the distance, a huge red figure rushed over and landed at the entrance of the cave. It was the Thuja of Tidal Peak, and today, it was patrolling Liju Peak. Thuja looked around and was immediately attracted by the God-given seed, praising it generously. Bamboo, your life seed has sprouted. Is this the God-given seed? It's so beautiful. A lovely elf. A gift from the true God of nature. Cute? Bamboo said, my Thuja life seed was almost killed by this guy last night. Thuja, you see, I had to move the other 4 life seeds away overnight. Oh, it turned out to be a domineering little guy. Thuja said, Bamboo, don't be surprised. It's normal, because it needs a lot of space and force to grow. It looks healthy. You haven't encountered any other troubles, right? Bamboo said, not yet. Thuja said, then I must inform you now. Ahem. Bamboo, there is a little trouble in your territory. Bamboo asked curiously, what trouble? Yabai stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to the mountain, and said, the bamboos cut down in winter are not dead. After the spring rain, bamboo shoots emerged and are growing like crazy now. Bamboo was surprised. Not dead? How is it possible? They were all cut down. Yabai said, I have never planted bamboo, and there is no more relevant knowledge in the inherited memory. I don't know why it is like this. Yabai asked, you don't like bamboo, right? Mayu means that you should learn from the master of Tidal Mountain and plant a large number of iron knife trees in Liju Peak and develop iron knife trees. Do you plan to do so? Bamboo pondered and considered. At the beginning, it was indeed planned to plant and cultivate iron knife trees on a large scale in Liju Peak. It would be best if precious tree species, such as red hard trees, could be obtained and expanded. Once a new and better tree species is cultivated, the sale of seeds alone can bring in a considerable income. The success of the Lord of Tidal Mountain and the Princess of Chijian is right in front of us. If we set out on the shoulders of giants, we can climb higher. However, Bamboo vaguely realized that Mayu, the Lord of Tidal Mountain, the rambutan, the cliff cypress in front of him, and himself, all seemed to underestimate the development potential of tree species such as bamboo. The Lord of Jinju Mountain was able to gain a foothold in the Jinping Mountains with bamboo species. I am afraid it was not luck. There must be its unique features that are not known to the public. Seeing that Bamboo did not speak, the cliff cypress continued, it's not a big trouble. I will notify the Lord of Tidal Mountain. The Lord of Tidal Mountain will organize the mountain warriors to come to help. Together, we will help you pull out all the bamboo shoots. It is a simple task that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said seriously, these bamboos can be revived miraculously. It must be the will of the true God of nature. It is better to let them develop. In addition, I have survived independently. I am sorry to bother you for such a small matter. Chapter 39 Bamboo has a tough life. Bamboo followed Yabai to the mountainside for a field investigation. Yabai said, I feel that these bamboos are similar to some perennial weeds. They can survive only because of their underground rhizomes. Bamboo had personal experience in eradicating weeds in the territory. And he knew very well that if you want to completely kill some species of weeds, you must dig underground and dig out their rhizomes. Bamboo immediately started digging underground along the bamboo shoots. Sure enough, there were hard woody underground stems under the bamboo shoots. Seeing this, Yabai said in distress, it is indeed the underground rhizomes that are causing trouble. Bamboo. This is troublesome. If you want to completely eradicate the bamboo in your territory, you must dig out all their underground rhizomes, which is extremely time-consuming and physically demanding. Bamboo said happily, bamboo is hardy and not easy to die. This is its biggest advantage. I understand. I understand why the Lord of Jinju Mountain chose bamboo as his life species and cultivated bamboo species on a large scale. Yabai thought about it and suddenly realized, saying, choosing bamboo as his life species, the Lord of Jinju Mountain. No. The warriors of Jinping Mountain are not afraid of beast warriors attacking their territory. There will be no tragedy like the taro. Bambuto, that's exactly the reason. Yabai said again, unfortunately, the flowering and fruiting cycle of bamboo is too long, which is a fatal weakness. Bambuto, so the owner of Jinju Mountain planted bamboo on a large scale, and he has been committed to cultivating new bamboo species with a short flowering and fruiting cycle, and which will not wither and die after flowering and fruiting. Yabai said, the Liju of Liju Peak is a successful case, but unfortunately the 3-year cycle is still too long. Bamboo tapped his antennae to show his agreement, and continued digging, preparing to thoroughly figure out the distribution of underground stems of bamboo. After inspecting more than 20 bamboo species, including Li bamboo, Ma bamboo, and Jean bamboo, Bamboo gained a further understanding of bamboo, and his perception of bamboo was completely changed. Bamboo has great similarities with some perennial weeds with strong vitality. The branches growing on the ground do not directly affect the life and death of the plant. It is the underground stems that determine life and death. The underground stems grow horizontally, and depending on the variety, they may gather into clusters or spread into bunches. The underground stems will grow an indefinite number of bamboo shoots upwards according to the comprehensive conditions such as sunlight, water, soil fertility, and the number of existing bamboo poles. And the bamboo shoots will grow into bamboo poles. The underground stems are in clusters, while the bamboo poles on the ground are in clusters. One seed sown can eventually grow into several clusters of bamboo. The underground stems are in clusters, while the bamboo poles on the ground are in pieces. One seed sown can eventually grow into a dense bamboo forest. Breaking a bamboo pole or destroying a whole clump of bamboo poles will not kill the bamboo. As long as the rhizomes hidden underground are still there, they will grow bamboo shoots again and continue to grow and develop after a rain. This is just like some tough weeds. Cut off the grass leaves on the ground, and soon their underground stems will grow new shoots. The more you harvest, the more vigorous and dense it grows. Cutting grass must remove the roots. The same principle applies. To kill a bamboo, you must destroy the underground stems. Bamboo is tough. Choosing bamboo as your life species, even if you live in the Jinping Mountains where evil beasts roam, you don't have to worry about the tragedy of taro happening to you. Yabai's perception of bamboo also changed completely. After all, it was an outsider, and it lived in the relatively safe Taidao Peak. It did not have such a strong sense of crisis, so it did not attach much importance to this discovery. Yabai lightly suggested that bamboo could consider breeding a few more Liju life seeds, and then began a day's work, patrolling the mountains around Liju Peak to see if there were any wild animals migrating here, and hunting 2 rabbits when it got dark and giving them to Bamboo as food. Bamboo, who was in danger and worried about his future all day, completely changed his attitude towards bamboo. He spent a whole day walking around Liju Peak, carefully investigating and understanding each bamboo species, and deeply understanding their characteristics. Li bamboo is the most successful bamboo species cultivated by the owner of Jinju Mountain. But it is not good enough, and is not an ideal life species choice. The reason is simple. Li bamboo grows in clumps, with a pole thickness of only 5 to 8, and a height of only 500 to 800, which is too small. Bamboo is more ideal. It is the tallest and largest of the 57 bamboo species in Liju Peak. It grows in patches, with a pole thickness of 30 to 50 and a height of 40 to 60. 5 to 10 poles form a canopy. The branches and leaves are lush and leaning against each other. The scattered distribution of canopies can form a large bamboo forest with only one bamboo. Bamboo is a life species. One tree can form a forest and obtain a large amount of forest supply. Bamboo has outstanding advantages and more fatal disadvantages. It is said that it will bloom and bear fruit once every 100 years. The long cycle is basically equivalent to no flowering and fruiting, and no forest fruit income. Bamboo speculated that the owner of Jinju Mountain must have put a lot of effort to cultivate a variety of bamboo with a short flowering and fruiting interval. Even if it is shortened from 100 years to 5 years, it is acceptable. Once successful, it will be a revolutionary achievement and will bring endless benefits. The Lord of Jinju Mountain should be considered a true wise man. But unfortunately, he was killed by a metal core falling from the sky. Now, I take over Liju Peak. I am the Lord of Liju Peak. All bamboo species are mine. I can continue to develop along the path of the Lord of Jinju Mountain. Bamboo decided to invest some energy and time to specialize in the planting and improvement of bamboo. The next morning, Bamboo went out to check the development of life seeds as usual. In normal growth, the speed of God seeds is obviously faster than that of ordinary life seeds. After a day and a night of growth, the 3 sungrass live seed sprouts only rose to a height of about 5. The essence is the same as sungrass, and the sprouts of the God seeds also rose to a height of about 5, unfolding 2 leaves, and the 3rd and 4th leaves are ready to move. The color is very different. The leaves of ordinary sungrass live seeds are broad and thick, green, with lavender veins. The leaves of the God-given seed are slender, harder, dark green, and covered with a large number of fine purple gold veins. In terms of the speed of absorbing the force, the difference between the two is as high as several times, and they are not at the same level at all. However, ordinary sungrass absorbs the force slowly, but there is still a surplus, and even feeds back to bamboo to help bamboo grow. The God-given seed absorbs the force quickly, like a bottomless pit, without leaking a drop, all for its own growth, showing extreme dissatisfaction with bamboo. As soon as it approached, it went crazy and desperately released its anger. Bamboo responded with even more intense anger. The God-given seed continued to transmit anger. Bamboo sent kill you. As thoughts. The God-given seeds immediately calmed down. Bamboo carefully checked all the life seeds, confirmed that they were healthy and strong, and began to exercise at the entrance of the cave according to the movements of the basic body training program. In the middle of the morning, Liju arrived. Today, it is responsible for patrolling the territory of Liju Mountain. Liju said, Bamboo. The bamboos that were cut down in winter have sprouted bamboo shoots, and they will soon grow into a bamboo forest. Bamboo said, yes. Liju asked, then do you plan to keep them? Bamboo said, I plan to keep them all, and will plant them on a large scale in Liju Mountain and nearby mountains to cultivate excellent bamboo species. Liju said happily, that's great. Bamboo, you made the wisest choice. I will help you collect new bamboo species. Thank you for your kindness in advance. Bamboo promised, Liju, if I cultivate good bamboo species in the future, I will give you one first. Liju was even happier. It really likes the bamboo plant. There is no other reason. It just likes it. Chapter 40 Division Growth Mode. L8 Junior Warrior. Body length over 40. Chooses bamboo seeds as life seeds for breeding. Waking up from sleep. It is spring. L7 breeds iron knife tree life seeds. Iron knife tree likes light and heat. Young plants should be able to withstand the summer heat. Bamboo plans to sow it. Bamboo crawls out of the nest. Pu Tao, who is guarding outside the cave, said in surprise, Bamboo, you are awake. It only took 5 days to shed this shell? 5 days? Bamboo was stunned and said, it's pretty fast. Persistent physical exercise is of great help to shed shell evolution. After waking up, he just feels a little weak and empty, worried about Bamboo's safety. During Bamboo's sleep and promotion, in addition to the 4 senior warriors of Taidao Mountain, who come to patrol the territory regularly every day, Yinshu Banao and Pu Tao also take time to take turns guarding the cave. Mainly come at night to help guard the life seed seedlings that are still in a weak period. Pu Tao asked, Bamboo, are you hungry? I'll give you some food. After evolution, They all need food. Bamboo replied, thank you. Pu Tao. Pu Tao stretched out his front paws, pointed at the God-given seeds at the entrance of the cave, and then pointed at the 4 live seeds planted on the edge of the flat ground at the entrance of the cave, and said, the growth of God-given seeds is different. Bamboo, I suggest you move the ordinary live seeds to other places to make enough room for the development of God-given seeds. Bamboo said, Pu Tao, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you in flame-clustered spotted grass. Pu Tao spread his wings, jumped into the air, and said, no trouble. It's a simple thing. Then you should consider where to migrate first. I'll go get you some food first. Okay. Thank you. Bamboo watched the rambutan disappear into the mountain stream, and turned his attention to the God-given seed on the flat ground at the entrance of the cave. As soon as he approached, he immediately received the contempt, emotion from the God-given seed. Plants have no brains, and weak souls cannot think logically, and even have very limited memory. The God-given seed only remembers bamboo, and it holds a grudge. Not only does it hold a grudge, but its revengeful mentality is particularly strong. Every time it conveys anger, emotions to bamboo, bamboo threatens to kill it. At some point, it has learned a new emotion, contempt. Bamboo is helpless about this, and he is too lazy to compete with a mentally retarded soul. For the growth of the God-given seed, Bamboo is now half happy and half worried. At the beginning, in more than 10 days, the buds grew rapidly and grew 6 leaves. When the height of the grass reached about 30, it suddenly stopped and no longer developed. The underground root system derived rhizomes, grew sideways, and then a new bud emerged. The new bud grew rapidly and developed into a new 6-leaf grass plant. When the height reached about 30, it stopped growing again. Now, the height of the God-given grass plant is far behind that of the sun grass live seed. This height is even lower than that of ordinary sun grass. Bamboo doubts whether it can produce seeds. Bamboo named the grass plant where the tree spirit is located as the mother plant, and the rhizomes grow sideways. The second grass plant that grew was named number 1 Ramet. Before Bamboo shed his shell and evolved, he checked and found that the God-given mother plant had grown 2 more rhizomes, growing sideways. Now that he has woken up from his sleep, the 2 rhizomes have grown 2 tender buds. If nothing unexpected happens, they will develop into 2 grass plants, which Bamboo named number 2 Ramet and number 3 Ramet respectively. Ramets 1, 2, and 3 are distributed in a regular triangle, guarding the central position of the mother plant. At this time, the number 1 Ramet is also deriving rhizomes to the side. Judging from the trend, it will soon produce new Ramets. It is easy to predict that the growth pattern of the God-given seed should be that the mother plant produces 3 Ramets. Each Ramet will produce 3 Ramets, and the Ramets of the Ramets will continue to produce Ramets. 1 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to 9. 9 gives birth to 27. 27 gives birth to 81. About 20 days is a Ramet cycle. The number of grass plants increases geometrically. If it continues, hundreds of grass plants will soon cover the entire flat land in front of the cave and turn it into a lawn. How big is the limit of the expansion of the God-given seeds? Unpredictable. The Ramet is to see the development pattern of the God-given seeds clearly. So it is recommended that Bamboo migrate the 4 common species of Sunko: Yingrigyo, Bihumalberry, Platycladus orientalis, and Liju as soon as possible. What Bamboo is worried about is that the grass plants of the God-given seeds are slender and short, and the frequency of heading and flowering in the future will be low. The number of seeds will be small, and the overall yield will be low. Without production, everything is in vain. Pu Tao quickly returned with a small wild boar. How is it, Bamboo? Have you thought it through? In which direction do you plan to open the new cave? While eating, Pu Tao asked Bamboo again. Bamboo asked Pu Tao, what do you think of the south side of the mountain? I remember there is a very suitable location with a steep cliff and a large flat land below. The soil is also very good. You just need to cut down the naturally grown cypress and cypress trees and clean it up a little. That location? Pu Tao thought about it and said, it's very good. Bamboo said, that's it. Pu Tao said, then I will return to the Iron Blade Mountains and notify Flame Clustered Grass to come to help. Bamboo, this may be the last time we help you. Do you understand? You are about to become an intermediate warrior and have to start trying to survive independently. Bamboo said, I understand. Thank you, Pu Tao. Hearing that Bamboo had shed its shell and evolved again, The master of Tidal Mountain continued to fulfill his promise, and sent Bamboo 50 walnuts to help it grow. This batch of force fruits, with reasonable distribution, is probably enough to support Bamboo to continue to maintain the rate of shed its shell and evolve once a month, and quickly promote to L9 Junior Warrior. Above L9 Junior Warrior is another level, Intermediate Warrior. This should be the last time Bamboo asks Pu Tao and Yin Tu Ban Chao for help. Intermediate warriors manage, hunt and survive independently, which is the tradition of the Red Blattus tribe. The excessive care of the elders for the younger generation will affect their future growth. Choose a good location on the south side of the mountain. Pu Tao and Yin Tu Ban Chao helped together. A whole day was spent on a series of tedious tasks, including clearing the mountain, cutting down trees, removing weeds, relocating live seeds, and sowing ironwood live seeds. There was also the matter of digging rocks and opening caves. And Bamboo was embarrassed to trouble the rambutan and the flame-clustered rambutan for help. It was not a difficult task. At present, Bamboo was small in size, so he planned to dig a smaller cave by himself. The entrance passage could be dug deeper, and it would be expanded slowly as the size grew in the future. When we first moved to Liju Peak, the flame-clustered rambutan would come to visit Bamboo every few days, asking if it had enough food, if it was in danger, and if there were any problems with the growth of live seeds. As Bamboo grew up, he had a certain ability to protect himself, and his live seeds grew smoothly, so the frequency of his visits gradually decreased. Bamboo was also happy with the quietness, and still lived in the cave opened by the master of Jinju Mountain, concentrating on practicing the exercises. He only went out twice a day, morning and evening, to check the status of the live seed. Occasionally, when there was no rain for several consecutive days, he would use a bamboo tube to fetch water from the reservoir on the mountain and simply water it. The Sung grass live seed has grown to a height of 100, far ahead of all the live seeds. The youngly bamboo plant followed closely behind, also reaching a height of about 40. Ingri fruit, white jade mulberry, and cypress are trees, and the growth rate of seedlings is much slower. It takes more than a month to grow to a height of about 30, and it is getting slower and slower. This kind of tree needs about 3 to 5 years of operation to be considered initially grown and bloom and bear fruit. The iron knife tree live seed has just sprouted, and its growth will be slower, with a growth period of nearly 10 years. The red jian tree seeds promised to Bamboo by the master of Tidal Mountain will be delivered this autumn. The development of the red jian tree will be slower, and it will take more than 20 years to bloom and bear fruit. The speed of plant growth, in addition to the differences in species, is also closely related to external factors such as climate, soil, and light. The insects in this world still farm in the most primitive way. They realize that plants need to be fertilized by loosening the soil. But the fertilization plan is extremely simple, which is to simply bury rotten leaves and branches under the plants. In fact, everyone knows that animal feces are better fertilizers, but few insect warriors are willing to do it. Through human memory, Bamboo still knows a plan to obtain natural fertilizers. Use biogas digesters to ferment, accelerate the decay of plant branches and leaves, and obtain a large amount of humus fertilizer. Bamboo decided to build a biogas digester when he had time to try. Chapter 41: The Arrival of the Traveling Merchants. The purpose of Bamboo to build a biogas pool is, in short, to create an environment suitable for the growth of biogas bacteria, including a variety of anaerobic bacteria, accelerate plant degradation, remove useless substances, and leave behind biogas water and biogas residues rich in various nutrients needed for plant growth. The most important thing about a biogas pool is moisture retention and airtightness. Bamboo decided to open up the rock layer inside the mountain on the northern cliff, first digging a horizontal passage inward, and after a certain distance, turning vertically downward to dig a bottle-mouth deep well, with well-developed forelimbs and flexible and sharp toes. It is easy to cut stones, but the trouble is to carry the gravel. Bamboo uses a bag made of python skin. After filling it with stones, he drags it with his forelimbs, walks on 4 legs, and hauls it backwards, because the well mouth is small and the exit position is upside down in crawling. It is quite laborious. The 4 legs cannot stably climb the stone wall, so the amount that can be transported out each time is very limited. After digging for a while, it has to be transported out once, up and down, back and forth, running non-stop. A solution was soon found. He made a hemp rope from the skin of a plant called hemp. He punched holes in a snakeskin bag and tied 2 hemp ropes to the bag. He dragged the hemp ropes to climb out of the well and then pulled them up, which saved a lot of trouble. The plants were few and young, and they did not need much nutrients. Bamboo was not in a hurry to build a biogas pool, so he only came to dig for a while every afternoon to stretch his muscles and wait for the patrol soldiers from Tideout Peak to return, collect food, chat for a while, and say goodbye politely. It was a not-so-nice evening. The sky was full of red clouds, a sign of rain. After seeing Yunao off, Bamboo lay at the entrance of the cave to enjoy the food. After nearly 10 days of intermittent work, the biogas tank is about to be completed. Bamboo plans to work overtime tonight after eating, and then try to make it work. Is the mountain master of Liju Peak here? It's vague, as if there is a divine thought calling. It's definitely not the spiritual power fluctuations of the Red Blatten tribe warriors. Bamboo was startled, and his antennae stood up, shaking slowly, sensing the smell in the air. He moved carefully to the cliff slope, looking down the mountain. Is the mountain master of Liju Peak here? The divine thought of calling came again. Bamboo locked the general direction, and then found the target, a huge insect creature crawling along the mountain, slowly moving towards Liju Peak. Spider? Rainbow-like body color. Fantasy Flame Spider Tribe. It's a traveling merchant. Ma Yu is traveling around the continent with the traveling merchants of the Fantasy Flame Spider Tribe. Ma Yu introduced the special tribe of the colorful flame spiders to Bamboo in detail. They can only breed 1 live seed in their lifetime, and in order to obtain the force food needed for growth, they embark on the road of traveling. They can weave beautiful spider silk bags to extend the shelf life of food, which has become their greatest reliance for traveling to various Zerg kingdoms and selling goods from one place to another, a skill that other races cannot learn. Their live seeds are repeatedly bred through life capsules, and they have the ability to switch between plant and seed forms at will. They are huge in size, with wide carapaces, and can haul a large amount of goods. Various natural advantages have created a special race that specializes in traveling as merchants. Ma Yu doesn't like the colorful flame spider tribe very much, and evaluates them as seemingly friendly and honest, but actually hypocritical and greedy profiteers. There is no business without fraud. Bamboo can understand that. The Fantasy Flame Spider tribe travels between the various Zerg kingdoms on the continent, and their behavior is well behaved. They only trade, do no evil, and advocate peace and wealth. It's good that it's not an enemy attack. Bamboo breathed a sigh of relief, tried to mobilize his mental power with all his strength, and replied, "Here." A long distance away, a mental power swept across Bamboo's body quickly, and the huge flame spider said, "Oh, Liju Peak really has a new mountain master. Hello, young mountain master. My name is Chong Lu. The other party is at least a mountain master, with a strong soul and strong mental power, and can easily transmit information over long distances with his mind." Bamboo didn't have that ability, so he simply didn't answer, lying in front of the hillside, watching the other party's movements. When he got close to the foot of the mountain, Bamboo saw clearly that there was a small flame spider following Chong Lu. Getting closer, Bamboo discovered that on the abdomen and back of 1 or 2 small spiders were several smaller flame spiders. The Fantasy Flame Spider tribe has its own kingdom, but the territory is very small and can only accommodate the elderly tribesmen, so they are traveling merchants with their families. Chong Lu stopped at the foot of the mountain and asked, "Young mountain master, can we go up the mountain?" Bamboo sent his divine thoughts to the mountain with some difficulty and replied, "Yes." The traveling merchants are still very popular. They always bring all kinds of rare things from other regions. Chong Lu took the little spider and climbed up the steep slope with some difficulty. He praised Black Shell. "Handsome little warrior, blessed by the true god of nature. You will become the best warrior in the Blatella kingdom." "Thank you for the compliment," Bamboo replied politely, feeling very uncomfortable. The two sides were seriously unequal in size, so Bamboo had to look up. The size of the flame spider was naturally much larger than that of the cockroach, and Chong Lu was several times larger than the Iron Blade Mountain Master. His abdomen and back were strong and sturdy, and his body was covered with colorful fluff, which was very beautiful. Looking up, one could only see Chong Lu's 2 poisonous limbs with colorful halos. Bamboo flapped his wings and took off, hovering in the sky, looking around curiously. Chong Lu's back was not only crawling with flame spiders of all sizes, but also tied with a large number of colorful spider silk bags, making it look like a freight truck. The silk bags contained their trading capital. When they arrived at the place, the other spiders, the smallest of which were ordinary plants, all lay obediently on Chonlu's back, while the slightly larger warriors crawled to the ground and stood in a row in a very neat row. Chonlu began to introduce them one by one, pointing to the flame spider with nearly 1,000 legs and said, "This is Trachelospermum, a senior warrior," pointing to the other 5 flame spiders of different sizes. He continued to introduce, "This is Sanguisorba officinalis. This is Festuca australis. This is Snowwheat. It is still a junior warrior. Chonlu is a mountain master. Trachelospermum officinal is a senior warrior. The 4 small flame spiders are intermediate warriors, and the smallest one is a junior warrior. Even the smallest one has nearly 100 legs. Much more than bamboo. Other ordinary fantasy flame spiders. If you look closely, some of them have about 30 legs, and they carry smaller juvenile spiders on their backs. And the smallest has only about 10 legs. Pitifully small. It is really a big family. From big to small. With clear levels." Bamboo said, "My name is Bamboo. The previous mountain master of Liju Peak died unexpectedly, and now I take over the management." Chonlu was a little sad and said, "When I came here, the owner of Huabai Mountain informed me of this unfortunate news. The owner of Jinju Mountain and I have known each other for many years. I am really sad for its unfortunate death." "Sure enough. Hypocrisy?" Bamboo said lightly, "I am also sad." Chonlu changed the subject and said, "On the way north, we saw a large number of plants that died due to drought. I heard that they suffered a drought last year. The disaster in Liju Peak seems to be more serious, and a large area of bamboo forests died." Bamboo replied, "As you can see, most of the bamboo forests in Liju Peak died." Chonlu asked, "Master Bamboo, do you plan to continue the path of Master Jinju and continue to manage bamboo species?" Bamboo said, "I have this plan at present, and I will make specific plans after becoming a senior warrior. The terrain of Jinping Mountain is complex. We encountered no less than 10 evil beasts on the way here. Bamboo is a wise choice." Chonlu turned slightly and looked at the plants that Bamboo had planted, and commented, "A sun grass," which surprised me. Angry fruit, white jade mulberry, and cypress are all standard choices. Li bamboo is your best choice. Iron knife tree is a very good tree species." Bamboo was indifferent. Chonlu continued, "I also felt the breath of the God-given seed. It is on the south side of the mountain. Master Bamboo, you are an 8th-year junior warrior, right?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Chonlu asked, "Master Bamboo, can you let me see your God-given seed?" Bamboo didn't think much and said, "Of course." Chapter 42 Seed Trade. 3 more ramets were produced from the number 1 ramet of the God-given seed, and 1 each from the number 2 and number 3 ramets, together with the mother plant. There are now a total of 9 plants, 4 of which are fully grown. The height of the mature plant is about 30 centimeters, with dark green leaves, slender shape, strong and upright, similar to orchid leaves. In the evening, the veins of the leaves emit a purple-gold halo, exuding a unique nobleness. Chonlu and several spiders of different sizes stood at a distance to watch for fear of damaging the grass leaves. A senior warrior named Trachelospermum asked in confusion, "Master Bamboo, is your God-given seed derived from orchids? May I ask which variety it is?" These traveling merchants have traveled all over the country and have seen various plants with their own eyes. Trachelospermum thought about it and couldn't tell the variety of the God-given seed. Chonlu was also confused and said uncertainly, "Each plant has its own unique scent. Judging from the scent, it doesn't look like an orchid." Bamboo replied, "It's sun grass." Chonlu suddenly realized and said, "It turned out to be sun grass, the annual grass that bears seeds in autumn." "That's not bad. Bamboo Mountain Master, you are so lucky. The God of Nature has blessed you. Your God-given seeds have a bright future." Trachelospermum also echoed, "Judging from the growth, the first batch of grass seeds can be harvested this autumn. Bamboo Mountain Master, your growth rate will exceed that of all cockroach warriors, and you will quickly grow into a high-level warrior and become an outstanding mountain master." The traveling merchant traveled all over the country and dealt with all kinds of races. He had a way of talking and dealing with things. He praised them without thinking. Bamboo didn't buy it and fell into thinking, sun grass, which is common in nature, does bear seeds in autumn. Sun grass cultivated by big-headed harvester and seems to be a little different. It can be harvested twice a year. My own Sunko Life seed and God-given seed should also be harvested twice a year. Right? Zhonglo saw that Bamboo did not respond, and then said, Master Bamboo, your God-given seeds are in the vigorous growth period. I have a small suggestion. You can pick up some animal feces, dig a small pit, and bury it next to each plant. In this way, it will grow more vigorously. Looking for shit? Picking up manure? Bullshit! Bamboo answered seriously. Thank you for your suggestion. I will try it. I believe this method can help it grow better. Bamboo changed the subject and asked, Master Chonglu, the master of Jinju Mountain in Liju Peak has fallen. I am a new warrior. Everything has just started and I have nothing. I don't know what your purpose of coming here is. Traveling merchants are very particular. Ordinary high-level warriors in the Iron Blade Mountain range can't even eat enough and can't take out extra force fruits for trading. Traveling merchants will never patronize the territories of such high-level warriors. Their main targets are big customers who have some strength and reputation in the local area, such as the master of Iron Blade Mountain and the princess of Qijian. Pu Tao has the qualifications to trade with them, and can probably be considered a small customer. The colorful silk bag used by Pu Tao to store the force fruit is a gift from the caravan. Chonglu replied, Our caravan passes through Jinping Mountain and Taidao Mountain every 3 years and travels to Qijin County. The last time I passed by, I had some trade agreements with the owner of Jinju Mountain. Chonglu said distressfully, I ordered a batch of Li Bamboo, Ma Bamboo and Jin Bamboo seeds from the owner of Jinju Mountain. Among them, Li Bamboo seeds are quite popular. During my 3-year business journey, I recommended them to dozens of lords and reached a pre-sale agreement. You should know that reputation is the most important thing in business. If we cannot deliver as promised, our reputation will be damaged. Luosher said, We came here to ask, Master Bamboo, do you have any seeds of these 3 bamboo species? Bamboo was surprised that the other party came here since he knew that Master Jinju was dead. It turned out that he wanted to buy Li Bamboo seeds. Bamboo said, During the dry season last year, a large number of bamboos felt threatened to survive. They bloomed and produced seeds at the cost of overdrawing their lives and withering and dying. I did collect a batch of seeds. The seeds of Li Bamboo and Ma Bamboo you mentioned are both available, but not in large quantities. Unfortunately, there are no seeds of Jinju. You know that Jinju is the most drought-resistant bamboo, and is still alive and well now. Chonglu said happily, That's good. I don't need much. Bamboo said, Master Chonglu, please wait. After that, he went into the cave opened by the former owner of Jinju Mountain and dragged out a snake-skin bag. The bag was wrapped with layers of python skin. After opening the layers, he found hollowed-out fruit shells, which were wrapped in cotton wool and stored dry. Bamboo said, There are still 99 Li Bamboo seeds. There are 99 Ma Bamboo seeds. I plan to keep one for myself to breed life seeds. I haven't asked yet. How do you buy them? Only 99 Li Bamboo seeds? Zhonglo was a little disappointed and said, I agreed with the owner of Jinju Mountain that 10,000 Li Bamboo seeds. During the 3 years, I promised to sell more than 10,000 seeds. The demand is so great? Bamboo's mind turned quickly and asked, How do you buy them? Maybe I can provide enough seeds in 3 years. Chonglu said, 10,000 Li Bamboo seeds. One-time payment of 10 raw stones, or equivalent goods. Ma Bamboo is the largest and longest-lived bamboo species. It blooms and bears seeds after 100 years. The seeds are precious. I want as many as I can. For 98 seeds, I can pay 1 raw stone, or equivalent goods. The Li Bamboo improved by the owner of Jinju Mountain blooms and bears seeds once every 3 years. It has been promoted for more than 20 years, so it is naturally not worth much. On the contrary, Ma Bamboo seeds are always precious. In fact, there are very few Ma Bamboos planted in Liju Peak. Most of them died in the drought last year. This batch of seeds is what they left before they died. There were originally a lot of them, but it was a pity that Bamboo didn't expect the peddler team to come at that time, and he didn't expect them to be so precious. So he only collected 100. Now in spring, those seeds have sprouted and taken root, and grown into new plants, which can be regarded as a missed opportunity to make a fortune. Chonglu said generously, Master Bamboo, I will pay you 2 raw stones for 99 Li Bamboo seeds, and 98 Ma Bamboo seeds. What do you think? Bamboo wanted to bargain, and used the seeds are rare as an excuse to raise the price. After a second thought, he gave up the idea and said cheerfully, It's a very fair price. Deal. Traveling merchants travel around the continent from south to north, and from north to south, in a one-year cycle. The Flower Blatella Kingdom and the Fire Blatella Kingdom have vast lands, and vast mountains and rivers. The caravans have thousands of routes to choose from. Chonlo's caravan passes through the Jinping Mountains and the Taidao Mountains once every 3 years. The main purpose is to go to the territory of the Qijing County Lord. They just pass by on the way and trade. Traveling merchants pursue profits. If the profit from trade is not enough, they may not come next time. They can still reach their destination by choosing to go through the mountains with higher profits. Deal. Shonlo did not hide his disappointment that he could not purchase enough Liju seeds, and said in a spirited manner, Master Bamboo, thank you for your seeds. They can solve my urgent needs. After speaking, Chonlu continued, it can be seen that you are a straightforward master, and your future is immeasurable. This is our first transaction, but it will not be the last. This is the beginning of cooperation. Bamboo said, happy cooperation. Shonlo instructed the little flame spider warrior next to him. Shuemai, take out the pyrophyllite seeds. Give it to the Bamboo Mountain Master. After giving the order, Chonlu explained to Bamboo, the pine nut cultivated by the northern wolf scorpion tribe is a precious tree species, as famous as the tongue nut cultivated by the fire cockroach tribe. In order to monopolize profits, the wolf scorpion tribe strictly controls every pine nut seed produced and strictly prohibits it from being passed on. This pine nut was originally a transaction item agreed with the Jinju Mountain Master 3 years ago. We spent a lot of money to get it. Now that the Jinju Mountain Master has passed away, and the new Mountain Master has taken over Liju Peak, I will give it to you as a gift. Chapter 43 Farewell. The little flame spider warrior named Shuemai handed a brown pine nut to Bamboo. Hello. My name is Shuemai. Shuemai is twice as big as Bamboo, and seems a little timid and shy. She carefully conveyed the message to Bamboo. Hello. Thank you. Bamboo received the gift and responded politely. Chonlu continued. Pine trees are native to the cold north. The Lord of Jinju Mountain originally planned to breed them into live seeds and plant them on the top of Liju Peak. I have helped to check that the top of Liju Peak is very suitable for the growth of pine trees in terms of temperature, humidity, light and soil. However, pine trees grow very slowly, as slowly as red trees. So, Lord Bamboo, I suggest that you collect the seeds first. After you become a high-level warrior, you can consider whether to breed this pine seed into a live seed based on the development of your own territory. Bamboo asked. How slow? Trachelospermum helped answer. It will take at least 5 years to grow to my height. Bamboo carefully measured that Trachelospermum did not exceed 100 in height, which means that it would take 5 years to grow to 100 in height. It was really slow, and the heat in his heart suddenly cooled down. In the cockroach tribe, the lifespan of a senior warrior is only 40 to 50 years, and the vigorous adolescence is only a short 20 years. In the early stage, you must choose plants with fast growth as your life seeds. When you are promoted to the level of Mountain Master, your lifespan will be greatly improved. Only then can you consider planting those precious tree species that grow slowly, but have rich rewards once they grow up. Bamboo said, after I am promoted to a senior warrior, the seeds of pyrophyllite will be the most precious life seed choice. Thank you. Chonlu saw that Bamboo knew how to choose the life seed. So he stopped talking and asked, Master Bamboo, your bamboo seed is worth 2 raw stones. Do you want to buy the rare force fruit? Or do you take the raw stones directly? Raw stones are jade stones that gradually form over tens of thousands of years in an environment with abundant force. They concentrate the majestic pure force and are cut into small pieces of uniform specifications. They are used as the main currency for all ethnic groups on the continent. Bamboo had come into contact with a large number of raw stones when he was a human, and he was familiar with the various uses of raw stones. This was not surprising. After thinking about it, he said, I need 2 raw stones. No problem. Shuemai, take 2 raw stones and give them to Master Bamboo. Chonlu answered readily. Shuemai climbed up Chonlu's belly and back, took out 2 irregularly cut milky white stones from a silk bag and gave them to Bamboo, saying timidly, Master Bamboo, please check the weight. Raw stones produced in nature are irregular, and the cutting is not very regular. They are counted according to the uniform standard weight. Bamboo didn't have any weighing tools, so he didn't know how much each piece of raw stone weighed. He put it in his snakeskin pocket and said, I believe in your credibility. Thank you. Shuemai said happily. Thank you for your trust as well. Zhonglu said solemnly. The basis of business transactions is mutual trust. Master Bamboo. This is a good start. I believe that we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Bamboo agreed. I think so too. The journey is long. We should continue on the road. Zhonglu told the little spiders beside him. Trachelospermum. Xuemai. It's time to go. Bamboo tried to persuade them to stay. As night falls, you should stay at Liju Peak and set off tomorrow morning. Zhonglu said with a smile. Thanks for the kindness of Lord Bamboo. But we of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe prefer to rest during the day and travel at night. Bamboo said. Then I won't force it. Lord Zhonglu. You will come to Liju Peak to trade again in 3 years. Right? Zhonglu turned his head to look at the God-given seeds and said, Lord Bamboo. You underestimate the charm of the God-given seeds. If you are willing, we can come to trade next year. Bamboo asked, Next year? Zhonglu said, the quality of God-given seeds also varies, and different species have different yields. I know that the seeds produced by the God-given seeds in the first year are definitely not enough for you to eat. If you are willing, just leave one. We need to know more detailed information. Trachelospermum added, understanding its characteristics and yield is for pricing on the one hand, and for finding customers who are willing to pay a high price on the other hand. As expected of a race that has been making a living as a merchant for generations. It is quite professional. Oh, I see. Bamboo nodded and asked sincerely, Master Zhonglu, you have traveled a lot and must have seen all kinds of God-given seeds. Can you tell me what the development potential of my God-given seed is? Zhonglu said without hesitation, it will continue to divide new plants, forming a grassland, and even grow into a grassland. And then each plant can bloom and bear seeds. Its development prospects cannot be underestimated. However, there is an upper limit to the number of branches. The specific size it can grow to is related to the growth time and your own strength. After speaking, Zhonglu emphasized, the most important thing is your strength. If the God-given seeds are sown, tree spirits will be born. It takes time for the tree spirits to grow, and they are also constrained by your strength. This problem will be reflected in the long time it takes for high-level warriors to be promoted to mountain masters. Zhonglu's answer was similar to Bamboo's guess. Bamboo then asked, is there anything special to pay attention to when managing the God-given seeds? Zhonglu thought for a while and said, maintain soil fertility. Water in time. Liju Peak has enough original force. There is nothing else to pay attention to at present. Bamboo said, I understand. Thank you. Zhonglu said, I should get on the road. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, I know the route from Liju Peak to Iron Blade. I will give you a ride. Zhonglu thought for a while and said, thank you for your enthusiasm. Bamboo led the way at a low altitude. There was a reason for the enthusiastic farewell. Bamboo wanted to learn more about this planet through Zhonglu. In addition, Bamboo was very curious about how the life seeds bred by the spiders of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe switch back and forth between the plant and seed forms. Seeing is believing. Bamboo guessed that when the caravan stopped to rest during the day, they would definitely take out the life seeds. And then, they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Bamboo followed all the way, flying low to lead the way. Zhonglu explained the customs and strange stories of various places on the continent. There are 2 main production areas for raw stones. The largest production area is the northern wilderness, followed by the eastern Wangua continent. Other places also produce them, but only scattered small veins are distributed. Most of the raw stones circulating between the insect kingdoms are produced in the northern wilderness. The cold north is not suitable for insects to survive. The northern wilderness is completely occupied by beast tribes such as spotted tigers, snow leopards, black bears, polar ice bears, prairie wolves, and ice wolves. There are conflicts and even wars with insect races all year round. We merchants never intervene in war affairs and remain absolutely neutral. Through trade with beasts, the original force food produced by the Zerg is exchanged for the raw stones controlled by the beast race. These raw stones flow into the insect kingdom through various channels. North of the fire Blatch's kingdom is the Blatch's kingdom. North of the Blatch's kingdom is the Blatch's kingdom. Further north is the green mantis kingdom. Further north is the wolf scorpion kingdom. And further north is the territory ruled by the prairie wolf tribe. Our Fantasy Flame Spider tribe caravan trades with the prairie wolf tribe all year round. Hearing prairie wolf, Xuemai's little spider suddenly became excited and shouted, Little wolf! Little wolf! Friend! Bamboo was puzzled. Chonglu explained. Last summer, when we traded with the prairie wolf, Xuemai met a newly born prairie wolf warrior. Xuemai said, "Little wolf is a friend." Bamboo said, "Beasts are dangerous, fierce, and greedy. They do not produce and live on plunder." Chonglu said, "The beast race is indeed dangerous and is naturally hostile to the insect race. However, the beast tribes in the northern wilderness have inherited a lot of knowledge and formed certain rules and order, and are not as dangerous as the legend says. They generally do not rob caravans." Chonglu said, "But we must not ignore the cruelty of beasts. The various caravans of our fantasy flame spider tribe gather at the border every summer and enter the grassland wolf territory to trade." Chonglu asked again, "Master Bamboo, you were born in the Iron Knife Mountains. Have you ever heard of Ma Yu?" Bamboo thought, Ma Yu once traveled around the continent with a caravan of the fantasy flame spider tribe. Could it be that he followed Chonglu's caravan? The relationship between the two sides seems to have become strained. Whenever Ma Yu mentioned the caravan, he always showed strong disgust. Bamboo replied, "I have heard of it." Chapter 44, Insect Population Exchange. Chonglu asked, "Is Ma Yu okay?" Calculating the time. "Its lifespan is about to end." Bamboo was depressed and said, "It didn't survive the cold winter last year." "Alas." Chonglu sighed, was silent for a while, and said, "Everyone is trying to survive. It's not easy. Ma Yu is too stubborn." Bamboo asked knowingly, "Master Chonglu, do you know Ma Yu?" "Yes. Very familiar." Chonglu said, "Its life seed was destroyed by a forest wolf warrior. It once followed our caravan to travel. At first, everyone got along well. However, when it entered the prairie wolf territory, it suddenly..." Chonglu said, "Ma Yu hated all wolf races, including prairie wolves, because of the destruction of its life seed. It thought we should not trade with prairie wolves. Everyone was very unhappy, and it left the caravan and traveled alone." Bamboo suddenly realized that there was such a story. No wonder Ma Yu was prejudiced against traveling merchants. Chonglu didn't like to talk about this. After a while of silence, he changed the subject and said, "When I was young, I was also curious about this world. I followed another caravan to the continent of nations. That is a chaotic continent that you will never want to go to again after you have been there once. It is ruled by various ant kingdoms, and there are wars, killings, plunder, and death everywhere. You can't imagine how crazy ants are. A dozen queen ants can form a large kingdom, and a single queen ant dares to establish a small kingdom. They fight for territory, food, and raw stones, and even clash for no reason. Every day, new kingdoms are born, and every day, kingdoms are destroyed. The war has never stopped." Bamboo asked, "Will the caravan be attacked in such a chaotic place?" Chonglu said, "Yes. They will be attacked by ant colonies from time to time along the way. Only the strongest caravans dare to go deep into the continent of all nations to trade." Bamboo asked, "With such a risk, the profit of the trade must be very lucrative, right? What goods are they dealing in?" Chonglu said, "It's still force food. All ants have the innate ability of strength. They are born strongmen. The force fruit produced by ant life species has the effect of enhancing strength and is popular among all races on the continent. Of course, the profit of force food trade is less than 30%, which is not worth such a risk. The main benefit of the caravan still comes from the exchange of insect population." Bamboo asked doubtfully, "Insect population exchange?" Chonglu said, "It's very simple. Bamboo, have you found that there are still various ants living in your territory?" Bamboo immediately understood. There is a certain probability that among the queen ants of ordinary ants who fly for marriage every year, a queen ant of the force biological level will be born. The business they engage in is called insect population exchange in a nice way, and insect traffickers in a bad way, which is equivalent to human traffickers in human society. Of course, the profits of this kind of business are very high. Chonglu said, "Bamboo, if you find a special queen ant in your territory, don't rush to kill it. You can keep it and sell it to our caravan. The price is negotiable. Similarly, in the future, when you become a mountain master or a county master, you have a certain amount of wealth and capital, and want more warriors to strengthen your control over the territory. Our caravan is also happy to serve you and send you young red cockroach tribe warriors." Bamboo asked, "Are there still red cockroaches living in the distant Wangua continent?" Chonglu affirmed, "Yes. Of course. And there are a lot of them. Ordinary red cockroaches need the protection of warriors of the same race in the Wanzu continent to reproduce and survive well. But in the Wanwa continent, without the protection of warriors, they reproduce better. And they all have the opportunity to transform into red cockroach warriors. Ordinary red cockroaches have no fighting power, and it is difficult for them to survive in nature. Bamboo thought about it and woke up. Why did red cockroaches appear in the Wanwa continent? It might be the masterpiece of the traveling merchants of the fantasy flame spider tribe. The method is very simple. Collect a batch of egg pods, transport them secretly, and throw them into the Wanwa continent. In strange places, lacking natural enemies, ordinary red cockroaches will reproduce more smoothly, which can probably be regarded as species invasion. Bamboo asked, how many raw stones do you need to pay to buy a warrior from the red bladdish tribe from the Wanwa continent? That's not buying. Everyone is used to calling it ransom. Chonlu first corrected Bamboo's name, and then said, the specific amount of the ransom is uncertain. Princess Chi Jian has always redeemed her own people at the price of 200 raw stones. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord of the Iron Blade Mountain Range once redeemed a warrior of the same tribe, and we only charged him a ransom of 150 raw stones. I heard that the warrior changed his name, and is now called Feng Ling. You should have seen it. Right? Oh, of course I have seen it. Bamboo was speechless for a while. It turns out that Feng Ling, who is withdrawn and sarcastic, has a kidnapped and soul-twisted insect life. The flame-clustered spotted grass and the syzygium both intentionally or unintentionally rejected Feng Ling. I'm afraid it's not just because of Feng Ling's personality, but more because they dislike Feng Ling's birth origin. Bamboo asked tentatively, what is the purchase price of a special queen ant? Chonlu said, it depends on the race they belong to. Bamboo said, big-headed harvester ants? Chonlu said, weak ants? No kingdom. No insects to pay ransom for them. Bamboo said, what about six-thorn cloud ants? Chonlu said, it is barely an ant race with some strength. There are several stable kingdoms established by six-thorn cloud ants in the Wanwa continent. We are willing to pay 10 raw stones. Bamboo asked again, what about whip scorpion warriors? Chonlu said, itinerant merchants cannot participate in the internal exchange of insects in the Wanzu continent. Bamboo asked, then how should we? What should I do? Chonlu said, there is a kingdom established by the whip scorpion tribe in our 10,000 races continent. If you find a whip scorpion warrior born in your territory, you can directly hand it over to the Iron Knife Lord. The Iron Knife Lord will hand it over to Princess Chi Jian, and Princess Chi Jian will hand it over to the Longevity Roach King. The Longevity Roach King will communicate with the Scorpion King of the Whip Scorpion Kingdom and redeem the warriors of his tribe in the form of mutual exchange. Or pay a ransom. Bamboo asked, is there nothing I can get? Chonlu said, there will be a reward of force food equivalent to 10 raw stones. The sky gradually brightened. Bamboo and Chonlu chatted all night and gained a lot of useful information. When the first ray of sunlight rose from the eastern sky, the caravan stopped moving forward, picked a piece of open flat land, and began to set up camp. Bamboo finally saw the life seed of the fantasy flame spider tribe. Chonlu spit out a spherical seed with a diameter of more than 100 and a huge body, which was full of force and vitality. This is the life seed of Paris polyphylla. The life seed landed on the ground, quickly took root, sprouted, and grew leaves, growing into a grass plant with a height of more than 1,000 meters. A Paris polyphylla with 7 leaves. The seeds of Trachelospermum glabra are oval, much smaller than the life seeds of Chonlu, and their force and vitality are several levels lower. After landing, they took root and sprouted, growing rapidly, and soon grew into a Trachelospermum glabra plant. The other flame spider warriors are the same. They all choose grass plants as their life seeds, and the types of grass plants correspond to their names. The stronger the strength, the larger the life seeds they spit out, and the more full the force and vitality they contain. The smallest flame spider warrior in the caravan is Shuemai, who has a mutant brome grass seed with crystal white veins on the leaves. The growth pattern of the grass plant is similar to that of bamboo's God-given seeds. Each plant stops growing when it reaches a height of 40, and grows by continuous division. Currently, there are only 3 divisions. After the life seeds landed, the flame spider warriors took out the raw stones, crushed them into powder, and sprinkled them on the roots of the life plants. Bamboo carefully sensed that the life plants quickly absorbed the force emitted by the raw stone powder, a small part of which was used for its own growth, and most of it was fed back and delivered to the flame spider warriors. Chonglu absorbed the force of 10 raw stones in succession. Luoshi absorbed 2 raw stones. It took 4 intermediate warriors to absorb the force of 1 raw stone with great difficulty. The primary warrior Snowweed could not even use up half a raw stone. For the fantasy flame spider tribe, the purpose of the life plant is equivalent to a tool for converting the force of raw stones, similar to the force equipment made by biological refining. After completing the force absorption, the senior warrior Luoshi took 4 intermediate warriors into the jungle to hunt for food. Those ordinary flame spiders climbed down from Chonglu's back and began to move freely. Having satisfied his greatest curiosity, Bamboo said goodbye to Chonglu. Master Chonglu, this place is not far from the Iron Blade Peak. I should return to my territory. Chonglu said, thank you for seeing me off, Master Bamboo, who has a promising future. Bamboo spread his wings and was about to leave when Shuemai suddenly shouted, Master Bamboo. Wait! Gifts? Another gift? Bamboo stopped, addicted to receiving gifts, and looked at Shuemai with hope. Shuemai found a flat ground, stood on his 4 hind legs, stretched his 2 front legs to his abdomen, pulled forward, and pulled out 2 colored silk threads. His 2 poisonous limbs caught the colored silk threads and stretched them forward. Then his 2 front legs stretched to his abdomen again and pulled out 2 more colored silk threads. Standing on 4 legs, the 4 legs continuously pulled out crystal spider silk from the spindle in his abdomen, waving rapidly to weave. Bamboo was shocked and secretly surprised. Shuemai was going to weave a spider silk bag for him. Chapter 45 Future Planning. Spinning silk and weaving silk bags are the innate abilities of the spider race. They have several organs called spindles in their abdomens, which can produce different types of spider silk. Flame spider warriors can also cleverly use different types of spider silk to weave spider webs and exquisite silk bags according to local conditions. After a dazzling movement, a small gourd-shaped spider silk bag was initially made. At the opening, one side uses fine and curled spider silk. On the other side, Shuemai plucked the spider hair with barbs from her spider legs and carefully inlaid them one by one. This step of work took the longest time. Finally, Shuemai's poisonous limbs secreted a transparent mucus, which was slowly applied to the surface of the silk bag. These mucus penetrated into the gaps in the spider silk and quickly dried up, filling the gaps. A waterproof and moisture-proof spider silk bag was completely completed, purely handmade and exquisite. Shuemai tried it, and with a hiss, the bag opened, then closed it, checked for gaps, and opened it with a hiss again. After repeating this several times, he confirmed that it was correct and handed it to Bamboo, saying timidly, Bamboo, a gift. Shuemai, thank you for your gift. Bamboo was overjoyed, and after thanking him, he couldn't help but take it and look through it. The overall length of the bag is about 50 centimeters, and the widest is about 30 centimeters. The capacity is not small, and it can be used to store precious force fruits and extend the storage time. The spindle of the flame spider warrior can change colors at will when generating different types of spider silk. There are 2 relatively abstract creatures painted on the bag. Bamboo looked carefully, and they seemed to be a spider and a cockroach. Shuemai pointed at the cockroach and said, Bamboo, 6 legs. Then pointed at the spider and said, Shuemai, 8 legs. Finally, he said, friends. The legs of the insects in the silk bag were so prominent that it was difficult to distinguish the specific image. Bamboo paused for a moment and helped it conclude. Bamboo and Shuemai are friends. Shuemai shouted happily. Bamboo and Shuemai are friends. Chonglu reminded. Shuemai, you need to replenish the force. Oh. Shuemai climbed onto Chonglu's back, took out a white dried fruit similar to a pistachio, peeled it, and ate it slowly. The silk bags woven by the fantasy flame spider tribe incorporate force energy, so they can extend the shelf life of force food. This is the most important ability of their race. Shuemai is only a junior warrior now, and weaving silk bags is not a small loss. Bamboo asked, Is Shuemai okay? Chonglu replied, It's fine. It will recover after 2 days of rest. Bamboo felt guilty for 2 seconds, shook his tentacles, said goodbye to Chonglu and Shuemai, and happily left with the spider silk bag. Crawling on the ground and flying in the air are 2 completely different concepts of speed. Bamboo quickly returned to Liju Peak, learning the current situation of this planet in detail. He was full of confidence. For the first time, he seriously thought about the future development and finally came to the conclusion that if he could solve the two problems of insect population and life species, he could rise rapidly in this world ruled by the Zerg. The Jinping Mountains are too big. Liju Peak alone is more than enough to accommodate 20 Red Bladdish tribe warriors. The entire mountain range can accommodate at least more than 10,000 Red Bladdish tribe warriors. To truly complete the control of the territory and make it prosperous, more warriors must be assisted. In the natural state, the probability of the birth of a red cockroach warrior is too low. And it is even more unrealistic to spend raw stones to buy from the fantasy flame spider tribe caravan. Banbu must first find a method that can greatly increase the probability of ordinary cockroaches transforming into cockroach warriors. Considering his own development, Banbu is not satisfied with the evolution of each age to breed a life seed. It seems a lot, but in fact, even if he becomes the master of the mountain, he can only breed and cultivate 27 life seeds in total, which is too small. How many trees can be planted on Liju Peak? Tens of thousands. How many trees can be planted in the jungle under Liju Peak? Millions. If Liju Peak and the jungle under the mountain are all planted with life plants, how magnificent it will be. How much force food will be harvested every year. The native Zerg, with limited knowledge and vision, believe that the ability to breed life seeds is given by the true God of nature. The majesty of God cannot be challenged. And they will not ponder the essential principle of the life capsule breeding life seeds. Different from Banbu, it is the transformation of human souls. And there is no awe for the so-called true God of nature. If we can crack the principle of the life capsule breeding life seeds, break the limitation that each molting evolution can breed only one life seed, breed life seeds on a large scale, like an assembly line, sow thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of life seeds, and be promoted to Mountain Master, Princess, Cockroach King. Wouldn't it be easy? If the Cockroach King continues to evolve, it should break through the original force biological level and be promoted to the cosmic biological level. The genetic evolution path of the insect race is very different from that of humans. But they can't pick out the laws of the universe. King is the pinnacle of the original force biological level. King. The next level up should be called planetary life form, followed by star level, star destroyer level, constellation level, starfield level, galaxy level, and then the master level, which is recognized by the whole universe as the highest level of genetic evolution. In his previous life, Banbu was a genius among geniuses, with the full cultivation of his family. It took him less than 100 years to break through the force creature life level and be promoted to the planetary level. He lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully joined the army with an excellent score of 1.3 in the Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment and became a galactic warrior. The elders in the family military appreciated Banbu very much, took care of him everywhere, and arranged him to work in the logistics unit with the lowest mission risk but the best treatment. In the Cosmic War, planetary, star, and star destroyer levels are all cannon fodder, and only constellation level can barely be regarded as a decent figure. What Banbu was puzzled about was that after talking with Chong Lu and testing several times, he determined that the strongest existence on this planet dominated by the Zerg was the Zerg King level, and there was no planetary existence. This is an abnormal phenomenon. The abundance of the force on this planet is rare in the universe. Although the Zerg do not have a systematic and scientific way of training, and the population is small, there should always be one or two geniuses who can break the shackles in the countless years of reproduction and replacement. Right? However, there are none. Chong Lu is not only knowledgeable, but also familiar with the historical legends of various insect races. There are no corresponding records in the legends, and there are not even any suspicious clues. Unscientific, incomprehensible, strange phenomenon. Banbu is confident that he can grow into a cockroach king, break the shackles, and be promoted to the planetary level. At the same time, he is very worried about his future after returning to the starry sky. If he is promoted to the planetary level, he will be the first bug to walk out of this planet. Without the assistance of scientific and technological forces, and the care of the strong above. What is the planetary level in the universe? Nothing. A weak existence at the bottom. Can't make it at all. First improve your own strength. Then build a force. Returning to the starry sky will be considered later. Banbu spent a whole day thinking about the problem, and finally listed a long list of things that he was anxious to complete. 1. Create a technique. 2. Promote to an intermediate warrior and absorb the divine power of the life core of the Master Realm. 3. Complete the construction of the biogas pool to ensure the fertility supply of the God-given seeds. 4. Collect and sow more bamboo seeds. And cultivate new bamboo seeds suitable for live seeds. 5. Develop the breeding industry. 6. Shelter a group of ordinary red cockroaches in his territory. And begin to test effective methods to increase the probability of ordinary red cockroaches being promoted to red cockroach warriors. Bamboo put cracking the principle of life capsules breeding live seeds. At the very end. The reason is very simple. This is a biological science experiment, which requires corresponding instruments and equipment. And the key is that various living test subjects are indispensable. At present, Li Zhufeng only has one red Blatog tribe warrior. Bamboo. He can't use himself as an experiment. Right? We can't be too ambitious. The most important thing at present is to deduce the skills and be promoted to an intermediate warrior. Chapter 46 3 Raw Stones. The seeds of pyrophil pine are precious. Wrapped in layers and stored at the bottom of the spider silk bag. In the dry and oxygen-deficient environment, the seed embryo falls into a dormant state and can be preserved for a long time. There are 31 pecans left from the Iron Knife Mountain Lord. And Bamboo also puts them in the spider silk bag for preservation. There are not many left. So he must save them and eat one every 2 days. The 2 raw stones contain very pure and rich force. But the pieces are too small. There is no use in hoarding 2 pieces. It is only practical to use them and transform them into your own strength. In the middle of the night, Bamboo climbed out of the cave with a raw stone, intending to find the God-given seed to have a good communication. As soon as he approached, the God-given seed sent a contemptuous thought. This planet has no satellite moon, and even the stars in the night sky are few and far between. The night is always dark. In the dark night, the leaves of the God-given seed emit a purple-gold halo, which is the endless force overflowing. Pass the force to me. Bamboo transmitted telekinesis to the tree spirit of the God-given seed. The God-given seed was contemptuous again. It would rather waste the excess force than pass it to Bamboo. Raw stone. Bamboo pinched the raw stone with the toes of his left forelimb and gently scraped it with his right forelimb, dropping a small amount of powder on the root of the grass. Healthy live seeds grow rapidly during the day with sufficient sunlight, and the force is insufficient. At night, the growth slows down, and the force is not exhausted and overflows and glows. Bamboo meant to reach a friendly agreement with the God-given seed, feeding it with raw stone powder during the day to help it grow. And at night, the God-given seed would provide the excess force to Bamboo. The God-given seed sent 2 contradictory thoughts of joy and contempt, which meant, the raw stone is very good. I want it. Feed back the force? No way. This brainless tree spirit. Bamboo cursed inwardly, and sent a threatening thought of I'll kill you. He stretched out his forelimbs, pointed his toes at the branches beside him, and threatened to cut them. If you don't obey, I will cut your branches off. The God-given seed was afraid for 2 seconds, and then said a contemptuous thought, cut it. It had a little memory, and remembered that Bamboo was hateful, and remembered that such threats had been made many times. It knew that Bamboo would not really hurt itself, let alone kill itself. Everyone has the same breath and lives are connected. So who is afraid of whom? Bamboo realized that the God-given seed is wild and naughty by nature, and threats and inducements have no effect on it, especially threats, which are completely meaningless. It is impossible to cultivate feelings, so we can only think of other ways to induce it. For the time being, I didn't think too much about this, so I just gave up. Go to the north side of the mountainside, continue digging, and complete the biogas tank overnight. There was a sudden rain at night, and the morning glow was particularly red. Under the glow, the Sunko live seed swayed gently in the wind, as if cheering to welcome a beautiful day. Adequate moisture and light are the most comfortable growth environment. Bamboo walked forward and carefully dug under the Sunko live seed, digging a pit with the roots exposed. He scraped the raw stone with his toes, sprinkled the powder into the pit, and then buried it with loose soil. The roots of the Sunko live seed quickly absorbed the original force spilled from the raw stone powder, part of which was used for its own growth, and the excess was directly transferred to the Bamboo body. Bamboo obtained the original force needed for growth, and the Sunko live seed could also grow better. This is a win-win cooperation. Bamboo originally intended to use the original stone to help the God-given seed develop better, but it was a pity that this guy didn't know how to appreciate it and always went against it. It took a short while to digest and absorb the original force that entered his body. and the effect was good. Bamboo then came to the Li Shu sapling, dug a small pit, scraped some original stone powder and sprinkled it in, and buried it with soil. The original force contained in the veins of the Li Shu leaves quickly reached saturation, and naturally passed the rich original force to bamboo. Without the leadership of the tree spirit, ordinary life seeds appear much more cute, which saves trouble and worry. However, the other life seeds are currently too short and are not suitable for this method. Bamboo digested the original force that entered his body, turned around, and found the Sunko life seed again, dug the previous small pit, and repeated the same trick. Using the same method, he went back and forth between the Sunko life seed and the Li Shu life seed, feeling the nourishment of the force on the cells of the body. I felt an indescribable sense of refreshment all over my body. I was a little obsessed and addicted. I secretly sighed that the current life plant was too young and could not contain much force. The result was only 2 raw stones, which was not enough to satisfy me. In the morning, the sound of humming wings came from afar. Li Shu's figure soon appeared and landed on the flat ground on the mountainside. Li Shu. Good morning. Bamboo. Good morning. Li Shu held a rabbit skin package with the tip of his forelimb and gently placed it in front of Bamboo, saying, Bamboo, the traveling merchant team of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe is here. They passed through your territory and traded with you. Bamboo curiously opened the rabbit skin package, which contained a raw stone. Yes, a small transaction. I sold 99 Li Shu seeds and 98 Ma Shu seeds. The Lord of Chonglu Mountain is very generous and paid me 2 raw stones. It is indeed generous, but it is not ruled out that it covets one of your God-given seeds. Li Shu said lightly. The caravan purchased a whole bag of iron knife tree fruits from the Lord of Taidao Mountain. The Lord of Taidao Mountain obtained a batch of raw stones and asked me to send you one as well. Li Shu has a paranoid love for bamboo, and his attention unconsciously turned to Bamboo's Li Shu life seed, and said happily, Bamboo, your Li Shu life seed is growing beautifully. You can use raw stones? Have you started? Did the traveling merchants teach you? Yes. Bamboo asked tentatively. The Lord of Taidao Mountain must have traded a lot of raw stones this time. Li Shu said angrily. A bag full of iron knife tree fruits. Those profiteers are only willing to pay 200 raw stones. Damn it! It is said that they can be transported to the northern region of the Fire Cockroach Kingdom and sold at the price of 250 raw stones. If it is shipped to the Blatella Kingdom, the price will be higher. Maybe up to 300 pieces of raw stones. In this world where traffic and transportation are extremely backward, a 50% profit for cross-border trade should be considered reasonable. Right? Bamboo changed the subject and continued to ask, Li Shu, does every warrior of Taidao Peak have a raw stone given by the mountain master? Li Shu answered truthfully, advanced warriors have 3 pieces. And you and Hei Sang are currently only junior warriors. So you have 1 piece. After Li Shu finished speaking, he said helplessly, raw stones are good things. But unfortunately 3 pieces are too few. And the master of Taidao Mountain just wants everyone to have a taste. If there were 300 pieces, it would be great. I can grow into a 5th-year-old advanced warrior this year. Bamboo smiled and said, 3 raw stones are of great help to me. I feel that I will soon usher in the next age of molting and growth. That's because you are only a junior warrior now. And your demand for the force is small. Li Shu encouraged. Haizang was just promoted to a junior warrior of the 9th age a few days ago. Bamboo. Keep growing. You will soon catch up with Haizang. You can compare who is promoted to an intermediate warrior first, and who grows faster after being promoted to an intermediate warrior. Of course, Haizang is faster. He has the personal guidance of the master of Taidao Mountain. Bamboo was modest in words, but he was extremely disdainful in his heart. Once a method suitable for cockroaches to practice is created, the efficiency of using the force will at least double, which corresponds to an increase in growth rate. In the game, the little guy Haizang is not in the same league as me. There is no comparison. Right? That's right. The master of Taidao Mountain likes Haizang very much, and he secretly gives him all the good things, which is unfair to you. Li Shu agreed, turned around and looked in the direction of the biogas tank, and asked, Bamboo, you mean the biogas tank? Bamboo confirmed, the biogas tank. Li Shu asked, is it dug? I dug all night last night, and finally got it done. Bamboo said, Li Shu, it's just right. I need to trouble you with something. Li Shu asked, what is it? Bamboo said, I need to go to the swamp and collect some swamp mud. Chapter 47 Trying out the marsh water. The bubbling mud pools in the swamp are rich in various biogas bacteria needed by the biogas digester to decompose plants. Collecting mud is essentially collecting bacteria. Bamboo used a 50-diameter bamboo joint with a hole at one end, and took great effort to fill it with mud. Because it was too big and heavy, Li Zhu helped to carry it. Only one trip was enough. Transported back to the mountains. Poured into the biogas digester. Took water from the reservoir on the top of the mountain. Irrigated appropriately. And collected some clay from the bottom of the mountain as a culture medium for bacteria. Next, Bamboo spent a whole day carrying a snakeskin bag and cutting grass on the mountain. Li Zhufeng. The bamboo forest that died due to drought last year. Various bamboos used the last nutrients to bloom and bear seeds before dying. Continuing the race. These seeds germinated and grew in spring, after dormancy in autumn and winter. At the same time, the messy weeds spread their seeds through various channels, and also took root and sprouted and grew only. Since Bamboo planned to plant bamboos on a large scale, cutting weeds was a must for the smooth growth of bamboo seedlings. The biogas digester could make use of weeds, which was a two birds of one stone approach. The grass plants were cut close to the ground, and the sharp sickle-like toes were gently hooked together to easily cut them off at the root, and then cut into small pieces and put into snakeskin bags. Bags were carried up the mountain and poured into the biogas digester, half of which was enough, and the wellhead was sealed with stone slabs. Bamboo spent several days cutting all the weeds in the new bamboo forest on the mountain, collecting the grass leaves and piling them on the cliff for future use. If the organic fertilizer obtained by fermentation in the biogas digester has a significant effect on plant promotion, dead branches and leaves will definitely be used in large quantities in the future. The 3 raw stones really helped bamboo grow a lot, alleviating the current lack of force intake, and entering the molting evolution state nearly 10 days earlier than expected. L9 Primary Warrior. Body length over 60. With the growth of the body, the ability to eat greatly increased, such as animals like hares. 2 a day is enough to eat. Different from ordinary creatures, cockroach warriors have a large storage capacity for nutrition and energy. 1 full meal. Not hungry for a day. In the future, if you become a high-level warrior, you can eat a full meal. If you don't eat force food, you can probably go for half a month without eating. The first batch of organic fertilizers in the biogas pool is freshly baked. Not ideal. After the plants rot and decompose. A lot of protein, especially sulfur element gas. Smells bad. However, it is much better than picking up animal feces. Bamboo first took the ordinary bamboo seedlings that looked fragile to experiment, taking marsh water for irrigation and taking marsh mud to fill the ground. After 5 days of comparative observation, it was confirmed that the plant would not be harmed, and that it would promote growth to a certain extent, but it was not as significant as expected. Among the 4 senior warriors who were on duty at Tidal Peak to take care of bamboo, Li Zhu was the closest to bamboo, and was most interested in the biogas tank that bamboo was working on. He had been following and observing the growth of the experimental bamboo poles these days. Bamboo. The effect is not as good as you said. Bamboo thought for a while and analyzed. The soil of Li Zhu Peak is the most fertile humus black soil. The objects of our experiment grew well enough, so we couldn't see the effect. After all, Li Zhu was a senior warrior and had rich farming experience. His brain was flexible, and he understood it at once. He agreed, yes, we should choose relatively poor soil for the experiment. Li Zhu added, live seeds need much more nutrients to grow than ordinary plants. Fertile land can easily become barren. Gigi. That. Bamboo. Why don't you try live seeds? Bamboo thought, touched his antennae, and said, Li Zhu, I have a way to test whether the biogas tank fertilizer is effective immediately. Mana water is definitely not as smelly as animal urine, and swamp mud is definitely not as smelly as animal feces. It's just because cockroaches have a keen sense of smell that they find it unacceptable. Bamboo endured the stench, holding a bamboo tube of biogas liquid, and approached the God-given seed. Anyway, it has been confirmed that it is harmless to plants, so just try it boldly. The God-given seed felt Bamboo's ill intentions and released his angry thoughts fiercely. Bamboo ignored it and directly poured the biogas liquid under a branch. The God-given seed's intense anger suddenly calmed down. After a moment's pause, it sent a contemptuous and mocking thought to Bamboo. Want to harm me? Sorry. This thing is good for me, the more the better. Plants have no sense of smell and cannot feel the stench. Their roots can distinguish whether the marsh water is harmful or useful. Bamboo affirmed to Li Zhu, "It really works." "It works?" Li Zhu asked. "Bamboo, can the God-given seed distinguish?" Bamboo said, "Yes. This is its instinct. It can't be wrong. The God-given seed's violent temper is a pity for plants. If it is an animal, it will definitely jump up and fight for its life if it senses bad intentions. A bamboo tube of marsh water can calm its violent anger. Bamboo is very sure that the marsh water is helpful for its growth." Li Zhu said, "It's black and smells bad. It doesn't look good, and it smells worse." Bamboo said, "It's much better than picking up animal feces." "Yes, that's right." Li Zhu laughed. "Everyone suspects that the life seed of the rambutan is growing so well. Is it secretly picking up manure?" "Uh-huh." Bamboo was speechless. "Everyone knows that animal feces is the best fertilizer. But that's too disgusting. As a warrior of the red cockroach tribe, how can you do such a shameful thing?" Li Zhu stepped forward, dug up the surface soil of a branch with the tip of his front paw, took a look, and said, "Bamboo, the God-given seed has a higher demand for fertility than ordinary life seeds. Look carefully. The fertility of the soil has decreased." Feeling that the soil of the branch was dug up and the root system was exposed, the God-given seed panicked and sent a message to Bamboo for help. Bamboo ignored him, walked forward to take a look, and said, "That's great. I'll water all its branches." After saying that, he flew to the north side of the mountain with the bamboo tube and entered the cave where the biogas pool was opened. The bamboo tube was opened at one end, punched with holes, tied with a hemp rope, thrown into the pool, filled with half a bucket, lifted up, and flew back to the south side of the mountain. At present, the total number of branches of the God-given seed is as many as 24. Bamboo patiently went back and forth 12 times, watering each one with a small half-tube. Every time Bamboo went back and forth, the God-given seed conveyed a happy thought. It expressed satisfaction and comfort with Bamboo's hard work and encouraged Bamboo to continue working hard. At first, Bamboo didn't pay attention to the strange thoughts of the God-given seed. After finishing the work, he was about to briefly explain the principle of biogas pool production to Li Zhu, and the God-given seed said urging and angry thoughts again. Turning his head to check, the first ramets that were watered had already absorbed all the nutrients in the marsh water. Terrifying absorption ability. No more. Bamboo sent a thought to the God-given seed. The God-given seed still sent back a thought of urging and anger, containing a very clear meaning of blame. Bamboo suddenly woke up and realized a problem. The brain-dead tree spirit of the God-given seed seemed to have reversed the master-servant relationship. It regarded itself as a servant coolie? With my body size, how can I dig a biogas pool? Where do you think the location of Tidal Peak is more suitable? Seeing Bamboo suddenly stunned, Li Zhu called softly, "Bamboo?" "Oh!" Bamboo said distressfully. "This brain-dead idiot is arrogant by nature, and it seems that reasoning doesn't work." "Ah?" Li Zhu was confused and didn't know what to say. He called again, "Bamboo? What are you talking about?" "Nothing. I suddenly realized a very serious problem." Bamboo shook his head and said, "It's not a problem. Don't worry, Li Zhu. Come. I will continue to explain to you the tricks of digging a biogas pool." Chapter 48. Pu Tao's Request. The size of the bamboo is small, so the first biogas pool built was small in scale. The first filling produced less biogas residue and less biogas water. Only 2 rounds of irrigation and fertilization almost used up the biogas water and most of the biogas residue. Refilling, filling, and sealing. At present, this biogas pool can be used as a makeshift, and more time is used to weed the new bamboo forest. On the one hand to store grass leaves, and on the other hand to help the bamboo saplings grow. Weeding during the day and deducing the exercises at night. Combining physical and mental labor. Without delay. The number of caves with deduction pictures and text is increasing. Up to 11. Starting from 9 basic structure diagrams. They are described in detail step by step. The total number of pictures gradually exceeds 300. And various text annotations exceed 100,000 words. There are 2 biggest difficulties in deducing the exercises. The body blood vessels and heart structure are too complicated. The number of hearts increases with each molting evolution. By comparing the increase in the number of hearts after multiple molting evolutions, the law is gradually understood. Bamboo has already figured out the outline. First, a set of general training exercises corresponding to the current number of hearts is deduced as a basic template, and then each evolution is adjusted according to the change in the number of hearts. There is a law to follow for the increase in the number of hearts, and the changes in the exercises can certainly follow the law to improve, and the difficulty will not be too high. With a clear direction, the final stage of the deduction of the exercises officially begins. Bamboo opened up a wide new nest, which is specially used to record the basic training exercises finally deduced, so that it can be corrected at any time. The spring is getting stronger and stronger, and the deep spring will turn into early summer. In the jungle, birds are singing, beasts are roaring, reptiles are chirping, one after another, noisy and lively, singing the grand scene of life reproduction. Li Zhufeng. The height of the 3 Sunko species is over 200, with broad and thick leaves, purple veins, strong and vigorous. Spikes are emerging, and they are about to bloom and bear seeds. Obviously, 2 batches of Sunko seeds can be harvested in summer and autumn this year. The height of Yingriguo and Bayuzhen is about 60. The Platycladus orientalis is the slowest growing tree among all the species currently planted by bamboo. After the height of 30, the slowness becomes slower and slower. It took nearly a month to grow 5 heights, and it is only 35 heights now. The seedlings of the iron knife tree are even slower. When the seedlings reach a height of about 15, they seem to be stuck suddenly. It takes 10 days and a half months to grow a new leaf and grow a little bit. Bamboo was very annoyed. It grew so slowly. The fragile young plants needed to be carefully cared for. Otherwise, they might be killed by the scorching sun in the hot summer. The development of the Liju life seed is completely opposite to that of the tree. With sufficient rain and sunshine, it grows faster and faster, one day at a time, rising step by step. Soon, the first bamboo pole is fully grown and about 400 meters in height. Unlike trees, bamboo poles no longer develop after they grow up. They absorb light and nutrients and develop underground stems. After the underground stems grow, 3 bamboo shoots are successively drawn out. At present, the bamboo shoots have just broken through the ground and are gathering momentum for growth. Soon, the Liju life seed can grow into a cluster of 4 bamboo poles, which is the fastest and tallest life seed among all bamboo life seeds. Every night, bamboo will rest for a long time under the Liju and Sunko life seeds to absorb their accumulated power for a day. The number is quite considerable, which is of great help to the growth of L9 junior warriors. On the other hand, the God-given seed, which is given the greatest expectations and fertilized the most frequently, has not developed very well. It has 3 leaves per plant, 9 leaves per plant, and 27 leaves per plant. Then it reaches its limit and stops dividing. The number and height of leaves of the mother plant and the ramets are fixed. They absorb nutrients, sunlight, and force crazily every day, but no growth can be seen. In early summer, there is no heading, no sign of flowering and seeding. It is simply a waste that eats, but does not grow. The tree spirit in the mother plant of the God-given seed has developed quite well. The soul is becoming more and more solid and strong. It has learned all kinds of ideas to express emotions without a teacher. Whenever bamboo approaches, it immediately gives orders in a high-handed manner. It's time to water. Fertilize quickly. The ramets are not growing well. Loosen the soil over there. There is a weed over there that threatens my growth. Kill it quickly. In the morning, Bamboo was mowing grass in a bamboo forest on the hillside, and the rambutan flew over and landed. Bamboo. Putao. Long time no see. Bamboo replied, stopping his movements. Since Bamboo was promoted to L8 Junior Warrior and had strong self-protection ability, Putao has not come again. In nearly 2 months. Flame-clustered spotted grass has only come once. Putao replied, yes. It's been almost 2 months. Spring is the busiest season, and there are many things to do in my territory. I understand. Putao, you are the most diligent warrior in the Iron Blade Mountains. Bamboo's words were not a compliment. The vigorous growth of Putao's live seeds was entirely due to its own hard work. Putao said, Bamboo, I have seen the biogas digesters of Liju, which are very useful. I heard that you taught it? Bamboo replied, yes. It is a trick for obtaining fertilizer recorded in the inherited memory. Putao said in distress, I want to make one too. But the mountain I chose is too low. Li Zhu went around with me and said that he couldn't find a suitable place to dig a biogas tank. Bamboo, is there any description of solving this kind of problem in your inherited memory? Bamboo was speechless for a while, and said, "You can dig anywhere." In order not to occupy the land for plant growth on the mountainside, Bamboo opened a passage along the cliff wall, and then dug a biogas tank vertically into the mountain. Li Zhu still couldn't understand the principle of the biogas tank, and thought that it was necessary to dig into the cliff and make a biogas tank completely in the way of Bamboo. Pu Tao was even more confused and asked uncertainly, "You can dig anywhere?" "But there is no suitable cliff in my territory." Bamboo said, "No need for cliffs. Flat land. Digging directly down is also okay. It is best to choose a rock layer, so that it can be sealed and preserve water. The key is that the well mouth cannot be too big, just enough to accommodate the body in and out, and also to facilitate the rigid covering and sealing." "Oh!" Pu Tao was still at a loss, and said a little embarrassedly, "Bamboo, can you please go to my territory and help me see where is the best place to dig? It is difficult to be flexible without understanding the reason. These insects have no scientific knowledge at all, and they can't explain it clearly. They can only be told a complete set of methods, and then do it step by step." Bamboo felt helpless and said cheerfully, "No problem. Anytime." Pu Tao asked, "Can we do it today?" Bamboo said, "It can be done today." Bamboo followed Pu Tao to his territory, walked around, and quickly selected the ridge of the mountain. "Pu Tao, we need to clean up this piece of mud." "A large piece?" "No. Just clean up a small piece." After cleaning up the surface soil of the ridge, there is a gray-brown hard rock layer underneath. Bamboo said, "Pu Tao, just dig vertically from here." Bamboo then drew a simple pattern on the ground with the toes of his forelimbs and continued, "Look, dig it into this shape. The smaller the wellhead, the better. The internal space can be larger and not too deep. After completion, find a stone slab of suitable size to cover it. Cover it with soil around it and seal it, leaving only a small hole for ventilation. Dig 2 drainage ditches around the wellhead to guide rainwater to prevent heavy rain from backflowing and accumulating water in the pool. Has the flame-clustered spotted grass made a biogas pool? You can work together. One is below, responsible for digging, and the other stands on top, using a snakeskin bag to transport stones. The efficiency will be very high, and it is estimated that the work can be completed in 2 days." Pu Tao is smarter than Li Zhu. Bamboo explained in detail the principle of biogas bacteria decomposing plants. It can roughly understand it, and understands it as a very small single-celled insect that does not like air eats plants. The biogas pool is used to raise insects, and the biogas water and biogas residue are both insect excrement. It thinks bacteria are bugs, so there's nothing wrong with that. Right? Bamboo can't correct it, so he can only acquiesce. Chapter 49 The Lord of Taidao Mountain Visits. The biogas pool dug into the cliff of Taidao Peak was a great success. Later, the rambutan and flame-clustered calamus built biogas pools from the flat ground, which can still be used. But the biogas pools dug by insects themselves are not easy to use. Bamboo suddenly became popular. Every few days, the elders of Taidao Mountain Range came to Lizhu Peak and asked Bamboo to go to their territory to help check the terrain and see where it is suitable to build a biogas pool. Bamboo had received their gifts and received their care. He couldn't refuse and patiently guided them one by one. In the world of insects, the same species get along harmoniously, without so many intrigues and scheming. It was also a good season. Various fruits matured in summer. Every time I went to help, I actually just took around and gave a few instructions. After finishing the work, I could get a few fresh fruits to treat. Syzygium planted 5 Syzygium live seeds. When the Syzygium fruits were ripe, they were specially sent to Bamboo. The master of Taidao Mountain also fulfilled his promise, and sent a batch of fresh fruits every few days. He has a large number of live plants and many varieties, and the fruits sent each time are different. So far, Bamboo has almost eaten all the most popular forest fruits of the red blighton tribe. It can be roughly divided into 2 categories: fresh fruits and dried fruits, Syzygium, Taidao fruit, mulberry, ingri fruit, loquat, pear, mountain persimmon, raspberry, etc., are all fresh fruits, large in size, high in yield, but cannot be preserved for a long time. Red nuts, cypress seeds, pine nuts, walnuts, etc. are all dried fruits, small in size, low in yield, but fortunately they can be stored for a long time. Most of the red blighton tribe warriors prefer to choose dried fruit plants as live seeds. When choosing fresh fruits, the types are generally not repeated, and the ripening seasons are staggered to ensure that there are fresh fruits available from early summer to autumn. And then dried fruits are available in winter and spring. The ideal growth state is to evenly consume various force foods throughout the year. To the north of the Taidao Mountain Range is the Hongju Mountain Range. The owner of Kuji Mountain is a veteran owner who is much older than the owner of Taidao Mountain. The mountain range manages various citrus tree species and has achieved results. The two adjacent mountain ranges have exchanges from time to time, and the construction technology of biogas digesters has gradually spread to the Hongju Mountain Range. Those who have used it say it is good, and the reputation of Bamboo, the new owner of Liju Peak, has spread through word of mouth. Bamboo's life pattern is still monotonous. He mows the grass, irrigates and fertilizes during the day, and deduces the exercises at night. When he has free time, he exercises to exercise his body. Bamboo. Bamboo. Yes. Bamboo. This is sludge. Sludge. I know. This is sludge. Delicious. Come on. Bamboo. Give more sludge. I like sludge. The tree spirit of the God-given seed is getting smarter and smarter. Through the connection between souls and the transmission of thoughts, Bamboo easily taught it many new terms, including his own name. You only know how to eat. When will it bear seeds? Bear seeds? The God-given seed conveyed a doubtful emotion. And then anger. Bamboo. I want to eat sludge. No more. Yes. No. Yes. The anger of the God-given seed also carried a threatening thought. After spending a long time together, this guy's temper not only did not improve, but became more and more violent. He also learned Bamboo's trick and threatened to kill you at any time. Moreover, it was extremely overbearing. It was obvious that the number of ramets had reached the upper limit and the land required for survival was only a small piece. But it kept sending fierce emotions to Bamboo, asking Bamboo to eradicate all the plants within the surrounding 10,000 range. And not a single weed was allowed to remain. Now, the flat land at the entrance of the cave on the south side of the mountain is bare with only dozens of small grasses growing on it. And the hillsides around the flat land are barren, with no grass left. It is typical that they will occupy the toilet even if they don't have to shit. The bad performance of the God-given seeds overturned Bamboo's cognition of plants. These guys are truly ruthless and ruthless. Bamboo began to wonder whether he needed to dig a biogas pool on the south side of the mountain. The God-given seeds have too strong ability to absorb nutrients, and it is also troublesome to transport them from the north every time. Sludge. Sludge. The God-given seed saw that Bamboo did not respond, and thought that he was frightened by his threat, and became more arrogant. Stop making a fuss. I'll dig a special biogas tank for you in a while. Biostomy tank. Understand? Biogas tanks produce biogas residue and biogas water. Biostomy tank. The God-given seed learned a new term and quickly understood the relationship between biogas tanks, biogas residue and biogas water. Biostomy tank. Bamboo. Dig a biogas tank. Well, I'll dig a biogas tank for you when I have time. Bamboo marveled at the intelligence of the tree spirit, who understood everything at once and seemed to be smarter than those red blattle tribe warriors. Dig a biogas tank. The God-given seed urged. I don't have time now. Dig when I have time. Dig. I don't have time. I'm very busy, and have a lot of things to do. Dig. The God-given seed was angry, and sent a threatening thought to Bamboo again. Dig your sister. Bamboo didn't have the patience to continue to compete with a brainless tree spirit. After cursing, he was ready to leave. In the distant sky, two red figures, one large and one small, continued to approach. Soon, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord arrived. The branches of the God-given seeds were distributed in the center of the flat land of the cave. They did not occupy a large area, but they were stuck in a key position. The huge body of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord had nowhere to land. After circling a circle, it stopped on the slope. Following behind the Iron Blade Mountain Lord was Fengling. Fengling was aloof. He guarded his own 1/3 acre of land all year round. He didn't like to socialize and rarely went out. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord must have important things to arrange when he came. Bamboo was a little surprised by Fengling's arrival. The Lord of Taidao Mountain stared at the God-given seed for a while, and exclaimed, Bamboo, your God-given seed is developing very well. With 40 plants in total, which is quite a large scale, you should be able to harvest 40 spikelets of grass seeds this year. The seeds condensed by the God-given seed are all very precious. You will have a good harvest this year. My ordinary sun grass seeds have already headed and are now blooming and bearing seeds. Also as sun grass. The God-given seed has not headed yet. And I am very worried. Bamboo's worry was not fake. And he asked, Lord of Tidal Mountain, you have seen a lot of God-given seeds, right? Please help me see if there is any problem with its condition. Sun grass heads in midsummer. The Lord of Tidal Mountain said in doubt, but still followed Bamboo's request, stretched out his tentacles, and gently placed them on a branch. Heal you! Heal you! Heal you! The God-given seed madly sent angry and intimidating thoughts to the Lord of Tidal Mountain. The Mountain Master's perception is one level stronger than that of a high-level warrior. The Iron Knife Mountain Master felt the movement of the God-given seed and said, Bamboo, is it a tree spirit? It is very active, and is transmitting information to me. It is in good condition, and there is no problem. Bamboo said, it's good that there is no problem. The Master of Tidal Mountain comforted him, Bamboo, don't worry. It's not the season for the taro to head yet. The roots of the grass are accumulating strength. It should be soon. Ordinary taro growing in the wild will head in late summer, bloom and set seeds, and the seeds will mature in autumn. The taro selected by the big-headed harvester ants will set seeds twice a year. Bamboo thought that it might be the genetic reversion phenomenon of the God-given seeds, and the pattern of flowering and setting seeds has returned to the state of wild ordinary taro. Bamboo said, I understand. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just worried that I'll be negligent in farming. You did a good job. There's nothing wrong with the God-given seeds. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord praised him, looked at the bare surroundings, and asked, is this what the tree spirit asked you to do? It seems that this little guy is also very domineering. Yes. Its perception range does not allow any plant to survive. Bamboo asked, Iron Blade Mountain Lord, are other God-given seeds like this? Of course. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord affirmed, it's all like this. The stronger it is, the more domineering it is. Have you heard of the God-given seeds of Chijin County Lord? That is a Chijin tree. It occupies an entire mountain. It does not allow any plants to exist on the mountain, and even does not allow any creatures other than Chijin County Lord to set foot on it. Bamboo smacked his lips and sighed that plants are born hegemonists. Feng Ling opened his mouth and exclaimed, the seeds given by God are favored by the true God of nature. They are the darlings of heaven and earth. They are born noble. So they are cold and arrogant and disdain to associate with weeds. That makes sense. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord agreed and said, Bamboo, all the warriors in the Iron Blade Mountains have dug biogas pools, and they are very useful. Feng Ling's territory should also have a biogas pool. You should help it find a good location. Bamboo suddenly realized that this should be the purpose of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord coming here in person. Feng Ling himself has a lonely personality, and is an outsider born in a 10,000 countries continent. He is not welcomed by other warriors in the Iron Blade Mountains. The only one who cares about it should be the Iron Blade Mountain Lord, who bought it back. Chapter 50 New Bamboo Species Discovered. Bamboo. I came here this time mainly to check the distribution of wild beasts around Liju Peak. There is a dry season every midsummer, and wild beasts are most likely to riot during the dry season. It is necessary to conduct a thorough investigation and cleansing to prevent it from happening. After saying this, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord added, I came to see the development of your territory. In addition, please go to Feng Ling's territory and help it choose a suitable location to dig a biogas pool. No problem. Bamboo readily agreed. I will prepare it now, and I can go today. After saying this, he went into the cave and pulled out a rolled snake skin bag. Seeing this, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord touched his tentacles with satisfaction and said, I have left a breath in your territory. Ordinary wild beasts dare not approach. There is no need to worry about the safety of the territory. Bamboo usually releases the unique breath of the original force creature, which is enough to deter ordinary birds and beasts. With the breath of the Mountain Master, of course no wild beasts will approach. Following Feng Ling, we flew over the vast forest between two mountain ranges and came to its territory. Feng Ling lacked the guidance of elders. The species selection was not reasonable, and the planting and management were not good. So the development of the territory would naturally not be good. Now in the prosperous season, there is only one black mulberry tree with fruit, and there are only less than 100 mulberries hanging sparsely on the tree. No wonder Feng Ling is stingy and poor. Bamboo. Where do you think the biogas pool should be dug? Feng Ling. The mountains in your territory are too steep, and there are few fertile places suitable for planting. Bamboo did not answer in a hurry, but commented first. After walking around the territory, he was speechless. Wind chimes are planted on the steep cliffs with common wind chimes. The vines climb along the cliffs. In midsummer, the wind chimes bloom. Looking around, the whole mountain looks bright and gorgeous, with a breathtaking beauty that is extremely visually impactful. But what is it actually? It is useless. Wind chimes are one of the least suitable plants for life. Bamboo pointed to a cliff and said, "Wind chimes. Shovel away the ordinary plants. From there, dig a passage about twice your body length into the mountain, and then dig a biogas tank vertically downward from the inside." Bamboo drew a pattern on the ground with his forelimbs and said, "The wellhead should be as small as possible, and the internal space can be slightly open." I understand. I have seen the biogas tank of the rambutan. Wind chimes asked in confusion, "Bamboo, why should my biogas tank be dug inside the cliff? The rambutan is dug on the ridge of the mountain. Is there any difference?" Bamboo was already used to the ignorance of these red Blatodia warriors, and had no patience to explain in detail. He said vaguely, "Fongling, the terrain of your territory is different from that of Pu Tao's territory. We should adapt to local conditions. Don't worry. The biogas pool dug in the mountain is easier to operate, and the fertilizer produced is the same." Fongling asked again, "Bamboo, what are you using the python skin with you?" Bamboo said, "Help you move the rocks. You dig the rocks, and I will transport them in the python skin bag. It will be done quickly in a day or two." After that, he untied the hemp rope that tied the snake skin bag. Fongling was stunned for a moment, and flicked his antennae and said, "Thank you, Bamboo." Bamboo said, "I'm not helping you for no reason. I'm preparing to dig another larger biogas pool. You have to come and help me later." Fongling said happily, "No problem. The mountain is steep, and the slightly flat slopes are planted with wind chimes. The excavated gravel is not easy to dump casually, so Bamboo has to carry it down the mountain every time." Bamboo accidentally found a bamboo seedling growing on the slope near the top of the mountain. The soil is thin and poor, and it is a bit shady. The bamboo seedling grows very poorly. After a whole spring, it only grows to a bamboo pole, and it only grows to a height of about 400. Many leaves are dry and yellow, and it looks like it is dying. Bamboo went forward to check and found that the underground stems were poorly developed. This bamboo is indeed about to die due to malnutrition. What Bamboo is curious about is the variety of bamboo. There are 57 bamboo species in Liju Peak, and Bamboo is familiar with them all. It is definitely not any of them, and there is no record in the inherited memory. The bamboo poles are regularly distributed with very fine and dense, like golden vertical lines, similar to golden bamboo, but it is definitely not. The vertical lines of the bamboo pole of the golden bamboo will grow after 1 or 2 years of growth. The vertical lines are much wider and rougher, and the color is more earthy yellow. After careful identification, Bamboo roughly judged that it should be a variant of the golden bamboo. Golden bamboo, silk bamboo, or spotted bamboo. Fongling, do you also grow bamboo? No. You see, my territory is full of wind chime flowers. Fongling said, a little frustrated. The owner of Taidao Mountain has asked me to change to other plantings more than once, and I may really have to change next year. Bamboo was not concerned about this, and continued to ask, "Fongling, there is a bamboo on your mountain. It is dying." "Oh!" Fongling suddenly realized and said, "I know. It suddenly appeared in the spring. Probably because the birds brought the seeds here. I thought it was strange, so I didn't dig it up, and let it die on its own." "Oh! Last year's drought killed a lot of bamboos, and many of them bloomed and set seeds before they died," Bamboo echoed, saying simply, "Fongling, the dry season is coming soon. If you don't like it, just give me that bamboo." "Of course, no problem." Fongling asked, "Bamboo, do you like bamboo very much?" Bamboo said, "Yes. I am collecting various bamboo species, and I plan to plant bamboo all over Liju Peak." Fongling said, "Except for Li bamboo and Ma bamboo. Other types of bamboo are not very suitable as life species." "Right. Does the master of Taidao Mountain agree?" Bamboo said, "I have separated from Taidao Peak, and will develop alone in Jinping Mountain Range in the future. The master of Taidao Mountain will not care too much." Fongling envied. "It's great. Free and easy. You can plant whatever plants you like. It's so beautiful." Liju Peak is so big. Are you going to plant all bamboo? Banbu replied, yes. Feng Ling suggested, you can plant some wind chimes under the steep cliffs. They are very beautiful. Look at my mountain. How beautiful it is. Isn't it? Banbu helped Feng Ling finish digging the biogas pool and instructed him on how to manage and use it. After finishing the work, he took the poor little bamboo seedling in a snakeskin bag and returned to Liju Peak. Migration in summer. And it is almost midsummer. The survival rate of transplantation must be carefully cared for. Banbu transplanted it to the north side of the mountain, cut a large number of values, and inserted them around it to shade it, and watered it with marsh water every morning before the sun rose. Feng Ling came to help, and helped Banbu to dig a biogas pool on the cliff on the south side of Liju Peak. The organic fertilizer produced by this biogas pool will be used exclusively for the seeds given by God, considering that the God-given seed may develop into a large grassland in the future, and its appetite is large. The scale of this biogas pool is designed to be relatively large. Feng Ling was responsible for digging, and Banbu was responsible for transporting stones. With cooperation, it still took 3 full days. At the same time, the master of Taidao Mountain organized all the senior warriors in the mountain range to launch a second round of cleansing against the beasts in Jinping Mountain Range. After a half-month cleanup, the next step is to carefully check the peaks around Liju Peak to ensure the safety of Liju Peak. The master of Taidao Mountain landed on Liju Peak holding a Goju mountain python. Banbu, come here and dig 2 snakeskin bags, drilling into the body of the giant python, hollowing out the bones and flesh, and digging out a complete snakeskin bag. This is the method that Banbu came up with. Only the junior warriors, who are still small, are suitable for doing delicate work. After finding that the snakeskin bag is very practical, the master of Taidao Mountain and others will send the body to Banbu after hunting the giant python. Banbu couldn't participate in hunting, but he was not idle during this period. He was busy digging out corpses and making snakeskin bags every day. The master of Taidao Mountain noticed the transplanted bamboo seedlings and asked, Banbu, what kind of bamboo is this? Banbu said truthfully, I'm not sure yet. It should be a new bamboo species. It was found in Feng Ling's territory and was dying at the time. New bamboo species? The condition is indeed not very good, but it should not die. I hope it can bring you a surprise. After the master of Taidao Mountain finished speaking, he continued, Feng Ling likes you very much and gets along well with you. Banbu said, in fact, Feng Ling is also very good. The master of Taidao Mountain said, Feng Ling's choice of territory is a bit bad. It doesn't get along well with other warriors in Taidao Mountain Range. Banbu, I plan to move Feng Ling to Liju Peak. What do you think? Chapter 51 The Hateful Insect Dealer. Feng Ling moved to Liju Peak? Banbu must seriously consider it. The biggest advantage is that Liju Peak immediately has an additional high-level warrior, and safety is greatly guaranteed. At least ordinary beasts dare not approach easily. Secondly, 2 warriors living in the mountains can take care of each other. For example, Banbu can entrust Feng Ling to help take care of the life seeds, and then go out for a long time without worrying about the smell being lost and animals such as snakes, rats, and birds harming the territory. The biggest disadvantage is that it is a hindrance. With an extra pair of eyes watching, many things may be inconvenient to do. For example, the practice method that is about to be created, and the various scientific research prepared in the future. In general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Banbu said tentatively, Master Taidao Mountain, many of Feng Ling's life seeds have begun to take shape. It is inconvenient to relocate them, and will cause considerable damage. Master Taidao Mountain said, Banbu, you have seen that Feng Ling's life seed management is terrible. I think moving to the rich Liju Peak will be beneficial to its development. Banbu nodded and said, if Feng Ling has no objection, I can naturally accept it. As long as you agree, I will talk to Feng Ling in detail. Master Taidao Mountain said, if Feng Ling agrees, I will give it a red hard tree seed and compensate it with a batch of iron knife tree fruits to help it grow quickly. Banbu, Feng Ling moves here. You can gain a foothold in Jinping Mountains more easily. I will not send Yabai and others to help. And the 2 primary warriors previously agreed upon may have to be cancelled. The 2 primary warriors born in Taidao Mountain Range in the future will be sent to Liju Peak. This is a very critical agreement. The probability of ordinary cockroaches transforming into ordinary cockroaches is too low, and cockroach warriors are the most precious resource related to the prosperity of the tribe. The master of Taidao Mountain has a good calculation. In addition to saving many other troubles in the agreement, he uses the unwelcome wind chimes of Tidal Mountain Range to exchange for 2 future young warriors, which is simply killing several birds with one stone. The poor wind chimes were sold from the Wangua continent to Tidal Mountain Range by the profiteers of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe. And now they are being sold again by the master of Tidal Mountain. Damn insect dealers. Bamboo bargained, Master Taideishan. You should send another junior warrior. Only with 3 warriors guarding Liz Yufeng will be completely safe. Master Taideishan said, Bamboo, don't underestimate yourself. You are naturally good at fighting. After becoming a senior warrior, 1 is worth 2. Very safe. Bamboo said, 3 warriors are safer. The key is that 3 warriors can protect more ordinary tribes, and have a greater chance of giving birth to new warriors. After all, Liz Yufeng also needs to develop, and Jinping Mountain Range needs more warriors to guard it. Master Taideishan was silent for 2 seconds and said, next time the caravan of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe passes by, I will communicate with them, and spend some money to redeem a warrior of the Red Blattus tribe and send him to Liz Yufeng. Bamboo, what do you think? Bamboo also thought about it and said, also. That night, Master Taideishan brought Feng Ling to find Bamboo again. Feng Ling agreed to move Liz Yufeng, and Bamboo took it to choose a location. Liju Peak is majestic and tall, with gentle slopes in most parts and a large amount of land suitable for living. According to its height, it can be roughly divided into the upper layer, the upper middle layer, the middle layer, the lower middle layer, and the lower layer, which is level with the mountain range. Except that the upper layer is cold in autumn, and snow accumulates in winter, which is not suitable for planting conventional plants. Other places are good choices, especially the middle and upper layers currently chosen by Bamboo, which have sufficient sunlight and abundant original force, are excellent treasures. And there are also a lot of unused open space. But Feng Ling chose the northeast side of the middle and lower layers with steep slopes. This guy is still determined to plant wind chimes under the cliff. After the warning from the Iron Knife Mountain Lord, he seemed a little helpless. The cliff cypress is obsessed with various pines and cypresses. The Li bamboo is obsessed with bamboo. The flame-clustered spotted grass also planned to breed the flame-clustered spotted grass as a live seed, but it is considered smart. After being severely warned by Ma Yu and the Iron Knife Mountain Lord and explained various reasons, it turned over a new leaf and got on the right path in time. The Iron Knife Mountain Lord himself is also a little obsessed with the Iron Knife Tree. Now Bamboo is only a junior warrior, and the development of the territory has just started. His preference for plants has begun to obviously lean towards bamboo, and he has begun to collect precious bamboo species. All signs indicate that Zerg warriors are generally prone to being obsessed with a certain plant, and it is difficult to correct it. It can be seen that Feng Ling is a little happy. Migrating to Liju Peak is equivalent to leaving the Tidal Mountain Range. The Tidal Mountain Master has no right to manage the affairs of the Jinping Mountain Range. Bamboo is nominally the master of Liju Peak, but it is still a long way from being promoted to the official master. In terms of seniority, he is 1 generation lower than Feng Ling, and in terms of strength, he is far inferior to Feng Ling, and he is not qualified to manage it. It is good to plant the wind chimes you like without restraint. The migration time is set at the end of winter and the beginning of spring this year, when the 2 seasons alternate. Transplanting at that time can minimize the damage to the life seed. After the spikes of sun grass seeds were born, the seeds quickly matured. 3 spikes, 32 seeds in each spike, a total of 96 round and plump forest grass seeds. Bamboo ate them quickly, and thus grew much faster. After the grass seeds matured and were harvested, the grass leaves withered quickly, and Bamboo simply cut them off. After a few days of irrigation, 3 new shoots emerged from the ground and quickly grew into new grass plants. As sun grass, the God-given seeds still showed no signs of heading. After the large-scale hunting in midsummer, the dry season followed, and water had to be drawn from the mountaintop reservoir every day to irrigate various plants. In this deadly hot season, Bamboo showed signs of promotion and breakthrough. The 4 senior warriors of Iron Blade were too busy, and there was no other way. Bamboo decided to ask Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass, Wind Bell, and Syzygium to take turns to help. Dusk, Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass's territory. The Flame-Clustered Caltrop is very busy. In addition to the live seeds that need careful care, it also planted a large number of common iron knife trees last year. The seedlings of these ordinary plants are much more fragile than the live seeds, and cannot withstand drought. The reservoir on the top of the mountain has little water. Opening the gate to release water and draining the ditch will waste a lot of water in the middle. It is busy using bamboo tubes to irrigate. Bamboo. Why are you here? Liz Yufeng has planted so many bamboos. Shouldn't you be busy all the time? After the flame-clustered caltrop finished speaking, it understood and said, "You are too busy and need help." "Right," Bamboo said, "I am really too busy. And there are more troublesome things. I will soon shed my shell and grow into an intermediate warrior. I need to sleep for a while. The growth of age can be endured and endured. The qualitative evolution of the primary warrior to the intermediate warrior has the risk of evolution failure. Bamboo dare not take the risk." "Bamboo! Are you going to become an intermediate warrior?" The flame-clustered spotted grass was surprised and cheered. "Haizang just became an intermediate warrior half a month ago. You will catch up with him soon. I know that Bamboo is a better warrior than Haizang." Meaningless comparison. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said seriously, "I am going to ask Feng Ling and Pudao for help. They should not refuse. You take turns to come to Liju Peak. When you come at night, you just need to help me water the live seeds and leave some breath to prevent birds and beasts from approaching. It won't take too much time." The flame-clustered spotted grass readily agreed. "No problem. We can protect you all night. And the cliff cypress on Tidao Peak will be responsible during the day." The flame-clustered spotted grass was suspicious again, but, "Will the stingy Fengling help?" Bamboo said, "The Fengling will definitely." "Yes. The master of Tidao Mountain has decided that it will move to Liju Peak to keep me company this winter." "Is this true?" The flame-clustered spotted grass shook its antennae and said unhappily, "The Wind Bell is a nasty guy." "Bamboo, you are the master of Liju Peak. You should reject it." Bamboo said, "The location of the territory chosen by the Wind Bell is too bad, and its live seeds grow very poorly. The master of Tidao Mountain hopes that it will change after moving to Liju Peak." The flame-clustered spotted grass said disdainfully, "That's because it is stupid. A stingy fool." Bamboo shook his antennae and did not answer. The conflict between the flame-clustered spotted grass and the Wind Bell seemed to be further deepened because of something, and their territories were not far apart. This is probably one of the reasons why the master of Tidao Mountain was determined to move the Wind Bell to Liju Peak. Chapter 52 Intermediate Warrior. 7 senior warriors took turns to guard the place day and night. After eating and drinking enough, Bamboo fell into a deep sleep without any worries. Lightning roared and the wind howled. Outside the cave, heavy rain poured down. He woke up in a daze, extremely weak after the long-awaited breakthrough. He ate some stored dried meat, rested for a while, and couldn't wait to move his limbs and check the structural changes of his blood vessels and heart. Fortunately, the number of hearts still increased according to the previous rules, which means that the basic training method that is about to be completed can be used. L1 Intermediate Warrior. Body length about 75. This promotion is a qualitative transformation, although the body size growth is not large. The body strength, speed and soul strength are leaps and bounds, as if breaking some kind of shackles. Compared with the L9 Primary Warrior, the comprehensive combat power is almost doubled. Bamboo. Are you awake? Bamboo was sleeping in the secret room and advancing to the next level. Below the nest was a cave opened by the early master of Jinju Mountain. It was late at night, and it was raining heavily. Yinshu Banmao was lying in the cave to rest. He felt the movement above and carefully transmitted his spiritual power to call. Bamboo came out of the secret room and replied, "Yes. I'm awake." Yinshu Banmao stared at Bamboo and couldn't help muttering, "Bamboo, why are you getting darker and darker?" Bamboo turned his head and looked at it, and found that the color of the new shell after molting was changing from black to pitch black. And the shell was frosted and would not refract light. The metallic luster of the primary warrior disappeared. Indeed, it looked darker, perfectly integrated with the night, and the lightning that often broke out outside the cave could not illuminate it. Bamboo spread out his wings, and the main veins of the front wings were covered with fine spikes. Then he checked the leg armor, and found many curved hooks behind the front and hind leg armor. The 2 slender antennae on the top of his head became flexible and could bend, and his perception became sharper. The number of compound eyes increased. The visual ability was greatly improved, and the visual effect also changed subtly, and he could see more details. Perfect evolution. Showing his ferocity for the first time. Bamboo. You should ask the master of Tidao Mountain for some iron knife tree fruits to eat. Preferably red hard tree fruits and fire tongue oil fruits. The flame talent may change the color of your shell a little, so that it is not so black. The flame-clustered spotted grass stared at Bamboo for a while, and was again entangled in the color of Bamboo's shell. Black is good. Bamboo extended his antennae, followed the cave entrance, pointed to the south, and said, "The black and white cockroach tribe likes black, which will make it easier for me to interact with them in the future." Yintu Bamao asked, "What do you mean by interacting with the black and white cockroach tribe?" Bamboo, "Don't get into trouble with them." Bamboo said, "No. I mean trade." Yintu Bamao, "You see, there are mountains on the other side of Jinjiang River. The river and the mountain block the exchange of cold and heat, creating different climates in the north and south. Different climates also cause differences in plant and insect species. The fruits produced by plants in the north can be sold at a good price in the south. The fruits produced by plants in the south can be sold at a high price in the north." Yintu Bamao said, "Bamboo, only lowly merchants will trade, and the noble red cockroach tribe warriors should manage their own territories to prosper. It is the norm in low-end agricultural societies to emphasize agriculture over commerce." Bamboo was speechless for 2 seconds, and said, "In the future, my territory will be prosperous, and there will be endless force food. At that time, I will take out a part of it for trading in exchange for more valuable things." The Lord of Taidao Mountain and the Princess of Qijian did the same. Yintu Bamao said bluntly, "Bamboo, you think too much. That will happen a long time later." Ignorance. Bamboo lost the interest in talking about the future with Yintu Bamao, and changed the subject, asking, "Yintu Bamao, my life seeds are all fine, right?" "Of course." Yintu Bamao said mysteriously, "Bamboo, guess how long you have been sleeping for when you were promoted to an intermediate warrior?" Bamboo thought for a while and asked, 15 days? Yintu Bamao shook his tentacles. Bamboo asked, 12 days? Yintu Bamao was surprised. "Bamboo, how did you guess it in 2 seconds?" Bamboo shook his tentacles and did not answer. Before he fell asleep, Yintu Bamao was responsible for guarding him. Yintu Bamao, Putao, and Fengling took turns to guard him every night. When he woke up, Yintu Bamao was guarding him. So it must be a multiple of 3. According to convention, it takes half a month to be promoted to an intermediate warrior. If it takes longer, it will be a failure of evolution. Bamboo felt that he was in excellent condition and estimated that he had not been asleep for a long time. So it was easy to guess. Of course, it was difficult to explain such a complicated logical problem to Yintu Bamao. Bamboo continued to change the subject and asked, "How many days did the dry season last? Are the ordinary bamboos in Liju Peak okay?" Yintu Bamao said, "It rained heavily on the 5th day after you fell asleep. This year's drought was not serious. Only a few bamboo forests were killed by the sun due to lack of water. Bamboo, unfortunately, the bamboo you planted in the north of the mountain may not be good enough." Fengling said that it was the new bamboo species it gave you? "Yes." Bamboo sighed, "It's a beautiful bamboo species. What a pity." Yinkui said, "It's not as bad as you think." Fengling watered it every day, but it still bloomed. Its vitality is declining day by day. It will definitely die. If you are lucky, 2 or 3 seeds will be left. Bamboo was surprised again. "Oh, that's great. At least it won't become extinct." Yinkui said solemnly in an educational tone, "Bamboo, you are too young and lack planting experience. You see, bamboo is obviously more suitable for growing on the flat land at the bottom of the mountain. At the worst, it should be planted in the lower layer of the mountain. The new bamboo species that Fengling gave you is in this state. It should have nothing to do with the dry season. It is mainly because it cannot adapt to the climate in the middle and upper layers of the mountain." Yinkui's muddled wisdom was rarely smart. Bamboo heard this and suddenly realized that it made sense. Looking at the common bamboo planted by the owner of Jinju Mountain, they are basically planted in the middle and lower layers of Liju Peak, and even in the mountains and the plains under the mountains. Bamboo made a deep analysis. The soil on the mountain is fertile enough. Why is it not suitable for bamboo to survive? He quickly figured it out. The main reason should be the wind. The mountain is high, and the wind is strong. The bamboo poles are hollow and easy to break, which makes the plants feel threatened. So they bloom and bear fruit. The secondary reason is temperature. The mountain has sufficient sunlight, but the temperature is relatively low. Most bamboo species are cold resistant but prefer high temperatures. There may be another reason. That is, There is not enough carbon dioxide on the mountain. The combination of the three reasons has jointly prompted the bamboo transplanted on the mountain to bloom and bear fruit in a hurry. After ordinary bamboo species are bred into life species, they become forest plants, with enhanced genes and stronger survival ability. In addition, they will absorb the force during their growth, continue to evolve, and adapt more to the current environment. Therefore, bamboo life species can be planted on high mountains, but ordinary bamboo cannot. Chapter 53 L1 Intermediate Chapter. In the early morning, the rainstorm stopped. The flame-clustered spotted grass did not stay for long and returned to its own territory. Bamboo went out to check the status of the God-given seed. Bamboo broke through and was promoted to an intermediate warrior. The tree spirit also broke through the shackles of growth, and the soul strength was greatly improved. When he saw Bamboo, he immediately released a complex emotion of joy, anger, contempt, urging, etc. The 39 ramets guarding the mother plant had already taken out spikes and were about to bloom. At the same time, the 27 ramets in the outer circle were brewing, dividing the rhizomes and growing sideways. They were about to divide. According to the rules, the number of ramets this time should be 81. As bamboo evolved and broke through the limit, the God-given seed grew accordingly. The biggest change should be the upper limit of the number of ramets. Bamboo was able to roughly analyze the principle. The number of ramets is determined by the soul strength of the tree spirit. Only when the soul is strong can it control more ramets. Conversely, the intuitive expression of the strength of the tree spirit's soul is the number of ramets. The God-given seed was in a critical period of crazy growth. The tentacles were shaking to sense carefully. The force on the mountain could barely supply it. After checking the soil quality, the soil fertility had dropped sharply. Bamboo hurriedly took out a lot of sludge from the biogas tank and applied fertilizer to ensure the supply of nutrients. After the fertilization was completed, the God-given seed calmed down and simply sent ridicule and contempt to Bamboo. Bamboo had no time to pay attention to it. He came to the north side of the mountain and first checked various ordinary life seeds. After being promoted to an intermediate warrior, ordinary life seeds did not have the obvious changes of the God-given seeds, and they always grew step by step. The new grass plants of the sun grass life seed grew to a height of 400 again, which was very rapid. If nothing unexpected happened, 96 grass seeds could be harvested in autumn. The seedlings of Yingriguo, Bayou mulberry, Thuja orientalis, and Taideashu have all grown, but not very obviously. There is no way. That is how trees are. Slow in the early stage. Liju is completely different. Underground stems grow wildly. The number of bamboo poles reaches 6 poles of varying heights, and the highest pole is nearly 800 meters high, forming a canopy. After the heavy rain, another bamboo shoot drilled out of the ground and will grow soon. In terms of force supply alone, Liju as a life seed is far more effective than other types of plants. When Bamboo was a junior warrior at L8 and L9, he chose Maju and Jinju as life seeds respectively. Because he missed the spring, he saved them and planned to sow them next year. At present, as an intermediate warrior at L1, he still chooses Liju as a life seed. He has planted long ago, and the seeds are obtained from Haesang. A total of 5 seeds were requested. For the next few intermediate warriors molting evolutions, Bamboo plans to choose Bamboo as life seeds for all of them, and Liju is the first choice. Finally, I checked the poor bamboo species found in the Winchime territory. It was born this year. The underground stems have not had time to develop, and there is only one thin and low bamboo pole on the ground. It is in a very bad situation to be stimulated to produce flower spikes in this weak state. The flower spikes are extracted from a node on the main pole. There is only one spike, which is now spread out. There are only 3 in total, and they are very small. Judging from the flower structure, they should be directly seeded, not fruits. However, these 3 small flowers are enough to kill the whole bamboo. Bamboo mobilizes all the stored nutrients from the rhizome and uses all its life force to supply the growth of flower spikes. The flowers will bloom quickly, pollinate, wither, set seeds, develop rapidly, and complete genetic inheritance in a short time. Pollination, Bamboo thought, and suddenly he was in trouble. There is only one bamboo pole on the mountain, with a total of more than 3 small flowers, and no other similar ones. Where does it get pollination? Will the new bamboo species born by chance die out in my hands? Bamboo thought about it, and immediately thought of 2 solutions. The first one is that the 3 small flowers can pollinate each other. It is difficult to determine whether it will succeed. If it succeeds, the offspring will completely inherit the genes of the mother plant, which is close to gene cloning. The second one is that there are other bamboo species on the mountain that have been stimulated by the drought to produce heading and flowering. We can look for them. Maybe there are similar varieties. If there are, we can collect pollen and hybridize them. And probably we can also make a new hybrid variety. Bamboo thought about it and immediately set out to look for it on the mountain. What flame-clustered spotted grass said was right. This year's drought was not serious at all. Only 3 bamboo species were stimulated to produce heading and flowering. Fortunately, one of them happened to be similar to the bamboo species found in the wind chime territory. A very unique bamboo species, named spotted bamboo. With green poles, very tough, and underground stems that spread sideways without any rules, neither in clusters nor in groups. And the bamboo poles on the ground are sparsely distributed one by one. The height of the poles varies greatly, ranging from 500 to 1,000. Spotted bamboo is identified by comparing the shape of the poles, the pole nodes, the size and shape of the bamboo leaves, and the shape of the flowers. If classified according to the domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species of biological taxonomy, the spotted bamboo should belong to a different species from the bamboo species found in the wind chime territory. In the plant kingdom, the genetic barriers of this type of plant are very low, and there is a high probability that hybridization can be successful. It is not easy for bamboo to bloom, so bamboo decided to try both methods. There are only 3 flowers in total, so we must treat them with care. After thinking hard and reviewing the scientific knowledge about carbon-based plants and genetic inheritance inherited from his previous life as a human, he roughly deduced that the success rate of self-pollination is higher than that of cross-pollination. Therefore, the 3 flowers are self-pollinated, and at the same time, pollen is picked and given to the flowers of the spotted bamboo at the foot of the mountain in large quantities. And hybridization experiments are carried out in the spotted bamboo forest. The other 2 bamboo species that stimulate flowering in the dry season, one called mozo bamboo and the other called pu bamboo, are both tall. Unfortunately, after a rough identification, it was determined that the 2 of them could not be considered to be of the same genus. There were large genetic differences, and the probability of successful hybridization would be very low. Bamboo chose a few plants with the mentality of trying experiments and pollinated each other. Hearing that Bamboo was promoted to an intermediate warrior, the Iron Blade Mountain Master continued to fulfill his promise, and the Iron Blade Mountain Patrol warriors would bring Bamboo a fresh mountain pear fruit every day. However, the senior warriors no longer provided food, and Bamboo needed to go out hunting by himself. When you are a primary warrior, you can only survive semi-independently. Only when you hunt for food alone can you be considered truly independent. After you are truly independent, you can start to protect ordinary cockroaches and cultivate your own tribe. According to tradition, Bamboo went to the Iron Blade Mountains and picked a batch of egg pods from each of the elders' territories. This approach makes sense. The genetic gap between cockroaches in different territories will be larger, and inbreeding will be eliminated, and the genes of the offspring born will be better. With good genes and strong individuals, the probability of transforming into tribal warriors will increase accordingly. There are many wild rabbits, snakes, mice, and flying birds living in the lower layer of Liju Peak. You don't need to go too far to hunt. There is actually no danger, and you don't need to spend too much time and energy. It only takes a small amount of time to observe the breeding of bamboo. Taking care of various species every day is actually checking the status and irrigating at the right time. Bamboo spent most of his time and energy on the practice method that was about to be completed. Half a month later, it was finally completed. Tried to practice? Barely feasible. There were some minor problems. You can try to practice once. While correcting, it took another 4 or 5 days, and it was completely successful. It was much later than expected, but it finally succeeded. Bamboo officially named it Basic Practice Method L1 Intermediate Chapter, corresponding to the L1 Intermediate Warrior. In the future, when promoted to L2 Intermediate Warrior, the method will be slightly changed, and the name will also be changed to Basic Practice Method L2 Intermediate Chapter, and so on. The efficiency is very high. After absorbing the force each time, the practice of the technique can achieve the purpose of rapid digestion and enhance the efficiency of the cells in utilizing the force. The specific increase is about 150%, which is not the limit. The efficiency of ordinary cockroaches in utilizing the force is less than 20%. The practice of bamboo increases the utilization rate to more than 40%. There is still room for improvement in the technique, which can further improve the efficiency of utilizing the force. The difficulty coefficient of improving the technique is much higher than that of creating the technique. It requires practical experience and more time and energy. Bamboo plans to put it aside for the time being and do it slowly in the future. According to the plan, the next step is to deduce a special technique that can absorb the metal core of the domination realm, and then go to absorb it and quickly improve the mental power. However, all of bamboo's energy is attracted by the bamboo forest that is gradually declining after flowering and seeding. There is a flower that grants the pollen of the bamboo species found on the mountain from the wind chime territory. The bamboo seeds produced absorb the force at a very slow efficiency, and then slowly have the force fluctuations. Bamboo was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. He lay in the bamboo forest for 2 days and 2 nights, motionless, patiently observing the entire process of the seed's development. Finally, he was 100% sure that this was a force seed born in nature. Bamboo preferred to call it a seed given by God. Chapter 54, Absorbing Divine Thoughts. Bamboo overdraws the essence of its rhizomes and passes on its life to its offspring. The process of flowering and fruiting takes only a short 20 days, which is extremely fast compared to other plants. After bamboo thoroughly perfected the practice method, it took only a few days for various bamboo species to mature one after another, and the corresponding bamboo forest and bamboo leaves began to wither and die. As expected, a green-yellow God-given seed shaped like a grain of rice was harvested in the bamboo forest. The method was created, and a God-given seed was obtained. The good things are not over yet. After harvesting the seeds of the new bamboo species from the Fengling territory on the north side of the mountain, several days have passed, and the leaves are no longer withered. Bamboo noticed this situation and went up to check. He found that the vitality of the underground stems not only did not disappear, but was slowly recovering, fertilizing with sludge and watering with swamp water. The underground stems were miraculously full of vitality and began to spread and grow sideways. As expected, this is a super high-quality bamboo species with a short flowering and seeding cycle and will not wither after flowering and seeding. Bamboo named it Golden Line Bamboo. The 3 seeds were carefully dried and properly preserved together with the seeds given by God to ensure that they would not go wrong. After the successful hybridization of Golden Line Bamboo and Spotted Bamboo, a batch of seeds were also harvested. Since the current season is not suitable for sowing, detailed information cannot be obtained, so it is temporarily named. Unfortunately, as predicted, the hybridization experiment of Mozo Bamboo and Poo Bamboo ended in failure. When Bamboo was deducing the practice method, he had thought about the method of absorbing the masterless spiritual power, and he had the method of meditation as a blueprint when he was a human being, which was relatively easy. It was deduced quickly, and it was just waiting to be verified whether it was feasible. Liju Peak was not close to the place where the metal core fell. With Bamboo's current flying speed, it would take about half a day to go back and forth. Intermediate warriors lived alone on the mountain, and it was not advisable to leave the territory for more than 2 days, because after a long time, the smell would dissipate, and various small and medium-sized predators would first break into the territory and attack the ordinary cockroaches under shelter. Even more serious is the season when the life seeds bloom and bear fruit. Some animals may be attracted and attack the life seeds. Fortunately, it is now the late summer season, and only the God-given seeds have aired, but have not yet bloomed. The ordinary cockroaches on the mountain have just hatched from the egg sheets. They are small in size and not many in number, so there is no need to worry too much. Bamboo anxiously tried to see if his own method was feasible. After simple preparation, he chose to set off in the evening. After more than half a year, the coverage of the metal core's resonant force field has shrunk by about 100. The exposed land and grass turned into gray dust, a very thin layer of dust, and the soil layer below turned into hard plates. Like a smooth and bright ceramic floor, Bamboo suddenly stopped worrying. He wandered around the swamp, hunted a python, put it outside the resonant force field as a backup food, and then stepped into the force field, spread the pulse wings and flapped them gently, open and close the valves, breathe evenly, and the mind enters the ethereal state. The body naturally rises and falls with the exhalation. Gradually, Bamboo's own mental force field, and the resonant force field of the metal core reached a subtle resonance. A trace of cold mental power penetrated into Bamboo's mental force field, sank into the shell, and was finally absorbed by Bamboo's soul. It's feasible. Bamboo retracted his pulse wings and stopped absorbing. After a brief pause, he carefully probed the depths of the resonance field. After trying, it was confirmed that humans and cockroaches were not much different in terms of spiritual cultivation, and the absorption method currently created was feasible. Bamboo's soul was once mutated by the close-range radiation of the metal core. The soul did not reject the spiritual power that overflowed from the metal core, but it could not immediately use it for itself after absorption. It took a certain amount of time to run in and digest it. The ownerless spiritual power floating around the periphery of the resonance field was too thin and inefficient. So Bamboo planned to move closer to the depths. When his own spiritual force field was compressed by the resonance field and could not leave the shell, it reached the limit of endurance, which was the highest efficiency point for absorbing spiritual power at the current strength. After unfolding his pulse wings, he entered the state of emptiness and meditation after a few seconds, and his spiritual power increased at a perceptible rate. In the middle of the night, the total amount of spiritual power reached the limit of the soul's carrying capacity, and Bamboo withdrew from the resonance field. External spiritual power affects the soul. The soul first induces brain cell mutation, and many brain cells died during the mutation process. The heart in Bamboo's body beat faster, and the blood took away the residue of dead cells, and sent a large amount of nutrients and energy to the successfully mutated brain cells, causing them to grow and divide faster. The whole mutation process is dangerous, and there is no pain, only fatigue and weakness that are not felt. Everything is as expected. Bamboo resisted the drowsiness and fatigue, and slowly enjoyed the food prepared in advance to recover the consumption. At the same time, he concentrated his mind and carefully experienced the subsequent changes in his body. Soul mutation directly leads to brain cell mutation, but then the impact on other parts of the body is very slow and weak. After Bamboo's brain regained clarity, he continued to feel his own changes while thinking about the reasons. Without the assistance of scientific and technological means, he could not collect detailed data and draw a definite conclusion. There were only two guesses. It might be because the soul mutation was not big and would not cause obvious changes to the body. It might also be a long and continuous process that takes time. After all, it was the residual power of the master realm, and it was a metal life that was completely different from carbon-based life, which might induce unbearable gene mutations. Bamboo did not dare to continue rashly. After his physical strength recovered, he got up and returned to Leju Peak, intending to make specific plans after observing for a while. On the north side of Leju Peak, most of the newly hatched cockroaches were in the third instar. When Bamboo landed at the entrance of the cave, these little guys popped up one after another and lay in the distance to watch. They have low-level intelligence and know that Bamboo is a fellow tribe that protects them, so they all wisely choose to live near the cave where Bamboo lives. At the same time, they were afraid of the huge size of the spotted roach and its breath as a force creature, so they dared not get too close. Every time the spotted roach ate, it would throw out bones with a lot of fresh meat left on them, or even feed them a whole piece of pure meat. The little cockroaches quickly developed a habit. Every time the spotted roach came, they would move forward and eagerly wait for food to fall. However, they soon saw that the spotted roach returned empty-handed this time. They stopped and watched for a while, and then dispersed in twos and threes. Taking advantage of the night, they continued to crawl around. When they were tired, they ate rotten leaves, and when they were full, they crawled again, over and over again. Through exercise and frequent eating, they took in nutrients and accelerated their growth. These little cockroaches can almost grow into subadults before winter. Most of them will be frozen to death. Only a few particularly strong ones can survive. They will grow rapidly after the beginning of spring next year and enter the breeding period next summer to reproduce on a large scale. Adult cockroaches of the red cockroach tribe can reproduce 3,000 to 5,000 little cockroaches a year. Within 2 years, Bamboo's territory will have hundreds of thousands or even millions of ordinary people. Ordinary cockroaches have weak combat power, but their survival and reproduction abilities are super strong. Therefore, the warriors who protect the territory do not need to spend any time and effort to take care of them. Bamboo has mastered human knowledge and will certainly not leave them alone. The most numerous female cockroaches do not need to be taken care of, but the male cockroaches must be protected. There are currently about 20,000 little cockroaches in the territory, of which there are only about 50 male cockroaches. Bamboo knows the location of each of their nests and deliberately sends some meat every day to help them grow better. There are two reproduction modes of cockroaches. Sexual reproduction is preferred, giving birth to strong offspring with excellent genes. When the number of male cockroaches is insufficient, female cockroaches cannot find a partner, so they will reproduce parthenogenetically, and the offspring born are equivalent to clones of female cockroaches. In the best case, clones completely inherit the genes of the mother, but in the worst case, genetic degeneration may occur, which is manifested as a dual degeneration of physique and intelligence. On the contrary, sexual reproduction has a high probability of giving birth to offspring with excellent genes, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. The excellent genes spread among the population, which is manifested as the overall evolution of the race. Bamboo is 100% sure that ensuring the number of male cockroaches among ordinary cockroaches in the territory can greatly increase the probability of giving birth to new tribal warriors. Chapter 55: The Angry Master of Huabai Mountain. In just 10 days, 27 branches of the God-given seeds gave rise to 81 branches around. At present, including the mother plant, there are a total of 121 plants, of which 39 have spiked. Flowers have withered, and seeds have formed. Looking around, it is green and green, and the growth is as good as it can be. The development of the other live seeds planted on the north side of the mountain is different, but overall, it is good, especially the Liju live seed, which grows faster and faster. After the first clump of bamboo poles is formed, the underground stems move sideways and spread, and the second clump begins to develop. The Liju live seed is the largest among all the live seeds of bamboo. Every night, it can transmit a considerable amount of force to bamboo to help bamboo grow and evolve. It is also the only live seed that can provide force and help bamboo grow. After being promoted to an intermediate warrior, the demand for force has increased dramatically, and the force fruit funded by the Iron Knife Mountain Master is far from meeting the demand. Among bamboo's live seeds, only Liju can provide help at present. After all, it is a single tree, and the help is limited. Insufficient force intake. The effect of practicing the technique is revealed. The efficient use of limited force can barely maintain the rapid growth of the intermediate warrior stage. In the past 10 days, Bamboo adjusted his work and rest, working at night, practicing the technique, and lying at the entrance of the cave in meditation during the day. When resting, he used his mind to sense the influence of the soul on the body's genes. The result was unexpected. The soul did affect the mutation of the body's genes, but the influence was very small. There is another reason for this imagination. The seemingly weak and low-level cockroaches have extremely stable inherited genes, and the external environment and internal abnormalities are difficult to stimulate mutations. Unexpectedly, it was beneficial and harmless. Bamboo didn't need to worry about the soul mutation causing a large mutation of genes and turning into a monster. The benefits of absorbing the spiritual power of the Master Realm for his own use were gradually reflected. The soul became stronger and stronger, far surpassing the level of ordinary L1 intermediate warriors of the Red Cockroach tribe. The range of divine thought detection was greatly improved. The key is that it can detect more meticulously, which is an improvement in quality. Bamboo only absorbed it in the resonance field for half a night, and then spent nearly 10 days to digest and adapt, and gradually let the soul, spiritual power, and body fit each other. If the soul and the body cannot fit perfectly, the soul will decay faster, and in severe cases, it may age and die before the body. Bamboo did not dare to be careless, and then observed for 5 days to confirm that there was no problem. Only then did he dare to go to the swamp for the second time, drill into the resonance field, and absorb the spiritual power overflowing from the metal core. The situation was similar to the first time. It took only half a night to reach the soul's carrying capacity limit. After returning to the territory, it took nearly half a month to completely digest the external spiritual power and take it for himself. Then he went for the third time. In early autumn, the fruits of various plants began to mature one after another. A year of good weather and good harvest. Late at night, a huge black and white figure flew over the Jinjiang River, entered the territory under the jurisdiction of the Jinping Mountains, crossed the swamp, and rushed into the hilly area. The owner of Huabai Mountain was very angry. The territory of a senior warrior in the Yabai Mountains was raided by a clouded leopard warrior. The hateful and cunning clouded leopard warrior robbed several force fruits produced by life plants. and bit off a hind leg of the black and white cockroach tribe warrior in the battle. This was the second time that the Yabai mountain range was attacked by clouded leopards. Just like the last time, it was a premeditated surprise attack. After the success, they immediately retreated and crossed the Jinjiang River, where the water covered the smell. After crossing the river, the hunting team led by Huabai Mountain Lord lost the scent lock and landed on the ground after a blank hover in the rolling hills with lush vegetation. Waving the tentacles, the soldiers searching nearby followed and landed. Huabai Mountain Lord, what should we do? This group of cunning beasts must have their nest hidden in the territory of the Red Blatog tribe. You spread out and continue to search. I will notify the Red Blatog tribe. They should bear the main responsibility for this matter. Okay. Understood. The dozen or so black and white cockroach tribe warriors gathered, flapped their wings again, and flew into the air, dispersing to search. Huabai Mountain Lord flew towards Liju Peak in anger. When passing by the resonant force field formed by the metal core, he couldn't help but stay and look sideways for a few more times. It was this damn evil creature from outer space that fell and killed all the red cockroach tribe warriors in Jinping Mountain Range. The vast territory was completely out of control, and all kinds of beasts were rampant, which led to many troubles today. In the dark night, I vaguely saw something moving, and my mind sensed that there was a fluctuation of the force. The movement of the Lord of Huabai Mountain suddenly stagnated, turned around, and got closer to check. It turned out to be a cockroach warrior, with a black shell that blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. Visual inspection would hardly notice its existence. Intermediate warrior? Why run here in the middle of the night? He looked quite leisurely, and was lazily cutting a wild boar, picking and choosing the fattest parts to eat. At first glance, I thought it was a fellow tribe member who was stranded outside. After thinking about it, the Lord of Huabai Mountain woke up and realized that this little guy should be the new Lord of Liju Peak. It just so happens that he doesn't have to travel long distances. The Lord of Huabai Mountain speeded up his flight. Banbu, who had just finished absorbing the divine thoughts and was in a weak state, suddenly shuddered all over and keenly sensed that there was a subtle force fluctuation in the distance. Force creature, and it was approaching at a rapid speed. Turning his head, he saw a cockroach. The black and white intertwined shell color. The black and white cockroach tribe was undoubtedly a mountain master. Judging from the body shape, it was definitely a mountain master level existence. Yabai Mountain Range. The Lord of the Crabapple Mountain? Banbu shook his head, quickly swallowed a piece of beast meat, stood up, looked up, and waited for the other party to arrive. A large number of brain cells died. The brain was drowsy, and the thinking was a little fuzzy. It was difficult to concentrate on thinking. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what the mountain master of the black and white cockroach tribe was doing in Jinping Mountain Range. Are you the new mountain master of Liju Peak? The Lord of Huabai Mountain was very impolite. Banbu was even more surprised and answered, yes. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, what's your name? Banbu answered, Banbu. The Lord of Huabai Mountain carefully examined Banbu and confirmed that the smell it exuded did belong to the red Blatella tribe, not the black and white Blatella tribe, and continued to interrogate. What are you doing here? Banbu said, as a matter of course. Looking for seeds. Every autumn, when the fruits are ripe, many Zerg warriors spend a lot of time and energy searching for god seeds in their own territories. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was not suspicious of this and asked, I heard that you have a god seed. Banbu answered, that's right. The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, then why are you wasting time looking for it? Banbu asked back, can't there be two god seeds? Greedy little guy. The favor of the true god will not fall on the same warrior twice. The Lord of Huabai Mountain shook his tentacles and asked again, your divine sense perception ability is very strong. You found me from a long distance. Innate. Beside the resonant force field. Banbu was very worried that the other party would associate the two, and took the initiative to ask, excuse me, are you the Lord of Huabai Mountain in the Yabai Mountain Range? The black and white cockroach tribe regards black as precious and white as beautiful. The whole body is black, which means nobleness, influenced by the color of the shell. The Lord of Huabai Mountain had a good first impression of Banbu. The anger in his heart subsided a lot, and he answered calmly, yes. Banbu continued to ask. The Lord of Huabai Mountain hurried into the Jinping Mountains. What happened? The Lord of Huabai Mountain's divine sense became irritable and fierce, and answered, yes. The clouded leopard warriors attacked the Yabai Mountains for the second time. This is a bad incident that has not happened in many years. Chapter 56. What am I afraid of? Beast warriors attacking the territory and snatching the force fruit are the worst things that the insect lords fear and cannot tolerate. Bamboo remembered that last year, the Yabai Mountains were also attacked by clouded leopards. The incident was so bad that it alarmed Princess Qijian. And then, he was exiled to Jinping Mountains by the Lord of Taidao Mountain. Master Huabai. Clouded leopard? Could it be that clouded leopard warrior from last year who did it? Master Huabai said angrily. It was the one from last year. No. You are wrong. It was not one. Last year there were 3. This time there were 5. They almost killed a senior warrior from the Yabai Mountains. Bamboo asked, how many did you catch? Master Huabai said depressedly, clouded leopards are good at running. They escaped too fast. When I got there they were gone. I could only track them by their breath. And lost the clue in Xinjiang. Why did 3 clouded leopards become 5? It is conceivable that they robbed the original force fruit, part of which they ate to improve their strength, and part of which was used on strong peers to help them evolve. If the robbery is successful again this year, it means that more clouded leopard warriors will appear. Bamboo was frightened and asked, Master Huabai, are you going to Taidao Mountain Range to discuss with Master Taidao Mountain to eliminate these abominable beasts? Master Huabai said, you are the master of Liju Peak. Jinping Mountain Range is under your jurisdiction. I am here to find you. Me? Bamboo said speechlessly, it has been less than 2 months since I was promoted to an intermediate warrior, and it is difficult for me to deal with ordinary beasts. Master Huabai said unhappily, Jinping Mountain Range is under the jurisdiction of Princess Qijian. You should ask Princess Qijian for help with the troubles you can't solve. Let her mobilize all the warriors of the Chikok tribe to carry out a thorough cleansing of Jinping Mountain Range. The Lord of Huabai Mountain added, if I'm not mistaken, those clouded leopard warriors live in the territory governed by Jinping Mountain Range, and cross the river to enter Yabai Mountain Range every year to rob. This time, I chased them and lost the clue by the river. Bamboo became more worried after hearing this. Jinping Mountain Range has a complex terrain, and various large beasts are breeding wildly. There must be more than 5 clouded leopard warriors, and there are many more lurking in the deep mountains and swamps. Even with the help of the Iron Blade Mountain Range warriors led by the Lord of Iron Blade Mountain, they can only clear the area around Liju Peak, and their own situation is always dangerous. A group of beasts may appear one day and launch a surprise attack on the territory. It's okay to just rob, but I'm afraid they will destroy their lives after robbing. Bamboo thought about it and put his worries aside completely. No matter whether it's a beast warrior or an insect warrior, they are essentially creatures of the force, and gradually have a high level of wisdom. They are not reckless fools, and will not attack for no reason. The purpose of the beast warriors attacking the territory is to simply rob the original force fruit. At present, there are only a few live seeds in my territory. Nothing is worth robbing. Right? Only the grass seeds of the God-given seeds are about to mature. But the maturity period is only a few days, which is easy to solve. Invite the Iron Knife Mountain Lord to come over in advance to help, and see who dares to move. In addition to the God-given seeds, among the other life seeds, the Li bamboo grows the fastest, and will bear seeds in about 2 years. Among the trees, the fastest growing is the white jade mulberry, which will also take about 2 years to bear fruit. 2 years later, Bamboo is confident that he can become a high-level warrior. At that time, no matter what kind of beast you are, you can kill as many as you want. What am I afraid of? Bamboo figured it out, and the whole insect calmed down immediately, and said leisurely, please rest assured, Master Huabai, I will inform Master Taidao Mountain about this matter, and Master Taidao Mountain will report it to Princess Qijian, and Princess Qijian will definitely handle it properly. After that, he continued to cut the beast meat and eat, recover the loss as soon as possible, and return to the mountain as soon as possible. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was very surprised. This guy was obviously scared at the beginning. How could he calm down suddenly? From the tone of his voice, he was going to kick the matter to the Lord of Taidao Mountain to deal with it. Little guy, aren't you afraid of death? Yes. You live alone in Jinping Mountain Range? Yes. I don't think you are afraid at all. Oh, the beasts around Jinping Mountain Range have been cleared. Don't be afraid. That's not safe. You should find Princess Qijian in person. Ask her to come forward. Organize all the Red Bladdish tribe warriors, and conduct a comprehensive cleansing of the territory under the jurisdiction of Jinping Mountain Range. I don't know Princess Qijian. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was very angry and said angrily, "You are so stupid. It seems that you are the orthodox red Bladdish tribe bloodline." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said sincerely, "Lord Huabai, I understand what you mean. But? Yes. You need to know that I have no say in such a big event as mobilizing the whole tribe. In fact, I am just a mid-level warrior who was born less than 2 years ago. My shell is black, which is not gregarious. So I was exiled to Jinping Mountain. My fellow tribesmen in Taidown Mountain might care about my life or death. But my fellow tribesmen in other places don't care at all, including Princess Qijian. In the Jinping Mountain situation, the Qi Bladdish tribe faces 2 choices: either treat it harshly, select a few outstanding warriors, and quickly gain a foothold in Liju Peak, or let it go, under pressure from the Black and White Cockroach tribe. Send 1 or 2 unpopular tribesmen to fill the numbers. Princess Qijian chose the second solution and shared the pressure with the master of Taidown Mountain in the nearby mountains. Bamboo became the unlucky guy because of the unpleasant color of his shell. Huabai Mountain Lord softened his attitude towards Bamboo a little, and said helplessly, "You are a smart bug." Bamboo said, "Huabai Mountain Lord, your Black and White Cockroach tribe can use this attack to put pressure on Princess Qijian. The nest of the 5 clouded leopard warriors may be within the territory under the jurisdiction of Jinping Mountain Range. I think Princess Qijian will not let it go." Huabai Mountain Lord chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a smart bug. No need for you to remind me. I will report to my superiors. Now, please go to Taidown Peak and ask Taidown Mountain Lord to come and help search for the traces of those clouded leopard warriors." Bamboo asked, "Can you find it?" The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, "The terrain is complex and vast. If you lose the scent, it is impossible to find it. You are so smart. Don't you want to try?" Bamboo asked, "What to try?" The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, "You were born in the Iron Knife Mountain Range. Right? Try to see if the Lord of Iron Knife Mountain values you. If it values you, after hearing the news, it will definitely make a big move and summon all the senior warriors in the mountain range to come. But not to search with us, but to conduct a large-scale search in the territory around Liju Peak to ensure your safety. If it doesn't value you, it will definitely say a few words of comfort that there is no danger, and then send you away." What a treacherous old man. What a bad idea. What a blatant attempt to sow discord. However, there is some truth in doing so. Through the attitude of the Lord of Iron Knife Mountain towards this matter, the attitude of the Princess Qijian towards this matter can be predicted more accurately. Bamboo touched his tentacles and agreed, "Okay. I'll try." Chapter 57 The Attitude of the Lord of Iron Blade Mountain. Bamboo traveled overnight and arrived at dawn. As soon as he approached the Iron Blade Peak, He Sang came up to him and shouted in surprise, "Bamboo, why are you here? I'm about to become a second-age intermediate warrior. How about you?" He couldn't wait to show off. Bamboo was very disdainful. This guy is really shameless. He is still staying in the territory of the Lord of Iron Blade Mountain and eating as many force fruits as he wants. It's abnormal if he grows and evolves slowly. He Sang, "Where is the Lord of Iron Blade Mountain? Take me to see him quickly. Something big has happened." Bamboo pretended to be terrified. He Sang heard this and asked worriedly, "Bamboo, what happened? Is your territory? You ran over here in the middle of the night, and I knew something was wrong." The Lord of Iron Blade Mountain's telekinesis came from afar. For senior warriors, including Yabai, who lived at Iron Blade Peak, also came from all directions. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord landed and immediately asked, "Bamboo, what happened? Was your territory attacked?" Bamboo replied, "It's not my territory. It's across the Jinjiang River, in the Yabai Mountains, where 5 clouded leopard warriors attacked the territory of a senior warrior." Bamboo spoke quickly and described the attack in detail. When the Iron Blade Mountain Lord heard that the Yabai Mountains were attacked, he was relieved. The attitudes of the other 4 Iron Blade warriors were similar, and they didn't care about it. After Bamboo finished speaking, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord asked casually, "Bamboo, are you sure that the 5 clouded leopards are hiding in the jurisdiction of the Jinping Mountains?" Bamboo said, "It should be. These beasts are very cunning. When they fled, they used the flowing river water to cover up their smell, causing the Huabai Mountain Lord and his men to lose the tracking clues." The master of Taidown Mountain asked, Have they locked the general direction? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I don't know. I don't think so. The master of Taidown Mountain said, Jinping Mountains are so big that we can't find it. It would be a waste of effort and time for us to go there. Bamboo. Don't be afraid. Those beasts attack the territory mainly to rob mature force food. You're at Liju Peak. There is nothing to rob. Yabai. Liju. You send Bamboo back and search the area around Liju Peak carefully. Yes. Understood. Yabai and Liju responded and led Bamboo back to Liju Peak. The master of Taidown Mountain was unwilling to start a war, but sent 2 senior warriors to search. It can be seen that its attitude towards Bamboo is neither good nor bad. At least it is not completely abandoned. The territory governed by Jinping Mountains is too large, and the terrain is complex. All the senior warriors of Taidown Mountains need to be dispatched just to the area near Liju Peak. If the entire Jinping Mountain range is to be thoroughly investigated and cleared, thousands of high-level warriors may not be enough. It is only possible for Princess Qijian to mobilize all the warriors of the Red Blatten tribe. From the attitude of the Lord of Taidown Mountain, it can be basically concluded that Princess Qijian will not take real action. At most, she is just pretending to do so under the pressure of the Black and White Blatten tribe. Yabai and Liju are still good to Bamboo. They are worried about Bamboo's safety and patrol seriously for a day. In the evening, Liju landed on the mountain with the body of a Goju mountain python. Yabai followed and landed with a teasing tone, Bamboo. You don't have to go out hunting tonight. Look, this big guy. It will be enough for you to eat for a few days. Right? Bamboo said worriedly. The Goju mountain pythons in Jinping Mountain Range are simply rampant and can never be killed. Liju comforted Bamboo. Don't worry. We will come here every day and spend more time patrolling. Yabai said, Bamboo. You have to work hard and grow up as soon as possible, so that you can protect yourself in case of danger. Liju changed the subject and said, Bamboo. Your God-given seeds are growing really well, and they have reached a considerable scale in just 1 year. I really envy you. You can harvest a batch of grass seeds this year. Bamboo became more worried and said, Liju. What if the grass seeds mature and attract nearby beasts? Especially the 5-clouded leopard warriors. It's too scary. There is no doubt that the grass seeds of God-given seeds are definitely more tempting than ordinary life seeds. Liju and Yabai looked at each other for a while. Bamboo continued, according to my observation, the grass seeds will mature in about 20 days. What do you think? If I ask the master of Taidown Mountain to come and help guard the place during the days when the grass seeds mature, will it be safer? Liju and Yabai looked at each other again. Liju said, Yabai. We should go back. Bamboo. Your concerns are correct. And your idea is also very good. Let's go back and ask the master of Taidown Mountain. I think he will agree. Anyway, it's autumn, and everyone is relatively free. Autumn is very free. Plants have passed the peak growth season, so there is not much need for fertilization and weeding. And there are no extreme weather phenomena such as drought and heavy rain to deal with. As for the ripening of the life seed fruits, there is no need to pick them. Wait until they are ripe and fall off by themselves, and then pick them up under the tree regularly every day, including the Lord of Iron Blade Mountain. The warriors of Iron Blade Peak spend most of their time wandering in the jungle every day, looking for the seeds given by God. Bamboo is also very idle. After eating and drinking, he lies in front of the cave, concentrating his mind and calming his breath, digesting the spiritual power he just absorbed last night, and feeling the changes in his soul. At dusk, a black and white shadow rushed from afar and landed in front of Bamboo. It was the Lord of Flower Cypress Mountain. There were patches of white spots on the black shell, which was very eye-catching when flying. Are you waiting for me? I come here every evening to enjoy the sunset. The Lord of Wabai Mountain did not continue to dwell on this question, and turned his attention to the God-given seed, saying, I can't tell which grass species it is. Bamboo said, Sun grass. It has changed a lot. It is easy to be mistaken for an orchid. Sun grass? The Lord of Wabai Mountain walked forward and gently touched a branch with his tentacles. After carefully sensing it, he said regretfully, It seems to be a metal talent, which does not match the talent of your red blattle tribe. The God-given seed randomly gives birth to a special ability, which is called talent on this planet. The red blattle tribe is a branch of the flying fire blattle tribe. After being promoted to the Lord of the Mountain, they will awaken the flame talent. Bamboo was born in the red blattle tribe, but was affected by the radiation of the metal core and underwent obvious genetic mutations. In the future, he should awaken the metal ability, which just matches the talent of the God-given seed. So he is not worried about it. The Lord of Wabai Mountain continued, there are no races around the Fire Cockroach Kingdom that have awakened metal abilities. Your God-given seeds are difficult to sell, so you can only trade with traveling merchants. Ban said, the traveling merchants of the illusionary flame spider tribe are relatively fair. Is it fair? Maybe. The master of Wabai Mountain said, their tribes make a living from this, and their fairness is based on the interests of being able to feed themselves. A society dominated by agriculture cannot accept business people making profits. This is a common mindset. The emphasis on agriculture and neglect of commerce has led to the backwardness of commerce. The root cause is poverty. Poverty means no wealth. So there is no need to sell or buy. Without demand, there is no need for commerce. Bamboo was not averse to traveling merchants and still had a good impression of Chonlo's caravan. He didn't want to dwell on this question and asked, Master Wabai, did you come here just to admire my God-given seeds? Of course not. Although I don't have God-given seeds, I have seen a lot of them. Master Wabai said. Master Tiadao's attitude is very clear. Little guy, what are your plans? Bamboo said, no plans. Master Wabai said, it's obvious that Master Tiadao doesn't value you at all. Princess Qijian has almost given up her rule over the Jinping Mountains. You are in a very bad situation. Do you know that? Bamboo said, it's always been bad. You'll get used to it. Master Wabai said, I have a very good idea. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 58 Bloodthorn. Although the Black and White Cockroach tribe and the Red Cockroach tribe are both cockroach tribes, they belong to two different kingdoms, and their relationship is not so harmonious. The Lord of Wabai Mountain is cunning and treacherous. What good ideas can he have? Bamboo said, please speak. Lord Wabai Mountain. The Lord of Wabai Mountain said, your name is Bamboo. Right? Your shell is all black, and you are not welcome in the Red Cockroach tribe. But our Black and White Cockroach tribe values black, so you will be very popular. The most valuable thing is that you still have the innate characteristics of our Black and White Cockroach tribe. Why don't you leave the Red Cockroach tribe and come to the Yabai Mountains to develop? The Jinping Mountains are full of evil beasts. You live alone in Liju Peak. Sooner or later, your territory will be attacked. There is a good peak in the Yabai Mountains, which is not far from where I live. I live very close to Yabai Peak. I can protect your safety. Is this a rebellion? Too arrogant. Right? Bamboo shook his tentacles decisively and said, no. I can't betray my tribe. The Lord of Wabai Mountain said, the tribe abandoned you first. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, no. The tribe did not abandon me. The Lord of Wabai Mountain was angry and said fiercely, Princess Qijian abandoned Jinping Mountain Range and you. If you live alone in Liju Peak, you will definitely die. Think it over. Come to Yabai Mountain Range to find me. After that, he flapped his wings and left without looking back. The next morning, Yunao and Huchi arrived early. The autumn was idle, and brought 3 pieces of news. The Lord of Tidao Mountain agreed to come and help guard the God-given seeds when they were about to mature. The Lord of Tidao Mountain had already set out for Qijing County in the morning to report the attack on the Yabai Mountains. In recent times, the 4 senior warriors of Tidao Peak have been working in groups of 2 in 2 shifts to help Bamboo patrol the territory around Liju Peak. In addition, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord continued to fulfill his promise, and sent 200 cypress seeds and 100 walnuts, all of which were recently mature and sufficient to allow Bamboo to live a prosperous life for half a month. The biggest benefit of the force fruit is to strengthen genes. In addition, there are Liju Life seeds to provide force every night, and practicing exercises to improve the efficiency of force utilization. Half a month later, Bamboo ushered in the first molting evolution of an intermediate warrior. It was very short, like a dream. In fact, it only took 2 days and 2 nights to get through it smoothly, and there was even only a slight feeling of weakness after waking up. For insect warriors to grow, every molting evolution is a disaster. So why can they get through it so easily this time? Bamboo guessed that the biggest possibility should be caused by practicing exercises. The second possibility may be that the spiritual power emitted by the metal core was absorbed 3 times, and the soul mutation induced gene mutation. Of course, eating a lot of force food will definitely help to successfully complete the molting evolution. Bamboo ate 2 pieces of dried meat, and the slight weakness after the evolution slowly subsided. Spit out the bread Liju Life seed, and store it carefully. What kind of live seed is better for an L2 intermediate warrior to breed? After a little consideration, Bamboo decisively chose the newly acquired God-given seed. Breeding the God-given seed will consume a lot of force and delay the growth rate, especially during the molting evolution process. The sleeping time will be extended for a long time. Bamboo plans to breed the second God-given seed first to ensure that it will be sown as soon as the spring of next year. Walk out of the cave. Check the life seeds. All are safe. Absorb the excess force of the Liju life seed. Perform the skills to digest it. And then fly to the south side of the mountain to check the God-given seed. The grass seeds condensed by 39 grass plants are about to mature and begin to emit a faint fragrance. The tree spirit sent a contemptuous thought to Bamboo listlessly. And then it was quiet. Not as lively as before. The condensed seeds overdrew too much of its nutrients and fell into a weak period. The new 81 grass plants also stopped growing in the past 2 days. And all the nutrients were transferred to the 39 ramets that were bearing seeds. The situation is not good. Bamboo checked the soil quality, which was sufficient in water, but insufficient in fertility. He hurriedly found a bamboo tube, dug sludge from the biogas pool, and fertilized each ramet in turn. After the God-given seed ramet absorbed the nutrients from the sludge, its condition improved slightly. But the tree spirit was still weak. This was because the grass seeds were about to mature and required a lot of force. And Li Zhufeng's force could not meet the demand. The tree spirit would definitely not die. The consequence of insufficient force supply was the degradation of the quality of mature grass seeds. Bamboo thought about it, but couldn't think of any solution. So he just let it go. This is the first batch of grass seeds condensed by the God-given seeds. Each ramet only condenses 3 seeds. And there are 39 ramets. A total of 117 grass seeds. The quantity is small. And the quality is poor. If I find a way to stockpile some raw stones next year, there will be no such problem. In late autumn, all kinds of deciduous plants on the mountain begin to turn yellow and wither. It is also the season when all kinds of plant seeds mature on a large scale. After completing the fertilization, it was late at night. Bamboo went out and wandered around the mountain. His mental power extended and carefully checked every plant he passed by. The mature God-given seeds will have weak force fluctuations. The mental power is concentrated and focused, and it can quickly complete the search of an entire tree. Liju Peak is rich in original force, and the probability of giving birth to the God-given seed is relatively high. Bamboo plans to try his luck during this golden season. After searching all night, he returned in vain. At dawn, Bamboo returned to the cave on the north side of the mountain, ready to rest for a while, and found a large group of red spots flying close. The master of Taidao Mountain and the warriors of Taidafeng. As he got closer, Bamboo found that there were not only warriors from Taidao Peak, but also warriors from other peaks. As many as hundreds. Many of whom were carrying spider silk bags. There were too many, so he could only land at the foot of Liju Peak. The master of Taidao Mountain landed on the north side of the mountain with Yantu Banao and Haizeng. Seeing Bamboo, Yantu Banao asked incredulously, "Bamboo, Yabai told me that you fell into a deep sleep 3 days ago. Is it over so soon?" Haizeng was also surprised and exclaimed, "Bamboo, you caught up with me. You grow so fast." "Just woke up," Bamboo asked in confusion. "Master Taidaishan, what's going on?" Could it be? Bamboo's first thought was that after Princess Qijian communicated with the princess of the Black and White Blatella tribe, she agreed to summon a large number of Qijian tribe warriors to conduct a thorough cleansing of the Jinping mountain range. But he quickly denied it. Hundreds of senior warriors were far from enough. And the season was not right. The only suitable season should be the cold winter, when everyone had nothing to do. Sure enough, the master of Taidao Mountain replied, "Bamboo, Princess Qijian specially purchased a large number of bloodthorn seeds for the development of Liju Peak, and summoned warriors from the 5 nearby mountains to help eliminate the plants under Liju Peak and sow bloodthorns. In about 2 years, a circle of defense can be formed to block the attacks of beast warriors." 2 years. Bamboo was speechless for a long time, and reluctantly said, "It's a good idea. It's a way. But don't destroy the bamboo forest. There are only 48 bamboo species in Liju Peak, and each one is very rare. Bloodthorn is a shrub specially cultivated by the insect race to defend the territory from beast warriors. This thing has a strong adaptability and grows very fast. The red thorn branches, green leaves, and brown red thorns are highly toxic to beasts. Just pierce the skin a little. The toxin invades the muscles. The pain nerves are paralyzed. And the blood flows continuously. Chapter 59. Jin Sizu's Shock. Today, Banbu has a relatively detailed understanding of the change in Qijian County Lord's attitude towards Jinping Mountain Range. After the accidental death of Jinju Mountain Lord and other warriors, Qijian County Lord was forced to give up due to the insufficient number of insects. Last year, the Yabai Mountain Range was attacked. Under pressure from the Black and White Cockroach tribe, they reluctantly agreed to reopen the business and gradually restore control over the Jinping Mountain Range. But they shared the pressure with Taidao Mountain Lord. This year's attitude is very interesting. The Yabai Mountain Range was attacked again. The Black and White Cockroach tribe must have approached Qijian County Lord. It was unwilling to start a war, but it couldn't bear to give up Banbu, who lived alone on Liju Peak. So today's incident happened, mobilizing hundreds of tribes. Sowing bloodthorns and building defenses are not wise moves. Banbu deduced from this that Qijian County Lord was indecisive and not a qualified leader. The master of Taidao Mountain saw that Banbu had no enthusiasm for this matter, and emphasized, Banbu, when the bloodthorn grows up, the safety of you and Fengling will be guaranteed. Banbu said, that will be 2 years later. The master of Taidao Mountain said, there will only be a blank period of 1 year next year, and the warriors of the Red Blade tribe of Taidafeng will help you get through it safely. Banbu said politely, thank you, Master Taidao Mountain. 2 years later? In 2 years, Banbu will become a high-level warrior and will not be afraid of attacks from those beasts. Right? However, Banbu thought about it and thought that although the defense of bloodthorns is troublesome, it is still useful. At least it can prevent the territory from being raided, which is an extra layer of security. Banbu added, I also want to thank Princess Qijian for her kindness. Princess Qijian heard that you have a good God-given seed and pays special attention to you. Upon hearing this, the Iron Blade Mountain Master praised with satisfaction, Banbu, you will do better than the Golden Bamboo Mountain Master. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to restore the rule of Jinping Mountain Range. Flame-clustered Bianso asked, Banbu, have you been looking for the God-given seeds in the mountains recently? Banbu said, yes. Flame-clustered Bianso asked, did you find it? Banbu shook his tentacles and said regretfully, no. He Sang shook his tentacles, gently patted Banbu's carapace, and said excitedly, Banbu, let's go. Let's go find it together. Yinshu Banmao shouted happily, I'll go too. No. The master of Taidao Mountain stopped him immediately and said, Yinshu Banmao, you are already a senior warrior and should know how to shoulder responsibilities. You go down the mountain to cut trees. Banbu, Haizeng, you two are now intermediate warriors and can't be lazy. You can do some simple work such as weeding and sowing. Oh! Haizeng's mind at the moment is like an ignorant child. He was happily preparing to play with his friends, but was suddenly stopped by an adult and asked to work. His excitement instantly disappeared. It disappeared without a trace in an instant, with its antennae drooping, and said listlessly, Banbu, let's go down the mountain to weed. The attention of the flame-clustered spotted grass turned, and both antennae stood up in shock. It leaned forward and pointed at the golden bamboo, suppressed its mind, and asked, Banbu, what's going on? Did I remember it wrong? I remember that bamboo bloomed during the dry season this year. Why hasn't it died yet? The golden bamboo planted next to the ordinary life species has only grown the second bamboo pole so far, and the underground stems are not developing well. But it has survived. The master of Taidao Mountain stared at the golden bamboo and asked in confusion, Banbu, is this the new bamboo species that Fengling gave you? Did it bloom and produce seeds this year? Banbu answered truthfully, yes. It blooms once in the summer, harvests 3 seeds, and survives. The flame-clustered caltrop asked with a chuckle, Banbu, doesn't that mean you have a brand new bamboo species, the kind that blooms and bears seeds every year? Banbu said, it bloomed and bore seeds in the first year. If nothing unexpected happens, this bamboo species will bloom and bear seeds every year. There was a moment of silence. Haizeng exclaimed, Banbu, the bamboo species that can bloom and bear seeds every year is the most suitable as a life seed. You can exchange the seeds for force food. Idiot. You only know how to eat. The flame-clustered spotted grass slapped Haizeng's head with its tentacles and said, Banbu, you can exchange the seeds with the caravan for raw stones. What's good about raw stones? Haizeng was unconvinced and said, You should exchange for force food. You two should be quiet. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was a little annoyed and said, flame-clustered spotted grass. Haizing, don't talk nonsense about the new bamboo species. Understand? The flame-clustered spotted grass and Haizing shook their tentacles to show that they didn't understand. Flame-clustered spotted grass asked, Master? Why? Iron Knife Mountain Master said, once sown, it will produce seeds in the first year. And it will produce seeds every year. Once the seeds spread, they will soon produce more seeds and lose their value. Iron Knife Mountain Master asked Bamboo, Bamboo, did you harvest 3 seeds this year? Bamboo said, yes. Iron Knife Mountain Master said, the seeds will be sown next year. Cultivated carefully. And multiplied as soon as possible. When the merchants of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe come, talk to them and ask them to help sell. The first batch of seeds sold has the highest value. So the quantity must be sufficient. The more the better. Sell outside the Red Cockroach tribe. And even outside the Fire Cockroach kingdom. Sell as many as possible. The second batch of seeds will definitely be less valuable than the first batch. The third batch will be even less valuable. The fourth batch will probably be worthless. Bamboo. Do you understand? The Master of Tie-Down Mountain is still reliable. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, I understand. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain continued. Bamboo. You should give the new bamboo a name. Bamboo said. Golden Line Bamboo. A very appropriate name. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain said. Bamboo. The mountain is not suitable for the growth of Golden Line Bamboo. Don't be anxious. Try patiently and find out its growth habits first. Make sure it blooms and seeds once a year and will not die. After ensuring that there is no risk, it is best to use it to breed a live seed yourself to understand whether the seed has other abilities. Bamboo. Do you understand what I mean? If a plant, like the Iron Knife tree, the Red Hard tree, and the Lee Bamboo, has some kind of enhanced ability, its value will increase tenfold. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain basically took into account all the key points that Bamboo thought of. Bamboo tapped his antennae and said, Thank you for your reminder, Master Tie-Down. I understand. The Master Tie-Down also tapped his antennae and continued. The golden bamboo was found in Fingling's territory. Fengling will soon move to Liju Peak to accompany you. Bamboo. You should also let Fengling participate in this matter. In the future, Fengling should get a share of the income from the sale of seeds. Bamboo said. It should be so. Yinshu Banmao excitedly suggested. Bamboo. I can also participate in this matter. I can also help you plant bamboo. The Master Tie-Down scolded. Yinshu Banmao. You can plant the Iron Knife tree I gave you with peace of mind. The worst thing to do is to be indecisive and fickle. In the end, nothing can be accomplished. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain gave another stern warning. Yinshu Banmao, Haizing, and Bamboo. Do not leak the secrets about the golden bamboo. If it spreads, it will inevitably cause trouble. In the face of huge interests, people of the same clan may not be completely reliable. Do you understand? Oh, I see. I understand. I understand. Bamboo, Yinshu Banmao, and Haizing responded. Bamboo hesitated and said, Master Tie-Down Mountain. There is another thing I need to ask you. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain asked, What is it? Bamboo asked, If the God-given seed develops, can a mountain only accommodate it to survive alone? Or does it only need to occupy enough land? Chapter 60 worries about the God-given seed. People move and live. Trees move and die. The number of ramets of the God-given seed of Sun Grass has reached 81 so far. According to the rules, the next ramet will be 243. And the next will be 739. At this rate of increase, it is hard to imagine how big it will grow in the future. When the second God-given seed is bred, where should it be sown? What scale will it grow into in the future? Nowadays, ordinary life plants are still young, and moving them will not cause much loss. In the future, when they grow and become stronger, they cannot be easily moved. Moving them once will cause serious injuries, and it will take a year or two to recover. The Lord of Tie-Down Mountain said, Bamboo. Don't worry. Qijin County is a plain. The God-given seed of the Lord of Qijin County occupies an isolated mountain, which is much lower and smaller than your Liju Peak. I have observed the development of your Sunko God-given seed. It is estimated that it will be good if it can occupy the south side in the future. Bamboo said, I harvested another God-given seed some time ago. It is currently being nurtured. It is estimated that it can be sown in the spring of next year. I don't know where to plant it. The northeast side or the northwest side is fine. It mainly depends on the type. Whether it is drought resistant. Whether it likes light or shade. Whether it likes heat or... The Lord of Tidal Mountain is experienced and talks freely. He suddenly stopped halfway through his words. A moment of silence. Flame-clustered spotted grass was the first to break the silence and asked tentatively, Bamboo, you just said that you got another God-given seed some time ago? Yes. Bamboo touched his antennae and said directly without keeping the secret, I gave the pollen of golden bamboo to the spotted bamboo down the mountain. And the cross-pollination was successful. I got a new hybrid bamboo species, and also got a God-given seed by accident. A new hybrid of golden bamboo and spotted bamboo? The tone of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord became solemn and asked, Bamboo, have you checked the life energy in the seeds? It's not a dead embryo. Right? Bamboo said, I checked it very carefully. The life energy of the embryo in the seeds is vigorous. There is no problem. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord still shook his antennae and said, Bamboo, you are still too reckless. Not all God-given seeds are useful. It is also possible that the Iron Blade Mountain Lord is an old hand at planting and thought of various problems at the first time. The most serious problem of new varieties of plants hybridized from two similar plant varieties is the dead embryo. That is, the pollination fails, but the seeds still mature. The mental power can check whether the seeds are dead embryos. And it has been confirmed that they are not. The second situation of hybrid varieties is also the most perfect situation. Similar to hybrid rice. Hybrid rice is obtained by hybridizing barnyard grass with natural rice. The hybrid rice grows better than both barnyard grass and natural rice, produces more seeds, and has larger and fuller grains. It is superior to the mother plant in all aspects. The only problem is that, after the seeds of hybrid rice are sown, the plants developed have no reproductive ability. There is a third situation for hybrid varieties. That is, a new variety that can reproduce naturally is cultivated, and the genes are superior to the mother species. If it is replaced with other types of plants, as long as it is not the first situation, it is acceptable. But the bamboo plant variety is relatively special. And there is a serious problem, that is, the flowering and seeding cycle. At present, it is not 100% certain that the golden line bamboo blooms and seeds once a year. But it is certain that the lifespan of the spotted bamboo is 40 years. That is, if the spotted bamboo seeds are bred into life species, it will bloom and seed once every 40 years or so. How many years does it take for the new bamboo species to bloom and bear seeds when hybridized with golden bamboo and spotted bamboo? It is uncertain. It may be shorter than the 40-year cycle, or it may be longer. It is hard to say. What if the flowering cycle of the bamboo species bred by spotted bamboo is 50 or even 100 years? That would be a big loss. It is better to choose ordinary plant seeds as life seeds. The best solution is to sow the ordinary seeds obtained by hybridizing golden bamboo and spotted bamboo first. And then you can get an intuitive and accurate conclusion when they grow up. After all, it is a God-given seed. If the flowering cycle is within 5 years, it is acceptable. If it exceeds 5 years, you have to consider it carefully. The warriors of the red cockroach tribe have a limited lifespan. They are afraid that they will pass the vigorous adolescence before it blooms and bears seeds. Yinshu Banmao asked, Master Taideishan. After all, it is a God-given seed favored by the true God of nature. It won't be bad. Right? Master Taideishan pondered for a long time and agreed. Bamboo can get 2 God-given seeds. He must be particularly favored by the true God of nature. It shouldn't be bad. He Sang asked, Bamboo, if 2 plants of similar species are pollinated with each other, the seeds they condense may give birth to God-given seeds? The fundamental principle of the birth of forced plants in nature is a cosmic-level problem that human technology has not been able to solve. How can it be so simple? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, It's hard to say. I don't know. Master Taideishan said, I heard from the princess of Qijing County that after the successful hybrid breeding, the plant seeds born are stronger, and the possibility of God-given seeds will be greater. Squeak. The true God of nature favors those strong seeds, and prefers to turn them into God-given seeds. This statement makes sense, but it is wrong to force it on the God of nature. Bamboo was speechless. While the God of nature was blamed for all kinds of incomprehensible phenomena, it seriously restricted the exploration of scientific truth by the intelligent life on this planet. The flame-clustered spotted grass was occasionally clever and took the opportunity to complain. There is only one species of iron knife tree in the Iron Knife Mountains. He Sang followed up with complaints. The species of iron knife tree are too rare. There are only 6 species in my inherited memory, and each one is very rare. After living in the Iron Knife Mountains and becoming a high-level warrior, most of them will be forced by the Lord of the Iron Knife Mountain to operate a forest of iron knife trees in the territory. The purpose of this practice is very simple. With large-scale planting and a huge base, genetic mutations will increase the probability of the birth of new species of iron knife trees. For rare tree species such as iron knife tree, as long as a new species is born, you can get endless benefits. So you should work harder and plant as many iron knife trees as possible. The master of the Iron Knife Mountain was not annoyed by the complaints of flame-clustered spotted grass and Black Sang. He flapped his wings and urged, "Okay, everyone go down the mountain and work." "Bamboo," Black Sang, "you 2 little guys are not allowed to be lazy. Do what you can do. Be smart and move quickly. Don't let the warriors from other mountains look down on you." A senior warrior of the Red Bladdish tribe. His forelimb claws are 2 bendable sections with fine and sharp teeth. When opened, they can be used as saws to easily cut off large trees at the roots. When closed, they can be used as scissors to easily cut off large branches. When slightly bent, they can also be used as plows to loosen the soil, turn the soil, and cut off various weeds with their roots. Bamboo and He Sang also dragged a large silk bag and buried a few seeds at intervals. Bloodthorn seeds will germinate in autumn. The seedlings are cold-resistant and drought-resistant. They do not need management. They can survive the cold winter by themselves and grow wildly in the spring of the following year. Hundreds of senior warriors worked together efficiently. In just 2 days, they cleared a circle of defense belt around the foot of Liju Peak and completed the sowing. The warriors who came to help from other mountains gradually dispersed, and the warriors of Tidal Peak stayed and helped Fongling clear a large area of open space suitable for farming at the bottom of the mountain. The master of Tidal Mountain asked Fongling to plant bamboo, iron knife trees, or other plants, but never wind chimes. Finally, the other warriors of Tidal Peak dispersed, and the master of Tidal Mountain stayed at Liju Peak to help guard the seeds given by the gods and wait for the grass seeds to mature. Chapter 61 Purple Bamboo Rice. Yinshu Banmao came to Liju Peak every day, under the pretext of having more helpers just in case. But in fact, he was wandering around Liju Peak, busy looking for God-given seeds. It was because Bamboo had briefly told Yinshu Banmao that seeds with full grains often meant strong genes, and the probability of becoming God-given seeds would be higher. Liju Peak had fertile soil and vigorous plant growth, which made it easier to produce seeds with full grains. Abundant force was also more likely to induce gene mutations in seeds, becoming God-given seeds. Liju Peak had abundant force, which just met this condition. Yinshu Banmao could understand the description that Liju Peak was a feng shui treasure land favored by the true god of nature, and the probability of producing God-given seeds would be much higher than other places. The master of Tidal Mountain lay motionless next to the God-given seeds of Sunko, sticking to his post. As the host of the territory, Bamboo naturally couldn't follow the flame-clustered spotted grass to wander around the mountain, so he just lay quietly aside. Anyway, it was only 3 or 5 days, and he would be done if he could get through it. Late at night, the purple gold halo emitted by a grass seed suddenly flickered, and then, the light bulb suddenly went out like a power outage. "It's ripe!" Bamboo, who had been lying there, silent and bored, shouted in surprise, "Master Tidal, a grass seed is ripe!" "Yeah!" Master Tidal was not very enthusiastic, and just responded simply, saying that he was not asleep and noticed it. Bamboo stepped forward to pick the ripe grass seed, thought about it, turned around and walked to Master Tidal, and said, "Master Tidal, thank you for taking care of me all the time. This is the first grass seed produced by the Sun grass God-given seed. I give it to you." In his previous life, Bamboo was able to gain the support of the Haas family. In addition to his own talents, he also had the merit of dealing with people. Bamboo understood a truth when he was very young. In name, the elders of the family take care of the younger generation without asking for anything in return. In fact, the elders will prefer those younger generations who know how to be grateful and give back. Intelligent life has emotions, and repaying kindness is an indispensable virtue. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord shook his body slightly, did not refuse, stretched out his tentacles, gently rolled up the grass seeds, and swallowed them. After a long time, he commented with some regret, "It is indeed a metal ability, which is inconsistent with the awakened talent of the Red Blatcha tribe, and is inconsistent with the talents of the Fire Blatcha Kingdom, the Blatcha Kingdom, the Flower Blatcha Kingdom, and other surrounding kingdoms. Only the merchants of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe can help you sell the grass seeds to the insect tribes in need. In the middle, they will eat a large part of the price difference." "What a pity!" The Iron Blade Mountain Lord comforted him again. "Bamboo, you are different. I vaguely feel that you also have the talent to awaken metal abilities. The grass seeds condensed by the Sunko God-given seeds will be of great help to your growth." Bamboo said, "I understand. I will discuss with the traveling merchants and sell the grass seeds for a good price. Keep the grass seeds this year for yourself, and consider selling the grass seeds produced next year. Don't use anything else. Exchange them all for raw stones to help the God-given seeds grow. When they grow, they can condense more grass seeds, and you can earn more." After the Iron Knife Mountain Lord finished speaking, he asked with consideration, "Bamboo, how do you plan to discuss with the traveling merchants, and how can you sell the grass seeds for a good price?" "The God-given seeds of sun grass have a plant height of only about 30, and each plant only produces 3 grass seeds. The grass seeds are in the shape of rice grains, and are only about 3 meters long. Among all kinds of force food, it is the smallest one. Small in size, the price is naturally not high." Bamboo said, "Since it is sold far away, the buyer does not know the details. So we cannot say that the variety of the God-given seeds is sun grass. Sun grass sounds low class. It can be said to be bamboo, and the condensed seeds cannot be called grass seeds, but bamboo rice instead. Master Taidea-shan, I have thought of a better name. The detailed name of the God-given seeds of sun grass is purple gold sun grass God-given seeds, and it is announced to the outside world as purple gold bamboo, and the seeds are called purple gold bamboo rice. The grass seeds condensed by ordinary sun grass are spherical particles, super small particles, with a diameter of only about 0.3. The grass seeds condensed by another sun grass species are also spherical particles, slightly larger, with a diameter of about 0.5. The seeds of bamboo species such as Jinsei bamboo, Jinxian bamboo, bamboo, etc. are long strips of rice grains. It is just right to use the grass seeds condensed by the God-given seeds of sun grass to pretend to be bamboo seeds and call them bamboo rice." The Iron Blade Mountain Lord shook his hand and said, "The value of the goods is determined by the effect it has on the warriors, not the nice name or the noble origin, whether the goods are good or not, and how many spiritual stones they are worth. The insect warriors at the level of the Mountain Master can draw a conclusion after eating them, and they cannot be faked." Bamboo said, "Each God-given seed has different effects on the warriors. You can tell the general good and bad, but you can't tell the details. There are peaks and lows in the value fluctuations." Iron Blade Mountain Lord, I am not cheating. I am just pursuing the highest peak of value fluctuations. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord thought for a long time before he understood what Bamboo described, and agreed, "That's right. It's a smart approach. But don't let it out. Otherwise your reputation will be ruined." Bamboo said, "The merchants of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe pay the most attention to reputation and are good at managing reputation. They know how to operate more clearly than us, and there will be no problems. Even if there are problems, it is their reputation that is ruined, not me." Upon hearing this, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord was silent for a long time and asked, "Did Mayu teach you these?" Bamboo said, "Yes. Mayu taught me all kinds of trade methods of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe." The Iron Blade Mountain Lord sighed, "Learn and apply. You little guy. You are very smart. It's hard to imagine that you were born from the territory of the stupid flame cluster spotted grass." Bamboo said modestly, "It's all Mayu's teaching." The Iron Blade Mountain Lord said, "That's right. Fortunately I sent you to Mayu to learn knowledge in time, instead of hanging out with flame cluster spotted grass. Otherwise, with its carefree temperament." The Iron Blade Mountain Lord shook his tentacles and didn't say anything else. He suddenly became sad and silent. The Taro was born in the territory of the Lord of Taidao Mountain, which means that it is the child of the Lord of Taidao Mountain. The Taro died before the Lord of Taidao Mountain, which is similar to the old-haired people send off the young-haired people in human society, which is a kind of spiritual pain. In silence, another grass seed matured, followed by another one, according to the pattern. Each of the 39 branches will mature a grass seed tonight. Bamboo stepped forward to pick it up, breaking the silence, and said, Master Tie-Down Mountain, there are not many grass seeds. I can only give one to each elder in Tie-Down Mountain range so that everyone can have a taste. By the way, there is also Heizing. Heizing also has one. The master of Tie-Down Mountain did not refuse, and said, although the grass seeds condensed from the God-given seeds are not very helpful for everyone's growth, this thing is too rare. Everyone will be grateful to you for tasting it in person. However, things are precious. So just give it once, and you can keep it in the future. Eat it yourself or sell it. It is very difficult to provide a God-given seed. Bamboo, do you feel it? Yes. I feel it. Bamboo said, the God-given seeds require too much original force, and the abundance of original force in Leju Peak will soon not be able to meet its growth needs, and raw stones must be used. The master of Tie-Down Mountain said, only the merchant of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe can get enough raw stones. So Bamboo, remember, don't exclude any caravan. Chapter 62 Clouded Leopard Raid. Bamboo knew very well that trade could bring prosperity to the territory, and he had never rejected caravans. The Lord of Tie-Down Mountain taught him another good trade strategy, which he learned from Princess Chi Jian. Princess Chi Jian traded with several caravans from the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe at the same time. The fruits produced by the God-given seeds of the Chi Jian tree every year were supplied to several caravans at the same time. The caravan that offered the highest price would sell more, and the caravan that offered the lowest price would sell less. In addition, Princess Chi Jian also took the initiative to promote her God-given seeds to other tribes in the nearby Fire Roach Kingdom. The monopoly of the caravan was broken in all aspects, so Princess Chi Jian's force fruit could always be sold at a good price. From the description of the Lord of Tie-Down Mountain, Bamboo realized that Princess Chi Jian was not talented in governing tribes and ruling territories, but was a genius in business. During the chat, it was late at night before they knew it. The Lord of Tie-Down Mountain began to explain the situation of each tribe in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom to Bamboo in detail, introducing each powerful cockroach king and princess. Suddenly, Bamboo's tentacles vaguely captured a weak energy fluctuation. Soon, he felt it clearly, one circle after another, rapid and frequent. It was the infinite electromagnetic communication ability that only high-level warriors could have. Something happened. Could it be that the flame-clustered spotted grass wandering on the mountain was in danger? The Lord of Tie-Down Mountain stopped talking, stood up from the ground, shook his tentacles, and kept sending information. Soon, Bamboo saw that the flame-clustered spotted grass flapped its wings and flew towards the side. It was not the flame-clustered spotted grass that was in danger. Bamboo stood up and asked, Lord of Tie-Down Mountain, what happened? The master of Tie-Down Mountain said angrily, that group of clouded leopards are ignorant of life and death, and actually attacked the territory of Putao. Bamboo, you stay here. Don't run around. Yentu Banmao will help you. Now, I have to go back to Tie-Down Mountain range. After saying that, he flapped his wings and flew into the air, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Yentu Banmao landed immediately after, and shouted in surprise and anger, Bamboo, Putao's territory was attacked. It's the Clouded Leopard. It should be the group of evil beasts that attacked the Black and White Cockroach tribe. When the Clouded Leopard attacked the Black and White Cockroach tribe, everyone was more gloating and indifferent. Now it's the turn of Tie-Down Mountain range. First, they were shocked and unbelievable, then angry and terrified. These cockroach warriors are generally less intelligent and lack a sense of the overall situation. Bamboo asked, what is the loss of Putao? No life seed was destroyed. Right? Flame-clustered grass was stunned for a moment, raised its antennae, and released information to the distance. Soon, it got a result, and explained to Bamboo. 3 clouded leopard warriors raided Putao's territory at night, and took away some newly ripened raspberry fruits and cypress seeds, but did not destroy the life seed. Bamboo asked, is Putao injured? Flame-clustered grass raised its antennae again, and sent information, and then got a result, and replied, the 3 clouded leopard warriors are not strong. One of Putao's wing membranes was accidentally scratched, which is an insignificant minor injury. Bamboo breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Just a little loss of force food. Flame-clustered grass said, it was Feng Ling who came to report the news, and it will be here soon. Other warriors in the Iron Blade Mountains are chasing the clouded leopard. Squeak, dare to provoke the red cockroach tribe. They are dead. As he was talking, he saw the wind chime flying towards the mountain peak, circling in a panic, and landing on the ground. Banbu asked, Fengling, where are those clouded leopard warriors who attacked? Is your territory safe? Fengling said, fortunately, my life seeds did not grow well, and there was no harvest, so it was not attacked. The clouded leopard warriors succeeded in the attack, robbed the forest food and ran away immediately, fleeing towards the Jinping Mountains. The speed was too fast, and I am afraid that the master of Taidao Mountain could not catch up. Banbu said, these beasts want to use the river to cover their tracks. Yanshu Banao asked, didn't they say there were 5 clouded leopard warriors? Why did they attack Putao's territory? Fengling thought about it, and said uncertainly, maybe the other 2 stayed in the territory to rest. Rest? There is a need to rest in the life-threatening business of robbery. No! It's a trick! Banbu shouted in fear. Are these beasts trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Lie away from the mountain? Yanshu Banao was puzzled. Fengling was also confused and asked, Banbu, what tigers are you calling? There are also tiger warriors? Banbu tried to calm down and said seriously, my territory may be targeted. To be precise, the mature God-given grass seeds are targeted. 3 clouded leopard warriors sneaked into the Iron Blade Mountain range and led away the Iron Blade Mountain Master. The flame-clustered spotted grass woke up and exclaimed, Fengling, you idiot. The other 2 are not resting. They are going to attack Banbu's territory and snatch the God-given seeds. That. Putao asked me to come and inform the Iron Blade Mountain Master. Fengling became even more panicked and kept asking, what should we do? What should we do now? We only have 2 high-level warriors, and the flame-clustered spotted grass is only 1 year old. What should we do? Should I go and find the Iron Blade Mountain Master? Humph. What's wrong with a first-year-old advanced warrior? I'm not afraid. Flame-clustered spotted grass said angrily, Fengling, you coward. We can protect the territory of Banbu. Fengling was still terrified and said, but the clouded leopard is too fast, and their claws are sharp. A warrior from the black and white Blatella tribe had his leg bitten off. Fengling said, even more terrified, as if she saw the miserable scene of her own leg being bitten off. Flame-clustered spotted grass said, that's because of the siege of 5 clouded leopard warriors. Fengling said, I heard that the leading clouded leopard warrior is very powerful. I'd better go and ask the master of Taidao Mountain to come back. No! Banbu said, Fengling, there is no time. You can't catch up with the master of Taidao Mountain. Flame-clustered spotted grass also said, yes. Fengling, you are so stupid. What if the 2 clouded leopard warriors attack Liju Peak when you leave? I am alone and can't beat them. Fengling's mental power trembled a little, and asked, what should I do? Could it be? Banbu said, Fengling, don't be afraid. I am an intermediate warrior with strong combat power. We are 3 against 2. The words of comfort were not very effective. Banbu diverted his attention, put his front paw deep, pointed at the 6 purple gold grass seeds placed on the animal's skin, and said, this is the seed condensed from the God-given seed. Fengling, flame-clustered spotted grass. You try it. After Banbu finished speaking, he took the lead and picked up a seed with his toes and put it in his mouth. Hey! I want to taste the flavor of the God-given seed. Flame-clustered spotted grass carefully picked up a seed. Fengling hesitated for a moment, then also picked up a seed. Fengling was the first to complete digestion, and exclaimed, is this the power of the God-given seed? It is indeed different from ordinary life seeds. Very wonderful. Flame-clustered spotted grass said with regret, it's a pity that this power can't help me grow. Windbell tapped its tentacles and agreed, it's a pity that it all dissipated after going around in the body. Banbu seemed to have some difficulty digesting a grass seed, lying on the ground motionless for a long time before getting up. Flame-clustered spotted grass immediately asked, Banbu, how do you feel? Banbu said, this is the power to strengthen metal ability. I can absorb it, which is very helpful for my growth. Metal ability? Flame-clustered spotted grass asked doubtfully, Banbu, you were born in my territory. You are from the Red Bladdish tribe. Did you awaken the flame ability? Banbu shook his tentacles and said vaguely, not sure. Windbell's tentacles suddenly stood up, shook gently, pointed in a direction, and said with a low telekinesis, there is a force fluctuation. Chapter 63 The sudden appearance of the master of Huabai Mountain. With his full mental power, Bamboo followed the direction indicated by the tentacles of Feng Ling, and found that 2 waves of force were approaching quickly. Not far away, the clouded leopard had black fur, and under the cover of the night, the compound eyes could only see 4 flashing orange eyes. The movements were swift and light, and only a subtle and imperceptible sound was made when running. It was a perfect stealth. But for some reason, it was detected by Feng Ling. Feng Ling shouted in panic, "The mountain is coming. What should we do?" The flame-clustered Banmao shouted angrily, "Quick! Stop them!" Although the flame-clustered Banmao was only a 1-year-old advanced warrior, he was much braver than Feng Ling. After shouting, he took the lead in flapping his wings and rushed down the mountain. Bamboo? Feng Ling looked back and found that Bamboo had already taken action and was sneaking down the mountain. "Little, be careful." Feng Ling stood there, stunned for 2 seconds, and finally made up his mind, flapped his wings and flew down the mountain. Bang! There was a dull sound of collision, followed by a clattering sound. The flame-tufted spotted grass was about to dive from the air to attack, but was hit by a clouded leopard, losing balance and rolling down the mountain. Feng Ling was originally planning to dive and attack, but seeing that the flame-tufted spotted grass was at a disadvantage, he turned in the air, landed on the slope of the mountain, ran from top to bottom, and launched an attack. Gulyalu. The 2 clouded leopards stopped and roared threateningly. The Feng Ling, who had made up his mind and fought bravely, suddenly became afraid, spread his wings, flew into the air, circled twice in the air, and turned his head to fly to the top of the mountain. Wind bell. The flame-clustered spotted grass roared and rushed towards the 2 clouded leopards again. Feng Ling, who was about to run away, was awakened by the roar of the flame-clustered spotted grass. He overcame his fear again, changed his direction, stretched his hind legs, locked onto a clouded leopard, and dived down. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out one after another. The flame-clustered spotted grass was knocked away by the leaping clouded leopard and fell. Feng Ling was large in size, and had enough kinetic energy to dive. He knocked the clouded leopard to the ground and fell down himself. Ah! 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 The clouded leopard that knocked away the flame-clustered spotted grass was strong and about 400 in length. It was obviously stronger. It suddenly became alert and let out a terrified howl in its throat. The clouded leopard knocked away by Feng Ling was much smaller, only about 300 in length. Under the huge impact force, its body lost balance and rolled down the hillside. A huge black and white figure suddenly jumped out of the forest, flew over, and landed in an instant. The strong claws of the hind legs grabbed the clouded leopard, flashed past, and took it high into the sky. Feng Ling shouted in surprise, "It's the master of Huabai Mountain in the Yabai Mountain range. Kill! Quick! There is another one. It wants to run." Feng Ling. "Quick! Stop it!" Why did the master of Huabai Mountain suddenly appear? Bamboo, who was hiding in the dark and preparing to launch a sneak attack, lurked again and looked up. The master of Huabai Mountain grabbed the sturdy clouded leopard and flew high into the sky and then threw it away. The other clouded leopard saw that the situation was not good and turned its head to try to escape. Feng Ling and Yentu Banmao were trying their best to stop it. Bamboo's mind turned rapidly, and he was shocked and suppressed his telekinesis, saying, "Feng Ling, let it go." Feng Ling looked back in confusion. Bamboo shook his tentacles vigorously, very anxious. Feng Ling was even more confused. Feng Ling. Yentu Banchao was very anxious, conveying anxious and angry thoughts. It was only a 1-year-old senior warrior, and could not stop the fleeing clouded leopard. Ah! Feng Ling looked back, but it was too late. In the 2 or 3 seconds of confusion, the clouded leopard broke through the blockade of Yentu Banchao, rushed into the dense forest, and disappeared. "Chase! Follow the smell!" Yentu Banchao roared. Oh! Feng Ling was still wondering. Just now Bamboo seemed to let her let the clouded leopard warrior go, and turned her head to see that Bamboo was swaggering towards the top of the mountain. In the distance, the master of Huabai Mountain dropped the sturdy clouded leopard from a high altitude and fell on the mountain range. At this time, Ji Qi was landing and checking the body. It should be dead. Right? One died. Only one was left. And the one that escaped was obviously weak. Chase? Or not? Why not? Feng Ling was stunned for 2 seconds, and still chose to follow the flame-clustered spotted grass to chase the fleeing clouded leopard. After confirming that the clouded leopard warrior had fallen to death, the master of Huabai Mountain immediately set out to chase the other one. But the best time had been missed. The crisis was resolved. Bamboo was in a good mood and returned to the top of the mountain. He leisurely picked up a seed of God's gift and swallowed it. He lay on the ground and slowly digested it, feeling the special force flowing through the blood and into the body cells. A wonderful feeling. I couldn't help but stand up again and perform the training method to speed up the body's absorption of the force. In one breath, I swallowed all the remaining 2 purple gold grass seeds, which was satisfying. Then I started to pick other grass seeds that had just matured. Overnight, a total of 39 seeds of God's gift matured. The growth is very regular. During the day, the grass absorbs sunlight and nutrients to continue biological energy. And at night it accumulates force energy. So the seeds will only mature at night. And each plant will mature 1 seed every night. According to this rule, it will take exactly 3 days for all 117 grass seeds to mature. Bamboo calculated carefully. Each of the 23 senior warriors of Tidal Peak gave him 1 seed to try. He had 94 seeds left. So he had to keep 3 seeds and wait for the merchants of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe to arrive. After they tasted and set prices, he could eat 91 seeds. Bamboo is currently a L2 intermediate warrior. With the use of training skills, he can only eat about 5 seeds a day at most. He can't digest more. I can have a few more days of nourishing life, Bamboo thought happily. In the early morning, the master of Huabai Mountain landed on Leju Peak carrying the body of the clouded leopard that had fallen to death earlier. The corpse was thrown in front of Bamboo, and he shouted angrily, "Leave it to you, Lord Tidal." "Okay." Bamboo first said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Huabai, for rescuing me last night. Otherwise I would be in trouble." Lord Huabai was even more angry after hearing this. And he was angry for a long time, and sternly warned, "Little guy, there are a total of 5 clouded leopard warriors, and the one who died is their leader. And he died in your territory." Bamboo asked knowingly, "Lord Huabai, did the other clouded leopard warrior run away last night?" "Run away? The 2 senior warriors of your red blatant tribe are simply trash." Lord Huabai roared like venting, unwilling to talk nonsense, and directly flapped his wings into the sky and disappeared into the sky. The battle performance of flame-clustered spotted grass and wind bell was indeed unbearable to watch. Not to mention the wind chime. The flame-tufted spotted grass is simply a typical example of a greenhorn. It only knows how to rush in and only picks strong opponents. This kind of insect is a typical cannon fodder on a large battlefield. After a while, the chasing flame-tufted spotted grass and wind chime turned back. Wind chime was safe and sound. In the collision with the clouded leopard, the wing membrane of the left main wing of the flame-tufted spotted grass was scratched by the claws, which is considered an injury and temporarily affects its flight. However, when it molts and grows next time, the old veined wing will fall off and a new pair of veined wings will be replaced. It is not a big deal. Fengling asked Bamboo, "Why didn't you chase him?" Bamboo said, "I'm slow and can't catch up." Fengling lowered his mind and asked Bamboo, "Last night, at the most critical moment, did you secretly ask me, Squeak, let the clouded leopard warrior go?" Before Bamboo could answer, Yenshu Banmao was already angry and roared, "Fengling, you are not only a coward, you also shirk responsibility. It was obviously your own cowardice last night. You didn't have the courage to fight the clouded leopard." Fengling felt ashamed and speechless. She did not perform well last night and retreated at the last minute. However, she seemed to have really heard Bamboo asking her to let the fleeing clouded leopard warrior go. Bamboo said seriously, "The master of Tidal Mountain should be here soon. Don't mention Fengling's cowardice later. Otherwise it will be more difficult for it to stay in the red blatant tribe in the future." Yenshu Banmao interrupted, "It's a coward. I want all the tribesmen to know that it is not worthy of being a warrior of the red blatant tribe." Bamboo said, "Fengling is about to move to Leju Peak. It will be a warrior of Jinping Mountain Range in the future. I don't want Jinping Mountain Range to be looked down upon by its own tribe." "But okay," Yenshu Banmao said, "then I won't say anything." Bamboo said to Fengling again, "Fengling, don't say more. It's because you and Yenshu Banmao are not strong enough that you couldn't stop the fleeing clouded leopard warrior." "Okay." Fengling touched her antennae gratefully. She was delighted and confused at the same time. She couldn't understand Bamboo's intention at all. Chapter 64, Too Cunning. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord landed on Leju Peak with Yabai, and first saw the body of the clouded leopard warrior. He was immediately shocked, and a majestic spiritual power swept over, wrapped the body, and carefully examined it. Bamboo, your territory was attacked? Yes, Bamboo replied. After the Iron Blade Mountain Lord finished examining the body, he wondered. He was caught in the sky and fell to the ground and died. Fongling doesn't have this power. Fongling doesn't have this power. And Yentu Banao and Bamboo are even less capable. Bamboo said, the Lord of Huabai Mountain has been lying in ambush near Leju Peak. It was he who killed the clouded leopard warrior. Yabai stepped forward, carefully examined the body, and said, Lord of Taidao Mountain, judging from the size of the body, it is probably the leader of the group of clouded leopard warriors. Lord of Taidao Mountain continued to ask Bamboo, how many clouded leopard warriors attacked your territory last night? Bamboo replied, 2. Lord of Taidao Mountain asked, what about the other one? Bamboo replied, the flame cluster and wind bell could not stop it. So it ran away. It ran away. Lord of Taidao Mountain was immediately relieved after hearing this. To prove what Bamboo said, Yintuan flapped his wings and said, Master Taidao, look, I'm injured. I collided with this big guy twice. My wings were scratched, and my chest shell was a little cracked. Master Taidao looked at Yintuan's injuries and confirmed that he was not seriously injured. He praised him. Yintuan, you are very brave. You have grown into a qualified warrior of the Red Bladia tribe. Ma Yu and I are proud of you. But remember, don't fight this big guy head-on next time. It's very dangerous. Do you understand? The flame-clustered spotted grass was delighted and replied, I understand. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord looked at Fongling again. Fongling said in a panic, I'm not injured. The fleeing cloud leopard warrior was small, so I knocked it over. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord praised. Fongling, very good. You are also an excellent warrior. I am very pleased with your bravery. Fongling lowered his head, drooped his tentacles, and dared not answer. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord said, Flame-clustered spotted grass. Fongling, you have done a good job. Go to Iron Blade Peak later and pick a batch of force fruits in my territory, especially flame-clustered spotted grass. Eat more, and your injuries will heal as you shed your shell and grow. Hearing that the Iron Blade Mountain Lord praised Fongling, the flame-clustered spotted grass, which was a little indignant, immediately became happy when she heard that there was a reward to be won. When Yenshu Banmao was so happy, he forgot Bamboo's previous instructions and said, originally, the petite clouded leopard warrior couldn't run away. Bamboo hurriedly said, it's better if he ran away. Ah? Yenshu Banmao turned his head and looked at Bamboo in confusion. Yes, it's best if he ran away. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord agreed. Yenshu Banmao turned his head to look at the Iron Blade Mountain Lord and asked, why? Fongling was also confused. But at this time he finally realized, it was Bamboo who asked him to let the clouded leopard escape last night. It was Bamboo's sudden interference that delayed the best interception opportunity, and the clouded leopard warrior successfully escaped. Why? Fongling also looked at the Iron Blade Mountain Lord in confusion. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord stretched out his tentacles, patted the corpse, and said, this was killed by Huabai Mountain Lord. The clouded leopard warrior who ran away can distinguish between the red cockroach tribe and the black and white cockroach tribe. Right? Of course. Yes. That's right. The flame cluster, Thuja, and wind bell all moved their antennae to agree. The difference in wisdom was immediately apparent. The flame cluster and wind bell still didn't understand. But Thuja seemed to have thought of something, and raised its antennae, releasing a feeling of gloating. The master of Taidao Mountain said, it is obvious that the clouded leopards attacked the Putao territory to attract me away. Their main target is Leju Peak and the God-given grass seeds that are about to mature in the Bamba territory. The 3 clouded leopards that attacked the Putao territory escaped, which is a hidden danger. If the 2 clouded leopard warriors who attacked the Bamba territory were killed, think about what would happen to the 3 clouded leopard warriors who escaped. They will avenge their lost leader and companions. They hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move. And we can't protect Bamboo all the time. In that case, it will be very passive and Bamboo will be in danger. In serious cases, they may even launch a retaliatory attack on the Taidao Mountains. The leader died, but one escaped. That's good. The one that escaped recognized the master of Wabai Mountain. And the remaining 4 clouded leopard warriors will most likely launch a retaliatory attack on the Yabai Mountains. Not Liju Peak. Let alone our tie-down mountains. Simple truth. Detailed explanation. Flame cluster of spotted grass. Feng Ling suddenly realized after hearing it. Feng Ling turned his head to look at Bamboo. And the whole insect was a little worried. Bamboo must have considered the consequences at the first time. So he let himself let the clouded leopard warrior go. How could an intermediate warrior, who was born less than 2 years ago, be so smart? It's unreasonable. So smart that the insect was frightened. Yabai asked in confusion, how did Master Huabai know that those clouded leopards would attack Liju Peak? Bamboo explained, it has been to Liju Peak and seen my God-given seeds. It should have estimated the approximate time when the grass seeds matured. It guessed that the clouded leopard would not be able to resist the temptation of the God-given seeds. So it lurked nearby in advance. The cunning master of Huabai Mountain. The master of Tidao Mountain said angrily. And then laughed heartily. Haha. It is cunning. But this time it is too cunning. And it has caused great trouble for its own Yabai Mountain range. Yabai said, the remaining 4 clouded leopards were born not long ago. Not only are they weak in combat power, but their intelligence is definitely not as good as the dead one. It is very likely that the Lord of Huabai Mountain set an ambush and killed them. That is the matter of the black and white cockroach tribe. And it has nothing to do with us. The Lord of Tidao Mountain was a little gloating. He waved his tentacles, pointed at the corpse, and said, Yabai, go to Qijing County. Take the corpse there. Hand it over to the Lord of Qijing County. And report in detail what happened last night. I will continue to stay in Liju Peak for a few more days. And return to Tidao Peak after the storm is over. Yinsu spotted grass. Feng Ling. Both of you go back. Okay. Yinsu spotted grass cheered and flapped its wings to leave first. Yabai and Feng Ling followed and spread their wings to leave. Liju Peak returned to peace. The Tidao Mountains were no longer attacked. 5 days later, the Lord of Tidao Mountain left. After losing their leader, the remaining 4 clouded leopard warriors were just as Yabai had said. They were not smart enough and rushed to the Yabai Mountains to seek revenge. As a result, they were ambushed by the helpers invited by the master of Huabai Mountain. The number of helpers invited by the master of Huabai Mountain was not enough. So they only killed 2 of them. And the other 2 escaped by chance. Things are even more troublesome. The blood feud has been established. The helpers invited by the Lord of Huabai Mountain from other mountains cannot stay forever. The 2 surviving clouded leopard warriors may attack the black and white cockroach tribe warriors living alone in the Yabai Mountain range at any time. As long as the 2 clouded leopard warriors are not eliminated, the Yabai Mountain range will not be at peace. Bamboo lived very comfortably. He ate the grass seeds condensed by the seeds of God. And the grass seeds of ordinary sun grass matured. And then he lived a few days of moist days. Although the original force fruits produced in the territory of the Lord of Tidao Mountain are many, they are not enough. The black mulberry that has been living in its territory for a long time is a burden that cannot be ignored. As a result, the Gaiyan to Banmao was not at all reserved when receiving the reward. He tore a snakeskin bag and ate and drank for 2 days. Before leaving, he rolled up a full bag and ran away. The consequence of this incident was that the Lord of Tidao Mountain suddenly became tight on money, and the assistance provided to Bamboo was greatly reduced. Bamboo stayed obediently in Liju Peak for a while, and couldn't help but go to the swamp for the 4th time to absorb the spiritual power emanating from the metal core. Chapter 65 Boring Cold Autumn. Bamboo absorbed the spiritual power of the metal core for the 4th time, and found that his soul's carrying capacity and digestion capacity for external spiritual power suddenly doubled. L1 Intermediate Warrior promoted to L2 Intermediate Warrior. There should not be such a big improvement. A good change, but an abnormal change. Bamboo guessed that it should be the result of the recent consumption of grass seeds of God's seeds, which strengthened the genes related to metal ability. Gene strengthening, in turn, will have a certain impact on the soul. After the 4th absorption, Bamboo spent another half a month to completely digest it, and the strength of his soul and spiritual power reached the level of a high-level warrior. It was clearly felt that the soul growth had reached the limit of the L2 Intermediate Warrior, and he had to be promoted to the L3 Intermediate Warrior before he could go to absorb again, due to the lack of force food, insufficient intake of force, and the drag of the life capsule nurturing the God seeds. Even with the assistance of practicing exercises, the growth was still slow. Time unknowingly reached the end of autumn. The peak of Leju Peak began to accumulate snow. The leaves of the ordinary sun grass species turned yellow. So Bamboo simply cut them off and laid hay, and covered with dead branches in the same way as last year, taking measures to keep warm in advance. Other species are evergreen and cold-resistant plants. They just grow slowly in the low-temperature autumn and winter, so there is no need to worry about them. As sun grass, the leaves of the God-given species are still upright and proud. Even the 39 branches that are flowering and bearing seeds are still green and full of vitality. It has evolved to have the characteristics of a perennial evergreen herb. In a low-temperature environment, growth gradually stagnates and almost no longer requires biogas residue fertilizer. The tree spirit doesn't like cold autumn, and is listless all day long. Even if Bamboo teases it deliberately, it only symbolically conveys an angry and threatening idea, and no longer has the arrogance of the midsummer season. Ordinary cockroaches on the mountain are less active day by day. Only a few smart ones will crawl out of the nest during the sunny day, bury their heads in the ground, and enjoy the rare warmth. The sky is high and the clouds are far away, and everything is silent. There is nothing to do, and it is a boring cold autumn. There is still a long winter to come. Bamboo ran to the Iron Knife Mountains to visit the elders. Haizang was finally driven out of the territory by the master of the Iron Knife Mountains and forced to survive independently. Pu Tao was busy eating all kinds of forced food from this year's bumper harvest. He could only recover from his injuries after being promoted. Pu Tao was as generous as ever, taking out forced food and warmly entertaining guests. Feng Ling's annual income was not enough for himself. Because of poverty, he had free time and bored to search for god seeds all over the mountains. Yinshu Banmao has not been a senior warrior for long. He is poorer than Feng Ling. He is busy reclaiming land and plans to follow the will of the master of Taidao Mountain to cultivate a large area of ordinary iron knife trees next year. Most of the elders in Taidao Mountain are poor, and the forced food they harvest every year is not enough for themselves. Poor insects are stingy. Bamboo did not get any gifts after wandering around. Returning to Leju Peak, he finally decided to take advantage of this leisure season to look around. Maybe he will be lucky enough to pick up a God-given seed. Leju Peak has been searched more than once by Bamboo, Yinshu Banmao and Taidao Peak, and there will definitely be no harvest. The area near Leju Peak has also been searched once, so he can only look for it somewhere else. The sky and earth are vast. The jungle is boundless, and searching for the God-given seed is like looking for a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, this planet is full of original force, and the vast forest must have the God-given seed. The problem is how to find it. The probability of finding it is infinitely close to zero if you search aimlessly. If you find it by chance, you should really thank the favor of the true God of nature. Theoretically speaking, the more abundant the original force is, the greater the probability of the birth of the God-given seed is. So Bamboo specifically runs to those places with abundant original force. The intelligent creatures on this planet also define the direction of the sun rising as east, and the direction of the sun setting as west. The Jinjiang River runs from west to east. The river surface is wide and flat, and the river water flows slowly, crossing the north and south. The Jinping Mountains stretch from northwest to southeast, forming an angle with the Jinjiang River. The territory governed by the Jinping Mountains is actually a triangular area. Leju Peak is located in the southeast of the mountain range, and the triangular belt is close to the angle. Bamboo is keen to search in the open areas of the triangle belt, where there are many nameless isolated mountains, full of power, lush vegetation, and rich species. Luck is the key to finding the seeds given by God. But the probability of finding new rare plant species in such mountains is much higher. More than 10 days have passed, and nothing has been found. As always, Bamboo set off early in the morning when the sky was light. The long journey requires half a day of flying to reach. High altitude and long distance flights can exercise flying ability and physical endurance to a certain extent. Only stop once in the middle, land in the hilly area, and look for pools or small rivers. In these places, a large number of toad eggs can always be caught, which are fresh and delicious top-notch delicacies. In the boring leisure season, collecting delicacies is a kind of fun in insect life. Suddenly, a loud roar broke the silence of the forest. It can be roughly judged that it is the sound of bare beasts, which is a threatening sound when the territory is invaded. Roar! 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 Another voice followed. A familiar voice. The last time the clouded leopard warriors attacked, they made this threatening sound. The roar of the beasts with full energy can only be made by the creatures of the force. Bamboo was stern, and his mental power followed the direction of the sound to explore. It was beyond the limit of perception. So he sneaked quietly and approached quickly, ready to find out. Soon, he felt the fluctuations of the force. A total of 3. Continuing to approach, the perception became clearer, and Bamboo could be 100% sure that 2 of the fluctuations of the force were emitted by 2 clouded leopard warriors. The other fluctuation of the force was much stronger, and it should be emitted by a bear warrior. 2 clouded leopard warriors and a bear clashed. Bamboo immediately thought of the 5 clouded leopard warriors that attacked the Yabai Mountains and his territory. The number was exactly the same, and 3 were killed. There are only 2 left, hiding in the Jinping Mountains. It is likely that they are the 2. What are they fighting for? Territory? The Jinping Mountains are full of unowned open spaces with abundant force. Is it necessary to rob them? Could it be that there is some treasure? Driven by curiosity, Bamboo decided to take the risk and go to see what was going on. The distance is not far. The black shell is not conducive to hiding and sneaking during the day. Bamboo chose to walk in places with dense trees, trying to slow down his steps and approach slowly. When climbing a hill, he saw the situation clearly. In the woods on the flat ground below the hill, a black giant bear and 2 clouded leopard warriors were confronting each other. The 2 sides had already fought around the battles. The black bear's flank was scratched by the clouded leopard's sharp claws, leaving 3 bloody marks. The animal's skin was cracked, and the bright red muscles were rolled up, and blood was dripping. One of the clouded leopards was also injured. The left front leg was stiff, and the tip of the leg touched the ground. It looked like the leg bone was broken, and the injury was very serious. Roar! Roar! The injured clouded leopard warrior roared angrily. The uninjured clouded leopard warrior suddenly broke out without any warning, flew out, bared his teeth and claws, and pounced on the black bear. Bang! The black bear raised his paw and slapped it with lightning speed, slapping the clouded leopard warrior who pounced on him away. Without noticing, the other lame clouded leopard warrior launched an attack immediately, and the speed was still not slow. He opened his mouth and bit the black bear's hind leg. He tore it violently and actually bit off a piece of bear skin with blood and flesh. Ah! Ah! The black bear howled angrily and slapped the lame clouded leopard warrior away with a palm. Chapter 66 Sneak Attack. Chase and Kill. The fights between wild beasts are close combat, bloody and brutal. 2 clouded leopards, one on the left and one on the right, launched a crazy siege on the black bear. Cats are not only agile and nimble, but also soft and tough. The black bear repeatedly slapped the attacking clouded leopard warriors away. But the 2 guys did not suffer the kind of serious injuries that would break bones. One careless move, and the black bear's back was scratched by the leopard's claws and left 3 bloody marks. The fierce fight came to an end, and both sides stopped at the same time to recover the physical strength lost in the rapid battle. Bamboo saw the situation clearly and continued to lurk behind a bush on the hill, waiting patiently. Pause for a long while. Awooh! The black bear roared first. Roar! Roar! The clouded leopard warrior was not to be outdone. The roar was both an expression of anger, a threat, and an invitation to fight. They were obviously fighting for something important, and they were going to fight to the death. 2 clouded leopard warriors pounced on the black bear at the same time, and a new round of fierce fighting broke out. Bamboo set off at this time, riding on the 3 beasts to concentrate on the fierce battle, and quietly climbed down the mountain. Halfway through, his mental power vaguely sensed that there was still a faint and imperceptible force fluctuation hidden in the middle of the hill. The unique smell of forest plants. Looking closer, it was indeed a cypress tree. It had passed the growth period, but it was not a mature plant. It was only about 400 meters tall, and was a small cypress tree that had grown for about 3 or 4 years. The emerald green branches and the brown-red stripes on the branches showed that it was a tipped cypress. Tree species. This tree is most common in the tipped cypress mountains, and is a common wild tree species. There are also a large number of wild trees on some steep peaks in the Jinping Mountains. There are 7 silver seeds hanging on the tree, which are about to mature. Bamboo quickly deduced a cause and effect. A certain thuja tree gave birth to a god-given seed, which was found by a black bear. So it was brought to this small hill with abundant force to sow and carefully care for it. After a few years, it finally grew and produced seeds. God-given seeds that have not been nurtured by insect life capsules will not give birth to tree spirits. The condensed seeds have a lower strengthening effect on forest creatures than the God-given seeds nurtured by insect life capsules. But they are definitely better than ordinary life seeds. The breath released by the thuja seeds that are about to mature attracted two clouded leopard warriors. So there was a conflict in front of them. Clouded leopards are too aggressive. They don't follow the rules. They will grab good things when they see them. Who knows? They will grab them again one day. Since I bump into you today, I won't let you live. Bamboo was reborn on this planet and received all kinds of care from the elders of the tribe. He enjoys his comfortable and leisurely life now. The hot-blooded nature of a human warrior has gradually been wiped out. The clouded leopard warrior made Bamboo feel seriously threatened. For the first time, his killing heart against aliens was awakened. This round of fierce fighting between the clouded leopard and the black bear was even more brutal. The black bear is several times the size of the clouded leopard, and its single combat power is stronger than any other. Its fat body is indeed a bit clumsy, but its bare paws are extremely flexible. It stands in place, twisting its body constantly, and slaps the clouded leopard warriors, who pounce on it again and again. Goo-goo. The lame clouded leopard warrior was slapped away again, and strangely, his throat made an abnormal sound. The other clouded leopard warrior stopped attacking, looked closely, and suddenly made a roar. Roar. At some point, a pitch-black cockroach warrior appeared on the battlefield, where the lame clouded leopard warrior fell, and unexpectedly, the sharp toe of the forelimb pierced his throat. With a fatal injury, blood gushed out, and the lame clouded leopard warrior instantly lost the ability to resist, and fell in a pool of blood, twitching near death. The black bear stared at the sudden appearance of the spotted leopard warrior in a daze. The clouded leopard warrior was the first to react, turned around and went into the dense forest, and fled quickly. The change came too suddenly, and the black bear couldn't figure out why the cockroach warrior suddenly appeared and helped him kill a powerful enemy. He was still stunned in the same place, at a loss. The spotted leopard quickly flapped its wings and flew into the air, flying low, and roared, "Chase! Kill it! Woo-woo!" The black bear roared, ran away, and followed the spotted leopard to chase. The spotted leopard warrior's mental power firmly locked onto the fleeing clouded leopard warrior, flying in the air. It could also lead the way for the black bear chasing on the ground. This was not the first time that the clouded leopard warrior had faced this kind of pursuit. He was experienced and agile, dashing left and right, and running towards the dense woods at a super-fast speed. The bamboo could barely catch up with him by flying in the air. The black bear was not like that. He ran fast, but unfortunately, he was clumsy. Every time he turned, he would be left behind. After a few sharp turns, he was left far behind. Bamboo had to increase his flying altitude to guide the black bear. The pursuit lasted until noon, crossing the hills, entering the plain jungle, crossing the jungle, entering the swampy depression. The clouded leopard warrior began to get anxious. The black cockroach warrior in the sky was too weird. Judging from his body size, he was obviously just a weak intermediate warrior. But his flying speed was faster than that of the advanced warrior. Much faster. His soul was strong, and his mental power was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. No matter how he went around, he could not get rid of the lock. The black bear was left far behind, looking at the black spots flying in the distance, and then at the endless swamp in front of him. He was hesitant. The quagmire in the swamp was a deathly trap for it with a heavy and clumsy body, so it dared not enter easily. The swamp was full of various green grasses and withered yellow spotted grass, and the position of the clouded leopard could be locked with just the compound eye vision. Judging from the direction of escape, this guy was fleeing to Jinjiang River, and he also planned to use the river water to cover up the smell to get rid of the tracking. Bondo was very curious about how he could get rid of the pursuit under the dual lock of vision and mental power. Bondo was still very hesitant. Behind him, the black bear could not catch up. He was only an L2 intermediate warrior, and he had no chance of winning in a head-on fight with the clouded leopard warrior. He would definitely not be able to win. Should he chase or not? After flying for half a day, his body was a little tired. The clouded leopard warrior running on the ground did not show any signs of exhaustion. If he competed in endurance, he probably would not be able to win. If I can't kill it today, we will definitely fight again in the future. I have to figure out how it escaped tracking. Bamboo continued to chase, until he reached the riverside. The clouded leopard warrior jumped into the river without hesitation. Bamboo looked closely and saw a string of bubbles coming out of the green river water. And then, there was no trace of the clouded leopard. Flying low, close to the surface of the river, he tried his best to release his mental power, condensed it into a beam, and probed into the river. The river water blocked him, and he could only barely sense a group of force fluctuations. As expected of a habitual offender who escaped from the pursuit of the black and white cockroach tribe several times, he was really cunning, and he had such a set of hard skills. He actually went upstream. Bamboo absorbed and integrated a large amount of mental power overflowed from the metal core of the master realm, and its quality far exceeded that of ordinary force creatures. Its biggest feature is its delicate sensing and strong penetration. If it were any other high-level cockroach warrior, they would definitely just sigh at the river, at a loss. With inertial thinking, they would probably chase the enemy downstream and hardly think of looking upstream. So this is how they get rid of the enemy. It's really rare to see a cat that can swim and dive. I want to see how long you can hold it in. The spotted roach kept close to the surface of the river, flying at a leisurely pace, and continued to chase. Chapter 67 The End of the Road. The comprehensive physique of the force creatures is much stronger than that of ordinary creatures, so their breath-holding ability naturally improves. The clouded leopard warriors who dived into the river tried their best to swim upstream. The speed of the march was not slow, and they escaped a long distance in a short while. At this time, they finally couldn't hold their breath anymore, and sneaked out of the river. Then, they found the spotted cloth flying overhead. The clouded leopard warriors were frightened, panting hastily, and hurriedly dived into the river. This time, they first moved sideways to the center of the river, dived into deeper waters, cunningly changed direction, and went downstream to speed up their escape. You're still playing tactics with me. Bamboo was happy, lowered the flight altitude slightly, turned around, and continued to chase along the river. The cockroach kingdom is dominated by the illusionary cockroach tribe. The black and white cockroach is a special branch tribe of the illusionary cockroach tribe. It failed to inherit the powerful innate ability of the illusionary cockroach, but it gave birth to the unique basic ability of powerful soul and the innate ability of stimulating plant growth. In the cockroach kingdom, the black and white cockroach is a powerful tribe with the existence of the cockroach king, with a population of tens of thousands. The Yabai mountain range has been attacked many times. The force food has been robbed, and senior warriors have been injured. The extremely bad incidents have angered the entire tribe. Now in the autumn, many prosperous mountains have drawn out their surplus combat power to come to the Yabai mountain range to help. The Lord of Yabai mountain arranged these supporting tribes in a straight line, distributed on the river bank, waiting for the two clouded leopard warriors who escaped last time to come for revenge. A senior warrior of the black and white cockroach tribe, who was waiting in ambush, saw black spots moving on the river surface from afar. Out of curiosity, he went closer to take a look. It turned out to be a cockroach warrior. Then he was puzzled. The shell is completely black. Which tribe is this warrior from? There is an alien in my black and white cockroach tribe, flying close to the river surface. What is he doing? Catching fish? Judging from his body shape, he should be an intermediate warrior, flying so low. Isn't he afraid of being dragged into the water and losing his life by beasts such as crocodiles and anacondas lurking in the river? Most likely, he is a newly born warrior in the Yabai mountains, who is ignorant and comes to Jinjiang to play. No wonder the Yabai mountains are always attacked. These guys are too careless and can't even control the new generation. The senior warrior thought and decided to catch this playful little fellow and teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, the black warrior took the initiative to send out an urgent divine thought. Are you a warrior from the Yabai mountains? Come on. Help. Clouded leopard warrior. It's at the bottom of the river. It's running away. Clouded leopard? The clouded leopard that attacked the Yabai mountains? Yes. The clouded leopard that attacked your Yabai mountains. This is the last one. You must kill it. Our Yabai mountains? Who are you? You are not a warrior from the Yabai mountains. I am not. Huh? Aren't you from the Yabai mountains either? Oh. You must be the helper invited by the Lord of Yabai mountain. Right? Yes. I am a warrior from the Mixing Mountains. My name is Shuilu. Which tribe and which mountain range are you from? The Fire Blatella Kingdom. The Red Blatella Tribe. The Jinping Mountains. The new Lord of Liju Peak. My name is Bamboo. While the question and answer exchange, Shuilu had already flown to the center of the river, releasing his spiritual power to explore the bottom of the river. Unfortunately, due to the obstruction of the river water, the spiritual power could not explore the situation in the depths. Are there really clouded leopard warriors? Yes, Bamboo affirmed. I just killed one. And I chased it all the way here. There is only one left. I must kill it today to eliminate the trouble forever. Oh, a warrior from the cockroach tribe. Why are you so dark? It doesn't look like one. Shuilu questioned Bamboo's race and his words, and asked, did you kill a clouded leopard? When an ordinary clouded leopard evolves into a clouded leopard warrior, it immediately has the combat power equivalent to that of a high-level cockroach tribe warrior. It is a bit unbelievable that a mid-level cockroach tribe warrior killed a clouded leopard warrior. Bamboo came to his senses and explained, I killed one by surprise. Shuilu adjusted his posture and flew side by side with Bamboo. He still didn't believe it and asked with interest, little guy, how did you sneak attack? You should believe me. Bamboo shook his tentacles, pointed downwards, and said, this clouded leopard has been lurking at the bottom of the river for a while, and it can't hold it anymore. It has to surface to breathe. You can see for yourself then. In the cockroach tribe, few warriors talk big and brag. Although Shuilu still didn't believe that Bamboo could kill a clouded leopard warrior, he heard its confident tone and believed that there was a clouded leopard underwater. He continued to follow the flight and asked, your name is Bamboo? Bamboo replied, yes. Shuilu asked, what kind of plant is bamboo? Bamboo made up a nonsense and replied, a kind of bamboo. The tallest bamboo species in my inherited memory. The most suitable bamboo species for life. Shuilu was even more confused and said, bamboo. Is there such a bamboo species? In my inherited memory, the tallest bamboo species should be ma bamboo. Right? Bamboo said, different races probably have some differences in inherited memories. Right? Can there be differences in plant knowledge? Shuilu was confused for a while, and stopped worrying about the bamboo. He moved his tentacles, pointed at the river below, and continued to ask doubtfully, Bamboo, can you lock the position of the underwater clouded leopard warrior? Yes, Bamboo answered as a matter of course, and asked back, can't you? That? I really can't. Shuilu hesitated to tell the truth, and then asked, you are only a mid-level warrior, right? Bamboo replied, a mid-level warrior in the second age. I'm not seeing things. Shuilu was even more confused, muttering, are you sure it's the red cockroach tribe? Not the black and white cockroach tribe. Only our black and white cockroach tribe is born with a strong soul. Right? Bamboo refused to answer questions involving privacy, changed the subject, and reminded, it can't hold it anymore. It's floating up. Shuilu heard this, unwillingly released his mental power for the second time, and explored underwater. It was true. After a while, he vaguely sensed that a group of force fluctuations were slowly floating up. It's true, Shuilu exclaimed. Two tentacles stood upright, and circles of energy fluctuations spread outward. This was using the long-distance unlimited communication that only high-level warriors have to send out signals. Soon, two waves were received back. This was the response of the black and white cockroach tribe warriors lurking nearby after receiving the signal. Shuilu said excitedly and viciously, I have informed the nearby warriors, and they will inform the Lord of Huabai Mountain. The Lord of Huabai Mountain will be here soon. The damn beast dared to challenge the rule of our black and white cockroach tribe. It will die today. Bamboo asked curiously, you are not lying on the river bank, waiting for the clouded leopard warriors to take the bait? Shuilu said, yes. We have dispatched more than 1,500 high-level warriors from various mountain ranges of the black and white cockroach tribe, lining up in a straight line to completely block the Jinjiang River bank corresponding to the Yabai mountain range. Bamboo couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, and was quite moved, as expected of a large tribe with the existence of the Cockroach King. It was easy to mobilize more than 1,500 high-level warriors to block the river bank. On the other hand, the Red Cockroach tribe has no Cockroach King, and it is said that there are only a few princesses, and the total number of insects in the entire tribe is less than 5,000. Princess Qi Jian is one of the best among them. She is very good at management, and has more than 1,000 subordinates. Chapter 68. The fleeing clouded leopard quietly emerged from the water, looked up, and found that there were two cockroach warriors flying above his head. He was so scared that he choked on the water several times, and dived into the water with a splash. Shuilu excitedly whispered, I saw it. It's a clouded leopard. It must be the clouded leopard that attacked the Yabai Mountains. Hee hee. Bamboo sneered and suddenly stopped flying. After the clouded leopard warrior sneaked into the river this time, he chose to stay where he was. He still couldn't figure out why the method of escape that had worked so well in the past failed today. It was urgent. The senior warriors of the black and white cockroach tribe were also provoked. If they couldn't get rid of the pursuit, they would probably die in the river. Shuelu saw Bamboo stop and asked, "Bamboo, where did you go?" Bamboo flicked his tentacles, pointed at the river below, and laughed. It stopped at the bottom of the river and didn't move. "Uh-huh," Shuelu laughed and said. "It certainly didn't expect that your divine sense could lock its position through the river water." In the distance, a black and white cockroach tribe warrior rushed towards Jin Jiang and sent divine sense from a distance to ask, "Shuelu, is that damn clouded leopard warrior still there?" Shuelu replied, "Yes, it's right below." It was scared silly and dared not move. "This is Bamboo, the new leader of Liju Peak in Jinping Mountain Range, from the Red Blatog tribe. Bamboo, this is a warrior from our Mixing Mountain Range, and his name is Huang Huai." Huang Huai tried to use his spiritual power to probe the bottom of the river, saying, "The river water is blocking the way, and I can't feel the presence of the clouded leopard warriors." "I can't do it either," Shuelu said. "Bamboo can." Huang Huai stared at Bamboo and looked at him carefully, and was even more surprised. He asked in disbelief, "It's so dark. Are you sure it's the Red Blatog tribe and not the Black and White Blatog tribe? You are an intermediate warrior. Can your spiritual power detect the bottom of the river?" Bamboo didn't want to repeat the old question. Bamboo's divine sense can indeed detect the bottom of the river and firmly lock the position of the clouded leopard warrior. "I just saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong." Shuelu helped to answer, then looked at Bamboo and asked again, "Bamboo, are you a combination of the Red Blattle tribe and the Black and White Blattle tribe?" Squeak. "That is, with the mixed blood of the two races?" "No. I was born in the Iron Blattle Mountains, with pure Red Blattle tribe blood." Bamboo didn't want to dwell on his birth issue, and asked, "When will the Lord of Huabai Mountain come? I've been flying and chasing for most of the day, and I'm a little tired." Huang Huai said, "The news has been passed down layer by layer, and the Lord of Huabai Mountain has been notified long ago. Duing went to greet him in person, and he should arrive soon." Bamboo was indeed tired. However, the clouded leopard warrior hiding under the water was even more tired. Hiding in deep water, he needed to resist strong water pressure and hold his breath. After a while, he couldn't hold it anymore, and he realized that hiding under the water was not a solution. So he sneaked towards the shore. "It's moving!" Bamboo immediately gave an alarm, flew and moved, and followed closely. Shuelu and Huang Huai raised their tentacles, and at the same time became alert and moved towards the river bank. As soon as the clouded leopard warrior swam to the diving area, emerged and took a breath, he immediately found that the cockroach warriors in the sky not only continued to lock on, but also increased from 2 to 3. Continue to lurk in the water, and wait for the cockroach warriors at the level of the mountain master to arrive. Then he will definitely die. Why is this happening? The clouded leopard warrior was panicked, swam desperately, climbed up the river bank, shook his body, threw out a large piece of water droplets, and ran away. Squeak! Kill! Kill it! Shuelu and Huang Huai shouted at the same time, speeding up, straightening their hind legs, and diving to attack. The clouded leopard warrior was only concerned with escaping, and had no intention of resisting. However, the previous fierce battle, followed by escaping, and then lurking in the water, consumed too much energy in the past half-day, and could no longer run fast. Shuelu took the lead and plundered the clouded leopard's head. With its straight hind legs, the sharp toes brushed from behind, knocking it to the ground. Huang Huai followed closely behind, using the same attack method, leaving 4 blood marks on the clouded leopard warrior's flank. In an instant, 8 wounds touching the muscles were added to his body. The clouded leopard warrior's running speed slowed down again, and it was the end of the road. Huang Huai and Shuelu chased for a distance at a leisurely pace before launching the second round of diving attacks. Bamboo flew high in the sky, watching silently. Huang Huai and Shuelu launched round after round of attacks, and soon killed the clouded leopard warrior. Bamboo, did you really kill the other clouded leopard warrior? After finishing the job, Shuelu asked Bamboo while stepping on the corpse. I didn't have to lie to you. Bamboo gave a positive answer and then said, "Thank you for your help. The threat of the clouded leopard has been lifted, and the Lord of Wabai Mountain can rest assured. And I can sleep peacefully in the future. I have something else to do today. Goodbye." After saying that, he flapped his wings and flew away. Wang Hui shouted, "The Lord of Wabai Mountain is coming. Bamboo, you have made great efforts to kill the clouded leopard this time, and the Lord of Wabai Mountain will be grateful to you. The clouded leopard lives in Jinping Mountains, and I am helping myself." After saying that, Bamboo suddenly accelerated. Xue Lu repeatedly suspected that Bamboo really killed another clouded leopard. The master of Wabai Mountain is so smart that he should be more suspicious. What if he follows to see the corpse after he arrives? There is a wild God-given seed in that place, and it is a cliff cypress, and it has already grown and started to bear fruit. The higher the wisdom of the life form, the stronger the desire for profit. The master of Wabai Mountain is not a good person. What should he do if he gets greedy after seeing it? It is better to keep a low profile and make a fortune quietly. Bamboo flew to the edge of the swamp and searched around. There was no trace of the black bear. He guessed that it should have returned, but its smell was still there and had not dissipated. He hunted a mink and ate it hastily to replenish his energy. Then he identified the direction and followed the smell to the hill again. The wild God-given seed is still there. The body of the clouded leopard is nowhere to be found. Woo! Bamboo was about to start a mental search when a threatening roar came from the dense forest not far away. It was a warning from the black bear. The roar was low and trembling. Obviously, it was afraid. Bamboo locked the black bear's position and tried to communicate with him through his mind. "Come out." "You? What are you going to do?" the black bear asked tremblingly. Sure enough, after the original force creatures have a certain strength, they can slowly understand the spiritual communication. There is no barrier in communication. "That's good." Bamboo comforted, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." The black bear asked again, "What do you want to do?" Bamboo asked back, "You don't want to die, right?" "Wow!" the black bear roared angrily. Bamboo was not moved at all and continued, "I don't want to hurt you either. What do you want to do?" the black bear asked again. Bamboo said, "You should come out and communicate with me face to face." The black bear hesitated for a moment and slowly crawled out of the dense forest. With a body length of about 500 and a fat and strong physique, it has a combat power that exceeds that of the L5 advanced warriors of the red cockroach tribe. There were a few blood stains on its sharp teeth. It should be eating the killed clouded leopard warrior. The beast warriors did not have the strong recovery ability of the insect warriors. The wounds on their bodies were only scabs and dried up, and they were still far from being healed. Chapter 69 Big Bear. The huge body of the black bear brought a lot of pressure to Bamboo. "What are you going to do?" the black bear asked again. Bamboo introduced himself. "My name is Bamboo, the owner of Liju Peak in the Blatella Kingdom, the Blatella tribe, Jinping Mountain Range." The black bear said, "I know you." "Know me?" Bamboo asked. "What's your name?" "Name?" the black bear said, "I don't have a name." Bamboo shook his tentacles and asked, "Don't you animals have inherited memories?" "Inherited memories?" The black bear was puzzled for a while, shook his huge head, and said, "No. I have lived here since I was born, and I have always lived here. This is my territory." The black bear stretched out his claws again, pointed to the wild God-given seeds, and said, "That's what I found and planted. It's mine. You can't take it? This God-given seed is indeed planted by you." "Planted?" Bamboo said, "I am a bug with principles. Don't worry. I won't steal. Our red bladdish tribe has life capsules, which can breed many such force plants. We have endless force food, so there is no need to steal from you." "Right. I know you. You are right." Black Bear felt relieved and asked again, "Then what are you doing here?" Bamboo said, "To make friends." Black Bear asked, "Friends?" Bamboo said, "Yes. Friends. Both sides trust each other and help each other. They are friends. The mountain range is so big. Do you have friends?" Black Bear let down his guard a lot and answered honestly, "I do." "Damn. Really have?" "If you have friends, it means there are other beast warriors nearby?" "How many beast warriors are hidden in Jinping Mountains? Don't expect another team like Clouded Leopard to appear someday." Bamboo was awed, and he patiently asked, "What's its name? Where does it live? Maybe I can become friends with it." The black bear stretched out its paw, pointed in a direction, and said, "It lives in the mountains over there. I call it Big Head. It is also a bug, but it doesn't have the inherited memory you mentioned, and can't breathe life like you do." Bamboo asked, "Big Head? Bug? What bug? Which race?" The black bear shook his head and said, "I don't know." Bamboo patiently said, "Can you describe its appearance and characteristics?" The black bear scratched his head, and after a long time of embarrassment, he said, "It can give birth to many of its own kind, and can also command those of its own kind. Big Head's head is not big, but the heads of its own kind are very big, so I call it Big Head. Ant tribe." Bamboo made a judgment instantly, and then was puzzled. How could the ant tribe not have inherited memories? How could it be said that it could not breed life plants? Black Bear asked, "Do you know which race it is?" "Ant race." Bamboo said, "There are many big-headed ant races. I don't know which race it belongs to." Black Bear thought for a while and said, "They like to collect plant seeds. They eat seeds, but they like meat more. Every time I hunt, I will send some meat to Big Head, and it likes it very much." Big-headed harvester ants. Bamboo was 100% sure. The inherited memory recorded that there were not many harvester ants. There was only one ant species in the Blatella kingdom, the big-headed harvester ants. Coupled with the characteristics of the big head, it was easy to make a judgment. Bamboo said, "It's a big-headed harvester ant, a very weak ant species." Speaking of big-headed harvester ants, Bamboo couldn't help but recall his big-headed harvester ant neighbors when he first became a warrior of the Red Bladdish tribe and lived under the Black Stone. Cute, hard-working little guys. I don't know how they are now. Big-headed harvester ants? I was right. It should be called Big Head. Black Bear pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Why can't Big Head turn ordinary planting into this kind of plant like you do? You call it breeding life seeds?" Bamboo was also confused about this and guessed, maybe Big Head didn't awaken the inherited memory for some reason? After Bamboo finished speaking, he immediately overturned the guess and asked, "Do you know how to breed life seeds?" If he knew, if there was a crop, then Big Head should be able to figure out how to use the life capsule to breed life seeds. The method is very simple. Just swallow the seeds of the right size into the abdomen and guide them into the life capsule. The black bear said, "Big Head can command its own kind, and it can know a lot of things without moving. So it knows you." The black bear stretched out its claws, pointed to the distance, and said, "You live on the biggest mountain over there, and you have many life seeds. There are also many powerful red cockroach warriors there. They probably regard the branches of the seeds given by the gods of sun grass as separate life seeds. So they think there are many." Bamboo was speechless and said dryly, "Yes, I have many life seeds. The insect race breeds life seeds, manages life seeds, harvests force food, and grows by eating force food. It can be said that this is a very ideal, very comfortable, and perfect growth model. The only drawback is that because the life seed plants are rooted in the land, the territory is fixed and cannot be easily moved, becoming an immovable target. It is normal that the tall and majestic Liju Peak with abundant force attracts the attention of many beast warriors. It is also normal that the existence of Bamboo is known to the beast warriors. Bamboo knows almost nothing about the beast warriors in the territory under the jurisdiction of Jinping Mountain Range. There is no way. The land is too vast, and the terrain is complex. The beast warriors are not bound by the force plants. If they feel uncomfortable or unsafe in one place for a few days, they can change places at any time. They have no fixed place to live and are unpredictable. This is also one of the reasons why Princess Qi Jian is unwilling to easily mobilize the entire clan to clear the Jinping Mountain Range. It is difficult to clear thoroughly. If a blood feud is formed and some beast warriors are angered, Liju Peak and even the Iron Knife Mountain Range may suffer deliberate retaliation. The most feared thing is that the beast warriors break into the territory and destroy the life-giving plants. The loss is not worth the gain." Bamboo said, "It's not easy for everyone to survive. As long as you don't rob our insect territory, we won't hurt you." The black bear said intermittently, "No, I won't. It's them who are robbing." "Them?" Bamboo asked, "Are you talking about the clouded leopard warriors? The clouded leopards just killed? Clouded leopards? Clouded leopard warriors?" The black bear pondered for a while, understood what Bamboo meant, and said, "Yes, they are clouded leopards. It really has no inherited memory, and it doesn't even recognize common species. I'm afraid it doesn't even know what race it belongs to. Bamboo pointed at the black bear with its tentacles and said, "You are from the black bear tribe. You are not an ordinary black bear. You are a black bear warrior." Bamboo pointed at the wild God-given seeds and said, "God-given seeds. God-given seeds that have not been nurtured by the life capsule. It is a thuja tree." The black bear nodded vigorously and pointed at himself and said, "Black bear warrior." Pointed at the wild God-given seeds and said, "God-given seeds. Thuja tree." Pointed at Bamboo and said, "Red cockroach warrior." Bamboo. Bamboo said, "Yes. My name is Bamboo. Bamboo is a plant. You should also have a name." Plant. Name. The black bear scratched his head, pointed at the God-given seeds, and then pointed at himself and asked, "Then should I be called Thuja?" Bamboo said, "No. We already have a warrior named Yabai in our Chiba tribe. It's better not to repeat the name. Otherwise it will be difficult to distinguish." The black bear pointed to another tree and asked, "Bamboo, what is this?" Bamboo said, "This is a cypress tree." The black bear said, "Then my name will be Cypress. The name of Cypress is not nice." Bamboo said, "You are an animal. You don't have to use a plant name. You can be called Dashyong. It sounds mighty and powerful. And it is a name that suits you very well. Dashyong. Datu." The black bear tilted his head to think, and nodded. "Bamboo, you are really awesome. So my name will be Dashyong." Chapter 70. We are friends. The big bear has no inherited memory to guide it. It has been 5 or 6 years since it became a force creature. Its cognition of the world is almost zero, due to the lack of communication with intelligent creatures. Its actual mental capacity is not as good as that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. Its innate animal nature dominates. During the communication, it can be seen that it has a strong sense of territory. Instinctively, it attaches great importance to the God-given seed. Whenever Bamboo mentions it, it will be nervous and alert. At the beginning, Bamboo did intend to stabilize it first, then ask the Iron Knife Mountain Master for help, kill it, and then take the wild God-given seed for himself. After a conversation, it was discovered that the beast warriors were not as bloody and brutal as rumored. On the contrary, they were also afraid of the large number of powerful insect races. The clouded leopard warriors who attacked and robbed should be an exception, or a difference in racial nature. At least, the black bear species does not have such a strong aggressive nature. Bamboo. What is this? Wooden pod. Bamboo. What is this? Roxburch. What is this? Double-winged bean. Can't be eaten. It's highly poisonous. Bamboo. What is that? A kind of wasp's nest. They all hibernate in winter. I can't recognize which species it belongs to. Black. Big. With stings on the tail. And it's poisonous. It hurts a lot. In summer, there's honey in the nest. It's delicious. You're a black bear warrior now. It's best not to do things like digging out beehives. It's a loss of face. I know. Bamboo. What is that? A flying bird. A gray sparrow. A very mean bird. Not afraid of the breath of force creatures. Can't be driven away. The gray sparrows are the most annoying. They stay in my territory and have tried to steal my God-given seeds several times. This is intolerable. You overturn their nests. The big bear has an extremely strong desire for knowledge. When he found that Bamboo had no ill will towards him, he was bold and kept pointing at various animals and plants to ask questions. Bamboo didn't realize that he was a qualified mentor. He patiently answered the big bear's questions one by one after another, and answered hundreds of questions. Thuja, arborvitae, prickly pear, raspberry, sedge, green gorgon. Knowing that he had asked about everything he could see around him, the big bear was still not satisfied and began to review what he had just learned. Just like a child who gets a toy, he dances with excitement. The brain area of the force creatures is developed, and even clumsy bears will gradually have memory abilities that surpass ordinary people. More than 100 species names, only taught once. The big bear remembered them all, without any mistakes. Bamboo. Are you right? Big bear. You are very smart. Everything is right. Bamboo. Are you leaving? I am planning to leave. When Big Bear heard this, his excitement suddenly dropped, and he suddenly had an idea and asked, Bamboo, are you hungry? Bamboo said, I am a little hungry. I will go home to eat. Big Bear immediately said, No. You can eat here. Clouded leopard? Clouded leopard warriors can eat. It is delicious. Bamboo said casually. There is some force energy left in the bodies of force creatures. Eat it quickly. It is good for your growth. After a period of time, the force energy will dissipate, and it will be no different from ordinary creatures. Big Bear asked Bamboo, "Don't you want to eat?" Bamboo said, "I don't want to eat it anymore. You twist off its head and give it to me. I should go back." Okay. Big Bear was a little disappointed. He followed Bamboo's instructions, went into the dense forest, dragged out the body of the clouded leopard warrior, bit it roughly, twisted off the head, and handed it to Bamboo. Big Bear asked Bamboo, "The head is all bones. What do you want it for?" Bamboo said, "Just in case. Take it back and keep it as a witness to prove that the clouded leopard warriors who robbed our insect territory were killed. Other insects will not search the jungle and will not threaten your survival. Do you understand?" "I understand." Big Bear answered first, then thought for a long time before he really understood it, and then asked in confusion, "Bamboo, what is the force? What is the force?" Bamboo fell into deep thought. From the perspective of human science, it is a superfine particle whose total mass and energy is infinitely close to zero. There are many characteristics that are different from conventional ultrafine particles, among which there are two unique characteristics. The first characteristic can directly promote the genetic evolution of any kind of life. The second characteristic is that under the action of specific mental power, it can absorb energy and convert it into any kind of matter. For example, the resonant force field formed by the metal core is constantly consuming the overflow energy and converting the force into hydrogen atoms. Humanity's seventh-level technological civilization is far from being able to completely figure out the question of what is the force. Many things related to the force are still unsolved mysteries. This world is full of force. Big Bear, you need to absorb the force to grow and evolve. The God-given seed also needs to absorb the force to grow and bear fruit. The fruit condensed from the God-given seed contains special force, which can accelerate your evolution and growth. If you eat a lot of it, you will also gain corresponding special abilities in the future. The Big Bear understood it for a while, and roughly understood it. He said excitedly, "Bamboo, I can feel the force. It's everywhere. I can absorb it." Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, "Yes. You are an animal, and the rate of absorbing the force is much stronger than our insects." The Big Bear continued to ask, "Bamboo, what is the special ability?" Another question that is difficult to answer clearly. Bamboo thought for a while, and said, "Our red cockroach tribe will awaken the innate ability after growing into the mountain master level, and can spit flames. That is the innate ability." The Big Bear was at a loss and asked, "What is flame?" Bamboo was speechless, seemingly reborn in this world. And so far, he had only seen flames once. Bamboo pointed to the sun in the sky and said, "That is the sun. Or it can be called a star. You can think of it as a huge burning fireball." "Sun!" Big Bear learned a new term, and then asked in confusion, "It doesn't look big." "That's because it's far away. Very far. Very far. So it looks small." Bamboo was discouraged. Big Bear had zero basic knowledge. If he continued, it would only lead to more difficult to explain problems. He simply said, "Big Bear, you are injured. Don't run around. Take good care of your injuries. I will come to see you in a few days." "Yeah," Big Bear replied listlessly, and suddenly asked hopefully, "How long is a few days?" "It will be fast. Right? It's daytime now, and it will be night when the sun sets. A day and a night are a day." Bamboo explained patiently and said, "Big Bear, I have important things to do. After I finish, I will come to you." Big Bear nodded his huge head and said frustratedly, "Bamboo, you will come again, right? You will teach me more things because we are friends." Bamboo said, "Yes, we are friends. You should trust me. Now, I should leave." Chapter 71 The Gift from the Master of Huabai Mountain. It was already evening when Bamboo returned to Liju Peak. He simply processed the head of the clouded leopard warrior and placed it at the entrance of the cave on the east side of the mountain. He hunted a rabbit on the mountain to barely fill his stomach, inspected the plants, and finally returned to the east side, lying quietly at the entrance of the cave waiting. Nothing happened overnight. Nothing happened during the day the next day. Until late at night, the master of Huabai Mountain came flying and landed in the open space in front of the cave. He glanced and saw the head of the clouded leopard warrior first. "You really killed the other clouded leopard?" You are just a mid-level warrior. What a great little guy. The Lord of Huabai Mountain praised and asked, You are waiting for me. Bamboo replied, Lord of Huabai Mountain. I guess you will definitely come. Smart. The Lord of Huabai Mountain raised the spider silk bag held by the toes of his forelimbs and asked, Then guess what kind of force food I will send you. Bamboo said, Such a big bag. I can't finish it in 10 days or half a month. It must be a force food that can be preserved for a long time. In this season, the Yabai Mountains are out. The most productive seed is the Thuja Suchuanensis seed. Hey! Squeak! You little guy is too smart. I really want to catch you and take you to the Thuja Suchuanensis Mountains. The owner of Huabai Mountain opened the spider silk bag and poured a large number of black-brown seeds on the ground, saying, The group of clouded leopards live in Jinping Mountains. If it were the previous owner of Jinju Mountain, I would not only not thank it, but also ask it to compensate for the loss. However, you are different. You are a new cockroach warrior. The past grievances and mistakes have nothing to do with you. You are destined to be with our black and white cockroach tribe. I should thank you for this. Bamboo stood up and said seriously, Controlling the territory is the duty of a mountain master. Duty? Little guy. I like you more and more. The master of Huabai Mountain said, Shuilu and Huanghuai kept praising you. Black shell. Noble color. Bamboo. You will grow up and become the best mountain master in the history of Jinping Mountain Range. Bamboo said politely, Master Huabai is too kind. The master of Huabai Mountain shook his tentacles and said, You don't have to be modest. I have lived for a long time. How many warm springs and cold winters have I experienced? I can't even count them myself. I have seen the growth of many new warriors. But you are the only one who is different. Bamboo was a little embarrassed to answer after being praised. Huabai Mountain Lord continued, In the past, due to national boundaries and ethnic reasons, the Yabai Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range did not get along well. I hope that starting from you, the relationship between the two sides can be improved. And from now on, we can have friendly exchanges. Bamboo flicked his tentacles and said, I look forward to it too. After all, we are all cockroaches and have a common ancestor. Common ancestor? Huabai Mountain Lord flicked his tentacles and said, Yes. The cockroaches are a large tribe, so they are divided into many kingdoms. We are all cockroaches. But the color of the shell is different. The hidden dangers in the territory were eliminated, and Huabai Mountain Lord was in a good mood. This time he did not leave in a hurry, but stayed and chatted with Bamboo for a long time. After Huabai Mountain Lord left, Bamboo counted them specifically, and the total number was an integer of 1,000 Yabai seeds. The quality was very average, and it should be the life seed output of a high-level warrior, not Huabai Mountain Lord. This gift was exquisite. The quality was average, and the quantity was large. It seemed that Huabai Mountain Lord was generous. In terms of practicality, quantity is more important than quality for an intermediate warrior. This batch of force food is enough to support Bamboo for most of the winter, with the help from the Lord of Taidown Mountain every now and then. There is food for the whole winter, which can maintain the previous growth rate. The spider silk bag given by Shuemai, a little flame spider warrior of the Chonglu caravan, can preserve force food for a longer time. But it is too small. Bamboo tossed it back and forth, and finally could only hold 400 seeds. The other 600, 500 of which were put in an ordinary snakeskin bag, intending to eat them first, took out 100 and put them in a small snakeskin bag, and flew to the territory of the big bear. Bamboo, you are finally here. Sensing the fluctuation of the force, the big bear subconsciously hid in the dense forest. Seeing that it was Bamboo, he immediately ran out with cheers. Bamboo, how many days have passed? Bamboo replied, 2 days. 2 days. The big bear scratched his head. Its wisdom gave birth to the concept of numbers, but it has not yet formed a system. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, Big Bear, let me teach you how to count first. Big Bear scratched his head again and asked, What is counting? Bamboo shook the snakeskin bag, opened it, and said, Big Bear, look, what have I brought you? The huge bear head came forward, opened its mouth immediately, and shouted in surprise. It's force food. The seeds of the life plant. These are cypress seeds. I recognize them. Bamboo said. Yes, the cypress seeds of the life plant of the cliff cypress. Big Bear continued to exclaim. So many. Bamboo. Are they all for me? Bamboo said. Yes. Gifts. For you. Bamboo. You are so nice. Big Bear gave Bamboo a good guy card. And then he was ready to move. And stretched out his bare claws. Bamboo stopped him and said, Big Bear, don't be impatient. I still need to use these seeds to teach you arithmetic. Oh! Big Bear reluctantly retracted his bare claws and continued to ask, Bamboo, what is arithmetic? Bamboo picked up a thuja seed with the tip of his front paw and said, This is a seed. Number 1. Understand? Big Bear nodded and said, A seed. Number 1. I understand. Bamboo picked up another seed and put the 2 seeds together, saying, 2 seeds. Number 2. Understand? Big Bear followed, Number 2. I understand. Bamboo picked up another seed from the snakeskin bag, put it on the ground, and said, 3 seeds. Number 3. Plus 1. That is 4. Number 4. Plus 1. That is 5. Number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. Bamboo began to teach Big Bear to count. After all, the original force creatures have much more brain power than ordinary human children. Their comprehension ability is no worse than that of adults. And their memory is even better than that of ordinary people. They can remember after being taught once. And they can quickly learn to describe quantities with numbers. Bamboo started to teach it addition and subtraction, which was a little slower to learn. And it took about half a day to basically master it. Bamboo tried to teach multiplication and division, which stumped the Big Bear. I don't know if there is a problem with the teaching method or the Big Bear's comprehension ability. It can memorize the multiplication table, but it is difficult to apply it flexibly to practical use. Bamboo arranged 9 seeds, 3 in a row, in 3 rows, and asked, Big Bear, how many seeds are there here? Big Bear replied, 9. Bamboo asked, how did you calculate it? Big Bear replied, I counted them. Bamboo said, 3 rows, 3 seeds in each row. 3 times 3. That's 9 seeds. That's multiplication. Do you understand? Big Bear's eyes widened, staring at the seeds on the ground, scratching his head hard, looking very embarrassed. Bamboo had no choice but to put another row and asked, Big Bear, how many seeds are there now? Big Bear replied, 12 seeds. Bamboo asked, how did you calculate it? Big Bear replied, 9 plus 3 equals 12. A total of 12 seeds. Bamboo was speechless for a long time, and asked patiently, how about multiplication? Big Bear stared, scratched his head, and thought hard. Bamboo waited for a long time, but waited for a sentence, I can count them clearly. Why do you need to use multiplication to calculate? Student scum. No hope. 3 times 4 equals 12. It should be calculated like this. Forget it. Big Bear. That's all for today. I should go back. Fill your stomach first, and then eat the thuja seeds when you feel full of strength. Be frugal. Eat 10 seeds a day to ensure that the force is fully absorbed and utilized. Bamboo decided to give up teaching such advanced mathematical knowledge as multiplication and division for the time being, and left after giving a few instructions.